Chapter 1. Lin Xiao, where are you packing your bags to go? I have told you that you are about to participate in the surgical competition held by the city. At such a critical moment, where do you think you are going? Noticing the girl's silence, the middle-aged woman stepped forward and abruptly overturned the suitcase that Lin Xiao had just packed, sending neatly folded clothes scattering across the floor. Gazing at the disarray of garments, the girl named Lin Xiao merely sighed softly, resignedly crouching down to repack. Once again ignored, the middle-aged woman seized Lin Xiao's arm and yanked her up. Lin Xiao, I'm speaking to you. What is this attitude? I am doing this for your own good. What do you mean by this? Have you grown wings now? The woman's sharp voice drew the attention of a man who was busy cooking in the kitchen. Wearing an apron and holding a spatula, he hurried over, flustered. What's going on? Why all the shouting? Upon reaching the doorway, he saw the scattered clothing and his wife tightly gripping their daughter's arm. He quickly attempted to mediate. Let go, let go. Our daughter's hands are the hands of a surgeon. We cannot afford to injure them. Unexpectedly, this remark did not soothe the woman, but rather provoked her further. Cannot injure? She is a surgeon, running off to farm and cook. If she doesn't care, why should I? I arranged for her to participate in the city's competition, which is just around the corner. Now she's packing her bags. What does she intend to do? With that, she turned her gaze, eyes blazing with fury at the girl. Tell me, are you planning to go to some remote place to learn some outdated craft? You are a doctor, yet you waste your time on trivial pursuits. What on earth do you want? For a long time, Lin Xiao had endured in silence, but now she forcefully shook off the woman's grip. Yes, I am trivial. I am unprofessional. In elementary school, you made me skip grades I did. In high school, you encouraged me to participate in competitions for recommendations I did. In college, you insisted I study medicine I did. Now that I am working, you want me to be a surgeon I am. What more do you want from me? Then why, when I want you to compete, do you refuse? Isn't this all for your own good? I don't want to go. I want to relax. I enjoy farming and raising pigs. I love tinkering with antiques. I relish going to those remote places. You are infuriating me. The woman pointed at Lin Xiao, teeth clenched in anger. Lin Xiao paid no heed. Her mother, with a constitution as robust as an ox, had long ceased to intimidate her. The frequent false alarms had dulled her fear. I have already taken my annual leave from the hospital. For this month, I will be at the remote place you disdain, farming and feeding pigs. Seeing the two women at odds again, the middle-aged man could only gesture subtly to his daughter to keep her words to a minimum. Lin Xiao pursed her lips, squatting down to tidy the suitcase that had been upended by the woman. Regardless, her leave had been approved, and her mother's desire for her to return was futile. Old Lin, why is my life so miserable? Your daughter has grown wings and refuses to listen to me. The man could only half embrace his wife, listening to her lament while leading her back into the room. About an hour later, the man appeared at Lin Xiao's room again. With the woman's interference absent, Lin Xiao had finished packing and was now checking her documents. Are you all set? Yes. Sigh. Why must you two make it so difficult? Dad, instead of talking to me, why not go persuade Mom? If that doesn't work, you two are still relatively young. It's not too late to learn a new instrument. Caught off guard by his daughter's retort, the man cleared his throat awkwardly. Stop with the nonsense. Where are you planning to go? Do you have a destination? Fearing another outburst from his daughter, he hastily shifted the topic. Observing her father's flustered demeanor, Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. I plan to visit Grandma for a few days. The man pondered for a moment before giving a gentle nod. Your grandmother's village is filled with antiques, and everything is handmade. Just be cautious and take care of your hands. Although you are at odds with your mother, you are a doctor. Hearing her father's advice, Lin Xiao nodded lightly. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. However, you and Mom should really consider my suggestion. Once you have a second child, perhaps I can finally pursue what I truly want. You cheeky girl, hurry up. He'll drive you to the airport. Upon hearing that her father would accompany her, Lin Xiao cast a furtive glance at the closed door. How could her father not understand his daughter's intentions? Despite the quarrels, they were still a mother and daughter at heart. Don't worry, your mother has agreed. She was just a bit impatient. She truly wants what's best for you. Watching her father defend her mother, Lin Xiao secretly rolled her eyes. All right, in your eyes, your wife can do no wrong. Let's go, I need to catch my flight. Throughout the journey, Lin's father continued to remind his daughter to be careful. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, showing no signs of the earlier tension with her mother. All right, dear Dad, I'm merely going to Grandma's for a vacation to unwind. Once the holiday is over, I'll return promptly to resume my role as your daughter, the surgeon. With that, she playfully saluted her father. Observing his daughter's rejuvenated spirit, Lin's father sighed softly. His daughter was only 25, yet at that tender age, she was burdened with pressures that were not hers to bear. Reflecting on his wife's stubbornness, Lin's father could only shake his head inwardly. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, he turned to leave, contemplating the possibility of having a second child on the way home. Perhaps with another child, his daughter would be able to express her true nature and enjoy life a little more. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, as she boarded the plane, her father genuinely pondered her suggestion. At that moment, she sat by the window, watching the aircraft taxi and ascend, savoring this rare taste of freedom. As she gazed out at the breathtaking scenery, Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted far away. She had been constrained by her mother for far too long, sacrificing many of her passions to fulfill her mother's wishes. When she was young, accompanying her father to her grandmother's home, she had been captivated by the idyllic village, a place where she felt she could escape her mother's constraints. It was from that time that she developed a love for cooking, farming, crafting, and foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. Those moments were her most relaxed and joyful times. Thus, despite the busyness of her studies and career, she always made time to stay at her grandmother's home for a spell. Although she faced resistance every time, she was unafraid, for she had a supportive father. On the road, Lin Xiao did not waste any time, for her holiday was limited. After disembarking from the plane, she quickly took a taxi to a town near the village. Glancing at the relatively bustling small town, Lin Xiao swiftly searched for a vehicle to take her into the village. The village where her grandmother lived did not permit outside vehicles without a valid reason, not out of exclusivity, but rather due to the villagers' hospitality. It was because that village was one of the few remaining places that had preserved its original state, and the villagers feared that outsiders might disrupt the ecological balance of their home. As Lin Xiao approached the village entrance, someone called out to her, "Well, if it isn't Xiao Xiao, it's been a year since we last met." Spotting the kindly smiling elder, Lin Xiao beamed back. "Grandmolly, are you waiting for your son to finish work again?" "Indeed, that rascal has been working overtime and comes home later and later." "Grandmolly, take care of yourself. The sun is setting. You should put on a jacket while you wait." "Xiao girl, have you come to help Uncle with basket weaving again this year?" "Uncle, what are you saying?" "Of course, he'll come and weave a couple of baskets for you." As they exchanged pleasantries, they soon arrived in front of a small courtyard. The courtyard was exceptionally tidy, flanked by rows of sunflowers. During the planting season, her grandmother had remarked, "Sunflowers are beautiful and nutritious. They're far more practical than other flowers." The bountiful sunflowers were partly her own doing. Pushing open the gate, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Grandma, your precious granddaughter has arrived." As soon as Lin Xiao's voice fell, the door swung open, revealing a petite elderly woman with neatly combed silver hair. Upon seeing Lin Xiao at the gate, the elderly lady joyfully opened her arms and embraced the girl. "Oh my precious granddaughter, how I have longed for you." Gazing at the elderly woman who held her tightly, Lin Xiao's smile never wavered. "Dear little grandma, what shall we have to eat today?" Hearing her granddaughter's playful tease, the elderly woman pointed at her and chuckled, "You cheeky girl, today we are having a grand feast." "Very well, I shall venture to the riverbank to catch a couple of fish. We shall have a delightful meal this evening." With that, he took up a bamboo basket and tucked a piece of flatbread into his pocket before stepping outside. Even from a considerable distance, he could still hear the voice of his elderly grandmother cautioning him, "Be careful by the riverbank and return swiftly." Freshwater fish, often imbued with a certain earthy taste, are generally not favored by the villagers for culinary endeavors. However, the large carp in the river often weigh around 3 to 4 pounds each. As he gazed at the lively carp, Lin Xiao momentarily feared that his bamboo basket might not be sturdy enough. After catching 2 sizable carp in one breath, Lin Xiao merrily made his way back to the small courtyard. Along the way, he encountered the village elder, who informed him of the bonfire gathering taking place that evening. Lin Xiao eagerly anticipated joining the festivities after dinner. In the courtyard, his grandmother was busy at the stove, preparing her signature dish, deepening. Lin Xiao squatted down to clean the 2 freshly caught carp. "Grandma, I ran into the village elder on my way back. He mentioned that there's a bonfire tonight. Usually, there aren't many activities in the village. Why such a grand affair this time? Is it not because of that grandson of Wu Grandma from the front yard? He has been accepted into university, studying geology, and insists that there are mines in our village, demanding to bring professors to excavate. You know how we are in this village, we welcome guests, but if you come to cause destruction, that is certainly unacceptable. Thus, this bonfire gathering is simply the elderly villagers convening to discuss how to address this matter." Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Lin Xiao merely nodded, refraining from voicing any opinions. The villagers, striving to preserve their ecological balance, often resort to ancient methods for various processes. Yet, Lin Xiao believed the elderly villagers would find it difficult to deter those driven solely by research and academic pursuits. The 2 worked swiftly, and within an hour, the meal was served. Observing the fragrant carp, Lin Xiao immediately took his chopsticks and transferred the tender flesh from the fish's belly into his grandmother's bowl, followed by a generous piece for himself. However, what met his palate was not the warm, succulent flesh of the fish, but rather a somewhat hardened, cool substance akin to stone. Instinctively, Lin Xiao felt compelled to expel the contents of his mouth. Yet upon attempting to do so, he discovered that there was nothing there. Perhaps it had been a mere illusion. Looking up in confusion, he found his grandmother enjoying her meal with no apparent issues. Shrugging off the peculiar sensation, he dove into the feast laid before him. Typically only able to finish a single bowl of rice, Lin Xiao astonishingly consumed 3 large bowls that day, with half of the 2 carp disappearing into his stomach. Even the deepening was nearly devoured. His ravenous appetite astonished his grandmother, who worried that her granddaughter might overindulge. When Lin Xiao finally set down his chopsticks, he too was bewildered. This was thrice his usual portion. Gazing at his slender waist, he pondered where all that food had vanished. His grandmother, with a worried expression, placed her hand on Lin Xiao's stomach, anxious that her granddaughter might have overstuffed herself. "Grandma, I'm perfectly fine. It must be that I haven't tasted your cooking in ages. I simply lost control and indulged, but I shall be fine by tomorrow." Seeing her granddaughter's carefree demeanor, which did not suggest any discomfort, the grandmother secretly felt relieved. "Silly girl, you can eat well every day, but do not overdo it. Rest easy, Grandma. You should take a break. It'll tidy up the table. After such a feast, I must engage in some activity." The grandmother did not protest, recognizing that washing the dishes would help her granddaughter digest the meal. Lin Xiao worked swiftly, restoring the kitchen to its former state in just a matter of minutes. Noticing that it was still early, she surmised that the villagers were likely gathering firewood in the square at this hour. Suddenly, a craving for roasted sweet potatoes struck her. Embracing the philosophy that action speaks louder than intention, she took a flashlight and ventured into the cellar. The cellar was quite spacious. Her grandfather had always been fond of storing items there. Since his passing, her grandmother, with her limited mobility, had only kept a few potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbages stored away. Desiring a taste, she sought the assistance of some young men in the village to help retrieve a few items from the cellar. Since she was already down there, she decided to bring up a larger haul for the kitchen, thus sparing her grandmother the need to ask for help. After several trips, she managed to bring up a third of the vegetables from the cellar before she finally stopped. With 3 or 4 sweet potatoes tucked in her pocket, she set off toward the village square. Since finishing her meal, Lin Xiao had felt a chill in her stomach and planned to warm it with a hot roasted sweet potato at the bonfire gathering that evening. "Oh, if it isn't Xiao. When did you return?" "Grandpa too? I just got back today. I heard from the village elder that there's a bonfire, so I brought along a few sweet potatoes for roasting." "Haha, you clever little sprite. We're actually firing up some pottery tomorrow. Come join us." "Sure thing. It's been a year since I last crafted. My hands have grown unaccustomed to it. Please don't think poorly of me, Grandpa too." A small handful of strawberries was sufficient to satiate Nanchu. After her meal, she sought refuge in the boughs of a towering tree, intending to find a safe place to rest. However, halfway up, she hastily descended, for she discovered a large, crimson python coiled around the very tree she had deemed secure. Fortunately, her swift retreat did not disturb the serpent, or else she might have met her demise that day. Once back on the ground, Nanchu dared not linger and resolved to search for a water source, hoping to set a trap for some meat. Possessing the ability to manipulate plants, she was acutely attuned to flora and water, making it relatively easy to locate a water source. Yet, as she approached, a palpable sense of danger enveloped her. A massive white-furred lion had detected her presence. She caught only a glimpse of its white fur through the shadows of the trees, and before she could comprehend, she was sprinting away, the lion's roar echoing behind her, nearly causing her to faint with terror. As she fled, Nanchu inwardly cursed the abundance of ferocious beasts in the Balon forest, lamenting the difficulty of finding a safe hiding place. The meager strength she had just regained was swiftly depleted by her frantic escape. She secretly resented her frail condition, recognizing that her limited plant-based powers rendered her vulnerable to any wild creature she might encounter. To survive in the forest, she needed healing herbs to restore her health. Only then could she muster enough energy to deal with the smaller beasts. As a disciple of the Snake Fox tribe shaman, her memories were rich with medicinal knowledge regarding the Balon forest. While integrating her past and present knowledge of herbs, she remained vigilant for any potential dangers in her surroundings. However, it wasn't long before she felt the remnants of her energy dwindling again. After gorging herself on strawberries, the recent exertion left her feeling hungry once more. She chewed on a couple of sweet grasses to alleviate her hunger. After wandering through the forest for some time, she sensed something precious hidden within the distant thicket. Cautiously, she approached the underbrush, where she spotted an unassuming berry bush out of fruit the size of an orange and a vibrant red hue, hung from the bush's branches. Nanchu gazed longingly at the delectable fruit, swallowing hard as her stomach echoed its desire. This delightful fruit, known as the black gold fruit, was a renowned healing herb. She murmured softly, "I" in that moment. She couldn't help but glance at her own severed finger, the clean-cut stark against her skin, as a faint voice urged her to consume the black gold fruit, suggesting that what she had lost would return to her. Though confused by the implication, Nanchu crouched low, inching closer to the fruit. Her hunger compelled her to fill her belly first, for she despised the sensation of emptiness. Typically, such valuable fruits were guarded by fierce predators. So she was exceedingly cautious as she scanned her surroundings. 0.5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The black gold fruit was now within her reach, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Just as she was about to pluck the fruit, a slight tremor in the air made her retract her hand with a swift motion. That very moment, a green leaf zipped past her, embedding itself into the trunk of a nearby tree with a soft thud. Simultaneously, a bare-chested man appeared silently 2 meters away. "I found the black gold fruit first." Ji Yunting squinted at Nanchu, his voice laced with authority, stunned to see Ji Yunting. Nanchu froze, realizing her luck had plummeted. In the vast expanse of the Balon forest, she had encountered him twice in one day. A twist of fate indeed. Upon recognizing the thief of his black gold fruit as the little trickster from the Snake Fox tribe, Ji Yunting's expression turned icy. Was this a new ploy concocted by Tion? Had they known he had discovered the fruit all along? Yet, that didn't seem plausible, if it were truly a trap set by Tion. Why had this little female fled moments before? "Just because you discovered it doesn't mean it's yours," Nanchu asserted, stepping forward without trepidation. The healing herb was not something one stumbled upon every day. Missing out on the black gold fruit today could mean an indefinite wait for another opportunity to survive in the forest. She needed a robust body, and in her current weakened state, survival was exceedingly difficult. "Little female, my strength far surpasses yours. That black gold fruit belongs to me," Ji Yunting declared, raising his fist without reservation. He had guarded the fruit for over 10 days and would not relinquish it easily. Yet, before she could respond, Nanchu, undeterred, boldly declared, "You must share it with me." Half of the black gold fruit was her final offer, though she surmised Ji Yunting would likely refuse. As she spoke, she advanced another step closer. Just as Ji Yunting prepared to decline, Nanchu seized the moment, snatching the fruit and attempting to escape. Drawing upon all her abilities, she believed she could outrun him for a few minutes. As long as she consumed the black gold fruit, she would not fear capture. However, her aspirations were dashed as she collided with Ji Yunting's solid chest just 2 steps away. Stunned, her nose tingling and tears welling, she found herself lifted effortlessly, as if she were but a small chick. Try to run, and you'll see. The cunning members of the Snake Fox tribe think they can steal my black gold fruit. But they are sorely mistaken, Ji Yunting said, lifting her right hand, which clutched the fruit, and Nanchu winced as his grip tightened painfully around her small hand. Put me down, and I will return the black gold fruit. She protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The bee-skin skirt she wore was devoid of any undergarments, and being lifted so easily by Ji Yunting, while the chilly spring breeze wafted beneath her skirt, made her wish to disappear into the earth. It's too late. I had intended to let you fend for yourself, but now I have changed my mind. The little female of the Snake Fox tribe is perfect for servitude. Our Blue Jiao tribe has had fewer younglings these past 2 years. And you would be just right to provide offspring for our warriors, Ji Yunting remarked, biting into the black gold fruit she held. Upon hearing that she might be enslaved, Nanchu panicked. Without a second thought, she wrapped her arms around Ji Yunting's neck, attempting to bite into the orange-sized fruit in his mouth. Ji Yunting was taken aback by the unexpected boldness of the seemingly delicate snake fox female. He felt a sudden chill on his lips as her tongue darted forward, trying to seize the black gold fruit. Having never engaged in such an intimate encounter with a female, Ji Yunting's mind spun. And in their struggle, the fruit was suddenly bitten in half in that moment. Both were filled with urgency. The black gold fruit was a sacred healing herb, and with injuries he had sustained for over 10 days. He feared he might never advance to the second tier of beastmen without it. Just as Nanchu relished her reclaimed half of the fruit, she was abruptly kissed by Ji Yunting. They exchanged bites for what felt like an eternity, Nanchu gasping for breath, as Ji Yunting threatened to consume all the air from her lungs. She hastily chewed on the black gold fruit, fearing he would snatch it from her again. After devouring a few more bites, Ji Yunting, with a dark expression, swallowed his half of the fruit in one go, his gaze fixed intently on Nanchu's rosy lips. A glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Is the black gold fruit delicious? He inquired icily. As Nanchu swallowed the last morsel, she suddenly realized she was clinging to Ji Yunting like a koala. Embarrassed, she attempted to distance herself, only to discover his hand resting in an inappropriate place. The moment she moved, their position became even more compromising. It's not that tasty. Could you please let me down? She stammered, feeling heat rush to her cheeks, having never been so intimately close to a man before. No, Ji Yunting spoke without any courtesy. Yes, she spoke. Ji Yunting unceremoniously tossed Nanchu onto her shoulder and strode deeper into the forest. Nanchu's mind was blank. Like a doll, she was hoisted on Ji Yunting's shoulder. She felt as if she were going insane. The short animal hide skirt she wore fluttered in the wind with Ji Yunting's brisk pace. And Nanchu wished for death. Put me down. Nanchu attempted to struggle against Ji Yunting's grip, but the disparity in their strength was too great, rendering her efforts futile. You consumed my black gold fruit. Which makes you mine. Behave and return with me to the Blue Flood tribe, or I shall kill you right now. Ji Yunting declared matter-of-factly, I could return it to you, but I refuse to go to the Blue Flood tribe. And I will never be your slave, Nanchu shouted vehemently. The term slave had echoed too many times in Nanchu's previous world, and she had witnessed the tragic fates of many enslaved individuals. She was resolute in her determination not to become one of them. What can you offer me in return? Without the black gold fruit, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to advance. Unless you provide me with another black gold fruit. Otherwise, Yunting trailed off, uncertain of how to punish the small female on her shoulder. Unbeknownst to Nanchu, Ji Yunting had never intended for her to become a slave. Desperate, Nanchu exclaimed, I am a shamanic apprentice. As long as you do not make me a slave, I assure you I will help you advance. No sooner had Nanchu finished speaking than she felt the world spinning. Ji Yunting had unceremoniously thrown her to the ground. You are a shaman of the Snake Fox tribe? Ji Yunting asked incredulously. No, not a shaman, but shamanic apprentice, Nanchu replied, rubbing her aching right hand. She was acutely aware of Ji Yunting's disdain for shamans and quickly raised her right hand for Ji Yunting to see. Continuing, I was abandoned by my tribe. They severed one of my fingers and left me in the forest. Had I not awakened early, I would have surely been devoured by wild beasts. Ji Yunting, who had been tense, instantly relaxed. That I do not believe your words. The females of the Snake Fox tribe are the most deceitful. Upon seeing Ji Yunting's skepticism, Nanchu assumed it was due to her earlier trick to have Ji Yunting fetch water, which had fostered such hostility. Then what will you do? Nanchu gritted her teeth. If I must be a slave, then I might as well die. We must sign a slave contract. Only when your life is in my hands can I trust your words. Otherwise, I shall consume you now, Ji Yunting said, her gaze intense, sending a shiver down Nanchu's spine. Nanchu vividly recalled Ji Yunting's beastly form from earlier. It would be all too easy for her to swallow Nanchu whole. But a slave contract, that was utterly unacceptable to her. If I sign this slave contract, will there be a mark on me? Nanchu inquired. Those with marks are the slaves of the tribe. You will belong solely to me, without any markings, Ji Yunting replied, omitting the fact that signing a slave contract would also ensure that Ji Yunting could easily locate Nanchu wherever she went, effectively making escape impossible. If I find another black gold fruit for you, will you immediately release me from the slave contract? Nanchu asked again. Indeed, Ji Yunting answered readily. Nanchu bit her lip. She currently lacked the strength to protect herself in the Bellin forest, even if it meant paying Ji Yunting for protection. Once her body recovered, she would certainly seek out the black gold fruit at the earliest opportunity. If she could find one, she could surely find a second. However, Nanchu remained unaware that the black gold fruit was an exceedingly rare healing elixir, far more precious than common wild strawberries. Their luck at encountering even one today was extraordinary. Finding another would be akin to scaling a mountain. All right, I agree to establish the slave contract, Nanchu declared. What is your name? Ji Yunting asked. Nanchu. The signing of the slave contract was straightforward. Ji Yunting pricked her finger and directly pressed it into Nanchu's mouth, stating, in the name of the beast god, I swear to allow Nanchu to become my slave, granting me control over her life. Ji Yunting's words echoed. Nanchu felt a sudden warmth in her mind, as if an imprint had been etched there, though it flickered and quickly faded without any lasting discomfort. Spitting Ji Yunting's finger from her mouth, Nanchu silently cursed. What a repugnant contract. Once the agreement was reached, Ji Yunting did not hasten to return Nanchu to the tribe, having consumed half a black gold fruit. Her body was rapidly recovering, and she needed to engage in battle with a fierce beast to maximize the absorption of the fruit's energy while also bringing back some meat for the great shaman. Since she had brought a female from outside the tribe, according to the rules, Nanchu would be considered communal property, and Ji Yunting would have to present a significant amount of meat to claim her as his own. As Nanchu followed Ji Yunting through the dense forest, she could not fathom why they had not encountered any large beasts along the way. Even small rabbits seemed to have vanished. Just moments ago, while she was by the river, she had been harassed by wild beasts. How could they have disappeared so suddenly? Hey, Ji Yunting, could you slow down a bit? I have shorter legs and can't keep up with you. Nanchu called out. Then you should walk slower. I can smell the scent of a white lion, Ji Yunting replied, her expression serious. That aren't you afraid I might run away? I told you, once the slave contract is established. As long as you are alive, I will retrieve you no matter where you go. You cannot escape. Ji Yunting was quite confident about this. The contract of the beast god had never failed. Fine, but aren't you worried someone else might abduct me? Nanchu pressed on. You carry my scent, Ji Yunting's. Any beast man with sense will refrain from approaching you. Yunting only divulged part of the truth. The unspoken portion was that if any beast man dared to approach Nanchu knowing she was his slave, it would be a provocation against Ji Yunting, likely leading to a life or death battle between them. As they conversed, Ji Yunting suddenly halted, gazing into a shadowy thicket. Ji Sun, come out. Even through the dense foliage, I can smell your foul odor, Ji Yunting. You are so weak that you cannot even catch a flying rabbit. What gives you the confidence to track me? Gu Sen leisurely emerged from the depths of the forest. Members of the White Lion tribe possessed dark hair with a distinctive tuft of white. Spotting this tuft usually indicated the presence of someone from the White Lion tribe. Ji Yunting's white hair was styled into a high bun, emphasizing his extraordinary heritage, which struck Nanchu as amusing. Resembling a horn atop his head. Even if I am weak, I can still fight you, Ji Yunting replied without reservation. Ji Yunting was undoubtedly fierce. Having just consumed the black gold fruit, she needed a fierce battle to absorb the energy contained within. However, no matter how formidable a beast was, it could not compare to a human. Thus, upon discovering Gu Sen's presence, she did not hesitate to pursue him, that a confrontation with the second-tier beastman Gu Sen could potentially restore her to the ranks of second-tier beastmen. Oh, is that so? Gu Sen dismissed Ji Yunting entirely, his gaze fixated on Nanchu. Little one, you certainly run fast. Ji Yunting smirked with ill intent and continued, you've lost some weight, but with a few more meals of meat, you will fill out again. You are the White Lion? Nanchu suddenly recalled seeing a white lion lurking when she went to drink water, which had frightened her into fleeing. That I was asleep by the river, and you disturbed my peace. Originally, I intended to kill you, but considering you are a little female of the Snake Fox tribe, I can spare your life. Ji Yunting, are you blind? Can't you see that she is my slave? Ji Yunting interjected, her brow furrowed. Her voice is cold as I see. Ji Yunting's words were a deliberate provocation. I certainly see she is your slave, but soon she will not be. Once you are dead, your slave contract will become void, and this little female will belong to me. As Gu Sen's words fell, he lunged towards Ji Yunting like an arrow released from a bow. This was not their first encounter in battle. Previously, their two tribes had clashed over territory and resources, leading to numerous skirmishes between them. However, this time, their confrontation was a matter of life and death. Nanchu, observing from the sidelines, felt an odd sensation akin to witnessing two immature boys squabbling over a toy. And regrettably, she found herself to be the object of their contention. Having witnessed Ji Yunting's prowess, she felt a modicum of reassurance regarding his safety. Knowing escape was futile, Nanchu settled on a patch of grass far removed from their combat zone. Having consumed half of a Heijin fruit, reputed to be a miraculous healing herb that could facilitate an orc's ascension, she expected her latent botanical abilities to awaken rapidly. Yet at that moment, she distinctly sensed that, aside from a lump of energy within her that she could not harness, her condition remained unchanged. Her frail physique was devoid of any nurturing energy, leaving her, as ordinary as before, still capable of summoning only the lowly, stinky grass. What a lemon! Where's that miraculous healing herb? She exclaimed, glaring at the two paltry leaves of stinky grass in her hand. Not far off, Ji Yunting and Gu Sen were locked in a fierce struggle. Both in their beastly forms. Just moments ago, Ji Yunting had fought against his brother, Ji Yunting, a battle she had witnessed in its entirety, where he had shown considerable agility, holding his own against the second-tier Ji Yunting. Yet, in this bout with Gu Sen, it was glaringly evident that Gu Sen was dominating Ji Yunting from the onset, leaving several claw marks on his massive frame in a mere short span. Despite Ji Yunting's thick defensive scales, Gu Sen's sharp claws managed to breach them, indicating the formidable strength of his opponent. Watching Ji Yunting sustain such injuries, Nanchu felt a surge of concern. Would Gu Sen truly be capable of killing him? It appeared Ji Yunting was utterly unable to retaliate. Ji Yunting, do you still fancy yourself a second-tier orc? You are practically courting death, Gu Sen taunted as his lethal claws lunged towards Ji Yunting's throat. And what if I am but a first-tier orc? Ji Yunting retorted with a scoff, sweeping his long tail towards Gu Senator from a distance. Nanchu observed a faint emerald aura emanating from Ji Yunting's form. The grievous wounds that marred his body were enveloped by this green light, and within moments, they ceased to bleed, revealing that the horrific injuries were gradually mending. Nanchu realized this must be the effect of the Heijin fruit, and she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could two individuals consume the same miraculous fruit, yet experience such disparate outcomes? Why was the energy within her merely a clump of green sludge with no apparent benefit? As Gu Sen continued to dominate Ji Yunting for a quarter of an hour, Nanchu became increasingly agitated. Earlier, Gu Sen's gaze had lingered on her with a sticky intensity that now made her feel nauseous. In contrast, Ji Yunting, the stoic ice giant, provided a sense of security. "I must assist Ji Yunting," she mumbled, abandoning her previous composure. If this continued, even the powers of the Heijin fruit would be of no avail. Just as Nanchu's anxiety peaked, the tide of battle shifted. Ji Yunting, in the face of adversity, began to fight back with renewed vigor, ultimately sending Gu Sen crashing against a nearby rock with a powerful sweep of his tail. The impact shattered the hard stone into debris. Think you fall into a first-tier orc, yet still possess such formidable strength. Just wait and see, pitiful creature. Next time we meet, I shall ensure you have no chance to recover," Gu Sen declared, retreating while casting a wary glance back at Ji Yunting. Without waiting for a response, he darted into the dense underbrush. Vanishing in mere moments, Ji Yunting's decisive blow had astonished Gu Sen. How could a first-tier orc exhibit such prowess? He feared that once Ji Yunting regained his second-tier status, he would be an even greater threat. Ji Yunting sensed that Ji Yunting must have consumed something that enhanced his energy. Compelling him to eliminate Ji Yunting before he could grow stronger and become a more formidable opponent, he hastily withdrew to seek assistance, knowing a small team of orcs from the White Lion tribe was nearby hunting. Once he summoned them, Ji Yunting would undoubtedly find himself trapped. Ji Yunting, witnessing Gu Sen's departure, felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, instantly reverting to his human form and leaning against the trunk of a massive tree. Gasping for breath, much of his hide was torn, exposing his sun-kissed, muscular chest, marred by gaping wounds that revealed bone. Nanchu, regarding the injured Ji Yunting, quickly calculated her options. Ji Yunting had mentioned that if Ji Yunting perished, their slave contract would dissolve. Each of his wounds was potentially fatal. Perhaps she should wait and see if Ji Yunting could survive. "Come here," Ji Yunting panted, his blue eyes resembling dark, turbulent seas, instilling a palpable sense of danger in Nanchu. "Are you all right?" she cautiously inquired. "Don't presume I'm unaware of your schemes. These wounds will not be my demise," Ji Yunting replied icily. Nanchu's gaze returned to Ji Yunting's chest, where the green aura had dissipated, and his wounds had yet to fully heal. She pondered the peculiar nature of the Heijin fruit. It had seemingly aided Ji Yunting during battle, yet its effects had vanished so swiftly, after resting against the tree for a moment. Ji Yunting tore strips from his tattered hide to crudely bandage his wounds, then steadied himself against the trunk and declared, "Let us hunt a wild bull and return to the tribe." Nanchu, surprised by his insistence on hunting despite his injuries, murmured, "How can you possibly hunt in this condition? Little female, I am far stronger than you realize." Ji Yunting dismissed her concerns, striding into the forest. Nanchu followed closely behind, thinking, "You are just putting on a brave face that you'll regret it soon enough. The scent of your blood will surely attract predators. When that time comes, don't say I didn't warn you." Oddly enough, after wandering for quite some time, they encountered not a single beast. The wild bull was a common creature in the forest, typically found in herds. Ji Yunting's task of capturing one would not be easy. Initially, Nanchu believed that given Ji Yunting's injuries, capturing an adult wild bull would be nearly impossible. However, it soon became clear to her that she had underestimated Ji Yunting's strength. Even while injured, he was still capable of stealthily ambushing a wild bull without transforming into his beast form. Yet he was not unscathed. The bull's sharp horns exacerbated his wounds. Ji Yunting, "Do your tribe's hunters really expect you to return without a catch?" Nanchu asked, bemused by the sight of him, now devoid of any healthy skin. "You talk too much. Come help me. I truly lack the strength," Ji Yunting grunted, having exhausted himself to the point of collapse after beating the wild bull to death with his fists. While the Heijin fruit was potent, it required time to manifest its effects. Ji Yunting had already triggered its energy during his battle with Gu Sen, and now his body was inundated with rampant green energy, which surged through his injured muscles and bones. He desperately needed to find a place to rest and allow the Heijin fruit to gradually heal the lingering ailments from his earlier injuries. "You're not expecting me to carry this heavy wild bull back, are you?" Nanchu asked, eyeing the beast that weighed at least 400 or 500 pounds. "Are you not a healer in training? Go fetch me some herbs. I have too many wounds and must staunch the bleeding." Knowing full well he was injured, yet still hunting wild bulls seemed like self-inflicted torment, if the tribe forbade returning empty-handed. He could have settled for a few flying rabbits as a substitute. The meat from flying rabbits is hardly sufficient for you, Ji Yunting replied, glancing at Nanchu. It was only then that Nanchu realized Ji Yunting had exerted himself not for his own sake, but rather for hers. Moments ago, he clashed with Ji Yunting, seemingly because Ji Yunting was reluctant to provide meat for the family's hunting needs. She vaguely overheard that if Ji Yunting were to take her back to the tribe, she would need to offer some meat to the tribe in order to become Ji Yunting's slave. Observing Ji Yunting slaying such a formidable beast, it was apparent that he must have quite a substantial amount of meat to deliver to the tribe. I will search the surroundings to see if I can find some suitable herbs, Nanchu said, a hint of awkwardness in her voice. Having just arrived in this land, everything felt unfamiliar, and she was uncertain about the survival rules here. Nanchu resolved to speak less in order to avoid revealing any missteps. The forest was abundant with various medicinal herbs, and before long, Nanchu returned with several types of hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs, which she crushed and applied to Ji Yunting's wounds. Let me rest for a moment. I currently lack the strength to transport the beast back to the tribe, Ji Yunting said, leaning against a large tree. He felt completely drained, his pallor resembling that of a ghost due to excessive blood loss. Had it not been for his robust physique, he likely would have fainted during the struggle with the formidable beast. All right, Nanchu replied, glancing at the sky to see that the sun had dipped lower, indicating it was likely afternoon. While Ji Yunting closed his eyes to recuperate, Nanchu quietly observed him, marveling at the wonders of this land. How could mere flesh and blood transform into such a colossal beast for battle? Looking at Ji Yunting's beastly form, she sensed that this land must be vast. Otherwise, how could it accommodate so many massive creatures engaged in combat? As Nanchu drifted in thought, meticulously reviewing the medical knowledge left by the original owner, Ji Yunting suddenly remarked, "Is that the scent of a white lion? Has Gu Sen returned?" Upon hearing this, Nanchu grew concerned, exclaiming, "No way. Gu Sen just left. The people of the White Lion tribe are notoriously cunning that if Gu Sen has come back, how can you confront him in your current state?" Ji Yunting had just barely surpassed Gu Sen in strength, but now, after single-handedly hunting such a large beast, and with his injuries still severe, he would have little chance of defending himself against Gu Sr. "Little female, you must leave at once. You carry my scent, which will deter ordinary beasts from approaching you. Just keep running towards the sun through the forest without looking back until you reach the Blue Flood tribe. Then you will be safe. Even if the conditions there are poor, you will still survive," Ji Yunting urged sternly. "And what about you?" She replied that I will confront Gu Sen in your current condition with his severe injuries. Ji Yunting would only face certain death if he encountered Gu Sen now. You would merely be a burden here that if you fall into Gu Sen's hands, it would be better to die outright. You are too fragile to withstand his malicious grasp. Ji Yunting's frustration grew as he perceived Nanchu's lack of wisdom, constantly posing various questions and reacting slowly to situations in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Nanchu would have left without hesitation, but facing Ji Yunting, she inexplicably felt a twinge of compassion. Cursing herself for being blinded by his captivating appearance, "I will help you regain your strength. If death is imminent, let us face it together," Nanchu declared through gritted teeth. "You have already applied medicine to me. Even if it proves effective, it will not work so quickly. Little female, you must flee for your life." Ji Yunting insisted. A beast man. He knew his robust body well. Although Nanchu's herbs were indeed commendable, no remedy could heal his wounds instantaneously. His only hope lay in the black gold fruit hastening his recovery. If he could muster even a fraction of strength, he could transform into his beast form and escape his predicament today. "I possess energy that can aid in your healing," Nanchu asserted. "Did you not claim to be no healer?" Ji Yunting's voice dripped with skepticism, causing Nanchu to shiver involuntarily. Why was he so irate? "I may not be a full-fledged healer, but I am an apprentice. I do know some healing arts. This is not contradictory to one of my tribe believes I am a healer," Nanchu fibbed. Clearly, Ji Yunting did not take her words to heart. "It is unnecessary," he said curtly. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance. Frustrated by Ji Yunting's refusal to accept her help, Nanchu retorted, "Unnecessary or not, I will help you." With that, she concentrated the scant energy she had left into her palms. A faint green glow emanated from her hands. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yunting became convinced of Mu Nanchu's healer status. Only a true healer in this land could possess energy bestowed by the beast god, and he had been deceived by the female of the snake fox tribe. The distant roars of lions grew increasingly pronounced, and Ji Yunting, filled with rage, pressed his lips tightly together, choosing silence, regardless of the circumstances. Survival was paramount. He had to endure. Nanchu sensed the minuscule amount of energy within her body, realizing that healing Ji Yunting's wounds was nearly impossible. However, she was determined to give it a try. This forest was exceedingly perilous. As a defenseless young girl, her chances of survival here were slim. Even with her plant-based abilities and decent skills, she would be helpless against a beast man like Gu Sen. Soon, the little energy she possessed was entirely depleted, leaving her feeling utterly drained. Yet she refused to surrender, her hands remaining gently placed on Ji Yunting as she attempted to channel the energy from the black gold fruit. However, it proved challenging. After several attempts, the vibrant green energy remained stagnant. Ji Yunting felt Mu Nanchu's cool hands resting on his heated skin. The once fiery wounds had ceased bleeding, but it was evident that Mu Nanchu was not a true master healer. Her energy was far too meager, and her efforts fell short of healing even one of his wounds. Little female, do not overexert yourself. If you force your energy, you may lose your life, Ji Yunting warned darkly. Mu Nanchu shot him an exasperated glare. Irked by his condescending tone, he seemed to express concern for her, yet his words felt like taunts. She wished to kick him on his injured side. Was Ji Yunting truly so difficult to communicate with? Mu Nanchu realized her limited energy was unlikely to mend Ji Yunting's wounds, and she prepared to withdraw her hands in search of alternative solutions. Suddenly, the dormant energy within her began to tremble and erupted explosively. Countless strands of energy surged through her body, instantly filling her internal organs, while her previously withered plant abilities rapidly revived. The abrupt surge of energy overwhelmed her, and she gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain that coursed through every bone in her body. Having never experienced such a phenomenon, she focused solely on transferring her plant energy through her palms to aid Ji Yunting's wounds. Ji Yunting had anticipated that even if he survived today, he would be left severely weakened. Yet Mu Nanchu's sudden outburst of energy reignited his hope. In that moment, the once silent forest bore witness to Ji Yunting as he watched his wounds heal at an observable rate. While Mu Nanchu glowed with a verdant radiance, the wild grass and shrubs around them surged in growth upon contact with this emerald light. Mu Nanchu, focus and control your energy. Do not let it overflow. Channel it all into your energy sea, Ji Yunting instructed seriously. Prompted by Ji Yunting's reminder, Mu Nanchu discovered that there was indeed an energy sea within her dantian, which had begun to accumulate energy following the explosive surge from the black gold fruit. The energy from the black gold fruit resembled the plant abilities she had encountered in her previous life, and she quickly concentrated her thoughts to direct the energy into her energy sea. As the energy began to coalesce, the pain coursing through her body diminished significantly. Concentrate. Ji Yunting observed the emerald aura emanating from Mu Nanchu begin to retract and promptly reminded her. The energy Mu Nanchu had unleashed earlier was astonishingly formidable. Although he had also consumed half of a Heijin fruit, he could distinctly sense that the energy he had absorbed paled in comparison to hers. Gazing at the small female from the Xiu tribe before him, his heart was tumultuous. Even if the entire Xiu tribe were devoid of intelligence, they would never abandon a female with such remarkable talent, which meant that Mu Nanchu had been lying from the very beginning. He harbored a deep disdain for deceitful individuals, particularly those from the Xiu tribe. Yet, in a critical moment, Mu Nanchu did not abandon him. Instead, she chose to stay and tend his wounds in that instant. Ji Yunting, a man of considerable strength, found himself at a loss regarding how to treat Mu Nanchu at last. The energy within Mu Nanchu's body settled into tranquility. As she withdrew her hand, she was astonished to find that, in such a short span, they had become ensnared by vines. Were it not for a hole above their heads, barely larger than a basketball, allowing a sliver of sunlight to penetrate, she might have thought night had fallen. The healing prowess of the Heijin fruit was indeed formidable, Moon Nanchu mused as she gazed at Ji Yunting's smooth chest. What else are you concealing, Moon Nanchu? Ji Yunting suddenly grasped her wrist and inquired sharply. Hey, I just healed your wounds. Why are you turning against me so quickly? Moon Nanchu retorted, irked by Ji Yunting's sudden grip on her wrist. After all, her bee-skin dress was drenched in sweat from her efforts to heal him. The strength you displayed earlier does not resemble that of a discarded apprentice from the Shihu tribe, Ji Yunting pointed out. Upon hearing this, Moon Nanchu instantly understood. She felt an overwhelming urge to retort. But how could she fabricate a lie now? She certainly could not confess to Ji Yunting that she had traversed from a post-apocalyptic world, possessing innate botanical abilities that enabled her to heal others. With her large, round eyes blinking, she suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with emotion. I don't even know how it happened. I was living quite well among the Shiu tribe when, for some inexplicable reason, I was captured and taken away. They seemed to require one of my fingers. After severing it, they discarded me in the jungle to fend for myself. As she spoke, Moon Nanchu lifted her right hand, now missing a pinky finger, before Ji Yunting's eyes. Curiously, while her abilities could heal Ji Yunting's severe injuries, they were powerless to mend her own severed digit. Though the wound was no longer bleeding, it had yet to heal, merely showing faint signs of scabbing at the edges. And Yu Nanchu pondered in her heart. What kind of injury was this that it was so difficult to heal? She had released a significant amount of botanical energy. And logically, such a minor wound should have healed by now. Ji Yunting pulled Moon Nanchu closer, scrutinizing her right hand. Are you telling me the truth? You're not deceiving me, are you? Of course not. I'm Moon Nanchu. Never tell lies, she proclaimed, thumping her chest in assurance, though inwardly she scoffed at Ji Yunting's inquiry. If she had been a Navi, a fool who only spoke the truth during the apocalypse, she would have perished hundreds of times over. Does your tribe know about your abilities? Ordinary apprentices lack an energy C. Only high-level practitioners possess one after years of cultivation. Ji Yunting pressed on, not releasing Moon Nanchu, but drawing closer still, his sapphire eyes fixed intently upon her, as if to say that should she dare to lie, he would not hesitate to strike her down. The space afforded to the two by the vine ball was limited, and the proximity caused Moon Nanchu's heart to race. She thought, what on earth? Why is he so close? This is so embarrassing. Noticing Moon Nanchu's flushed cheeks and her inability to meet his gaze, Ji Yunting's expression hardened, shrouded in frost, and oh, one knows. I never realized I had an energy as tea must have manifested after consuming the Heijin fruit, as it is a sacred herb, Moon Nanchu explained. Ji Yunting lifted her chin with his finger, compelling her to meet his gaze. Upon seeing her dark, clear eyes, he chose to believe her. This matter is strictly between us. You must not disclose it to anyone. Even upon returning to the Blue Flood tribe, you cannot speak of it to the high priest, the grand shaman, or the chieftain, Yunting instructed solemnly. If they became aware, Moon Nanchu would face one of two fates. Either she would submit and become a breeding machine. For the Blue Flood tribe was in dire need of shamans, and with her remarkable talent, she would surely bear children of similar capabilities. Or should she dare resist, death would be her only outcome. All right, this shall be our little secret. I won't tell a soul. Moon Nanchu nodded in agreement. Even without Ji Yunting's admonition, she had no intention of revealing anything to anyone, as concealing her abilities had been the first survival skill she mastered in the apocalypse. Can you let go of me now? Moon Nanchu reminded Ji Yunting, who continued to hold her hand tightly. His grip felt like a pair of searing iron pincers, causing her to feel flushed all over. In my presence, you are forbidden to lie. Should I discover you have deceived me, I will punish you severely, Ji Yunting threatened as he finally released her hand. Understood? Understood. Did you not hear the roar of a lion earlier? We should hurry out and investigate, Moon Nanchu suggested. There's no longer any sound. You unleashed a significant amount of energy that stimulated the surrounding wild grass and shrubs, which in turn gave rise to a plethora of stinky plants. It seems Gu Sen has yet to detect our presence here, Ji Yunting remarked. In no wonder I sensed a foul odor, Moon Nanchu realized. With his wounds fully healed by Moon Nanchu, Ji Yunting brimmed with newfound strength. He fashioned a rudimentary stretcher from the vines and the underbrush, placing both the wild bull and Mu Nanchu upon it, and swiftly dragged the makeshift conveyance toward the Blue Flood tribe. Night was steadily approaching, and if they did not return soon, the beast that had been restrained by his scent throughout the day would seize the cover of darkness to launch an ambush. The Blue Flood tribe was most lively in the evening, as hunting parties returned, gathering in the large square at the tribe's entrance to register their catches. Heavens! Yunting, you have returned. Did you manage to find the Heijin fruit? Ji Yu exclaimed upon seeing Ji Yunting. His voice immediately attracted the attention of others in the square. The news of Ji Yunting's severe injuries sustained during the battle with the greedy wolf tribe had spread throughout the Blue Flood tribe. Everyone was aware that he had ventured alone into the perilous forest to seek the sacred healing herb, the Heijin fruit, in order to regain his strength and the time of his departure. There were whispers that Ji Yunting might have been unable to accept his transformation into a first-tier beastman and had sought solace in the forest, expecting to return shortly. Others speculated that he feared the disdain of the tribe's females and thus sought to hone his skills in the wilderness, hoping to rejoin the ranks of second-tier beastmen as soon as possible. Regardless of the rumors, no one in the tribe believed Ji Yunting would find the sacred Heijin fruit. Ji Yunting ignored Ji Yu, dragging the wild bull toward the registration area. The Blue Flood tribe lacked pens or ink, so the so-called registration merely required hunting teams to surrender half of their catch to the tribe. Only upon offering their spoils would they be permitted entry. The Blue Flood tribe was a formidable force within the Balon forest, nestled against mountains and bordered by a lake, benefiting from ample water resources and hunting grounds. As Mu Nanchu beheld this vast tribe and the throngs of onlooking beastmen, trepidation filled her heart as she contemplated what the future might hold for her. Ji Yu trailed alongside Ji Yunting, casting a discreet glance at Mu Nanchu, who was shielded by Ji Yunting's presence. Yunting, who is this? She appears to be a little female from the Shihu tribe, and she is quite beautiful, he inquired. The Shihu tribe was renowned for their beauty, and it was said that the empress of the Yunjing kingdom hailed from their lineage. The rise of the Shihu tribe's status in the Balon forest was largely attributed to her influence. And Ji Yu had not seen a Shihu female treated as a slave in many years. She is mine. You would do well not to harbor any designs on her, Ji Yunting warned. Ji Yu shrugged, commenting, little females from the Shihu tribe are quite delicate. Yunting, can you afford to take care of her? You have so many mouths to feed at home. By the way, isn't Wen Xiang about to give birth soon? Don't you need to bring back some meat for your family? Now that you are a first-tier beastman, the amount of meat you can obtain while hunting is limited that I advise you to relinquish any claim to this little female from the Shihu tribe. Ji Yu spoke with a hint of sarcasm. My affairs are none of your concern. Do not think that just because I am currently a first-tier beastman, I cannot do anything to you. If I so desire, I can still make you regret it, as I once did, Ji Yunting retorted without any hesitation. Ji Yu clenched his teeth in silence, unwilling to refute Ji Yunting. For the latter spoke the truth as a first-tier beastman. Ji Yu's strength paled in comparison to Ji Yunting's. Yet in terms of quality of life, he far surpassed him. Ji Yu was the sole heir of the Blue Jiao tribe's chieftain, and his family had never lacked for food or resources. Uncle Mu, this is the barbaric bull I hunted, Ji Yunting said as he dragged the bull to Ji Mu, who was responsible for the registration. Meanwhile, Mu Nanchu was held protectively by Ji Yunting by her wrist. I also found a small female from the forest and wish to keep her as my slave. How much meat do I need to provide? Ji Mu examined Mu Nanchu closely and remarked, she is a female from the Snake Fox tribe. How could you have found her? Yunting, have you not been out searching for the black gold fruit these past few days, but rather attempting to abduct a female from the Snake Fox tribe? I recall that you used to despise them. What has caused this change of heart? I found her injured. It was not an abduction. Uncle Mu, please consider how much meat I must provide. I am in a hurry to return. Ji Yunting replied. Ji Mu scrutinized Mu Nanchu once more and stated plainly, according to our tribe's rules, a precious female requires a tribute of 500 pounds of meat. However, since you found her, you need only provide 300 pounds. Uncle Mu, look at her. She is nothing but skin and bones. It is questionable whether she can survive. 300 pounds of meat is simply too much, Ji Yunting argued. The barbaric bull Ji Yunting had hunted weighed only about 500 to 600 pounds. After submitting half to the tribe and offsetting some for Mu Nanchu's ransom, he feared he would end up with nothing. Yunting, this is the tribe's rule. I am powerless to change it. Even if this small female is too weak to survive, she will still perish in our tribe's slave tent, Ji Mu said sternly. Ji Mu's position as the one who collected meat from the beastmen stemmed from his fairness and lack of favoritism, earning the trust of the tribe. Given Ji Mu's stance, Ji Yunting had only two options: either surrender Mu Nanchu for the tribe to handle, allowing him to receive half the meat as compensation if someone exchanged meat for her, or take Mu Nanchu with him and honestly provide 300 pounds of meat himself. There were no other alternatives for Ji Yunting. Mu and Nanchu observed everything quietly, feeling Ji Yunting's firm grip on her wrist. Although his hand was warm, she felt none of it. All her attention was fixated on Ji Mu's words regarding the slave. The survival laws of the beastmen were as cruel as those of the apocalyptic world she once inhabited. Food represented everything. Her very life was valued at merely 300 pounds of meat. This was the fate of the weak. In her past life, Mu Nanchu was never a victim to be butchered. And in this life, she would not be either close to Mu Nanchu. Ji Yunting sensed her unease keenly. He squeezed her hand gently and lowered his voice, saying, "Little female, I will not give you to anyone else. You still owe me something." Mu Nanchu's heart jolted, suppressing her anger as she turned to Ji Yunting and replied, "That depends on whether you have the strength to protect me." Ji Yunting was taken aback by her doubt in his abilities. Had she not already witnessed his prowess? "Yunting, you are still injured and will not recover quickly. It would be better for you to remain with the barbaric bull's meat for now. As for the female, you can find another slowly," someone familiar with Ji Yunting suggested from the crowd. Indeed, although the snake fox female is quite beautiful, they are delicate and difficult to care for. Yours looks so frail. Even if you exchanged meat for her, she would not bear offspring. It would be wiser to surrender her to the tribe. If someone takes a liking to her, you could receive 150 pounds of meat in return. With that, you could afford to stay home and recuperate, another urged. The beastmen of the Blue Jiao tribe were remarkably kind-hearted. They understood Ji Yunting's struggles and feared he might jeopardize his future for the sake of a female, thus offering him advice. His immediate need was not to seek a female for companionship, but to enhance his own abilities and ascend again to a second-tier beastman. Only then would he have a future. "Yunting, why not sell this snake fox female to me? I will give you 500 pounds of meat." Ji Yu, the chieftain's son, cheerfully approached. For him, 500 pounds of meat was not a significant amount. "Yunting, you should agree to Ji Yu quickly. That is 500 pounds of meat, sufficient for your family to eat well for 2 to 3 months, someone shouted. "Exactly, you are currently a first-tier beastman. Even if you recover and join the hunting party, you would not receive much meat. 500 pounds is no small sum. In my opinion, you should not act independently. Go fetch your father to make the decision." Another suggested that "I will not sell." Ji Yunting replied coolly he would rather not receive a single pound of barbaric bull meat than trade it away. Despite the little female's cunning and deceitful nature, she possessed the great shaman's divine power, and he believed she would help him find the black gold fruit in due time, making his ascension to a second-tier beastman merely a matter of time. "You cannot decide this. Your father and mother will certainly not agree," Ji Yu said. Brimming with confidence, Ji Yunting's family had few workers and many mouths to feed. Although his mother was a shaman, they were considered relatively impoverished in the Blue Jiao tribe. Ji Xiao, you had spent the morning foraging for wild fruits and returned home only to find that Ji Yunting had not yet returned, prompting her to complain a bit. "Father, why hasn't my brother returned after being gone for over 10 days? If he does not hunt, we will only have wild fruits to eat. Your brother is out searching for the black gold fruit, a sacred healing herb. It is not easily found, but I believe he will be back soon," Ji Zheng said, furrowing his brow. He was getting older and had a hidden ailment, preventing him from joining the hunting party. With only Ji Yunting and Ji Yunqing as sons, the family's meat supply relied entirely on them. "I think my brother is just unable to accept reality and is intentionally slacking off. A first-tier beastman can still hunt with the tribe," Ji Xiaoyu said, pouting in dissatisfaction. "That is not the same. The meat distribution differs significantly between first-tier and second-tier beastmen," Ji Zheng replied tersely. It was precisely for this reason that Ji Zhang had consented to Ji Yunting's venture, hoping he might find the black gold fruit. Ji Yunting's injury had caused him to fall from second tier to a first-tier beastman, affecting not only him but also the family's meat supply, which had diminished greatly in recent days. Having one second-tier beastman, my second brother, is sufficient for our family that I think my brother is simply envious of my second brother's superior abilities and is seeking the black gold fruit, believing it to be as abundant as wild fruits on the mountains. What a waste of over 10 days, returning home with not even a scrap of meat. Ji Xiaoyu lamented. Xiaoyu, refrain from speaking so much and come help your mother prepare the soup. Lunch will be ready soon. Feng Lan interrupted her. Ji Xiaoyu and Ji Zhang were conversing outside the tent, their voices carrying enough for nearby neighbors to overhear. Some couldn't help but sigh. Previously, Ji Yunting had little presence in this family, and now that he had fallen from second tier to first tier, life at home would likely be even more challenging for him. Ji Xiaoyu, displeased at being called to help with the cooking, was about to vent her frustration when suddenly, Ji Yu's voice broke the outside chatter. Ji Yu, the young sidekick of Ji Yunting, was still too young to join the hunting party. Uncle Zheng, you must hurry to the square. Brother Yunting has returned with a barbaric bull. Ji Yu exclaimed, panting. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu rushed out of the tent. Her spirits lifted and eagerly inquired, what color is the barbaric bull? I remember that black barbaric bull has the most exquisite meat. It is an adult black barbaric bull. But Brother Yunting also brought back a female from the Snake Fox tribe. They say he found her and wishes to exchange the bull's meat for that little female. Ji Yu explained, I thought Brother Yunting's family was currently in dire need of meat, so I hurried to inform Uncle Zheng, hoping he would persuade him not to trade the barbaric bull's meat for that little female. I fear that little female looks so frail. If he brings her back and she dies shortly thereafter, it would be a terrible loss. Ji Yu chattered away. Has Ji Yunting gone mad? Our family can barely afford to eat, and he actually wants to trade wild beef for a female? How selfish can he be? Ji Xiaoyu screamed, be quiet. I'm going to the square, Ji Zhang said with a serious expression. Zheng, I'll go with you, Feng Lan said, her face filled with suspicion. Coming from the Snake Fox tribe, she was acutely aware of how far the Snake Fox tribe was from the Blue Flood tribe. And generally, females from the Snake Fox tribe rarely ventured far from their own tribe to marry. Thus, she was filled with doubt regarding this sudden arrival of a tribeswoman. Fine, come along and see if this Snake Fox female possesses the same shamanic powers as you do. Ji Zhang remarked that, as a fellow member of the Snake Fox tribe, Feng Lan had an innate ability to discern shamans. She needed to get close to Nanchu, even if she hadn't awakened her shamanic powers yet. She could sense the unique energy fluctuations belonging to shamans. If Nanchu possessed even a trace of shamanic power, she would go to great lengths to make her a slave in her household. Feng Lan had no interest in keeping a mere ornament at her home. Ji Zheng hurriedly led Feng Lan and Ji Xiaoyu to the square at the entrance of the tribe, where Ji Yunting was saying, Uncle Mu, please register me. I want this little female. Wait a moment. Yunting, how can you decide something so significant without discussing it with me and your mother? Ji Zhang approached with a stern expression, but there's nothing to discuss regarding my own affairs. Ji Yunting replied coldly, casting a glance at Ji Zhang. Uncle Zheng, you came just in time. I was about to offer 500 pounds of meat for this little female. But Yunting disagrees. Just look at her. She's small and frail, obviously hard to take care of. Why should Yunting take such a risk? Ji Yu quickly positioned herself beside Ji Zhang, hoping he could persuade Ji Yunting. In the brief moment he had spoken with Ji Yunting, he had noticed the little female being protected by him, appearing quite cautious, which ignited a sense of malice within him. The more Ji Yunting favored her, the more he desired to snatch her away. Ji Zhang nodded gently and looked at Feng Lan. Upon seeing her shake her head, he understood that the little female from the Snake Fox tribe Ji Yunting had brought back was nothing but a pretty face, utterly useless otherwise. Yunting, you've just come of age. Why rush to raise a female who can't bear offspring? Wait a couple of years, let your father save up more copper coins and meat. And I'll help you get Shui Yun as a partner as for this female. Just give her to Ji Yu, Ji Zhang asserted, adopting the demeanor of a family patriarch, ready to make a decisive statement. Thank you, Uncle Zheng, Ji Yu said joyfully, casting a smug look at Ji Yunting. He thought it ridiculous for Ji Yunting to challenge him, as if he still held the same status as when he was a mere second-tier beastman, which everyone respected. Nanchu, who had remained mostly silent, observed the commotion among the crowd and suddenly stepped out from Ji Yunting's protective embrace, addressing Ji Mu. Uncle Mu, I am a freed beastman, not a slave. Why do so many of you believe I am a slave? Ji Mu was taken aback. The little female who had just been cowering like a frightened quail in Ji Yunting's arms now displayed such audacity to question him. You and Yunting just signed a slave contract. I can feel it, Ji Mu replied, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. I in the days leading up to the signing of the slave contract. Powerful beastmen could sense a faint connection, but as time passed, aside from shamans and priests, it became difficult for others to discern the existence of such a contract. I signed the slave contract with Yunting only to gain his trust. I truly like him. Uncle Mu also knows that Yunting isn't particularly fond of females from the Snake Fox tribe, so I had no choice. Nanchu explained shyly that Ji Mu furrowed his brow and looked towards Ji Yunting, asking, is this true? Yunting. The onlooking beastmen were astonished by the bravery of the Snake Fox female, who would forsake her tribe for the one she loved. It seemed utterly insane. Yet looking at Ji Yunting's striking features and formidable physique, they felt it was only natural for her to go mad over him. After all, there was a group of females in the Blue Flood tribe who were similarly infatuated with Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting gaped at Nanchu's nonsensical words, feeling utterly frustrated. It appeared that the beastmen from the Snake Fox tribe were indeed deceitful and fond of lies. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but acknowledge that if what Nanchu said was true, he could save 300 pounds of meat. The distinction between slaves and free individuals was absolute. He could marry a free person from another tribe without needing to offer meat to his own tribe. However, slaves were different. If he wanted to keep a slave, he had to exchange meat with the tribe, as slaves were considered the property of the tribe. When Ji Yunting found Nanchu, his instinct was to hand her over to the tribe, as that was a deeply ingrained rule he had never thought to challenge. Today, Nanchu had taught him a lesson. The rules set by predecessors were not always right. Indeed, I find it somewhat embarrassing to be so closely associated with a little female, which is why I referred to it as finding her. Ji Yunting stated expressionlessly. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with someone remarking, if only I were as impressive as Yunting, I could just take a stroll and have females come to me. Just look at yourself. How could a delicate little female like that ever take an interest in you? But you could try wandering around the Haimo tribe. Their females are quite robust. Perhaps they might fancy you. The crowd teased. Nanchu, however, was unfazed. She sighed with relief, finally shedding the burden of her damned slave status. Ji Mu was not easily fooled. He suddenly declared, little female, do you dare swear to the beast god that what you just said is true? Ji Yunting's heart sank. He knew all too well the truth behind Nanchu's words. If she truly swore to the beast god, she would likely be struck down on the spot. Nanchu initially thought she had evaded the question, but was taken aback when Ji Mu presented such a challenge. She had experienced the beast god's power firsthand. Signing the slave contract with Ji Yunting meant that the existence of the beast god's power was undeniable. Nanchu's large eyes darted around. Since she had to swear, she could only do so with the truth. After all, if she spoke falsely, she might be struck by lightning and sent back to the apocalypse, which would be a most regrettable fate. She had no desire to return to that dreadful place. I dare to swear, Nanchu said earnestly. No. Do you understand the consequences of swearing to the beast god? If you utter even one falsehood, you will face the beast god's wrath, at best. You'll suffer severe injuries. At worst, you might lose your life. Ji Yunting urged in a hushed tone. I never speak falsehoods. Nanchu winked at Ji Yunting and, emulating his previous oath, declared loudly, I swear in the name of the beast god that all I say is true. I am a free female of the Snake Fox tribe, willingly following Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting, filled with worry, felt as though Nanchu's declaration had landed a light punch on him. Not painful, but decidedly irksome. In that case, Yunting only needs to provide half the wild beef. Ji Mu stated, as long as Nanchu was a free female of the Snake Fox tribe, Ji Mu would not require the 500 pounds of meat. Whatever contract she signed with Ji Yunting was no concern of his. Jimu quickly divided the wild beef, reserving the slightly better hind leg meat for Ji Yunting, believing that since Nanchu appeared young, she should eat more nutritious meat to grow strong and, in due time, bear Ji Yunting's offspring. Ji, realizing that Nanchu was a free individual, gritted his teeth in frustration. Females from the Snake Fox tribe were exceedingly rare, although Nanchu appeared somewhat frail. As if she could hardly survive, with a powerful shaman at home and ample access to good medicine and food, he was confident that he could take her back and ensure her well-being. "No, I must get her today," Ji Yu muttered to himself. "Uncle Zheng, since the little female from the Snake Fox tribe has already signed a slave contract with Yunting, she is your family's slave. How about I exchange 500 pounds of prime meat for her to serve me as a slave?" Ji Yu persisted at Zheng. "When Xiang is about to give birth, and our family will soon welcome another little one. There's hardly enough meat to sustain a female from the Snake Fox tribe," Fenglan reminded. "That's true. Yunting, you should sell this little female to Ji Yu. That it would help you get some meat back. You've been away from home, and only Yunqing has been hunting, so our meat supply is barely enough." Ji Zheng commanded imperiously. Nanchu stared at Ji Zheng in shock, pondering how Ji Yunting's father could be so domineering, treating her as though she were a mere servant. "Wait a moment. Uncle, have you misunderstood something? I merely followed Ji Yunting to the Lan Jiao tribe out of admiration. I am not his slave. Please refrain from thinking of me as a mere bargaining chip. If Ji Yunting truly does not care for me, I would not linger in the Lan Jiao tribe." Nanchu could not help but reiterate. "Yunting, is this the slave you brought back?" Clearly devoid of any decorum. "Hurry and hand her over to Ji Yu. Do not continue to embarrass me here in the square," Ji Zheng rebuked sternly. "Father, Nanchu is right. She is not my slave, and I have no authority to dictate her freedom," Ji Yunting replied, his expression impassive as he gazed at Ji Zheng and Fenglan. Although they were family, the rift between them was palpable. Ji Zheng stood with Fenglan and Ji Xiaoye, while Ji Yunting remained apart. "Brother, how can you be so selfish? Are you deliberately saying this because when Xiang is about to give birth, you insist she is not your slave, yet will you not take her home to live? Ultimately, she will still be consuming our resources," Ji Xiaoye scoffed. "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Father, I must keep Nanchu by my side. I will not relinquish her, nor will I sell her. If you cannot accept her, I shall move out," Ji Yunting declared, his brow furrowed, hardly concerning himself with Ji Xiaoye's aggressive demeanor. He had endured too much unfair treatment within this family. Perhaps this was an opportunity to leave it behind. "It is not that I cannot accept her, but our household is already too crowded. We cannot afford to add another mouth that consumes without contributing," Ji Zheng replied. "Then I shall take Nanchu and move out. I am of age, and it is time for me to venture into the world," Ji Yunting asserted. Not speak in anger. Your father merely has your best interests at heart," Fenglan interjected, unable to contain her concern. Although she held little fondness for Ji Yunting, he and Ji Yunqing were the only ones capable of hunting. And if Ji Yunting were to leave, their household would surely descend into chaos. Seeing Ji Yunting's determination to move out, Ji Zheng's anger flared, realizing his son was growing wings and seeking independence. "Yunting, are you certain you wish to separate from the family? If life becomes difficult after you leave, do not expect to return," Ji Zheng warned darkly. "Father, I have my own partner now. It is unsuitable for us to continue living in the same cramped hut," Yunting responded. "What? You intend to take this slave as your partner?" Ji Zheng seethed through gritted teeth. "Yes," Ji Yunting replied resolutely. "Yunting, that is truly unreasonable. When Xiang is about to bear young, if you separate now, how will Yunqing manage to provide enough game for the family? Even if you wish to live independently, you must wait until Yunqing's offspring are older," a well-meaning beastman advised, regardless of which tribe the offspring belong to. "They are all exceedingly precious. The more healthy young we have, the better our tribe can thrive in the future. I see no issue with separation. Why must Yunting bear the burden of providing for the family? He has never benefited from the household, and I recall he ventured out with the hunting team months before reaching adulthood, nearly losing his life during that expedition. His parents were indeed callous." Others murmured, their words revealing Ji Zheng's past actions in harsh light. Ji Yunting, once unperturbed by Ji Yunting's grievances, now felt exposed as the other beastmen voiced their support for Ji Yunting's desire for independence. Even as a first-tier beastman, Ji Yunting could procure enough game to sustain both himself and Mu Nanchu. Very well. You may gather your belongings and leave the house, but I will not stop you from going wherever you wish. Just remember, if you find life unbearable, do not come begging me. Ji Yunting's eyes narrowed in fury. His glare at Mu Nanchu was filled with hatred, blaming her for Ji Yunting's wish to leave. Do not be angry, Ajung. Yunting is merely speaking out of frustration. We are family. Let us discuss this at home, Feng Lan urged. Feng Lan, despite her disdain for Ji Yunting, recognized his importance as the family's primary laborer and could not allow him to leave. This unfilial child has grown too bold, abandoning his father. If I were not disabled, I would not require you to hunt for me. I am a second-tier beastman, capable of slaying a fully grown bull with a single slap. Ji Yunting reminisced bitterly about his past glory. Fuming, Ji Yunting turned to storm away toward the tribe, fearing he might unleash his anger on Ji Yunting before the assembled beastmen. Ji Yunting, still compassionate, sighed as he watched Ji Yunting's forlorn figure retreat. Mother, please speak with father. I have a partner now, and it is indeed inappropriate for me to continue living at home. This matter requires further discussion. Whether this young female can sustain herself remains uncertain. The notion of partners is premature, Feng Lan replied, patting Ji Yunting's shoulder. Ji Yunting proceeded with Mu Nanchu and a portion of the bull toward the tribe, intending to return home and discuss his desire to live independently with Ji Yunting. According to tribal customs, now that Ji Yunting had reached adulthood, he was entitled to venture out and live alone. Nonetheless, he remained considerate of Ji Yunting's feelings. After all, Ji Yunting had always been his idol, and he did not wish to sever their bond completely. Mu Nanchu followed Ji Yunting into the Lan Jiao tribe. She observed that it was a vast and well-constructed settlement, with a square as large as the outside world upon entry. Beyond the square lay a well-trodden dirt path wide enough for 8 or 9 individuals. Comfortable even for barefoot travelers. To the left of this thoroughfare were huts and stone houses, while the right side was lined with various tents. Mu Nanchu reflected on the innate hierarchy present wherever people gathered. Whether in the apocalypse or the beast realm, Ji Yunting led Mu Nanchu toward the left side, navigating through twists and turns until they arrived at a small courtyard that consisted of a hut surrounded by 2 tents. Ji Xiaoya and Ji Yunting's family resided in the hut, while Ji Yunting and Ji Yunting occupied the tents. Upon returning home without the prying eyes of other beastmen, Feng Lan called Ji Yunting into her tent. You are to remain here quietly. Do not wander off. I will return shortly to take you to our new home, Ji Yunting instructed, stuffing Mu Nanchu and the bloody bull meat into his tent. All right, Mu Nanchu replied softly. Ji Yunting lifted the flap and stepped out, while Mu Nanchu began to examine the tent's sparse furnishings. The tent was small, containing only a makeshift bed crafted from wood and a fire pit in the ground that had likely gone unused for some time. With a flat stone placed atop it and a few wild fruits scattered about, suggesting Ji Yunting used it as a table. Noticing the bloody bull meat, Mu Nanchu decided to sit on the wooden bed and rest. After a day filled with tension, she finally felt a sense of safety and was able to exhale the breath she had been holding. The bed was merely covered with a hide, untrimmed and in its raw state, making it uncomfortable to sit upon. How could one possibly sleep on such a wooden bed? Mu Nanchu felt beneath the hide, discovering only a layer of straw beneath. Wouldn't Ji Yunting find it uncomfortable to sleep on such a bed? Although the bed was rough and bore an unpleasant animal scent, Mu Nanchu leaned against the bed's edge, intending merely to rest for a moment, but unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Ji Yunting, meanwhile, was embroiled in a heated argument with Ji Yunting and Feng Lan in another tent, failing to stir Mu Nanchu from her deep sleep. After some time, Ji Yunting returned with a somber expression. Upon lifting the flap, he found Mu Nanchu curled up on his bed. Perhaps it was due to the chill, she enveloped herself entirely in the beast hide. Ji Yunting's composed visage gradually softened, his deep blue gaze fixating on Mu Nanchu. He mused that she was unlike any other female he had encountered, lacking a robust physique, yet daring to reside alone in the forest. This yearning for life bore a slight resemblance to his own. Perhaps Ji Yunting's gaze was too ardent, for Mu Nanchu suddenly opened her eyes. Noticing Ji Yunting seated on the ground observing her, she felt a wave of embarrassment and exclaimed, "I was just so fatigued earlier that I resorted to using your bed." Flustered, Mu Nanchu hastily descended from the bed, but her beast-hide skirt became caught on the wooden bed frame. Losing her balance, she tumbled directly towards Ji Yunting. Startled, he quickly extended his arms to catch her. "Ah, my skirt," Mu Nanchu lamented. Her beast-hide skirt was rather short, and the snag had torn a sizable gash. Exposing her fair legs, Ji Yunting securely embraced Mu Nanchu, feeling her slightly cool skin against him, which momentarily distracted him. However, he was soon jolted back to reality by her cries of distress. Lowering his gaze, he was struck by the sight of her exposed skin. A typical beast man. Ji Yunting instinctively swallowed hard. "You are still underage. It would be wise not to entangle yourself with me. My wrath is something you cannot endure," he said, reluctantly pushing Mu Nanchu away. Goodness, this was an accident. Mu Nanchu stood up, surveying her damaged skirt, despondent at the thought of how she would face others. "Goodness?" Ji Yunting inquired, perplexed at the type of delicious fruit. "I'm hungry. How shall we have dinner?" Mu Nanchu awkwardly shifted the topic. "I'll assist you in roasting some meat," Ji Yunting replied as he rose. The earlier unpleasantness with Ji Zheng dissipated like smoke, and he anticipated that living with the whimsical Mu Nanchu would undoubtedly be entertaining. She was bound to engage in unpredictable antics. This thought led Ji Yunting to recall the incident earlier, when Mu Nanchu had dared to snatch the black gold fruit from him. Her audacity was remarkable. Just moments ago, when Mu Nanchu had been alone in the tent, it had felt somewhat cramped, but now with Ji Yunting's towering presence in the middle, the tent felt exceedingly constricted. "Have your father and mother permitted you to move out?" Mu Nanchu inquired while adjusting her torn beast-hide skirt. From the conversation she had overheard in the square, she gathered that Ji Yunting's family dynamic appeared quite discordant. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she sensed that Ji Yunting's parents would not easily allow him to leave, as he was a vital contributor to the household. "No," Ji Yunting replied. Despite Mu Nanchu's efforts to fix her attire, a significant portion of her fair legs remained exposed. Without hesitation, Ji Yunting tore a beast-hide blanket in half and fashioned a makeshift wrap around her waist. "Your waist is quite slender. You ought to consume more meat," he remarked, his large hand resting on her waist, feeling as though he could easily crush it with a gentle squeeze. He vividly recalled Mu Nanchu's swift movements through the forest. Such frailness seemed incongruous with her remarkable speed. "I can manage on my own, that if it weren't for the peculiar emotions reflected in Ji Yunting's azure eyes, Mu Nanchu might have misconstrued his intentions as flirtatious." "Can your hands tie a knot?" Ji Yunting asked with a hint of disdain. There were no ropes or similar items in his tent, and given the thickness of the hide, it would be nearly impossible for Mu Nanchu's delicate hands to secure it around her waist. Realizing the truth in his words, Mu Nanchu acknowledged her own lack of strength. Attempting to pierce a hole in the hide to tie it around her waist would indeed be a challenge. As Ji Yunting tied the hide around her, they stood in close proximity, and Mu Nanchu could almost feel the warmth radiating from him, causing her cheeks to flush unexpectedly. Once Ji Yunting finished tying the beast hide, he glanced up to find Mu Nanchu blushing with embarrassment. He pondered if she had developed feelings for him, recalling how the younger females in his tribe often gazed at him in a similar manner. Ji Yunting contemplated seriously. Although Mu Nanchu hailed from the Snake Fox tribe, should she truly wish to be his mate, he would give the matter earnest consideration. At this moment, Mu Nanchu was inspecting her new skirt, oblivious to the fact that her momentary blush had led Ji Yunting to misinterpret her feelings. The new beast-hide skirt, albeit heavier, was preferable to exposing her legs. She certainly did not wish to face the gaze of the tribe's beastmen when stepping outside. "Brother, are you in the tent?" A gentle voice called from outside. Mu Nanchu glanced at Ji Yunting, her eyes filled with questions, wondering who it could be. "Wenxiang, what brings you here?" Ji Yunting emerged from the tent. "I heard Mother say you were planning to move out. I it because of the little cub in my belly. Yunting, I understand that I have placed an additional burden on you. I will eat less meat from now on. Please don't move out. We are family and should live together," Wenxiang said, her pregnant belly prominent, her eyes red-rimmed. Upon hearing Wenxiang's words, Mu Nanchu silently rolled her eyes. This Wen Xiang was indeed cunning. When Ji Zheng was forceful, and Ji Yunting resisted, she resorted to emotional appeals to keep him close. Where had she been all this time? If Ji Yunting had not been so deeply hurt by his family, would he still be inclined to separate himself? I promised my father I would wait until you give birth before moving out, Ji Yunting replied, his expression cold. Brother, do you truly intend to leave? Wen Xiang's voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. I have found my own mate. It would be inappropriate for us to continue living together, Ji Yunting remarked, glancing back at his cramped tent, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Previously, he had not perceived any issue with his living arrangements. But now it was evident that there was insufficient space for both him and Mu Nanchu. Wen Xiang followed Ji Yunting's gaze to the tent and caught sight of Mu Nanchu standing at the entrance. Clad in the ill-fitting beast-hide skirt, they had clashed several times that day, and both bore traces of their skirmishes. Mu Nanchu's long, dark hair was a tangled mess, her face smeared with dirt and blood, rendering her once lovely features quite unkempt. Examining her attire, it was clear that the beast-hide top she wore was only marginally better than that of a slave, lacking sleeves and exposing her pale arms. As for the skirt, Wen Xiang could hardly bear to look at it. It appeared more like a blanket than clothing. What is your name? Wen Xiang inquired amicably. Mu Nanchu, she replied. Your name is quite lovely, Wen Xiang responded with a gentle smile. However, Mu Nanchu was not swayed by Wen Xiang's apparent kindness. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, she had become adept at discerning people's true intentions. Though they had exchanged few words, she could clearly sense that Wen Xiang did not welcome her presence. Ji Yunting stood at the tent entrance, conversing with Wen Xiang, when Feng Lan emerged from another tent. The day was waning, and she was preparing to make dinner. Yunting, you need to clean up the savage bull meat you brought back from the square. Look at this mess of blood everywhere, Feng Lan scolded, casting a disdainful glance at the bloody ground. Mother, Nanchu has no suitable beast-hide skirt to wear. Could you perhaps find her one? Ji Yunting asked, glancing at Mu Nanchu's ill-fitting garment. She's merely a slave. This is sufficient, Feng Lan replied impatiently. Feng Lan had not spoken much in the square, but Mu Nanchu had not anticipated her to be so callous. Despite her protests of not being a slave, it seemed Feng Lan was deaf to her words. Aunt, if you do not wish to provide me with a beast-hide skirt, that is your choice. However, please refrain from calling me a slave. I am Ji Yunting's mate, and have never been a slave, Mu Nanchu retorted, refusing to grant Feng Lan any semblance of respect. She would stand her ground against anyone who dared label her a slave. See, Yunting, this is the female you brought back that I can hardly say a word without you becoming defensive. If you were willing to sell her to Ji Yu, you would hesitate not at all. Her personality is worlds apart from that of Xuyun, Feng Lan scoffed, continuing, Yunting, by keeping her at home, have you entirely given up on Xuyun? Dearest mother, I assure you that there is nothing between Xuyun and myself. Please refrain from making baseless assumptions that if you do not possess any animal skin skirts to offer Nanchu, then I shall keep half of the man beef to exchange for one. Ji Yunting had long grown accustomed to Feng Lan's biting remarks. In the presence of the clan, Feng Lan was always the most benevolent shaman and the best of mothers. Yet behind closed doors, she employed various means to exploit him. Just as now, she clearly had numerous animal skin skirts, but was unwilling to part with even a single one from Mu Nanchu. The mere thought of Mu Nanchu made Ji Yunting's cheeks flush slightly. Her frequent declarations of being his partner left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he had never even held a female's hand. How generous of you to so readily offer man beef, Feng Lan remarked. Shall you? Go fetch one of your animal skin skirts for her. We cannot have Yunting claiming we are simply consuming his meat. This is truly bothersome, Ji Xiao retorted unhappily. Yunting, bring the man beef to the courtyard. Yunxing will return from the hunt soon, and I must prepare some food. He must be famished after several days out hunting. I wonder how much game they have managed to catch, Feng Lan commanded. Ji Yunting did not mention to Feng Lan that he had encountered Ji Yunxing in the forest, where the latter and his group had no game in hand. It was highly likely that their hunt had yielded only small prey, with no formidable beasts. Standing at the entrance of the tent, Mu Nanchu mused that it seemed no one in this household welcomed her. Ji Xie quickly emerged with an animal skin skirt. one that had become too small for her as she had lost weight. Although made from the exceptionally soft fur of a snow fox, it had been tucked away in the box for over 3 years, and seeing it only made her feel distressed. Therefore, she decided to give it to Nanchu, thinking that if she could not fit into it, it would provide her with ample amusement later. "Here, this is my finest skirt. Do take care to cherish it," Ji Xiaoya said, pouting as she tossed the garment to Nanchu. Nanchu caught the skirt, feeling its smooth, luxurious texture in stark contrast to the tattered one she currently wore. Observing Ji Xiaoya and Wenxiang's skirts, she noted that while their styles appeared simple, Ji Xiaoya's was evidently softer and more lustrous than Wenxiang's. Glancing at Fenglan and Ji Yunting's garments, Nanchu found it amusing that within Ji Yunting's family, there seemed to be a hierarchy reflected in their clothing. It was rather comical that she and Ji Yunting wore the least fashionable and most cumbersome animal skins, while Ji Xiaoya and Fenglan donned the finest. "What are you standing around for? Come help. All this meat needs to be cut into small pieces. We must cure some with salt or it will spoil within days." Fenglan chided, noticing Nanchu idle with the animal skin skirt at the tent's edge, concluding that this little she-fox from the snake fox tribe was rather dim-witted and seemed rather foolish. "All right, I'm coming," Nanchu replied, entering the tent without immediately changing out of her current skirt, as she would be cutting meat and feared soiling the new one. Seeing Nanchu return to the tent without wearing the snow fox skirt, instead opting for her original one, Ji Xiaoya remarked, "Is my animal skin skirt not to your liking?" "Not at all. I simply fear that I will splatter blood on it while cutting meat." Nanchu explained that Ji Xiaoya snorted through her nose and handed her the stone knife, saying, "Mother, I will go wash some fruits. When my second brother returns, he will be thirsty and can have a few. Now that he is a second-tier beast man, he will surely bring back plenty of meat. I wonder if he will catch me some flying rabbit. It has been ages since I have eaten flying rabbit meat." This was a deliberate jab at Ji Yunting's expense, as Ji Xiaoya knew that he had once been a second-tier beast man who had overshadowed Ji Yunting, but now that he had stumbled, she was eager to sprinkle salt on his wounds. Ji Yunting swiftly skinned the man beef and removed the bones, slicing a quarter of the meat onto the stone slab before Nanchu. "Try it. See if you can cut these pieces into larger slices with the stone knife. It will be easier to cure once sliced." Nanchu took the stone knife and measured against a piece of meat larger than a watermelon, asking, "How thick should I cut it?" "About the thickness of stone knife," Ji Yunting replied, deftly slicing a piece larger than Nanchu's face from the meat block. Ji Yunting handled the stone knife with surprising ease, leading Nanchu to mistakenly believe it was sharp. However, when it came to her turn, she found it cumbersome and ineffective, struggling mightily to make even a small cut. "Yunting, this stone is too blunt. Do you have an iron or bronze knife?" Nanchu inquired. Before Ji Yunting could respond, Ji Xiaoya emerged from the house, carrying a basket of fruit, and asked, "Mother, is the little she-fox from the snake fox tribe truly so delicate that she cannot even cut a piece of meat?" "Impossible. In my youth, I would venture out hunting. I could easily handle a piece of meat," Fenglan interjected with a furrowed brow, turning to Ji Yunting. "Yunting, I've told you that Nanchu must be afflicted with some ailment to be so frail. You should abandon her, for she is unlikely to survive." Indeed, Nanchu appeared considerably smaller compared to the other female beastmen of the tribe, even resembling the underdeveloped young females of the Lanjiao tribe. It was no wonder that Ji Yunting and his companions had deemed her unsustainable in the forest. The younger a beastman is, the more fragile their life. Should they fall ill, it is typically a death sentence. Such individuals are usually not permitted to remain in the tribe and are driven away. Ji Yunting had witnessed Nanchu wielding her shamanic powers and knew she had even bested him in a contest for a black gold fruit. Even if she had suffered from some minor ailment before, it was likely healed by now. However, Ji Yunting would not divulge this to Fenglan. "Mother, my mind is made up. You need not persuade me further," Ji Yunting declared, taking the stone knife from Nanchu's hand and swiftly slicing the previously mentioned piece of meat into 3 large sections. "Nanchu, apply salt to the meat slices. And be generous with the salt." Ji Yunting produced a small container wrapped in leaves, containing a mixture of coarse salt, and Nanchu noticed that the salt was not pure white, but rather slightly yellowish. Upon tasting a grain, she found it to be somewhat bitter, indicating it was naturally formed and not refined by the beastmen. Cautiously, she spread the salt evenly over the meat, but after applying it to only 2 slices. Fong began to scold her for using too much salt and instructing her to use less, regardless of what she did being deemed wrong. If the shaman believes I cannot manage, then I shall leave this task to you, Nanchu said, rising to her feet. What is this attitude? If the work is poorly done, am I not allowed to voice my concerns? Fong replied darkly. Shaman, I have never performed such tasks in my tribe, Nanchu stated deliberately. Nanchu was acutely aware that Fong was intentionally making things difficult for her, not because of any genuine concern for her performance, but rather to assert dominance. Should she allow Fong to undermine her on her very first day, it would only embolden her further in the future, leaving Nanchu with even less authority in this household. Thus, she resolved that she could not be subdued by Fong so easily. She needed to convey to Fong that she was not a weak little female, but a formidable individual who would not be trifled with. That was in the past. Now that you are living in our home, you must abide by my rules, Fong declared, leaving no room for argument. Shaman, do you truly believe I desire to live with you? It is you who clings to Yunting, preventing him from moving out with me, Nanchu retorted boldly. Though Nanchu had not known Ji Yunting for long, she was nonetheless aware of his desire to escape this oppressive household. There were certain things Ji Yunting would not voice to Fong and Ji Zheng out of propriety, but Nanchu was unafraid. As an outsider, she felt free to speak her mind. This little female is indeed sharp-tongued. I had intended to spare you some embarrassment, but since you insist, I shall reveal the truth. Yunting has always thought that you are merely frail and that better meat would restore your health. But it is far more complicated than that. Fong, with a smug glance at Ji Yunting, continued, you were born with innate deficiencies. No matter what you consume, you cannot thrive unless you were to eat precious herbs daily to alleviate your congenital shortcomings. Otherwise, within a year or 2, you shall succumb to illness. Fong, a shaman endowed with mystical powers, acutely sensed the feeble vitality of Nanchu while investigating her in the square. Drawing from her extensive experience, she concluded that Nanchu's condition was a result of congenital deficiencies. Such orcs, upon birth, would typically be advised to be abandoned, as their survival would merely squander resources. The reason Fong refrained from disclosing her thoughts in the square was due to her desire to persuade Ji Yunting to sell Nanchu to Ji Yu in exchange for 500 pounds of meat. However, Ji Yunting, being obstinately stubborn, resolutely refused to sell. Now that Nanchu appeared utterly devoid of value, Fong could no longer restrain herself and revealed the truth. Nanchu blinked in curiosity. How could that be? With her vibrant plant-based abilities flourishing within her, it was inconceivable for her to be lacking in innate vitality. Observing Ji Yunting's composed demeanor, she speculated that when Fong had summoned him to another tent, she must have conveyed these sentiments to him. Yet, upon his return, he had remained silent, implying he understood that after consuming the black gold fruit, any congenital deficiencies she possessed had been remedied. With this realization, a sly smile crept onto Nanchu's face as she quipped, Fong Shaman, so what if I am indeed deficient? As long as Yunting regards me fondly, I assent that all that matters. Why, you shameless creature, Fong seethed, infuriated by Nanchu's brazen disposition. Although the orc tribe was known for its fierce culture, females typically expressed affection with a degree of subtlety, unlike Nanchu, who unabashedly voiced her feelings. Meanwhile, Ji Yunting observed the scene, amused as Nanchu, leveraging his presence, irked Fong to the point of exasperation. Yunting, keeping such a troublemaker at home is surely an affront to your mother, Fong growled in anger. Before Ji Yunting could retort, a voice echoed from the distance. Mother, I'm back. Why is everyone in the courtyard? Ji Yunting entered, buoyant and carrying a chunk of wild beef, immediately noticing the family gathered outside. Brother, you've returned. Was the hunt successful? Ji Xiaoya greeted him with a cheerful smile. Not particularly. We didn't encounter any large beasts, only managed to bring down a few wild cattle. Here is my share of the beef. Please prepare it, Ji Yunting replied. As he spoke, Ji Yunting noticed the wild beef Ji Yunting had cut on the ground, along with the presence of Nanchu. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Astonished, "Brother Noser?" Ji Xiaya asked, puzzled. Without reservation, Ji Yunting recounted his encounter with Nanchu in the forest. "Oh my, we all been deceived by Nanchu." Ji Xiaya exclaimed in shock. "Could you refrain from being so dramatic?" "I haven't deceived anyone. I had already met Yunting before encountering Ji Yunting." Nanchu continued her playful banter. Her demeanor was strikingly different from the frail, dirty little female Ji Yunting had previously encountered. It dawned on Ji Yunting that he might have been misled by Nanchu. Did brother acquire this little female in exchange for meat? He asked Ji Yunting, his expression darkening. "Nanchu is a free being, not a slave. Why would I trade meat for her?" Ji Yunting replied, glancing at the modest piece of beef Ji Xiaya held. Ji Yunting had returned after several days with only a small portion of wild cattle, while Ji Yunting had brought back significantly more. The stark contrast reddened Ji Yunting's face. Despite Ji Yunting's injuries, having transitioned from a second-tier orc to a first-tier orc, he still managed to secure more game than Ji Yunting. The reality was a swift slap to the face. Just moments ago, Ji Xiaya had boasted about Ji Yunting's prowess, and now he found himself overshadowed by Ji Yunting, leaving everyone else present, aside from Ji Yunting and Nanchu, visibly displeased. Why is everyone idling? Get to work. Yunting must be exhausted from his time away. Hurry and let him rest. Xiaoya, didn't you promise to wash some fruit for your brother? Feng Lan called out. Ji Yunting wished to inquire further about Nanchu, but was promptly ushered back inside by when Ji Yunting had already brought her back. Even if Ji Yunting discovered the truth, he could hardly disclose it to the tribe. Such an act would only bring shame upon themselves. As the crowd dispersed, Feng Lan cast a menacing glance at Nanchu, preparing to return her tent. Nanchu, refrain from stirring discord here, that if you do not conduct yourself properly, despite being Yunting's partner, I have my ways of dealing with you. Mother, Nanchu is merely spirited. She means no offense. Ji Yunting interjected. Feng Lan, one of the 3 shamans of the Blue Flood tribe, could easily expel Nanchu if she were determined. Sensing Ji Yunting's attempt to mediate, Nanchu scoffed inwardly and stated, "It seems your tent is running low on straw. I shall gather some from outside." Since Feng Lan had taken a disliking to her, Nanchu decided it best not to linger, with dusk settling in. She knew she would be sharing a tent with Ji Yunting that night, and the rough wooden bed would be utterly uncomfortable. She intended to create a straw mattress. "Very well, head east from here. You'll find a tent adorned with a striking red feather. That belongs to Brother Yin, who has recently constructed a new tent and has some straw to spare. Take these wild cattle bones and exchange them for straw." Ji Yunting instructed, handing her 2 sizable leg bones wrapped in leaves. Feng Lan wished to voice more sarcastic remarks, but she was acutely aware of the situation within Ji Yunting's tent. Any words of disdain she had were swallowed back. As long as Ji Yunting remained in this household, this sharp-tongued little female would hardly cause any trouble. Make sure you don't dawdle. Hurry back once you've gathered it. There is still plenty of work to be done at home. Feng Lan admonished. Nanchu was no pushover. She dismissed Feng Lan's words entirely. She intended to collect the straw and weave it into a mattress, knowing it would take her time to return. Noticing Nanchu leaving the courtyard, Ji Yunting hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accompany her to Brother Yin's place. "Mother, I'll go with Nanchu to fetch some straw," he declared. "Is it really necessary for 2 of you to handle such a trivial task?" Feng Lan replied with a hint of displeasure. Ji Yunting chose not to clarify. If Feng Lan wished to speak, let her. As soon as Nanchu stepped outside, Ji Yunting caught up with her, taking the wild cattle bones from her arms. "I'll accompany you. Let us gather more straw," he said. "All right," Nanchu replied, believing the foolish Ji Yunting genuinely intended to leave her alone in the bustling tribe. As evening fell, and families busied themselves preparing dinner, Nanchu's presence immediately drew numerous scrutinizing gazes, even prompting some young orcs to linger and observe her. Unfazed by their stares, Nanchu smiled at those who looked her way, causing them to feel a bit sheepish for their covert glances. The Blue Flood tribe had a limited number of thatched and stone houses. They soon emerged from that area, traversing the broad central street into the tent district. Here, the tents were abundant, nearly touching one another. As she passed, many eyed her with curiosity, and Nanchu could overhear the murmurs of the orcs. This the little female from the Snake Fox tribe that Yunting brought back? She's truly beautiful. What use is beauty? Look at her slender arms and legs. She's clearly not one to thrive. Please, you're just jealous of her looks. Yunting is a skilled hunter, if he brings back enough game. That little female from the Snake Fox tribe will surely grow robust. Do you honestly think that little female will be fed well by Feng Lan? Don't joke around. Even if Feng Lan conceals her true nature, there will inevitably be signs that betray her. The orc people are innately benevolent, yet they are certainly not fools. They have all witnessed how Feng Lan has treated Ji Yunting. The orcs murmured among themselves. But Ji Yunting pretended not to hear them. His family matters were a tangled mess, impossible to untangle. Previously, he felt indifferent when alone, but with Nanchu by his side today, he found himself needing to consider her feelings. Just after Nanchu entered the house, Feng Lan sought to make things difficult for her, and he could only imagine what else Feng Lan might do in the future. It was imperative that he persuade his father to allow them to move out soon. Jian's home was easy to locate. From a distance, Nanchu could already see the vibrant feathered brother Yin at home. Ji Yunting approached to greet Jian. Hearing Ji Yunting's voice, Jian emerged from the tent, his eyes twinkling with a smile as he appraised Ji Yunting before playfully punching his solid chest. You rascal, you've returned. Why were you gone for so long? Did you find the black gold fruit? Let us talk inside the tent, Ji Yunting replied. Who is this? Jian asked, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at Nanchu standing behind Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, hesitating for a moment before saying, This is Nanchu. I rescued her from the forest, and I wish for her to be my mate. Unaware of the events that had transpired in the square earlier that day, Jian looked at Nanchu again, although he felt that she seemed quite frail and it might take years for her to conceive. He refrained from voicing his concerns in fact, he thought that if Ji Yunting's current catch was insufficient to sustain his mate, he could spare some food from his own supplies to help him. Upon entering the tent, Nanchu noticed a woman lying on the bed. Brother Yin, has she's leg injury not healed yet? Ji Yunting inquired. The great shaman says it will take some more time before she can get out of bed. The weather has been growing hotter, and she's wound has started to ooze again at this rate. Who knows when she will recover? Ji Yan replied, his expression clouded with worry. She was Ji Yan's mate, who had been bitten by a snake while fishing by the river in the spring. The venom was extremely potent. Although it didn't claim her life, her entire right leg remained swollen, rendering her unable to walk. Days had passed, and there were no signs of improvement. Everyone understood that if this continued, she would be left with no hope. Ji Yan's tent was significantly larger than Ji Yunting's, and it was meticulously organized. The floor was even covered with a beast hide, making it look like a proper living space, unlike Ji Yunting's home, which contained only a rickety wooden bed that could easily be mistaken for an abandoned doghouse. Yin, I've become a burden to you, she said apologetically. In a couple of days, I will go hunting again and see if I can bring back more meat to trade for medicine. Ji Yin reassured her as he sat by the bed. May I take a look at she's wound? Nanchu suddenly asked. From the moment she entered the room, she had sensed an unpleasant odor, and seeing that she's legs were covered with a thick blanket of beast hide, she suspected that the smell might be emanating from her, indicating that her wound had become inflamed and festering. Nanchu, you are merely an apprentice shaman. You cannot treat others, Ji Yunting cautioned. And what of being an apprentice shaman? Was it not I who helped you with your injuries? Nanchu replied without hesitation. That Ji Yunting frowned. Do not forget my warning that I know. Nanchu laughed. She understood that Ji Yunting was afraid she might reveal the power of the shaman, unaware that even without utilizing her botanical abilities, she could still provide care. Having survived in the apocalypse for many years, she had not only learned to heal using her plant powers, but also mastered the art of gathering medicinal herbs. She was a versatile warrior. Upon hearing that Nanchu was an apprentice shaman, Jian was astounded. Initially, he had thought her to be just an ordinary female from the Snake Fox tribe, but he had not anticipated her to be a shaman apprentice. The females of the Snake Fox tribe excelled in the use of various herbs, and an apprentice shaman could even rival some shamans in other tribes. Nanchu, are you truly an apprentice shaman? Ji Yin asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Nanchu appeared quite youthful, and even if she were an apprentice shaman, she seemed to be at the very beginning of her training. Moreover, it was unlikely that an apprentice shaman from the Snake Fox tribe would be allowed to leave and become Ji Yunting's mate, which led him to doubt her claims. Brother Yin, rest assured that I will first examine she's wound. If I cannot treat it, I will not proceed recklessly, Nanchu assured him. Yin, let Nanchu come over and help me with my wound, she said, propping herself up against the side of the bee. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she wished to recover quickly. Otherwise, she faced a grim fate. She lifted the blanket off her legs, and a foul odor wafted out. And Nanchu thought to herself that she's condition was far more severe than she had initially believed as she revealed her ankle, where a yellow substance had been smeared over the wound. Covered by a leaf, which was secured with strips of beast hide, the wound's area nearly encompassed half of her ankle, and around the edges of the yellow substance, red flesh could be faintly seen, with some areas even oozing blood. The leaf used for the bandage was peculiar. It appeared to have been processed down to its veins, resembling a net, and Nanchu felt slightly relieved that it had not been wrapped in an airtight beast hide. For otherwise, she's leg might have rotted away. Gently, Nanchu peeled back the leaf, only to discover that the yellow substance was not entirely medicinal. It was a mixture of pus and blood that had leaked from the wound and mingled with the previous medication, resulting in a yellowish appearance due to prolonged exposure. Have you been experiencing frequent fevers lately? Nanchu asked, placing her hand on Shi's forehead. Though slightly warm, it was not severe. I had a severe fever a couple of days ago. But after Yin brought back medicine from the great shaman, it subsided. However, I've been experiencing recurring fevers lately, and with little meat at home, my medication has been inconsistent, she lamented. Her injury had nearly emptied their already meager household, and Ji Yin had to exert even greater effort to sustain their family. Does this hurt? Nanchu gently pressed on the foul-smelling yellow pus. It doesn't hurt. The wound was painful during the initial days, but it has since ceased to hurt. However, I cannot move my leg at all when I try to stand. Even a slight shift causes excruciating pain, she responded. The snake venom in your body is yet to be eradicated, and you'll need to take herbal medicine for a while longer today for this wound. I suspect it may have already become necrotic. Have you not changed the dressing since the first time the great shaman treated it? Nanchu inquired. Yes, aside from the initial treatment by the great shaman, I have not changed it since, she admitted. The medication had cost 50 pounds of meat, and she could hardly bear to discard it. In her mind, unless the wound had completely healed, she would not consider removing the dressing. Brother Yin, the dressing on Shi's leg needs to be redone. Her wound requires ventilation. It cannot be covered, especially not with beast hide. If it is airtight, the wound will struggle to heal, Nanchu stated. The great shaman said the same. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have bothered to recover the tent. I thought it would suffice to have a larger space for the tent, and that would hasten Shi's recovery, Ji Yin said, a hint of excitement in his voice. The fact that Nanchu echoed the great shaman's words instilled an additional layer of trust in Ji Yin towards her. We cannot afford this medication, she interjected. Their home no longer had 50 pounds of meat to offer for medicine. If you trust me, I will first help you properly treat the wound. You can refrain from using medication tonight, and tomorrow morning, I will go out to gather the herbs you can use. What do you think? Nanchu proposed. The pus on Shi's ankle not only provided no therapeutic benefit, but also exacerbated her condition. Even without medication, it would be better to remove that pus. Both Shi and Ji Yin hesitated, knowing that the medication was extremely valuable, and discarding it felt like a significant waste. However, Nanchu's earlier performance had instilled considerable confidence in them that she could indeed assist in treating Shi's wound. For a moment, both were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Brother Yin, although Nanchu is an apprentice shaman, her medical skills are quite impressive. If she were not confident, she would not speak so boldly, Ji Yunting asserted. Indeed, given that Nanchu hails from the Snake Fox tribe, her medical expertise is surely commendable. Let us forego this medication. Ji Yin agreed. Ji Yin remarked. Yin thought that since this medicine had been used for quite a long time, if Nanchu failed to return with the herbs tomorrow, he would find a way to borrow some and exchange 50 jin of meat with the great shaman for a better medicine. Nanchu gently shook the yellow pus, believing it to be adhered to the skin that if she were to apply too much pressure, she feared she would experience great pain. However, when she exerted just a little force, the yellow pus fell away, taking with it a piece of Shi's flesh. The piece of flesh that fell was the size of an egg yolk, revealing a large bloody hole on Shi's already slender ankle. As the pus was removed, the gaping wound quickly oozed of foul-smelling blood. Within the pus, disgusting maggots could faintly be seen. Nanchu felt goosebumps rising on her skin and said, "Brother Yin, please fetch me some dry charcoal." Although Ji Yin was unsure of Nanchu's intentions, he complied. Nanchu carefully removed the yellow herb from other areas, although she did not take away large chunks of flesh. The areas covered by the yellow herbs were all of vivid crimson, the skin long since decayed. Some flesh had even begun to rot, and as she peeled away the yellow herbs, the unbearable stench filled the entire tent. Everyone present was utterly shocked to see the grotesque state of Shi's wounds. It was truly terrifying. The charcoal, with its strong absorptive properties, quickly helped to draw out the pus and blood from Shi's wound. "Brother Yin, do you have a sharper knife? I need to clean the pus around the wound as well." Nanchu said again that I only have a bone knife. Will this suffice? Ji Yin casually drew a bone knife from his waist and handed it to Nanchu. Not knowing what bone it was made from, Nanchu observed that the blade was indeed quite sharp. She carefully scraped away the necrotic flesh and pus surrounding the wound, and as the area increased in size, the pus and blood finally began to take on a more normal hue. It hurts, she suddenly cried out. Feeling pain is a good sign, Nanchu replied. If she were to remain insensitive to pain, she might very well lose her foot. Once the wound was completely cleaned, Nanchu retrieved the leaves for bandaging. She tied several pieces of charcoal together with the leaves and placed them on the wound. This charcoal is meant to absorb the blood. I estimate it won't leak too much overnight. Brother Yin, please be careful not to touch Shi's wound while sleeping at dawn. I shall venture out to gather herbs. The herbs for treating wounds are not difficult to find, and I anticipate returning by breakfast, Nanchu stated. Ji Yin, witnessing that she had regained some sensation in her foot, was overwhelmed with excitement and said, I will accompany you first thing in the morning. Brother Yin, I will be there, Ji Yunting chimed in. Yes, I almost forgot, Ji Yin laughed heartily. After Nanchu had tended to Shi's wound, they discussed procuring dry grass. Ji Yin generously offered 2 large bundles of dry grass to Ji Yunting, along with a rather thick bee skin blanket. Ji Yunting had initially intended to take only the bundles of grass. The bee skin was an essential item for the orcs, and he felt too embarrassed to take it. However, Ji Yin insisted it was a token of gratitude from Nanchu, so he accepted it. As they had spent considerable time at Ji Yan's home tending to Shi's wound, by the time Nanchu and Ji Yunting returned, dinner had already been served, and everyone had returned to their quarters to rest. Noticing that no food had been left for him, Ji Yunting went directly to knock on Feng Lan's door. In the past, he would have been too lazy to bother with such matters. Content to skip a meal, but with the frail Nanchu around, he could endure hunger, but she could not. After knocking for a while, Ji Zhang finally opened the door, cursing, and handed Ji Yunting a piece of raw meat the size of his palm. Just as he was about to close the door, Ji Yunting stopped him. Father, give me a packet of salt. Ji Yunting said expressionlessly, fixating his gaze on Ji Zhang with an air that suggested he would not leave without it. I must have owed you in a past life, Ji Zhang grumbled, turning away to wrap a small amount of salt in a leaf and shove it into Ji Yunting's hands. Nanchu listened intently, pondering the peculiar dynamics of the family. It seemed that Ji Yunting was treated as if he were a burden, while Ji Zhang and Feng Lan doted on Ji Yunting. Soon, Ji Yunting returned, clearing away the large stone that had been placed atop the campfire and tossed in some dry grass and firewood. He then produced a flint from his pocket and struck it against a nearby stone, producing sparks with his considerable strength, causing the dry grass to ignite quickly. Observing Ji Yunting skillfully kindle the fire, Nanchu was filled with 1,000 questions. Upon her arrival, she had thought herself in a primitive forest, encountering orc warriors clad in animal skins, as if she had entered a wild land. Yet upon arriving at the Blue Jiao tribe, she realized it was a place of stark contradictions. The orcs could construct shelters, albeit poorly, and had simple methods of food preservation, yet lacked the means to extract fine salt. They had no pens or ink, yet possessed scales for measuring items, and astonishingly, they even twisted plant fibers into soft wicks to light in a certain type of oil. A striking deviation from their customary ways. Initially, she hoped to find answers within the memories of the original owner, but it seemed the original owner accepted all this as a matter of course, leaving her with scant recollections of these matters. And as time passed, she noticed the original owner's memories were gradually fading away. Once the fire was lit, Ji Yunting did not rush to roast the meat, but instead allowed the flames to grow stronger. He lifted the bundle of dry grass onto the wooden bed, intending to lay it down. Wait, placing the dry grass like that will be too chaotic. It won't be comfortable to sleep on. I will weave a grass mat, Nanchu interjected. The dry grass stalks were quite smooth, and if they were laid directly on the bed with the animal skin on top, she feared she might slip off the bed while sleeping. A grass mat? What is that? Ji Yunting inquired curiously. I will show you how, Nanchu replied. With remarkable dexterity, she quickly began weaving the grass using a few stones to hold down the roughly finger-sized stalks. Weaving a grass mat required no particular skill, and before long, she had fashioned a small section. This is a grass mat. I will finish weaving it and lay on the bed. It will be far more comfortable than simply laying down dry grass. Nanchu explained, It does appear rather good. Ji Yunting nodded in agreement. Sitting by the campfire, Nanchu continued to weave the grass mat, while Ji Yunting, seeing that the firewood was nearly burnt through, took the bone knife and sliced the piece of meat into two halves, placing them on the embers to roast. As the surface began to change color, he carefully sprinkled salt over it. Let us have dinner first. I will help you weave later, Ji Yunting said, handing a piece of roasted meat to Nanchu. Upon receiving the meat, Nanchu noticed that while the exterior appeared cooked, when she tore it open, it still bled. Watching the bright red blood, she recalled the foul-smelling blood she had seen while dressing Shi's wound earlier, and her stomach churned. It dawned on her that orcs preferred their meat rare. Eating undercooked meat was unhealthy, and she felt it needed to be cooked a bit longer. She placed the meat back over the coals, determined to ensure it reached at least medium doneness. What a bother, Ji Yunting muttered, sitting down on the grass mat Nanchu had woven, and began weaving alongside her. As Nanchu roasted the meat, she was astonished to see Ji Yunting clumsily imitating her weaving technique. She was taken aback. She was certain that just moments ago, Ji Yunting had no idea how to do it. How could he have learned so quickly? It seemed implausible. While weaving a grass mat required no particular expertise, it was not something one could simply grasp at a glance. At first, Ji Yunting's hands fumbled, but soon he grew more adept, and his speed rapidly surpassed Nanchu's. As a burly man, his strength far exceeded hers, allowing him to weave much more quickly. Ji Yunting, you are remarkably clever. How did you learn my weaving technique so quickly? Nanchu marveled. It's not that difficult, he replied nonchalantly. Ji Yunting did not even lift his head, quickly weaving a grass mat. Moments ago, he had sat upon the mat crafted by Nanchu, finding it exceedingly comfortable. Albeit slightly firm, it was infinitely preferable to the scattered dry grass. Nanchu silently rolled her eyes at Ji Yunting as she flipped the skewered meat in her hand, continuing to inquire, Ji Yunting, there is something I do not understand and wish to ask you. Speak, Ji Yunting replied, turning his gaze towards Nanchu. Are you the biological child of your mother and father? I have noticed they do not treat you well. Compared to Ji Yunting, the difference is stark. Nanchu stated candidly, I am my father's biological son, but not my mother's, Ji Yunting replied. As he uttered these words, his expression remained placid, as if discussing matters entirely unrelated to himself. Observing his tranquility, Nanchu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. What profound hurt must he have endured to speak of such matters with such calmness, devoid of any ripples in his soul? Ji Yunting did not conceal his lineage, recounting it to Nanchu as if it were someone else's story. It turned out he was the child of a slave from the Zhejiang clan. After the slave bore Ji Yunting, she experienced a period of great happiness with Zhejiang, but subsequently, for reasons unknown, Ji Yunting's mother vanished. Not long after, Zhejiang married Fenglan, and Ji Yunting and Ji Xiaoye were both born of Fenglan, making them half-siblings to Ji Yunting. And no wonder Ji always speaks to you with such cold sarcasm. Yet is warm towards Ji Yunting, Nanchu remarked with a pout. Since childhood, they have known that I am not of the same mother. Thus their bond is somewhat stronger, Ji Yunting explained. Feng Wui treats you poorly, and your father shows no concern. After all, you're his biological son. Nanchu further inquired. Ji Yunting did not answer her question, shaking his head as he said, "Your meat is about to burn? Oh dear! I was so engrossed in conversation that I nearly forgot the skewered meat," Nanchu exclaimed, hastily retrieving the meat from the fire. Her stomach had long been grumbling with hunger. At that moment, even raw meat would be devoured without hesitation. The freshly grilled meat was still quite hot, and she eagerly began to eat. "This is for you." Seeing Nanchu devour her meal voraciously, Ji Yunting offered her the piece of skewered meat he had just tasted. "No, you haven't eaten all day either, and you just fought with that lion. Quickly eat something to fill your stomach. We will go out early tomorrow to gather herbs, and then we can figure out how to procure some food," Nanchu insisted. Ji Yunting responded, quickening his pace. And soon he had woven a brand new grass mat. After laying down the mat and covering it with a piece of animal hide, he said, "Come, let us sleep." Nanchu, still sitting by the campfire, blinked in surprise. She found his statement rather awkward. "How can we share just one blanket?" Nanchu looked at the half-piece of animal hide on the makeshift bed, feeling quite conflicted. In a secluded space with only the two of them. One bed and one blanket, and with Ji Yunting being a strong young man, Nanchu felt a tinge of danger looming over her for the night. As she pondered, strange noises emanated from a nearby tent. In her previous life during the apocalypse, aside from food, nothing else mattered, and the interactions between men and women were exceedingly open. She had heard such sounds before and was well aware of what they represented. Instantly, Nanchu's cheeks flushed. She felt an intense heat radiating from her face, unsure of where to place her hands. Usually fearless, Nanchu now found herself in a state of nervousness. "What are you dawdling for?" "It is quite warm now. Aside from you females who always feel cold, we do not," Ji Yunting remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Nanchu. Nanchu thought to herself, "Is it warm now?" She doubted whether the original owner had died for blood loss or from the cold. When she awoke that morning, she had distinctly felt the chill in the forest. "This is what you said. At night, do not steal the blanket from me." Nanchu rose, clutching a piece of animal hide, and nestled into a corner of the bed, adding, "I will sleep here. Do not come near me at night, or I shall not be courteous." With that, Nanchu clenched her small fists and waved them defiantly in front of Ji Yunting. Unfortunately, her delicate little fists lacked any formidable aura. Should Ji Yunting wish to do anything, she possessed no capacity for resistance. "You think too much," Ji Yunting assessed her frail figure, concluding that with just a bit of force, he might inadvertently harm her. Yunting moved the charcoal fire from within the tent to the entrance. He retained a small fire not for warmth, but to dispel humidity. The spring forest was incredibly damp, and without a bit of charcoal burning inside the tent, sleeping at night would be quite uncomfortable. As the light within the tent dimmed, Nanchu, clutching her blanket, prepared to sleep. The peculiar sound from outside grew clearer, causing her great discomfort. It was the season of heightened activity for the beasts, with some preoccupied with birthing young, while others were engaged in mating. The scenario of Nanchu and Ji Yunting simply sharing a blanket and chatting was virtually impossible in the Blue Jiao tribe. Anxiety began to resurface within Nanchu. "Ji Yunting, you must not be influenced by this." Meanwhile, Ji Yunting felt like a fish on a hot stove, flipping over in torment. He could not escape the external commotion. In the past, when sleeping alone, he remained undisturbed by any noise, but today was different. With Nanchu, this female, lying on the bed, despite her doing nothing, the alluring fragrance emanating from her nearly overwhelmed his senses. Hearing Ji Yunting toss and turn, Nanchu's heart raced. She quickly calculated what she would do if Ji Yunting were to act inappropriately towards her. Although her plant-based powers were abundant, they seemed unresponsive at present. Nanchu subtly attempted to channel the energy from the black gold fruit, yet it felt as if a barrier existed between this energy and her plant abilities, rendering her unable to fully command it. This was entirely different from when the black gold fruit's effects had surged. The energy now felt like jelly, and her attempts to harness it yielded only a slender thread of power. Previously, as a 12th-tier plant ability user, she now found her capabilities diminished to what seemed less than the first tier. Guarding a treasure trove, yet being unable to access its riches was an exceedingly vexing experience. What exactly is the black gold fruit, and why does it hoard its energy instead of generously sharing it? Nanchu murmured to herself. Meanwhile, unable to sleep, Ji Yunting was also searching for ways to divert his attention. His fierce battle with Gu Sen earlier that day had fully unleashed the energy of the black gold fruit, which had aided in healing all his wounds. Even his old ailments were completely cured. However, having consumed only half of the black gold fruit, he could not immediately advance to the second tier of beastmen. With his eyes closed, Ji Yunting probed his ocean of energy, which seemed to have expanded significantly. The remaining energy from the black gold fruit only filled half of his energy reservoir. Feeling discomfort throughout his body, he couldn't find rest. He wished to draw energy from his reservoir to further nourish his body, hoping to refine it to be as robust as a second-tier beastman. Yet, something peculiar occurred. The energy he could once manipulate with ease had become exceedingly dense, and after much effort, he could only summon a trickle. Left with no choice, he could only draw out thin strands of energy to circulate through his veins, refining his physique. What was typically a simple process had morphed into an arduous task. But Ji Yunting's patience and resilience were remarkable. The more challenging it became, the more he felt compelled to confront it. Immersed in the task of refining his body, he finally managed to insulate himself from the strange noises outside the tent. And soon he fell into a deep, exhausted slumber. Nanchu was not much better off. After toiling for half the day, she had only managed to convert a small amount of her plant abilities. If she were to summon stinky grass, it would scarcely fill their BEAS for higher-tier plants. She still could not even summon them. Fatigued, Nanchu noticed Ji Yunting had fallen into a deep sleep, his breathing strong and steady, and only then did she feel at ease enough to sleep herself. In the latter half of the night, the forest grew increasingly cold, and the charcoal fire in the tent had extinguished. With only a beast-hide blanket for warmth, Nanchu felt somewhat chilly and, in a daze, rolled towards the warmth emanating from Ji Yunting's body. The following morning, Nanchu was awakened by a nightmare. In her dream, she felt as though she were trapped beneath a scorching boulder, its weight nearly suffocating her. She longed to push it away, but it was impossible. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she had somehow nestled into Ji Yunting's embrace. His arm resting across her chest, cradling her like a doll. His robust chest radiated warmth, nothing like the oppressive stone from her dream. Ji Yunting, let me go. I knew you had ulterior motives, Nanchu exclaimed. Shoving aside his arm and scrambling out of his hold, Ji Yunting, disturbed from his pleasant dreams, had a displeased expression. His voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, Last night, it was you who kept burrowing into my arms. I couldn't even push you away. Impossible, Nanchu retorted, mortified. How could she have willingly snuggled into Ji Yunting's embrace? It's because I was warm, Ji Yunting said with evident exasperation. The previous night, Nanchu's constant movement into his arms had thoroughly unsettled him. As a regular beast man, having a soft female persistently seek comfort in his embrace had sent his beastly instincts into a frenzy. If not for his formidable self-control, Nanchu would not be so unscathed now. A faint light began to penetrate the tent. Dawn was breaking. Ji Yunting, no longer inclined to sleep, turned and got out of bed. There's no time for that. Aren't you supposed to gather herbs for Shikai? I'll take you out now. Nanchu, still groggy, climbed out of bed. She reassured herself that it was no big deal to have slept in Ji Yunting's arms. After all, she had often shared close quarters with her teammates. Comforting herself, she followed Ji Yunting out of the tent. The tribe was exceptionally quiet, with only a few clusters of women visible, heading towards the outskirts. Were they up to so early? Nanchu inquired. Curiosity piqued, gathering wild fruits and vegetables. The tribe begins to stockpile various dried fruits and vegetables from spring. The females cannot hunt, so they rely on these to exchange for other food and goods from the tribe. Ji Yunting explained. Why are they all empty-handed? Not even a basket. Nanchu asked again. In the Blue Flood tribe, beastmen can start their own fires, make wooden barrels and stone pots. Yet they have no baskets? That's quite peculiar. Our females aren't skilled in that area. Baskets are typically traded with meat from other tribes, and everyone is reluctant to part with them. Then how do they carry the wild fruits and vegetables? With leaves, there's a type of grass in the forest that resembles a large pocket. The females prefer to use these pocket grasses to carry things. Ji Yunting patiently elaborated as they walked along the main avenue of the tribe. Many friendly beastmen glanced in Moon Nanchu's direction, with some bold ones even greeting her. Of course, most of the female beastmen were gazing at Ji Yunting, yet none dared approach him. Once they exited the tribe, Moon Nanchu teased, "Ji Yunting, you're quite popular here. Your brother has already found a mate, yet you remain unattached, and oh, one dares." Ji Yunting replied coldly. Moon Nanchu paused, perplexed. "What do you mean, no one dares? You ask too many questions. What type of herbs do you wish to find?" "I don't know them all. I can only take you around the area," Ji Yunting finally admitted, slightly annoyed. "That I'm looking for bone-healing grass." "It usually grows near rivers," Moon Nanchu stated. "Bone-healing grass is quite effective for healing, but it is cold in nature, so it must be paired with red sun fruit during use." She wondered if such fruit could be found in these mountains and forests. Ji Yunting ceased further conversation, striding ahead as he led Moon Nanchu towards the lakeside. The Blue Flood tribe is nestled against a mountain and faces a lake not far from them, which connects with the sacred lake of the tribe in a gourd-like shape. The tribe situated at the gourd's head. From a distance, Moon Nanchu could see the mist hovering over the small sacred lake, and she could vaguely hear female beastmen conversing. "Shuyun, did you know? Ji Yunting really brought back a little female. She looks even younger than you did, I heard. Shuyun, don't be upset. Not marrying into the Feng shaman's family isn't so bad. Ji Yunting isn't the Feng shaman's biological son. She surely won't treat his mate well. You wouldn't have a good life there either. What? Xiaohua, are you jealous of Shuyun? The Feng shaman adores Shuyun. How could she possibly suffer if she marries into that family? I see it as that little female who first flirted with Ji Yunting. Otherwise, why would he abandon a good Shuyun for an unknown little female? Shaoan, how could I be jealous of Shuyun? I'm just speaking the truth. When Shuyun was an apprentice to the shaman, the Feng shaman was indeed warm towards her, but later, Shuyun never activated her shamanic powers. The Feng shaman has long since been disappointed in her. She's just a superficial person. Not marrying in her family isn't a loss." Listening to the group of females converse, Moon Nanchu silently pondered. This beast man, named Xiaohua, spoke wisely, if what she said was true. Then Feng Lan was indeed superficial. Ji Yunting, does this Shuyun female have feelings for you, or do you fancy her? Moon Nanchu teased. Neither, Ji Yunting replied, his face cold as he abruptly turned, leading Moon Nanchu around a corner to avoid the situation. He feared that if he encountered Shuyun, it would stir up trouble, especially since she was still at home resting. Compared to the mess surrounding Shuyun, she's well-being was far more critical. "Hey, why don't you just admit it? It's nothing to be ashamed of. We're not truly mates. If you have someone you like, just say it. Don't let her misunderstand," Moon Nanchu remarked. If Ji Yunting had someone he liked, she certainly wouldn't dare share a tent with him. Needing to avoid any awkwardness, there's no one. Ji Yunting's expression darkened as he quickened his pace, feeling as though Moon Nanchu was eager to stir up trouble. Moon Nanchu was indeed curious to meet Shuyun. She recalled that Ji Zheng mentioned yesterday that they were saving up some coins to visit Shuyun's family, to bring her home as Ji Yunting's mate, if the two were truly innocent. Why would Ji Zheng have said such a thing? What does bone-healing grass look like? I'll help you search for it. Ji Yunting led Moon Nanchu to the vicinity of the little sacred lake and inquired. Typically, there are 4 slender leaves, adorned with small, sharp thorns that can be quite prickly. The greater the number of leaves, the higher the quality of the herb. Tea this time of year, the bone-healing grass should be in bloom, generally producing small yellow flowers that also bear thorns. You might want to keep an eye out for them, Moon Nanchu explained. Ji Yunting acknowledged, then proceeded towards the lakeside, perhaps due to the orcs frequently visiting the lakeshore. The nearby underbrush was sparse, mostly consisting of low-lying grass. Barefoot on the uneven lawn, Moon Nanchu felt as though her feet would be pierced by various prickly objects. Once we find the bone-healing grass, I must weave a pair of grass shoes. If I continue like this, I might as well say goodbye to my feet, she muttered, keeping her head down. The two meandered around the lake, but despite their efforts, they could not locate the elusive bone-healing grass. However, they did come across some red sun fruits. Ji Yunting, Moon Nanchu called out, waving her hand towards him. Ji Yunting glanced in her direction and found Moon Nanchu amidst a thicket, seemingly holding something and occasionally popping it in her mouth. What is it? Ji Yunting approached and inquired. There's so many wild strawberries here, and they're quite sweet, Moon Nanchu said, offering him 2 large strawberries. A small patch of wild strawberries grew near the red sun fruits, likely left untouched by other orcs, having only consumed a bit of roasted meat the previous day and nothing for breakfast that morning. Both of them were already feeling quite hungry. Ji Yunting took the 2 wild strawberries from Moon Nanchu and popped them into his mouth. After a moment, he remarked, they are indeed sweet. You enjoy some here. I'll go look elsewhere. There was only a small patch of wild strawberries, and if Ji Yunting were to partake as well, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. Mu Nanchu was no fool. She could easily discern Ji Yunting's intention. Emerging from the thicket, she gathered the wild strawberries into her fur skirt and placed them before Ji Yunting. Let us share. Once we find the bone-healing grass, you can help me catch a flying rabbit to eat. I suspect by the time we return for breakfast, we will have little to show for our efforts, Moon Nanchu stated. She suspected Fong Lan might still harbor grievances against her, thinking it unlikely that she would be offered any food. It seemed more probable that Fong Lan would let her go hungry for a few meals, waiting until she felt faint before expecting her to comply with whatever Fong Lan demanded. That sounds good, Ji Yunting replied. While Moon Nanchu was gathering red sun fruits, she finally spotted the pocket grass Ji Yunting had mentioned. The leaves were roughly the size of her arm and appeared quite sturdy. She placed the small, yellow, bean-sized red sun fruits into the pocket grass, which would suffice for her needs. Sitting by the little sacred lake, Ji Yunting and Moon Nanchu began to eat the wild strawberries. After only a few bites, they noticed a snow-white flying rabbit cautiously approaching the water's edge. Yunting gestured for silence, setting down his wild strawberries. He picked up a small stone from the ground and, with a swift motion, hurled it. The flying rabbit, which had been about to drink, was instantly knocked over, not even managing to kick its legs before it lay still. This was Moon Nanchu's first encounter with such a ferocious method of catching flying rabbits. She marveled at Ji Yunting's strength. It was astonishing that he could fell such a creature with merely a small stone. However, Ji Yunting only managed to hit his target on the first attempt. During the next 2 encounters, he failed to strike again. The name Flying Rabbit was certainly not without merit, as they were remarkably quick. It seems we will have to settle for just this small flying rabbit, Ji Yunting said, his expression somewhat displeased. The meat of the flying rabbit is delicious, and its pelts are valuable, but it appeared that this sizable rabbit would yield little more than its skin and bones, leaving them hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. There are many rabbits. I do have a way to catch them. However, we do not have time to waste here. We must first locate the bone-healing grass, Moon Nanchu stated. Indeed, finding the bone-healing grass is of utmost importance. Ji Yunting concurred. A bone-healing grass is not particularly difficult to find. As the sun gradually rose, Moon Nanchu finally discovered a small patch of it. Perhaps the local orcs were unfamiliar with the herb, for it had gone unharvested. Instead of the usual 4-leaf growth, they found many with 6 or 8 leaves, each thick and robust, indicating a high-quality herb. Without delay, the 2 hastily collected some bone-healing grass to take back. Upon returning to the Blue Flood tribe, the atmosphere was already lively. As they approached the tribe, several individuals greeted Ji Yunting, and those who spotted the flying rabbit in his grasp would jokingly remark about his concern for his partner, suggesting that he had gone to great lengths to catch a difficult prey for his frail companion. Faced with such banter, Ji Yunting offered no explanation. He could hardly confess that he was merely repaying Moon Nanchu for the wild strawberries she had gathered. As they walked back, Moon Nanchu caught sight of a tall female orc in the crowd, her gaze directed at her with a distinctly unfriendly demeanor. This female orc was accompanied by several others of similar age, and they huddled together, occasionally gesturing towards Moon Nanchu while whispering amongst themselves. With her keen ears, Moon Nanchu could discern snippets of their conversation. "Shiyun, don't be upset. Ji Yunting is no longer a second-tier orc. He hardly deserves you. There are plenty of powerful second-tier orcs in our tribe for you to choose from," Xiaohua advised. Xiaohua is right. You are a shaman apprentice, and the former shaman also mentioned that you might awaken shamanic powers. If you truly become a shaman, you won't just be limited to the second-tier orcs of the Blue Flood tribe. You'll have your pick from orcs of other tribes as well. Shaun added, "Exactly. Look at that little slave. Her arrogance is laughable. What is so impressive about catching a flying rabbit? Must she make it known to the entire tribe?" Shaun scoffed. "Shaun, enough? Ji Yunting and I have nothing between us. Now that he has found his partner, I wish him all the best," Shuyun said, her eyes reddening. Nanchu blinked, observing Shuyun with a sense of incredulity. She thought to herself how remarkably naive Shuyun was. From the conversation, it was clear that her disdain for Ji Yunting stemmed from his injury that had reduced him to a first-tier orc, yet in Shuyun's perspective, it had morphed into a narrative of Ji Yunting abandoning her, casting her as the victim. Such skill and pretense was remarkable. While Nanchu had no intention of engaging in conflict, especially with she still bedridden, having had her festering wounds treated the previous day, she needed to return and process the herbs for she. However, as fate would have it, trouble found her when Shaoan and Xiaohua, along with 2 other female orcs, rushed over and blocked her path. Shaoan was not particularly striking in appearance. She usually played the role of Shuyun's sidekick. When Ji Yunting was still a second-tier orc, Shuyun had always surrounded herself with him, and despite her own feelings for Ji Yunting, Xiaothan could only watch from the sidelines, knowing she paled in comparison to Shuyun. After Ji Yunting had been injured and become a first-tier orc, Shuyun had clearly started to distance herself from him. Shaoan felt a flicker of hope, but she was taken aback when Ji Yunting returned with a small female orc rumored to be from the Snake Fox tribe. Instantly, she felt a sense of crisis. The orcs from the Snake Fox tribe were renowned for their beauty, and she felt inadequate in comparison. However, upon seeing Nanchu, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although Nanchu was pretty, she was quite petite, lacking any significant appeal beyond her charming face. This realization instantly boosted Xiaoan's confidence, prompting her to block Nanchu's path. In truth, Xiaoan wasn't genuinely defending Shuyun. She merely sought to impress Ji Yunting, hoping to convey that only a strong female orc like herself was worthy of him. In her mind, Nanchu's delicate stature was only fit for servitude. No orc would ever consider her a partner. The powerful orcs were always entertained by the jealousy of the females vying for their attention, and it wasn't long before a crowd gathered around Nanchu. "Little slave, you've done quite well to win over Ji Yunting. I heard that because of you, he has been at odds with his family. You must be a jinx. It would be best for you to leave," Shaoan hissed venomously, and Nanchu loathed being called slave. And Shaoan's words ignited her anger. "Please retract your statement. I am not a slave," Nanchu replied coldly. Shaoan stood a full head taller than Nanchu and was unafraid of her. "How can you deny it? You are a slave. The Serpent Fox clan is indeed a prominent lineage. Their members do not even engage in intermarriage, so how could they possibly abandon the females of their own kin? There remains but one possibility. You must be a slave within their ranks to have been cast aside. You are likely unaware that upon my entrance into the tribe, I swore an oath to the beast god. I am not a slave. Should I hear you refer to me as such again, I shall make you regret it with a thorough beating," Nanchu declared fiercely. Unfortunately, despite her self-perception of ferocity to the surrounding beastmen, she merely appeared adorably fierce. Her pale, delicate face had little effect in instilling fear. Shaoan, feeling vexed by Nanchu's bravado, suppressed her disdain, retorting, "If you wish for me to refrain from calling you my little slave, you must demonstrate some skill. Only the strong are free from the label of slave. Are you brave enough to spar with me?" "Shaoan, do not go too far," Ji Yunting interjected. Nanchu, being so frail, was no match for Xiao, and if a true confrontation occurred, it was certain that Nanchu would be at a disadvantage. "Yunting, this is a battle among us females. You needn't interfere," Shaoan replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Ji Yunting. Nearby, a few raucous beastmen cheered, proclaiming that since this was a contest between females, it was only natural for Ji Yunting's companion, having just arrived in the tribe, to establish rapport with the females through a friendly spar. Perhaps they might even become friends thereafter. Nanchu internally spat at the beastman who spoke, for she would never consider becoming friends with the likes of Lianhua. With such companions, one could easily find themselves betrayed without realizing it. In the world of beastmen, strength reigned supreme. Both genders resolve conflicts through might. The one with the stronger fist commands respect. Nevertheless, the tribe forbids lethal combat among its members. Sparring is acceptable, but must remain within limits. Anyone who dares to kill a fellow clansman shall face punishment. Nanchu quickly assessed the disparity in combat prowess between herself and Xiao, and although Xiao was a female, she appeared robust, a full circle larger than Nanchu. Without resorting to her botanical abilities, Nanchu estimated her chances of victory against Xiao to be a mere 50%. Yunting, must I accept Xiao and challenge? Nanchu inquired, looking towards Ji Yunting. He nodded slightly. It was the tribe's custom that all must adhere to. The gap in strength between Nanchu and Xiao was truly vast. Some beastmen advised Xiao, saying, Xiao, if you wish to showcase your prowess, seek out another opponent. Your partner has only just arrived in the tribe and likely hasn't even had her fill of food, so how can she stand against you? Yet, we are merely sparring. She will eventually be one of us, and if she wishes for our acceptance, she must demonstrate some abilities, Xiao replied with conviction. The crowd continued to swell, and though a few female beastmen wished to defend Nanchu, their voices were drowned out by the raucous cheers of the onlookers. Xiao, perhaps we should reconsider, Shui Yun suggested gently. Fear not, we shall merely exchange a few moves and stop at that. Xiao winked at Shui Yun. Among the female beastmen, Xiao was known for her combat prowess. In the past, when females were drawn to Ji Yunting, she and a few others had challenged them, ultimately driving off those who sought to approach him. Now, facing Nanchu, Xiao saw her slender frame and decided to employ the same tactics to intimidate Nanchu. Where shall we compete? Nanchu asked, feeling irked by Xiao's overconfidence. She could not allow herself to appear as an easy target for the tribe's beastmen, in her view, her past life in the apocalypse and her current existence among the beastmen shared a stark similarity. Only the strong could survive. To the square, Xiao declared. The prospect of a contest between two females was far more engaging than a brawl between two beastmen. Soon, the square was thronged with spectators, encircled 3 layers deep. Nanchu was not particularly skilled in close combat. To prevail against Xiao, she would need to rely on her wits. Her only advantage lay in the fact that everyone presumed she would lose. Viewing her as a fragile little female, destined only to take hits from Xiao, and whoever steps outside this stone circle loses. Be cautious, little female, Xiao proclaimed from within the square. Very well. Nanchu responded with enthusiasm. The beastmen surrounding them erupted in cheers at Nanchu's unflinching acceptance of the challenge, while Ji Yunting wore a dark expression, as if he were about to devour someone. Xiao was overtly bullying Nanchu. If she were to strike even slightly harder, Nanchu might very well find her life at risk. Nanchu, you may concede, Ji Yunting urged. Oh, Yunting, how can you say that? They are merely sparring. They will not transform into beasts, and thus cannot truly harm each other, a beastman jested. Nanchu is different, Ji Yunting replied, his face darkening ominously. The beastman who had just been jesting now sobered, sensing the gravity of Ji Yunting's demeanor. Ji Yunting's combat prowess was notably formidable within the Blue Flood tribe. Although he had recently transformed into a first-tier beastman, his latent power still commanded respect from most. Concerned for Nanchu's safety, he wished for her to yield. Little did he realize that if Nanchu conceded today, she would likely be subjected to further ridicule from Xiao and her ilk within the Blue Flood tribe. Even other female beastmen would look down upon her. Yunting, I will not concede, Nanchu replied, flashing a radiant smile at Ji Yunting before turning her attention back to Xiao. I shall commence now. Xiao dismissed Nanchu as inconsequential, but before she could retort, Nanchu suddenly propelled herself forward, charging towards her. Xiao found it amusing. The stone circle was so small. Could Nanchu truly trip herself? As the two engaged in combat, Ji Yunting braced himself, prepared to intervene should Xiao strike Nanchu with undue force. After all, Nanchu was a female and did not need to assert herself within the tribe. Even in defeat, no beastman would look down upon her. All the spectators eagerly anticipated a spectacle. Female beastmen engaged in combat were typically quite gentle, often entangled for a time, inflicting perhaps a scratch or two. but never resorting to the feral transformations that characterized battles among beast warriors, where one would emerge bruised and battered. Nanchu, utilizing her lighter frame, swiftly increased her speed, targeting 2 pressure points on Xiaoan's legs. Without hesitation, she delivered a precise kick. Her strikes were swift, accurate, and unexpected. Before Xiaoan could react, she had stumbled back, falling heavily outside the stone circle. The entire sequence transpired at a breathtaking pace, leaving the spectators in stunned silence as they beheld Xiao, unseated on the ground. Utterly baffled, this little female is truly formidable. She vanquished Xiao, and with a single move, one beastman exclaimed in astonishment. Breathing heavily, Nanchu stood in the center of the stone circle, surveying the female beastmen and warriors around her with measured composure. I am Nanchu, hailing from the Serpent Fox clan. I am not a slave, nor shall I be referred to as a little female. You may call me Nanchu or Mu. Mu, you are quite impressive, Yi remarked, the one who had previously urged Xiao and to reconsider. Thank you, Nanchu replied. Ji Yunting stepped forward, taking Nanchu's hand. Come, we must hurry. She is waiting for us to deliver the medicine. Xiaoan sat on the ground, her expression one of bewilderment. She had only felt a sharp pain in her leg before finding herself seated, watching as Nanchu and Ji Yunting walked away. Finally comprehending that she had indeed lost, Shui Yun glanced at Xiao, and her teeth clenched in frustration. Xiaoan is truly useless, a frail little female who looks incapable of surviving, and yet she is lost. Moreover, she has unwittingly become a stepping stone for Nanchu's rise within the Blue Flood tribe. This simply cannot stand. Watching Ji Yunting grasp Nanchu's hand from a distance, Shui Yun's fingers curled into a fist, seething with the desire to confront Nanchu. The one I cannot have, you, a mere little slave, shall not have either, Shui Yun murmured to herself, seeing Nanchu unharmed. Ji Yunting finally felt relieved. As they walked home, he asked, Nanchu, how did you manage to defeat Xiao, and so swiftly? I cannot believe you possess such strength that I employed finesse, much like how you target the vital points of beast warriors during combat. Nanchu explained. Are there vital points in the legs as well? Ji Yunting's eyes widened in realization. The legs of beastmen were typically robust, devoid of weaknesses. Indeed, and when we return home, I shall elaborate. There are numerous vital points on the human body, and a well-placed strike could prove fatal, Nanchu added. Very well, he replied, that Ji Yunting suppressed the excitement within her heart and responded with a nod. The two of them returned home, placing the flying rabbit and the surplus wild strawberries in the tent. Nanchu was in the yard, meticulously washing the bone-healing grass and red sunfruit before pounding them in a stone mortar. She first poured the excess medicinal juice into a bamboo tube, then wrapped the mashed herbal residue in leaves separately, and took them to Ji Yan's house. They had lingered in the square for quite some time, and by the time Nanchu was tidying up the bone-healing grass in the yard, Ji Xiaoyan and Feng Lan had already awakened. Mother, I saw Nanchu gathering quite a few strange herbs and berries. She has been busy in the tent for quite a while, but I don't know what she is doing, Ji Xiaoya whispered to Feng Lan. Go in her tent and bring me some to have a look. Feng Lan said, filled with curiosity. All right, Ji Xiaoya replied, joyfully. As Ji Xiao stepped out, Ji Zheng inquired Lan, do you think Nanchu truly possesses the potential to wield shamanic powers? What if she does have that aptitude? I won't mistake it. Nanchu is merely an ordinary shamanic apprentice, likely possessing some knowledge of herbs. If she genuinely has the potential to awaken shamanic powers, the Serpent Fox tribe would not abandon her, Feng Lan asserted. But what if she makes a grave mistake? Even if she were to kill her parents, they wouldn't expel her from the tribe. She would merely become a slave for breeding. Ji Zheng replied, the shamanic practitioners of the Serpent Fox tribe are not ordinary. I am one of the less gifted, yet my shamanic abilities are already formidable. If it weren't for you saving my life, my father would not have wanted me embroiled in the competition for the great shaman. Oh, you think my father would allow me to become your partner? Feng Lan said. Indeed, Lan. Do you feel confident in your competition for the great shaman this year? To date, none of your apprentices have awakened shamanic powers, while I have heard whispers that Chi Bao over there seems poised to awaken shamanic abilities, Ji Zheng asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Speaking of her own apprentices, Feng Lan was filled with frustration. Sigh. There's truly nothing I can do. That I had high hopes for Xu Yun, but despite her fluctuations of shamanic energy, she is yet to awaken. I need to think of a solution. This year, one of my apprentices must awaken their shamanic powers, or my aspirations to become the great shaman will be difficult to achieve. While they conversed, Ji Xiaoye returned with a piece of bone-healing grass and a few red sunfruits. She also brought the flying rabbit and wild strawberries to show Feng Lan. Mother, do you think these are medicinal herbs? Feng Lan took the bone-healing grass, sniffed it, and examined it closely, concluding that it did not appear to be medicinal. I have not seen this in the herbal compendium. In these fruits, Ji Xiaoye produced a few red sunfruits. Recalling that their taste had not been pleasant. Red sunfruit, now that is a type of medicinal herb, Feng Lan remarked. What does Mu Nanchu intend to do with these fruits? They are pleasing to the eye, but not palatable. Ji Xiaoye commented. Who knows? She is a shamanic apprentice, so she must recognize a few herbs that I suspect she intends to trade herbs for food. Feng Lan speculated that if she truly knows her herbs, keeping her around wouldn't be such a bad idea. Ji Zheng added, herbs can be exchanged for food and copper coins in the tribe. That if Mu Nanchu can gather enough herbs to contribute to the household income, I would be willing to let her stay. Especially since she doesn't consume much food anyway. Ji Zheng mused. Let us see. With her frail appearance, can she even sustain herself? It remains uncertain, Feng Lan replied. Mother, Ji Yunting also caught a flying rabbit. I want to eat roasted rabbit meat, Ji Xiaoye exclaimed, waving the rabbit excitedly in front of Feng Lan to go wake your second brother and have him prepare it. Feng Lan said matter-of-factly. The three individuals in the room completely overlooked Ji Yunting. To them, the prey she had caught was simply part of the household, and they felt no need to consult her regarding its fate. Unbeknownst to Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu, all the rabbit and strawberries they had gathered had been squandered by Ji Xiaoye. The two made their way to Ji Yan's home, where Ji Yan was boiling water in the tent. Upon seeing Mu Nanchu arrive, he quickly welcomed her. Nanchu, you're here. Last night, she had another fever. I'll take a look. Mu Nanchu placed the medicine on the stone table and approached Shi, who lay on the bed with flushed cheeks. Upon examination, Mu Nanchu found her to indeed be somewhat feverish. This is due to the wound becoming inflamed. Once the inflammation subsides, her temperature will decrease, Mu Nanchu explained, adding a bit of water to the medicinal mixture she had prepared and administering it to Shi. This medicine is for reducing inflammation. Drink it first, and I will bring you another dose at noon that I estimate that by this evening, your fever should subside. Thank you, Nanchu, she said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. It's nothing, Mu Nanchu reassured her. However, there was still a foul odor emanating from Shi's wound. Mu Nanchu removed the charcoal from the top and noted that there were no signs of healing. The wound was still oozing blood. She realized that there must still be snake venom in Shi's body, and if the venom was not completely eliminated, full recovery would be a challenge. As Mu Nanchu applied medicine to Shi's wound, she discreetly mobilized her limited plant-based powers to assist Shi in purging the snake venom and accelerating the healing of her injury. Ji Yunting and Ji Yin sat on stone stools in the tent, conversing, while Ji Yunting kept a watchful eye on Mu Nanchu. When he noticed a faint green light emanating from her right hand, he understood that she was secretly utilizing her shamanic powers. Mu Nanchu is truly disobedient. I have warned her before, yet she disregards my words. I must remind her once more when we return that if news of her shamanic powers gets out, I will no longer be able to protect her. Ji Yunting thought. Nanchu, this medicine is remarkable. I can feel my leg improving significantly, she exclaimed in astonishment. Her injury had lingered for far too long, and she had once believed she might not survive. Now, seeing the miraculous herbs brought by Mu Nanchu, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Perhaps she could endure. Just moments ago, Jian had been worried about Shi's fever, but hearing her praise, he finally felt relieved. Nanchu, have you two had breakfast yet? I made some meat soup. Stay and eat with us. No, Brother Yin, Mu Nanchu and I will have breakfast at home, Ji Yunting replied, that we're brothers. Why be so polite? When did your mother ever prepare breakfast for you in the morning? Ji Yin remarked. Ji Yin was well aware of Ji Yunting's home situation. Previously, Feng Lan had deliberately troubled him, and whenever he wasn't out hunting, He often went hungry. Now, with Moon Nanchu tagging along, Feng Lan would likely be even more disdainful of him. All right, Ji Yunting acquiesced. He could go hungry, but Moon Nanchu should not. He reflected on how troublesome it was to have a female companion. In the past, he could live quite freely on his own, but now with Moon Nanchu around, his life had become more meticulous, and he had to ensure breakfast every day. Ji Yin was boiling the ox bones that Ji Yunting had delivered yesterday, and they had been simmering for quite some time. With the meat now separating from the bones, Yin lifted the pot lid, and a rich aroma of beef wafted out. He added a handful of wild greens and a pinch of salt, stirring with a ladle until the greens were slightly cooked. He then ladled the soup into a wooden bowl. Nanchu finished rebandaging Shi's wound and said, "I'll come back this evening to change your dressing and check on the healing process." "Nanchu, herbs are so precious. Surely we don't need to change the dressing twice a day. Once a day should suffice," she said, a touch of reluctance in her voice. "The bone-healing grass is not hard to find. We discovered a small patch by the little sacred lake today, so I believe there will be enough for you," Moon Nanchu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, she felt reassured. "Nanchu, come drink a bowl of meat soup," Ji Yin called as Moon Nanchu finished tending to Shi's wound. Having only nibbled on wild strawberries outside, Moon Nanchu was particularly hungry at that moment, but she would not pass up the opportunity for meat soup. "Thank you, Brother Yin," she said warmly as she accepted the bowl of meat soup from Ji Yin and quickly drank it down. "Wow, this soup is delicious, Brother Yin. Your cooking skills are truly impressive," Moon Nanchu praised without reservation. "Ha, I had no idea my cooking was that good. Would you like me to serve you another bowl? There is still plenty left in the pot," Ji Yin laughed heartily. "Yes, with such delicious soup, I must have a couple more bowls," Moon Nanchu replied eagerly. Mu Nanchu, with a bold demeanor, spoke up. Beside her, Ji Yunting, holding a wooden bowl, stared in astonishment as Moon Nanchu downed a second bowl of meat soup. They had only recently indulged in wild strawberries. How could her petite frame possibly accommodate such a substantial quantity of broth? Ji Yunting felt that if he did not take Moon Nanchu away soon, she would consume every last drop of the soup in Ji Yan's pot. "Brother Yin, I shall return first at noon. I will have Nanchu bring the medicine over," Ji Yunting said, grasping Moon Nanchu's wrist. "Very well. I appreciate Nanchu's help. Once she's injury is healed, I promise to present her with a splendid gift," Ji Yin replied. Ji Yin was also a second-tier beastman. He had only Shi as a partner, and their household did not require catering to many mouths. Before Shi's injury, their lives had been quite comfortable, and they had never lacked for meat. Mu Nanchu, abruptly pulled away by Ji Yunting, wore an expression of bewilderment. "Hey, Ji Yunting, let go of me. Why are we leaving in such haste? I still wish to speak with Xi. Mu Nanchu was filled with questions. She had already asked too much yesterday, and Ji Yunting was clearly growing impatient with her inquiries. If she continued to pry, he might begin to harbor suspicions. Yet she was different. She was an injured female, having remained in the tent for so long. If the two engaged in casual conversation, she could divulge much useful information. "She is unwell. She needs to rest properly. Your presence would hinder her recovery," Ji Yunting stated. "All right, then I shall visit she another day. By the way, how do you bathe here? I notice there is no bathing basin in your tent," Moon Nanchu inquired, following Ji Yunting. "The females in our tribe bathe directly in the little sacred lake." What if someone sees us?" Moon Nanchu exclaimed in surprise. The females of the Lan Jiao tribe were indeed quite open, bathing in a little sacred lake surrounded by trees and bushes. If someone were to spy on them, they might not even be noticed. "A group of females going together need not fear," Ji Yunting replied. "I cannot accept that I will return shortly to heat some water and wash myself," Moon Nanchu declared. Yesterday had been overwhelmingly eventful. She had not found the time to properly bathe. Now, with no pressing matters at hand, she felt the urgency to cleanse herself and change out of her coarse bee-skin skirt, which was chafing her waist. "Oh, troublesome, I will help you fetch some water," Ji Yunting remarked with evident disdain. Upon their return, they found Ji Yu seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, munching on wild strawberries while chatting with Ji Yunting. "Second brother, you cannot be biased. I also adore flying rabbit meat. I want a leg of it," Ji Yu insisted. "When she is pregnant. So of course she should eat first," You can manage with some meat soup, Ji Yunting teased. Second brother, how can you be like this? Ji Xiaoyu retorted, raising her voice toward the thatched house. Mother, please talk to second brother. He has such a large flying rabbit, and he only lets me have soup. Do not fuss. Your second brother would never deprive you of your share. He is merely teasing you. Feng Lan replied, exasperated yet amused. Observing the cheerful family scene in the courtyard, Nanchu felt a pang of discomfort. She approached Ji Yunting's tent and glanced at the spot where she had left the flying rabbits and wild strawberries. Now devoid of any trace, Ji Xiaoyu, did you eat my wild strawberries without my permission? And Ji Yunting, what give you the right to take that flying rabbit which was caught by Yunting? Without our consent? Nanchu confronted them. Nanchu, how do you know the wild strawberries and the flying rabbit belong to you? My second brother, and I gathered them early this morning. This has nothing to do with you. Ji Xiaoyu scoffed. Ji Yunting was busy skinning the flying rabbit, barely lifting his eyes, completely ignoring the presence of Ji Yunting and Nanchu as for Feng Lan inside the house. She remained silent, tacitly endorsing Ji Xiaoyu's words. Nanchu found Ji Xiaoyu utterly shameless. She spoke without batting an eye. Ji Xiaoyu, do you have no sense of shame left? Proving that flying rabbit is mine is quite simple. It was killed by a stone to the head. Even if the skull is intact, there should be a significant dent. And as for the wild strawberries, everyone has a different technique for picking them. I prefer to pinch them off. You can check if the stems of the strawberries were plucked with my nails. Ji Xiaoyu did not expect Nanchu to react so swiftly. With a scowl, she retorted, so what if it is yours? My sister-in-law is pregnant. What is wrong with eating one of your flying rabbits? Ji Xiaoyu spoke with such audacity that Nanchu nearly choked with frustration. The fact that when she was pregnant was of no concern to her. The child was Ji Yunting's, not Ji Yunting's. Enough with the squabbling. Yunting, the tribe will organize a hunt tomorrow. You should join them, Ji Zheng said, emerging from the tent upon hearing the commotion. Ji Yunting, having witnessed the scene unfold, noted that Ji Zheng paid no heed to Ji Xiaoyu, not even offering a word of fairness. A sudden thought struck him. Father, I fear I cannot go. My energy seems to be experiencing some issues. Just a few days ago I was fine, but today I can hardly use it, nor can I even transform. Ji Yunting confessed. His words struck the onlookers like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in shock. Nanchu was aware that Ji Yunting had consumed half of a black gold fruit, a miraculous healing herb. Even if it did not elevate him to a second-tier beast man, it should not cause him to regress. Was his condition akin to hers, guarding a treasure yet unable to access its riches? Was the energy in his sea of energy frozen like jelly? Yunting, when your mother examined you yesterday, everything seemed fine. How could you suddenly be unable to transform? Ji Zheng questioned, clearly skeptical of Ji Yunting's claims, believing he merely wished to avoid the hunt. Perhaps I ingested a healing fruit in the forest, and that fruit caused the beast god to retract the divine power bestowed upon me. Ji Yunting fabricated. He returned from the forest with all his wounds healed and felt the need to provide an explanation to his family. Thus, he claimed he had mistakenly eaten a fruit similar to the black gold fruit. However, the fruit he had actually consumed only had basic healing properties and could not assist him in advancing to a second-tier beastman. The Balon Forest has existed for millions of years, and it is home to numerous exotic fruits. This possibility cannot be dismissed, Feng Lan remarked. Lan, is there a way to resolve this? Ji Zheng inquired. He could accept Ji Yunting becoming a first-tier beastman. But if he were to regress to an underbeastman, Ji Zheng would find it entirely unacceptable. This situation represented not just an additional mouth to feed, but also a potential loss of face for Ji Zheng, who was once the mightiest second-tier beastman of the Lan Jiao tribe. Feng Lan shook her head. No, I cannot determine what fruit Yunting consumed, and thus I have no means to concoct an antidote. Ji Zheng's expression darkened as he took a moment before responding. Yunting, you should rest at home for a few days. That I will consult with the chief shaman to see if there is a solution. Understood, Yunting remarked. Ji Zheng turned and left, not revealing his intentions. Upon hearing that Ji Yunting might very well transform into a sub-beastman, Ji Xiaoyu wore a sardonic smile, thinking that henceforth he would likely no longer partake of the flying rabbit that his elder brother hunted. Second brother, you must take care of elder brother. Should he ever starve, others would accuse you of forgetting the bonds of brotherhood. Ji Yunting coldly snorted. Nanchu, feeling quite nauseated by the exchange between the siblings, stepped forward decisively, seizing the skinned flying rabbit and half a handful of wild strawberries, saying, "Since you both look down on Yunting, then do not consume what he has hunted." With that, Nanchu grasped the flying rabbit in one hand and Ji Yunting's hand in the other, leading him back to their own tent. "Let us start a fire. We shall roast the flying rabbit ourselves," Nanchu declared with evident delight. Ji Yunting, who had maintained a stoic expression, found himself intrigued by Nanchu's singular focus on food at this moment. He could not help but ask, "Are you not afraid that I might truly become a sub-beastman? Life alongside one would hardly be pleasant, and I might be sold off for meat at any time. I have also eaten the fruit. Do you think I am unaware of the situation? Besides, based on your abilities, I firmly believe that even as a sub-beastman, you would still be formidable," Nanchu replied earnestly. During the apocalypse, Nanchu had known individuals who, relying solely on their combat skills rather than any supernatural powers, could vanquish terrifying monsters. Such individuals were the true kings. "Thank you, Nanchu," Ji Yunting said, ruffling her soft hair. The words he had just spoken were initially meant to probe Ji Yunting's stance. He wished to ascertain how Ji Yunting would treat him if he were truly rendered a useless being. He had anticipated Ji Yunting would hesitate, ponder the matter, but who could have imagined that his own father would abandon him without a second thought? Today, if Ji Yunting had allowed him to remain with the hunting party, it would have indicated a desire for him to stay. If not, then only one reason remained. He wished for him to depart. He need not even request to be sent away. Ji Yunting would find a way to have him vacate this dilapidated tent. It was rather laughable to think that the only one who trusted him now was a little female he had only recently rescued. Outside the tent, Ji Xiaoye was pulling Feng Lan's hand. "Fuming, mother, look at Nanchu. She snatched the flying rabbit and left us none. Then go and take it back. Why do you rely on your mother for everything? I am no beast god who oversees all," Feng Lan retorted impatiently. Had Nanchu and Ji Yunting not returned, Ji Xiaoye would have simply eaten the flying rabbit. But now that they had come back, her pride prevented her from barging into Ji Yunting's tent to claim it. Inside the tent, Nanchu quickly set the flying rabbit over the charcoal fire to roast. Although she had consumed 2 bowls of meat soup at Ji Yan's home, she was still eager to partake of the flying rabbit meat. While roasting it, she remembered to place a stone pot over the fire to boil water. She needed to freshen up properly. "Yunting, could you fetch me a bucket of water? This amount is insufficient for my needs," Nanchu said. With only 1 bucket of water in the tent, she mused that it would barely suffice for washing her hair, let alone a full bath. "All right, stay in the tent and do not wander about," Ji Yunting cautioned. In his tent, Nanchu was safe. At the very least, Ji Xiaoye would not come in to trouble her, of course. "I'm roasting the flying rabbit. I want to be going out." Nanchu assured him that Ji Yunting's absence for fetching water was brief, and when he returned, the flying rabbit meat was still not fully cooked. As he stepped into the tent, Nanchu perceptibly noted that Ji Yunting's expression seemed even darker than before. "What troubles you? Who has provoked you?" she inquired curiously. "I had thought that even if I transformed from a second-tier beastman to a sub-beastman, my father would stand by my side, and some friends would encourage me. But it seems I was mistaken," Ji Yunting replied, his face devoid of emotion. Nanchu speculated that Ji Yunting must have encountered someone while fetching water, who had said something to provoke him. She laughed and said, "Ji Yunting, the human heart cannot withstand any form of testing. Living a muddled life would indeed make one happier." Ji Yunting paused, then chuckled. "There are still many things one does not know. Quickly eat your flying rabbit. Once you finish washing up, I shall take you out to gather some wild vegetables. It seems we will have little to eat for lunch, given Feng Lan's opportunistic nature. Now that she knew he held no value, she would be even less inclined to share food with him. But aren't there anything else in the forest besides wild vegetables?" Nanchu asked, dividing the flying rabbit in half and offering Ji Yunting a portion. "What else do you refer to?" "Wheat, rice, millet, sorghum. Crops like these," Nanchu replied. "That we do have a fair amount of rye here, yet the mature yield is scant. It will be another half-month before we can begin harvesting it. As for the other crops you mentioned, We do not have them here. Is there ample food available in the Snake Fox tribe? Ji Yunting inquired. Yes, we have plenty of that, Mu Nanchu casually remarked. It seemed that the treasures of Balon Forest were plentiful, yet the beastmen had yet to discover them. While they conversed, Mu Nanchu heated a bucket of water, and then shooed Ji Yunting outside while she washed up in the tent. Standing just outside, Ji Yunting listened to the sound of water flowing within the tent, his cheeks flushing slightly, as images that made one's heart race flitted through his mind. Ji Yunting, are you ill? Why are you thinking such thoughts? He muttered to himself to prevent his mind from wandering. Ji Yunting chose to sit on a stone at the entrance of the tent, closing his eyes to explore his energy sea. Earlier that day, when Fenlon had examined Ji Yunting's energy sea, he had distinctly felt its rejection of her shamanic powers. He quietly controlled the energy within his energy sea, transforming it into threads that coursed through his body. He discovered that the more energy he utilized, the more he could control afterward. The energy he had mobilized with great effort the previous night was considerably less than what he had just now. If he could use energy in large quantities, he would soon be able to fully control the energy in his energy sea. However, the energy was currently so viscous that utilizing it was quite cumbersome. It could not support beastification or combat, leaving him only to sit in stillness, allowing the energy to cleanse his body, which was a slow process. By the time Ji Yunting had only managed to circulate half the energy within him. Mu Nanchu had already finished washing up, donning the snow fox fur skirt that Ji Xiaoya had given her. The snow-white garment was well-crafted, although Mu Nanchu's petite figure offered little to admire. Her slender waist was accentuated perfectly by the skirt. It was indeed a beautiful piece. Yet Mu Nanchu felt somewhat awkward wearing it for one simple reason. She was devoid of any undergarments beneath. She had observed that beastmen wore not only leather, but also coarse linen garments. However, the rough linen was ill-suited for underclothing, leaving her quite troubled. It was not a sustainable situation to remain without undergarments. She needed to devise a way to procure some. How does my skirt look? Though it's a bit worn, it's rather comfortable to wear, Mu Nanchu remarked. It looks good. Come, let us go gather wild vegetables, Ji Yunting replied, making a concerted effort to divert his gaze from Mu Nanchu's slender waist. He thought to himself that she was far too thin and resolved to find her more to eat. Hailing from the Snake Fox tribe, Mu Nanchu's small face, once cleaned, was breathtakingly beautiful. She had untangled her long hair, now damp and cascading freely, presenting a gentle and endearing appearance. However, Ji Yunting would not be deceived by her exterior. She had effortlessly thrown Xiao into the ground, and such dexterity could hardly be described as gentle. All right, I'll take the leftover flying rabbit meat with me, lest it be stolen again. Mu Nanchu spoke of wrapping the rabbit meat in leaves, yet after a prolonged search, she could not find a suitable place to store it, and simply tucked the meat into her embrace. When Ji Yunting returned in the morning with Mu Nanchu after gathering medicinal herbs, numerous beast warriors greeted him along the way. Now, as he traversed the central thoroughfare of the tribe once more, he noticed that the number of beast warriors on the road had significantly increased compared to earlier, yet none acknowledged him. Observing the whispers and pointed fingers of the warriors, Mu Nanchu furrowed her brow. But Ji Yunting seemed impervious to their scrutiny, striding forward with unwavering focus. Yunting, what is going on? Why are the beast warriors of the tribe suddenly avoiding you like a ferocious beast? They were perfectly cordial this morning, Mu Nanchu inquired in a hushed tone. The news of my transformation into a sub-beastman must have spread, Ji Yunting replied coldly. Goodness, this is too realistic, Mu Nanchu exclaimed, taken aback by the ambiguous gazes surrounding her. It matters not. I harbor no resentment towards them. In a world where the strong prevail, I am now merely a sub-beastman, the weakest of the tribe's warriors. Their disdain is to be expected. You truly have a remarkable perspective, Mu Nanchu muttered. She sensed that Ji Yunting had grand ambitions, though the specifics eluded her. Upon leaving the tribe, Ji Yunting did not lead Mu Nanchu towards the little sacred lake, but rather to a valley behind the tribe, surrounded by towering cliffs that soared 100 meters high. He selected a familiar cliff and began to ascend with Mu Nanchu. For atop this precipice lay a patch of shrubs where the rye matured earliest due to the elevated terrain. Ji Yunting intended to gather a few heads of rye for Nanchu, hoping to nourish her and help her grow stronger, wishing for her not to remain as frail as she was now. The reason behind his desire to bolster her strength, however, did not delve into deeper contemplation. Wait, Ji Yunting, I can't go on. Let us take a moment's respite. I need to weave a basket. These pocket grasses are not sturdy enough, Nanchu declared as she perched upon a large stone, letting her aching legs dangle. The pocket grass beside her held an assortment of wild fruits. And perhaps due to the weight of the fruits, it showed signs of wear. You can weave baskets? Ji Yunting asked, his expression rife with confusion. Indeed, it is not difficult, she replied. Earlier, while climbing, Nanchu had noticed many slender brambles on the mountain, which are supple and ideal for basket weaving. Ji Yunting used a bone knife to cut several brambles, while Nanchu found a somewhat round stone to use as a mold. As she secured the brambles to the stone, she informed Ji Yunting, it is best to soak the brambles in water for a while before weaving, as this makes the process smoother and results in a sturdier basket. Baskets made from fresh brambles tend to fall apart after a short time. I shall return in the afternoon to gather more brambles and soak them at the little sacred lake. Ji Yunting said, his gaze fixed intently on Nanchu as she wove. He occasionally asked questions, and upon noticing his eagerness to learn, Nanchu relinquished her position to him, guiding him through the weaving process, and Nanchu's strength paled in comparison to Ji Yunting's. But once he grasped the technique, his speed in weaving was remarkable. Eventually, Nanchu found herself gnawing on a piece of roasted rabbit meat while offering pointers to Ji Yunting. His hands, large as fans and slightly rough, initially struggled with the delicate brambles, easily breaking them. However, after numerous attempts, he finally mastered the right pressure. Watching the broken brambles, Nanchu realized why Ji Yunting had remarked that the beastmen of the Blue Jiao tribe were not adept at basket weaving. Such destructive force could scarcely be transformed into a basket. Ji Yunting exhibited remarkable patience, and once he controlled his strength, the two collaborated seamlessly, crafting a large basket in no time. Not bad at all. Ji Yunting, you are quite clever. You picked up basket weaving quickly, Nanchu exclaimed, holding the creation in her hands. Indeed, Ji Yunting replied earnestly, seeing Ji Yunting's stoic admission of his own cleverness. Nanchu found it amusing, perceiving a hint of adorableness in him. Let us continue our ascent. I spotted several varieties of mushrooms along the way, but I did not collect them due to a lack of containers. Now we can harvest them, Nanchu said cheerfully, basket in hand. Ji Yunting was startled at the prospect of her wanting to gather mushrooms. Mushrooms can be poisonous. Some mushrooms are not toxic, she countered. The beastmen of the Blue Jiao tribe were not well versed in mushroom identification, and in previous years of food scarcity, many had ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms, only to succumb to poisoning. I know how to identify them. Allow me to teach you, Nanchu said as she plucked a vibrant red mushroom from a decaying tree. If you are uncertain about a mushroom, observe whether it attracts insects. Those with insects are safe to consume. Look at this mushroom cap. It has been nibbled by bugs, indicating it is non-toxic. How could such a bright red mushroom be safe? Nanchu, dispose of that red mushroom at once, Ji Yunting urged. Visibly anxious, as a plant manipulator, Nanchu possessed an innate affinity for all flora, and she was acutely aware of whether a mushroom was toxic. She split the red mushroom in half, revealing a milky white sap. This mushroom is called the red fragrant mushroom. Take a whiff. Can you detect its delightful aroma? Though Ji Yunting remained skeptical, he leaned in to sniff the mushroom, and indeed, a faint fragrance wafted to him. I will gather the mushrooms. You should refrain from touching them. Some mushrooms may closely resemble one another, yet some are toxic while others are not, Nanchu advised. Mushrooms were indeed perilous to consume indiscriminately. A single mistake could prove fatal, so she preferred to trust her own harvest. Very well, I will keep an eye out for the flying rabbits while you gather mushrooms and wild vegetables. Ji Yunting agreed. If we can find some chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, we can prepare spicy rabbit meat. Roasting it repeatedly lacks excitement, Nanchu added. What are those? Ji Yunting inquired. Puzzled, he noticed that Nanchu possessed a plethora of knowledge that eluded him. Lawn, hailing from the Snake Fox clan, shared similar lifestyle habits with the Blue Jiao tribe. yet she never spoke of things he had never heard. They are spices. Consuming them renders the mouth quite spicy, Mu Nanchu explained. Spicy? Ji Yunting looked at her in bewilderment, having no understanding of what spicy meant. Mu Nanchu sighed. I shall explain it to you another day. Now, did you not say you would take me up the cliff to find rye? Indeed, he replied. The pair continued their ascent, and Mu Nanchu's basket gradually filled with an array of items. Wild vegetables, fruits, mushrooms, and herbs. Anything useful she could find was collected. I can't go on. I need a break. This cliff is too high. I absolutely refuse to climb mountains again, Mu Nanchu said, seated atop the cliff. Gasping for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. Then rest here. I will fetch a few heads of rye, Ji Yunting stated. All right, but do not wander too far. Should a wild beast appear, I would stand no chance. Mu Nanchu cautioned. The cliff summit was relatively flat, devoid of towering trees, merely scattered shrubs, among which lay a few rye plants. After a lengthy search, Ji Yunting finally discovered a ripe head of rye. Presenting it to Mu Nanchu, there's a location in the forest where rye flourishes abundantly, but belongs to the tribe, and outsiders are forbidden to trespass. Although rye is scarce on this side of the cliff, we may still gather some. As Mu Nanchu accepted the hefty rye head, comparable in size to a banana, she was astounded. How could the beastmen of the Blue Jiao tribe, guarding such a bountiful source of rye, still find themselves hungry? Rubbing the head between her hands, she watched as plump grains tumbled into her palm. Tasting one, she found it somewhat bitter, unlike the rye she had previously consumed. However, it would suffice for milling into flour to make steamed buns. Let us search for more. Perhaps we can find additional rye, Mu Nanchu said, placing the large rye head into her basket, her eyes sparkling with hope. If they could gather enough rye, even without hunting, she could sustain herself well within the tribe. Yes, if we can find 10 heads of rye today, that would be perfect, Ji Yunting remarked. No, I want to find 20. Mu Nanchu laughed. If wheat ears were that easy to find, the beastmen would have come to harvest them long ago. Observing Mu Nanchu's confident demeanor, Ji Yunting felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. I am brimming with good fortune. I will surely find 20 wheat ears. Mu Nanchu declared, I've been to this cliff no less than 7 or 8 times, yet I have never gathered as many as 20 wheat ears, Ji Yunting retorted. Well, today, let me show you, Mu Nanchu responded. Holding mature wheat ears in her hands, that a verdant glow flickered in her grasp as strands of botanical energy dispersed instantaneously. For a fleeting moment, Mu Nanchu felt as if she were immersed in a sea of joy, with all the plants around her eager to please. Discovering ripe rye was not a challenge. Guided by the goodwill of various plants, she swiftly collected 5 large wheat ears. Holding them aloft, she exclaimed joyfully, See, I told you my luck is extraordinary. Finding a few wheat ears is indeed quite simple. As Ji Yunting watched Mu Nanchu weave through the dense thicket, occasionally plucking a rye ear, a tempest of emotions surged within him. His decision was undeniably vindicated. With Mu Nanchu's remarkable fortune, retrieving a black gold fruit in the future should pose no significant challenge. Mu Nanchu, lost in her quest for wheat ears on the cliff, completely forgot her fatigue. However, when she finally gathered 20 large wheat ears, her legs felt as weak as noodles, and it was Ji Yunting who ultimately carried her down the mountain. But let's see if you dare to show off again, he mused as he slowly made his way back to the tribe, genuinely impressed. Despite Mu Nanchu not being hungry, her eyes sparkled with desire at the sight of edible treasures that I couldn't resist. With so many wheat ears, it would be a disservice to myself not to take them, Mu Nanchu chuckled, resting on Ji Yunting's broad back. She had not anticipated actually finding 20 large wheat ears. She had been so focused on gathering that she had not considered the toll it took on her slender legs as she navigated through the underbrush. When she finally paused, she nearly lost her balance. Hide the wheat ears well. Don't let Ji Xiaoya see them, that we might just be splitting off to live independently this afternoon, Ji Yunting advised. Really? Mu Nanchu replied, somewhat surprised. Did your father not say he would seek the great shaman to assess your condition? What if the great shaman believes you can still train to become a second-tier beast man? Ji Yunting scoffed, explaining, how could the great shaman assist me? My father merely said that to console himself. He is deeply saddened by his decision to abandon me. Ji Yunting withheld further details, recognizing that while Ji Zheng might feel sorrowful, it was a transient emotion, compared to the healthy Ji Yunting and the yet-to-be-born young cub. Ji Yunting's plight seemed trivial. What do you mean by that? Mu Nanchu inquired curiously. Ji Yunting was unperturbed by sharing his affairs with Mu Nanchu, so he recounted the circumstances surrounding himself and the great shaman's son. Ji Feng. Several years ago, the chieftain of the Lan Jiao tribe had identified Ji Yunting as his successor, diligently nurturing him. However, he also placed significant emphasis on Ji Feng, the son of the great shaman. The two exceptionally skilled second-tier beastmen from their respective tribes were often compared, leading to an unintentional rivalry between them over time. The severity of Ji Yunting's injuries stemmed from a conflict with the greedy wolf tribe, during which Ji Feng had deliberately put himself in peril, only to betray Ji Yunting when he attempted to rescue him. Facing more than a dozen greedy wolf warriors alone, Ji Yunting was fortunate to escape with his life. And what of Ji Feng? Surely he wasn't unscathed. Mu Nanchu asked. He was injured as well, but unlike me, he did not regress to a first-tier beastman. Moreover, with a great shaman as a father, his injuries are hardly significant. While I was seeking black gold fruit in the mountains, he was already leading a hunting party, Ji Yunting explained. Mu Nanchu, perched on Ji Yunting's back, blinked her round eyes, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Does Ji Feng's injury significantly impact his combat abilities? She probed. His injury likely affects him as well. He once aspired to challenge third-tier beastmen, but now it seems he won't have that opportunity for another 7 or 8 years. Who in the tribe currently has the potential to advance to third-tier beastmen in the coming years? Only the chieftain's son, Ji Sui. He's also a second-tier beastman and did not participate in the last battle against the greedy wolf tribe. Ji Yunting replied. Mu Nanchu smirked, saying, then Ji Sui is undoubtedly the best candidate for the next chieftain. Indeed, Ji Yunting acknowledged, choosing not to elaborate further. While beastmen are kind-hearted, they are not fools. Initially, Ji Yunting may not have grasped the full implications. But over time, he realized he might have been used as a pawn. They will surely regret it. Although you have yet to become a second-tier beastman, I believe it is only a matter of time. The black gold fruit is the most potent healing elixir, a sacred medicine of extraordinary caliber. It may even expedite your transition to a third-tier beastman. And at that time, those who once looked down upon you will surely regret their actions. Mu Nanchu encouraged. Ji Yunting thought to himself, had you not refused to consume half of my black gold fruit, those who harmed me would already be lamenting their choices at noon. Ji Yunting still needed to drink the juice of the thorny herb to treat the injury on his ankle. He hurried back to the tribe, and upon returning to his yard, he noticed his family sitting outside the tent, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Nanchu, please take the herbs to Shi. I will find you shortly. Ji Yunting instructed, glancing at his Mu Nanchu, well aware of Ji Yunting's intentions, nodded and headed to fetch the healing herbs and red sun fruit for Shi. However, she could not shake off her worry for Ji Yunting. After administering the herbal juice to Shi, she took out the 20 large wheat ears from her basket. Shi, I will leave these wheat ears with you for now. I shall return to check on Yunting. Mu Nanchu said. Mu, we have already heard about Yunting's situation. Not worry. If his father truly insists on him moving out, he can stay in the tent next to mine. We will be neighbors. And I will ensure that neither you nor Yunting goes hungry, Ji Yin assured, patting his chest. Thank you, Brother Yin. Mu Nanchu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Everyone believed Ji Yunting was now a sub-beastman, and in such circumstances, Ji Yin's willingness to assist them was indeed a rare bond. Carrying a basket filled with mushrooms and a bit of wild vegetables, Mu Nanchu returned home, and she vaguely noticed several beastmen peering around Ji Yunting's house, seemingly curious about something. Yunting, you have long wished to live independently. Your father always hesitated, feeling you were too young. Now that you have found a partner, he will no longer hold you back. You should move out this afternoon and assume the role of head of your own household. You cannot continue to be so willful, Ji Zheng said, sitting on a large stone in the yard, his tone grave. All right, Ji Yunting replied, his expression inscrutable. Noticing Ji Yunting's lack of reaction, Mu Nanchu inquired, Uncle Ji, where will Yunting stay after moving out? He has nothing. She intended to ask Ji Zheng for a few pieces of beef skin, Over the years, Ji Yunting had brought back plenty of skins for the family, and now that he was moving out, he would need some to set up a tent. The moment Mu Nanchu spoke, all eyes in the yard turned toward her. Ji Xiao, seeing Mu Nanchu wearing her snow fox fur skirt, looked as beautiful as a fairy, became consumed with jealousy. That a basket you're holding," Ji Xiaoya exclaimed, immediately rising to snatch it from Mu Nanchu's hands. Initially intending to take the opportunity to pinch Mu Nanchu, she found herself thwarted as Mu Nanchu deftly evaded her grasp and sternly said, "What are you doing? Why would you try to steal from me? Where did you steal that basket from? It must be expensive. Be careful, or someone might come knocking on your door, and you could end up in serious trouble," Ji Xiaoya said angrily, frustrated at her failure to grab it. Mu Nanchu was utterly speechless. How had Ji Xiaoya grown up this way, making accusations without consequence? It was truly a miracle that I made this myself. How could it possibly be stolen? Mu Nanchu said proudly. "You made it yourself? That's impossible. Weaving a basket is extremely challenging. With your clumsy appearance, you think you can make a basket? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Ji Xiaoya scoffed. "Xiaoya, be quiet." Feng Lan scolded Ji Xiaoya before turning to Mu Nanchu with a gentle demeanor. "May I see the basket you made?" As Feng Lan had already spoken, Mu Nanchu felt that a mere basket was nothing extraordinary and handed it over for her inspection. "It's quite well crafted," she remarked. Feng Lan then passed the basket to Ji Zheng, cautioning, "The mushrooms on Nanchu Mountain should not be picked carelessly. Consuming the wrong ones could lead to poisoning." Mu Nanchu found Feng Lan's sudden amiability disconcerting, sensing that something was amiss. Feng Lan must have had a motive. While Feng Lan was conversing with Mu Nanchu, Ji Yunting's gaze had not strayed from her for a moment. When he first encountered Mu Nanchu, she had been dirty and reeking of foul grass, and he had been thoroughly disdainful, barely deigning to look at her. Later, upon her return with Ji Yunting, although she had shed the unpleasant odor, her tattered garments and soiled face still left much to be desired. And despite her beauty, Ji Yunting remained rather contemptuous of her. However, now Mu Nanchu's once grimy face was cleansed, her hair neatly arranged, and she donned a striking snow fox dress that accentuated her figure, rendering her utterly captivating. Wen Xiang, Ji Yunting's partner, could not fail to notice the change in him. Her heart brimmed with resentment, yet she dared not express it. Instead, she discreetly pinched Ji Yunting, compelling him to retract his lingering gaze. Feng Lan, observing Ji Yunting's unusual behavior, suddenly devised a plan. Earlier troubled by how to retain Mu Nanchu, she now saw an opportunity with Ji Yunting's interest. "Yunting, as you embark on this new living arrangement, you must be facing some financial strain. How about this? You keep Mu Nanchu as a companion for your brother, and I shall provide you with 10 animal skins and 50 pounds of cured meat. With that supply, you could manage for at least a month without hunting." Ji Yunting was taken aback by Feng Lan's audacity, incredulity washing over him. "Elder brother, having Mu Nanchu around is more of a burden than a boon. She is of no use but to consume resources. Better to leave her at home, where her frail constitution can benefit from the herbs provided by her mother, perhaps even enabling her survival." Mu Nanchu stood dumbfounded, realizing that apart from Ji Yunting, the rest of the Ji family were a peculiar bunch. She felt as if she were a mere commodity, subject to their whims. Wasn't Feng Lan once disdainful of her? Why the sudden desire for her to stay? Just as Mu Nanchu contemplated defending herself, Ji Yunting coldly interjected. "Mother, you must surely value Mu Nanchu's basket-weaving skills to want her to remain. Surely, this basket could be exchanged for 2 pounds of meat. Even if I were to do nothing, relying solely on Mu Nanchu's baskets, our lives would not be too dire. Why would I consider leaving her with you?" Turning his attention to Ji Yunting, Ji Yunting continued. "Ji Yunting, how dare you suggest that Mu Nanchu be your companion? Wen Xiang has toiled to bear you children, and during her most arduous moments, you entertain thoughts of other beastmen. You have no shame." With Ji Yunting's words laid bare, Feng Lan's expression soured. She opened her mouth to retort, but Ji Yunting preempted her. Rising to his feet, he addressed Ji Zheng. "Father, I accept your decision to have me move out so as not to burden the family. However, you cannot simply cast us away without consideration. I recall how, during Mother's lifetime, her shamanic abilities earned us numerous black bear skins. I do not demand them all, But surely you could spare me 20, you insolent wretch. How dare you make demands of me? The black bear skins your mother left have long since been spent on your upkeep. Everything you have eaten and worn has come from my labor, Ji Yunting thundered. Since you refuse to comply, I shall seek the tribe leaders' council and see what they say. Ji Yunting retorted defiantly. Oh, you dare. Ji Yunting bellowed. He had not anticipated Ji Yunting to possess such cunning. Over the years, he believed he had concealed his schemes well, unaware that Ji Yunting had been fully aware all along. For survival, there is nothing I would shy away from, Ji Yunting scoffed. Very well, you have grown up. I can no longer manage you. Now that you have chosen to separate, do not come to me for assistance in the future. Ji Yunting replied. Ji Yunting, utterly disenchanted with his family, found no words left to say. Ultimately, Ji Yunting granted him only 10 black bear skins and 10 wolf skins, with no other possessions allowed to accompany him. As Yunting departed from the family yard, he was left with merely the 20 skins in hand and Nanchu by his side. Yunting, we crafted a grass mat, Nanchu exclaimed, returning to the tent to retrieve the woven mat Ji Yunting had made. If they had no bed for the night, they could certainly sleep on the mat. Good, let us take everything with us, Ji Yunting agreed. As they walked side by side, Nanchu voiced aloud, Yunting, do you think your father is deliberately keeping us here for a few days? We only had a single bite of the bison meat you hunted with your life. It seems all went to the family. Who knows? Ji Yunting replied with a calm demeanor. Feng Lan and Ji Yunting, overhearing their conversation, were left fuming. Typically preoccupied with appearances, they found themselves humiliated by Ji Yunting and Nanchu's boldness. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen us splitting from the family? Ji Xiao shouted angrily at the onlookers gathered outside their yard. Ji Yunting strode through the middle of the tribe, carrying the grass mat towards the tent area. Numerous dilapidated tents lay abandoned nearby, including several next to Ji Yan's home. Some were mere frames, long neglected, while even the better ones were drafty and leaky. Yunting, you truly are setting out on your own, Ji Yan remarked, having gathered a sense of the situation upon seeing Ji Yunting's load. Indeed, we shall be neighbors from now on, Ji Yunting replied, tossing the grass mat onto the ground and glancing at a nearby tent, contemplating how he would soon have to busy himself again. Allow me to assist you with the tent, Ji Yan offered, clapping a hand on Ji Yunting's shoulder without asking any further questions. But before we set up the tent, shouldn't we eat something first? I've been running around the mountain all day and am famished, Ji Yunting said, a hint of a smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. Ji Yan was a far better friend than his father. I prepared food in advance. Come in and eat, Ji Yan replied. Inside the tent, she had begun to recover enough to sit up after taking the herbal concoction Nanchu had provided, which had alleviated her fever. Hearing the boys outside, she had attempted to rise and move about, but Ji Yan had gently restrained her. You are still weak. Do not get out of bed, Ji Yan advised. I feel much better now. Nanchu, come sit with me, she urged, patting the space next to her on the bed. It will be better to rest for a couple more days before getting up. Your ankle has yet to heal properly, Nanchu cautioned. While they conversed, Ji Yan had already opened the stone pot, revealing meat soup for lunch, though it contained a greater quantity of vegetables this time. How do you prepare your black wheat here? Nanchu inquired, noticing the limited amount of meat soup and recalling the large heads of barley she had seen, with grains ample enough to fill their bellies even raw. We roasted over the fire, she replied. Then let us try the black wheat I gathered today. Yunting, could you roast a few ears for us? Nanchu suggested that, of course. Ji Yunting readily agreed. Yunting, the meat soup is sufficient. You need not trouble yourself further, Jin interjected. Jin understood Nanchu's intent behind her words. She did not wish to take advantage of his hospitality, yet black wheat was too precious to waste. If exchanged for meat, it could fetch a substantial amount, especially now that they were establishing their new home with little to their name. Brother Yin, we gathered 20 ears of wheat today. It's fine to eat a few, Ji Yunting reassured. Seeing Ji Yunting take the wheat and place it over the embers, Ji Yin hesitated, finally broaching the topic. Yunting, how long has it been since you last visited your grandfather? Well, I believe I haven't been since my injury. Why do you ask? Ji Yunting responded, puzzled. I heard from the tribe that your father has not sent food to your grandfather in over a month, Ji Yin remarked. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunting dropped the wheat ears in his hand on the ground, his expression one of utter disbelief. Surely not. If my father hasn't sent food to my grandfather, how has he survived this past month? Ji Yen remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. The survival laws of the Beastman tribe are exceedingly cruel. Elderly beastmen, lacking offspring to provide sustenance, find it extraordinarily challenging to endure. Every winter, the mortality rate among the elderly beastmen peaks. And at times, they even choose to leave the tribe voluntarily to avoid burdening their children. Ji Yunting's grandfather had 2 sons, one of whom fell in battle within the tribe, leaving only Ji Zhong. If Ji Zhong fails to provide for him, the frail elder, having lost his hunting skills, can only await death in his tent. I will go see my grandfather, Ji Yunting declared, grasping the freshly roasted wheat ears. I will accompany you, Nanchu replied, taken aback to learn that Ji Yunting had a grandfather. The lifespan of beastmen is indeed quite lengthy, yet the harsh conditions of the forest render a peaceful death almost impossible. Ji Yunting moved swiftly, and Nanchu struggled to keep pace, nearly jogging to stay behind him. Suddenly, Ji Yunting halted, and Nanchu, not paying attention, bumped into his sturdy back. Rubbing her nose, she followed Ji Yunting's gaze. Before them squatted an elderly man in front of a tattered tent, eating a bowl of boiled greens devoid of any oil. Beside him lay a heap of discarded vegetable leaves. The beast skin clothing draped over the old man was in tatters, revealing his thin, fragile arms and legs. "Grandfather, I come to see you," Ji Yunting said, his face expressionless. "Yunting has arrived. Come, sit over here. This must be Mu, right? You two, come and sit," Ji grandfather exclaimed, a smile breaking across his wrinkled face upon seeing Ji Yunting. "All right." Ji Yunting settled beside his grandfather and continued, "Grandfather, has my father not sent you food recently? Your father has his difficulties. With so many mouths to feed at home, I can manage with less." Ji grandfather waved his hand dismissively. "Grandfather, don't drink the vegetable broth anymore. This is the black rye wheat I just roasted. You should eat this." Ji Yunting took the wooden bowl from Ji grandfather's hands and set it aside, deftly unwrapping the leaves. Inside lay 2 roasted black rye ears. "Such precious rye. You should save it for Mu. She is far too thin," Ji grandfather said with a smile directed at Mu. "Grandfather, I have already eaten. This is specifically reserved for you," Nanchu replied. Ji Yunting was aware that Ji grandfather was reluctant to eat the rye. He personally rubbed off the outer husk with his broad palms. The 2 ears of rye nearly filled a bowl that Ji grandfather wished to decline, but Ji Yunting held firm, leaving him no choice but to eat the rye under Ji Yunting's unwavering gaze. It had been over a decade since he last tasted rye, as he had not eaten it since losing his hunting ability. "Grandfather, let me take care of you from now on that I have moved out of my home today. I have my own place now," Ji Yunting said earnestly. "Yunting, I have heard about your situation. I cannot accept your care. I do not wish to be a burden to you. Your grandfather can still manage. I can forage for wild vegetables to sustain myself," Ji grandfather chuckled. "Grandfather, I have not truly become a sub-beastman," Ji Yunting whispered, leaning closer to Ji grandfather's ear. He proceeded to recount the matter of the black gold fruit. Leaving nothing concealed, Ji grandfather clutched the wooden bowl tightly, his skeletal hand trembling slightly as he murmured, "It is good that you have found it. Good that you have found it. Yunting, you will surely become someone favored by the beast god. Yes, once I release all the energy from my energy sea, even if I cannot immediately ascend to a second-tier beastman. I believe it will not be long," Ji Yunting assured. That Ji Yunting only shared his own circumstances with Ji grandfather, omitting any mention of Nanchu, as her situation directly pertained to her life. Yunting dared not let slip even a hint to his grandfather. If discovered, even if Nanchu survived, her life would be irrevocably ruined. "Starting tomorrow, you must go to the sacred lake daily to practice your martial arts. The beastmen of our Blue Flood tribe possess an innate affinity for water. Practicing in the sacred lake will yield unexpected results," Ji grandfather advised. Though Ji grandfather had never ascended to the ranks of second-tier beastman in his youth, his close combat skills were formidable, having propelled him from a sub-beastman to a first-tier beastman. He trained many combat techniques for the Blue Flood tribe, excelling among the strongest sub-beastmen and first-tier beastmen. Yet, despite his past glory, Time had taken its toll, and now Ji grandfather struggled to make ends meet. All right, I will give it a try tomorrow. Take care, grandfather. There are still many things I need you to teach me, Ji Yunting said. Ji Yunting was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. At that moment, as he gazed at Ji grandfather, his heart brimmed with sorrow, though his face betrayed none of his feelings, appearing as if all was well. You young lad have already learned all of grandfather's combat techniques. There is nothing more for me to teach you, Ji grandfather replied gruffly, that I know you still have a hidden set of combat techniques. You can't fool me. I remember seeing you practice them when I was little. Ji Yunting countered, you little rascal have been eyeing those secret techniques all along. Your grandfather never hoards knowledge. As long as you can advance to a third-tier beastman, I will teach you those hidden techniques. You must hurry. If you delay, I fear I may not be able to wait for you much longer, Ji grandfather said. I understand. I have never let grandfather down. This afternoon, I will repair the tent. And I will fix yours too. The rainy season is approaching, and your tent offers no shelter from the rain, Ji Yunting added. The grandfather and grandson conversed for quite a while before Ji Yunting departed. Ji grandfather reminded him to take good care of Nanchu, for she hailed from the Snake Fox clan and was the most delicate of females. Only by ensuring Nanchu grew strong could she bear the finest offspring. Meanwhile, Nanchu felt her cheeks burning from the conversation, realizing that the aesthetic standards of the entire Blue Flood tribe were quite skewed. Although she had lost a bit of weight, she was not as frail as they suggested. Their implication being that unless one resembled a ball, one was deemed weak. That afternoon, Ji Yunting, along with Ji Yin, felled trees and gathered thorny branches to construct new tents. The bee skins he obtained from Ji Zheng were barely enough to repair 2 tents. Noticing that Ji grandfather's bed was on the verge of collapse, Ji Yunting seized the opportunity to cut some dry grass while out gathering thorny branches to weave into mats. While Ji Yunting and Ji Yin worked diligently, Nanchu and she engaged in light conversation indoor. As Ji Yunting had suggested, these were laborious tasks not suited for Nanchu. Her role was simply to accompany she in chat. Inside the tent, Nanchu shared wild strawberries with she. After enjoying lunch, the addition of sweet tart wild strawberries made for a delightful day. She, I have noticed that there are considerable differences between the Blue Flood tribe and our Snake Fox clan. The females from our side are skilled in weaving and crafting cotton garments, Nanchu mused. She vaguely recalled that some beastmen from the Snake Fox clan indeed wore clothes made of cotton. But she could not remember who. Your Snake Fox clan produced a queen for the Yunjing kingdom. So naturally, you are superior to us here, she replied. Upon hearing the name of the Yunjing kingdom, Nanchu felt a jolt of excitement. As she had suspected, the Bailon forest was not merely home to beastman tribes, but also other races or people. Otherwise, with the primitive nature of beastman tribes, it would be impossible for there to be so many peculiar aspects that, in her understanding, beastmen were meant to live in primitive tribes, consuming raw meat and lacking a fixed language, yet the Blue Flood tribe was entirely different. Are there many beastmen in the Yunjing kingdom? Nanchu casually inquired. Of course. The Yunjing kingdom was the first nation established among our beastman tribes. I have heard that beastmen living there never have to worry about food and are unafraid of the cold. They can wear precious cotton garments and enjoy the finest rye. She spoke with a look of longing. Who established the Yunjing kingdom? Nanchu asked, adopting an eager demeanor. How did you grow up in the Snake Fox clan without hearing various legends? She asked, perplexed. My family consists only of an elderly grandmother, and she seldom shares such tales with me. Nanchu spoke softly. The original character was reclusive and naturally knew nothing of those legends. It had been quite some time since she had conversed with anyone other than Ji Yin, so now that Nanchu was willing to engage her in conversation, she was naturally delighted. Whatever Nanchu asked, she would gladly share if she knew the answer. It was said that hundreds of years ago, a son of the beast god emerged in the Bailon forest. From the moment of his birth, he was exceptionally powerful, leading his kin in battles across the lands by his teenage years, becoming the most formidable warrior among the beastmen of Bailon Forest. Eventually, he founded the kingdom of Yunjing, and the small oil lamps used in the tribe, the construction of stone houses, and the use of salt were all inventions of this remarkable beastman warrior. It is said that a son of the beast god appears every 500 years, and with each appearance, he guides the various beastman tribes toward glory. She spoke with great admiration. As Nanchu listened as she recount the legend. A tempest brewed within her. She would wager that the beastman warrior who established the kingdom of Yunting must have hailed from the future, possessing considerable abilities to establish a nation in Balon Forest. When will the next son of the beast god appear? Nanchu inquired. I do not know, she replied. It is said that the high priest of Yunting can divine the future, but such secretive matters are beyond our knowledge. Speaking of the kingdom of Yunting, I recall that in a few months, when the rainy season arrives, a merchant caravan from Yunting will pass through our area. They particularly favor various furs and herbs. Don't you recognize herbs? You could gather some to trade for food. They have a type of rice called demi that is absolutely delicious, far superior to rye. She chattered on. That isn't the copper coin in our tribe also something that came from the kingdom of Yunting? Nanchu asked again. Indeed, copper coins are quite useful in the caravans, allowing for the exchange of cotton fabric, but cotton is exceedingly expensive. Only the great shaman, the high priest, and the chieftain can afford a trade for it. It would be better for us to exchange everything for food. She replied. Do you know anything about the world outside the forest? Nanchu queried again. She shook her head. The Balon Forest is vast and expansive, and the world beyond is utterly unfamiliar to a female of the Beastman tribe. She said, I have heard from the people of the Yunting caravan that there are many tribes outside the forest that differ from us. Some warriors do not be astify, but are still quite formidable. Nanchu felt a sense of anticipation for the Yunting caravan, as their arrival might provide her with a fresh perspective on the world she currently inhabited. After a while of conversation, as dusk fell, Nanchu took out the healing herb she had prepared earlier, assisting she in changing her bandages. The wound, which had been bleeding profusely, finally showed signs of scabbing, and Nanchu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it scabbed over, everything would be manageable. Nanchu, come and see our new tent, Ji Yunting called from outside. Coming, Nanchu responded, finishing wrapping she's wound before stepping outside. The exterior of the tent was covered with tightly bundled dry hay, while the interior was topped with wolf pelts. The walls were made from a mixture of thorns and hay, and the previously collapsed bed had been replaced with a new one, adorned with a grass mat woven by Ji Yunting. The tent was much more spacious than the previous one Ji Yunting occupied, and inside, he had placed a large tree stump as a table and several smaller stumps for seating, giving the entire tent a semblance of homeliness. Ji Yunting, how can we sleep with only one bed? Nanchu asked with a frown. Ji Yunting was momentarily taken aback. He had completely overlooked that detail. Our tent is only this big. There isn't enough space for two beds, he said, unperturbed. It would be foolish of Nanchu to believe Ji Yunting's words without skepticism. She circled the tent and declared, I will weave a smaller grass mat to fit here. It should suffice for my sleeping needs. As she gestured in the corner of the tent, Ji Yunting countered, but the ground will be very damp once the rainy season hits. How will you sleep? Nanchu pondered that and realized it was a valid concern. What should we do then? She asked, exasperated. With that tiny frame of yours, do you truly believe I would harbor any ill intentions? My self-control is quite commendable. As long as you behave yourself while sleeping, I believe we will encounter no issues, Ji Yunting replied calmly, recalling how she had awoken in Ji Yunting's embrace that morning. Nanchu felt an urge to find a secluded spot to hide. Fine, let us just squeeze together for now. After the rainy season, I will sleep on the ground, Nanchu muttered. Though she spoke thus, a sense of insecurity lingered within her, prompting her to modify her large bee-skin skirt, crafting a large pillow from the dried grass within. She planned to place this pillow between them while sleeping at night, so that if she were restless, it would serve as a barrier, preventing her from rolling over to Ji Yunting's side. Life among the beastmen was exceedingly monotonous, devoid of any form of entertainment. With the evening temperatures dipping, as soon as night fell, everyone retreated to their respective tents to rest. In their new tent, Nanchu and Ji Yunting had no oil lamps. Only a pile of charcoal could illuminate a small section. After dinner, Nanchu leaned against the large pillow on the bed, her mind devoid of sleep. Although she had exerted herself somewhat in the morning, she had spent the afternoon resting with Shi and was now fully refreshed. The two of them sat in the tent, exchanging silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words. feeling the awkwardness of the silence. Nanchu sought to engage Ji Yunting in trivial conversation when suddenly a familiar voice resonated from outside the tent, causing her to swallow her words. "I'm going to sleep now," Nanchu grumbled as she pulled the thick new bearskin blanket over herself. "Yes, sleep early. Tomorrow I will take you to the holy lake. There are plenty of herbs nearby, and you can see if you can gather some to trade for things you desire," Ji Yunting said. Just as Nanchu was about to sleep, she sat up abruptly and asked, "Trade for things? Where do we do that? Isn't there a place in your tribe?" Ji Yunting asked, puzzled. "After being abandoned by the tribe and frightened, I can hardly recall many things about our affairs." Nanchu replied casually. Ji Yunting looked at her. In the dim light, her round, sparkling eyes were full of life, and he thought to himself how she hardly resembled someone who had been traumatized. "In our Lanjiao tribe, Uncle Mu manages the tribe's resources. Each year, the tribe sends beastman warriors to exchange goods with other tribes that we do not produce salt or various intricate tools here. All of that must be acquired from other tribes," Ji Yunting explained. Nanchu considered this and recalled that Feng Lan had mentioned her woven basket could be exchanged for 2 pounds of meat. Tomorrow, she would see if she could gather some more common herbs, as the tribe seemed to collect them. "Understood. I will accompany you to the holy lake tomorrow," Nanchu said. She lay back down under the bearskin blanket. It was still too early to sleep, so she merely closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. That Ji Yunting had long since grown accustomed to this lifestyle. After a while, he moved the charcoal to the entrance and turned to lie on the bed. Inside the tent, only the occasional crackling sound of the fire remained, mingling with the strange noises of the insects outside. Nanchu gritted her teeth in silence. The beastmen in this area were rather discreet, and while there were sounds, they were not overly loud. Just as she felt a sense of relief, a sudden loud banging erupted nearby. Nanchu felt her cheeks flush crimson in an instant. Their tent was in close proximity to Ji Yan's family tent, and during the stillness of the night, even a slightly raised voice could be heard clearly. How could they make such a ruckus? Truly, what a scoundrel. She's ankle had just healed, yet he was causing such turmoil without a care for her well-being. Nanchu covered her ears and said, "Unfortunately, no matter how I shield my ears, discordant sounds will still find their way into them." Ultimately, she had no choice but to draw upon the energy from the depths of her reservoir. It was far preferable to stir the energy that had torment her ears. Before retiring for the night, Nanchu placed a cushion between herself and Ji Yunting, wrapping herself in a thick bear fur blanket. However, upon awakening the next morning, she discovered that both the cushion and the blanket lay on the floor. While she was entangled around Ji Yunting like an octopus, her limbs sprawled across him, and Nanchu's heart nearly seized in fright. She dared not even breathe, quietly loosening her grip on Ji Yunting and stealthily retrieving the cushion and blanket from the ground. Just as she managed to disguise her predicament, Ji Yunting slowly opened his eyes. Amused by the situation, Ji Yunting recalled Nanchu's gentle petite frame from the previous night and could not help but swallow hard. Although she hailed from the Snake Fox clan, which he disdained, and was known for her penchant for deceit, she possessed a lively and engaging spirit. If she truly held affection for him, perhaps he could consider her as a companion. After a considerable pause, Ji Yunting feigned waking up and remarked, "Nanchu, it's time to rise. Nanchu responded, taking her time to emerge from under the bear fur blanket. It seemed she had risen a bit late today. After uttering this, she felt like punching herself. Why had she slept in? It was undoubtedly due to her late-night antics. The sound she could hear, Ji Yunting would certainly hear as well. Well, let us have some wild vegetable soup with a bit of rye for breakfast. And at noon, I'll see if I can hunt some small game," Ji Yunting suggested. He reignited the extinguished charcoal at the entrance of the tent, and they soon realized they had neither stone pots nor wooden bowls, rendering them unable to prepare a meal. Ultimately, both resorted to roasting a single rye ear each, which sufficed for breakfast. Yunting guided Nanchu to the sacred lake, and along the way, a few of his friends greeted him. Ji Yunting did not engage much in conversation, but invited them to visit his new tent at noon. Observing the hesitant expressions of Ji Yunting's friends, Nanchu thought they must be aware of his transformation into a sub-beastman. "Ji Yunting, I reiterate, if you are willing to hand Nanchu over to me, I can offer you 500 pounds of meat," Ji Yu proclaimed. watching the Beastman warriors organize their gear in the square. As several hunting teams were scheduled to depart today, his voice was loud enough for numerous Beastman warriors to hear. Ji Yunting calmly looked at Ji Yu and replied, "Even if I cannot be Astify, I can still make you regret your words here in this square." How brazen. Even as a sub-beastman, Ji Yu gritted through clenched teeth. "Think carefully, Ji Yunting, that if you find life unbearable and come seeking my help, I shall not offer you 500 pounds of meat." Ji Yu smiled slyly, scrutinizing Mu Nanchu. Mu Nanchu felt a chill run down her spine under Ji Yu's sticky gaze, just as she was about to unleash a tirade. Ji Yunting restrained her. "The high priest and the grand shaman are present. Nanchu, if a dog bites you, you cannot retaliate. Let it bark. We have more pressing matters at hand," Ji Yunting said, gripping her wrist. His words were pitched perfectly for the high priest and grand shaman to overhear, and Ji Yu's intent to mock Ji Yunting was swiftly curtailed by the high priest. "Let us go. Nanchu, today I'm going to cut some thorns and hay to weave a mat for my grandfather," Ji Yunting declared deliberately. Earlier, while Ji Yu spoke, he had noticed Ji Zheng and Ji Yunting among the crowd. Ji Yunting had just returned from a hunt, and he and Ji Zheng appeared to be there for the spectacle. Indeed, when Ji Yunting mentioned his grandfather, Ji Zheng's expression soured. Yet, in front of so many, he could not express his ire and merely shot Ji Yunting a fierce glare. Ji Yunting's despondence is not a solution. The high priest, Ji Muyun, stated with concern he had once held high hopes for Ji Yunting, believing him to be the best candidate for chieftain. But fate had dealt a cruel blow. After suffering an injury and consuming a toxic fruit from the forest, he had transformed into a sub-beastman. It is his own choice to fall from grace. Yunting moved out of his home yesterday. Ji Zheng responded with great respect. Keep an eye on Yunting. He has always had a foul temper." "I will," Ji Zheng replied, dismissively. Ji Yunting had previously brought Mu Nanchu to the little sacred lake, but that had only been near the tribe. This time, he led her to a more distant location, and they walked for a considerable time before arriving. It was a cliff adorned with a magnificent waterfall that cascaded like a sharp sword beside the little sacred lake. A significant portion of the lake's water flowed down from this very spot. "Nanchu, stay nearby and see if you can find any medicinal herbs, but do not venture beyond my sight into the depths of the forest," Ji Yunting cautioned. Yesterday, Ji Yunting's grandfather had instructed him to practice combat skills by the sacred lake. Although he was unsure of his capabilities, he resolved to give it a try. "All right, I will wander by the lake," Mu Nanchu replied cheerfully. Yunting did not stray far. He plunged into the sacred lake, swimming 2 laps before finding a shallow spot where he could practice his combat techniques. Mu Nanchu stood on the shore, watching him train, secretly admiring his impressive physical prowess in a post-apocalyptic world. A single punch from him would likely incapacitate any monster. As he trained in the water, the currents hindered him, and when he became engrossed, he tore off the animal hide that encumbered him, tossing it aside onto the shore. "Madness, madness, I'm going to get needle eyes," Mu Nanchu thought, nearly blinded by Ji Yunting's well-defined chest and abs. Quickly turning her head away, Ji Yunting had been keeping an eye on her. Seeing her cover her eyes and flee made him chuckle. It seemed she, too, had a shy side. Having left late that day, Mu Nanchu had wandered by the lake for quite some time without finding anything, only to encounter several groups of female beastmen pretending to gather wild fruits while actually sneaking glances at Ji Yunting's combat practice. "You are truly a calamity. Nanchu, Ji Yunting should never have brought you back. If not for you, he would not have become a sub-beastman," Shaun exclaimed upon spotting Mu Nanchu digging for wild vegetables in a thicket with a basket in her hand. Unable to contain herself, she rushed over. If Ji Yunting were a first-tier beastman, she might have had a chance with him, but now that he had transformed into a sub-beastman, her parents would never allow her to pursue him. "Are you out of your mind? How does Ji Yunting becoming a sub-beastman concern me? Can you think before you speak?" Mu Nanchu retorted, exasperated that you're still making excuses. "Before you arrived, Ji Yunting was doing just fine at home. The moment you appeared, he moved out with you, and you claim you're not a calamity," Shaun shot back. Shaun had come out to gather wild fruits with Shuiyun and several other female beastmen, each carrying a bag of grass. Just as Shaun clashed with Mu Nanchu, Shuiyun noticed the basket in Mu Nanchu's hands. "Nanchu, where did you get that basket? You didn't steal it, did you?" Shu Yun continued gently. If it is stolen, you should return it quickly. We will pretend we didn't see. Shu Yun, you are too kind. A thief like Mu Nanchu should face the tribe's punishment, Xiao Hua chimed in. In the Beastman tribe, the penalties for stealing were severe, and baskets were considered valuable items in the Blue Miao tribe. Otherwise, Fonlon would not have wanted to keep Mu Nanchu after discovering she could weave baskets. So, it turns out you're a thief. I never would have guessed someone so beautiful could be one, another female Beastman remarked. What is so beautiful? I think Shu Yun is prettier, and besides, Shu Yun is a shaman apprentice. A mere rescued female like Mu Nanchu simply cannot compare. The female beastmen murmured among themselves, expressing disdain for Mu Nanchu's alleged theft. The reason all the female beastmen believed Mu Nanchu had stolen the basket was that she had recently separated from Ji Yunting, and Ji Zheng would never allow them to take a precious item from their home. This basket is one I wove myself. It is not stolen. Instead of slandering me, you all might as well gather more wild fruits. Mu Nanchu asserted. Mu Nanchu deliberately elevated her basket, allowing Shui Yun to glimpse the wild fruits and several medicinal herbs within. Undoubtedly, a basket was far more practical than the pocket grass she clutched. Shui Yun's fingers, gripping the pocket grass too tightly, had turned slightly pale. She had long desired to replace her basket, but all the herbs she gathered had been exchanged for food, leaving her without spare coins to procure a new one. Mu Nanchu, when you tell lies, can't you first consider whether you are worthy? With those rough hands of yours, how could you possibly weave a basket? Shui Yun remarked disdainfully that my hands are rough. Mu Nanchu raised her delicate left hand for Shui Yun and a few female beastmen to see, and no matter how one looked at it, her hands were far from coarse. This only fueled Shui Yun's jealousy. It seemed that Mu Nanchu had come to the Lan Jiao tribe specifically to oppose her. And no matter how eloquent you are, it doesn't change the fact that this basket is stolen. Xiaoan interjected, I can attest that the basket in Nanchu's hands is not stolen. Came the voice of Ji Yunting from a short distance away. Ji Yunting was bare-chested, wearing only a bee-skin skirt around his waist and a vivid black dragon tattoo coiled around his left shoulder. Mu Nanchu was astonished. How had she not known that Ji Yunting had a tattoo on his shoulder? Yunting Gu, have you learned bad habits from spending too much time with Mu? She stole from our tribe. And you cover for her, Xiao scoffed. I am not covering for Nanchu. I witnessed her weaving this basket myself. You may leave now, and should I see you intentionally making things difficult for Nanchu again, I will not remain calm while explaining things to you. Ji Yunting said coldly. What Yunting said is undoubtedly true. Let's not bring this matter up again, Shui Yun urged, pulling Xiao away. Ji Yunting's defense of Mu Nanchu ignited Shui Yun's fury. She wished she could tear Mu Nanchu apart. Shui Yun was exceedingly popular in the Lan Jiao tribe, with nearly all the beastmen warriors desiring to be her mate. Previously, she had harbored feelings for Ji Yunting, but he had always been indifferent to her, which infuriated her. Later, when Ji Yunting ascended to a first-tier beastman, she attempted to win him over, hoping he would kneel before her in submission. Yet he remained unresponsive, treating Mu Nanchu with kindness instead. Shui Yun's princess complex was severe. Her frustration grew every time she laid eyes on Mu Nanchu. Yunting Gu, have your injuries healed completely? Shui Yun inquired, her gaze landing on the dragon tattoo on his shoulder. Yes, they're nearly healed, Ji Yunting replied dismissively. I have heard about your situation. Yunting Gu, I believe you will definitely rise again. Shui Yun continued. Ji Yunting could hardly muster any enthusiasm for conversation. Yunting Gu, I heard from my father that Li is returning from the Yunjing kingdom, that it seems she was not chosen by the queen there. Shui Yun said pointedly. Upon hearing the name Li, Ji Yunting's brows furrowed, and he chose to remain silent, pulling Mu Nanchu in the opposite direction. Shui Yun watched Ji Yunting's retreating figure, a slight smirk forming on her lips. Ji Yunting had always favored Li, and once she returned, Mu Nanchu would surely be of no concern. I was the daughter of the chieftain, Ji Yu, and her mother hailed from the beautiful Snow Fox tribe. From a young age, Li had been regarded as the most beautiful female in her clan, and the chieftain had great hopes for her, wishing to send her to the Yunjing kingdom to become the consort of its ruler, that, if successful, the Lan Jiao tribe would swiftly rise in the Beilan forest, becoming a tribe feared by all. Akin to the Snake Fox clan, Unfortunately, upon arriving in the Yunjing kingdom, the beauties from the Lan Jiao tribe discovered that they were not the most outstanding among many, and Li was forced to return empty-handed. Shuiyun, is Li truly coming back? Shaoan inquired. Yes, it will happen soon. I am quite eager to see how this Mu Nanchu will continue to flaunt herself. We all know how much Yunting used to adore Li. Shuiyun gritted her teeth. Although Shuiyun had previously known of Ji Yunting's affection for Li, at that time, everyone was aware that Li would be heading to the Yunjing kingdom, which emboldened her to pursue Ji Yunting without fear, believing there would be no outcome between him and Li. However, now she felt relief that Ji Yunting favored Li. Compared to the outsider Mu Nanchu, Shuiyun found it easier to accept Li's return. Feeling Ji Yunting's anger as he grasped her wrist, Mu Nanchu cautiously asked, Ji Yunting, who is that Li you mentioned earlier? The chieftain's daughter, Ji Yunting, replied coldly. Mu Nanchu longed to strike Ji Yunting for his lack of elaboration. Couldn't he provide a little more context? Yet, it was clear that Ji Yunting did not wish to pursue the topic further. He led Mu Nanchu to a waterfall on the opposite side of the sacred lake. Look around for any wild fruits you can gather. I will practice my punches for a while. Ji Yunting instructed. He brought Mu Nanchu to a shallow area, surrounded by low, wild grass. As she scanned the surroundings, she discovered a bounty of small wild fruits amidst the underbrush. Could I borrow your bone knife for a moment? I wish to weave a pair of grass sandals, Mu Nanchu requested. The wild grasses by the sacred lake were plentiful, and she noticed several resilient vines. Having lived barefoot for several days, she found it quite uncomfortable and decided it would be best to fashion a pair of sandals. You can weave grass sandals? Ji Yunting asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, but they may not be aesthetically pleasing. They will suffice for wear, Mu Nanchu replied. Having lived through an era of extreme scarcity in the apocalypse, she had no shoes to wear before her plant abilities awakened. Relying on sandals woven from vines or wild grasses instead, be careful with the bone knife. Don't lose it, Ji Yunting cautioned as he handed her the knife from his waist. All right, I will make you a pair of sandals as well, Mu Nanchu offered. The grass sandals were significantly smaller than grass mats, and Mu Nanchu found the task quite easy. Ji Yunting nodded slightly before turning back to the sacred lake, where he resumed his training under the waterfall. As Mu Nanchu held the bone knife, she felt a thrill. The coolness of the knife in her hand, though somewhat heavy, gave her an inexplicable sense of security. She resolved to acquire a bone knife of her own. With such a sharp weapon, she could protect herself even alone in the forest, as long as she didn't encounter a shape-shifting beastman. There were plenty of suitable vines for weaving sandals, and Mu Nanchu quickly gathered a large bundle. She crafted a durable sole from the vines and used dried wild grass for the upper part. And soon a pair of sandals began to take shape in her hands. Occasionally, she could hear the thudding sounds of Ji Yunting striking the waterfall, and she glanced in his direction, pondering how significant Li must be to Ji Yunting, given the evident fluctuations in his emotions. This is troublesome. Had I known there would be so many complications associated with Ji Yunting, I would never have signed that cursed slave contract. Now, I find myself caught in the crossfire of their drama. It's truly exasperating, Mu Nanchu muttered irritably. Crafting the 2 pairs of sandals didn't take much time. And seeing Ji Yunting show no signs of halting his practice, Mu Nanchu hung the sandals around her neck and plunged into the underbrush to gather wild fruits. Eating meat all day was certainly insufficient. She needed to incorporate more vegetables and wild fruits in her diet. Oh, is that not a mulberry? I never expected to find such a delightful treasure in the Beilan forest. As Mu Nanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement, she focused intently on a cluster of vibrant red fruits, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. The, aptly named, induces a paralyzing effect upon consumption that in the apocalyptic era, this fruit was classified as a mutated plant. Highly sought after for its unique properties, fully ripened, Mu Xiangxiang gathered the into a makeshift pouch crafted from grass, contemplating its potential utility, in addition to the succulent meat of the flying rabbits. The forest also harbored a treasure known as the pearl chicken. Though not particularly large, averaging around 7 to 8 pounds, the meat of the pearl chicken was remarkably flavorful. However, the pearl chicken was more elusive than the flying rabbit. Equipped with wings, they darted about with remarkable agility, making it a considerable challenge even for the mightiest orc warriors of the tribe to capture them. Recalling Ji Yunting's praise of pearl chicken meat, Nanchu had been vigilant while weaving grass sandals, spotting several pearl chickens lurking in the underbrush. She devised a plan to catch a few for roasting later. The sighting of the sparked an idea. She decided to combine the mature with a handful of ripe berries. Quietly scattering the mixture along a relatively open stretch by the lake, concealing herself within the nearby brush, Nanchu remained hidden, aware of the pearl chicken's intelligence. Should they detect the presence of an orc, they would undoubtedly shy away from the tempting berries that Ji Yunting, practicing his punches beneath the waterfall, caught a fleeting glimpse of Nanchu's petite figure nestled in the grass, his mind swirling with curiosity. He initially assumed she was merely resting due to fatigue and continued with his training. As Ji Yunting engaged in his exercises, he felt the energy within him stir in response to the cascading water. The viscous energy within him began to mobilize with each punch, and the dark, coiling dragon mark on his left arm flickered in and out of visibility beneath the water's surface. Meanwhile, hidden among the grass, Nanchu intently observed as two pearl chickens cautiously approached her bait, nibbling at the berries before retreating to safety, only to return moments later. Fortuitously, the effects of them were not immediate. Otherwise, with the cunning of these pearl chickens, Nanchu feared she would be unable to catch any at all. After nearly half an hour, a small group of 6 pearl chickens finally settled down to feast on the elated. Nanchu thought to herself, "You think you can outlast me in patience? You're still rather inexperienced." Just as the 6 pearl chickens reveled in their meal, one suddenly toppled over, causing the others to panic and follow suit, collapsing to the ground. "You think you can escape? Not a chance," Nanchu exclaimed jubilantly. Having consumed a significant quantity of, she wasted no time, deftly using a bone knife to bleed the 6 pearl chickens, eviscerating them and discarding their entrails into the sacred lake. Ji Yunting, acutely sensitive to the scent of blood while training, immediately detected the unmistakable odor wafting from Nanchu's direction. Alarmed, he rushed over, fearing she had encountered trouble. Upon nearing, he realized the source of the scent was not that of orc blood. "Nanchu, did you capture these pearl chickens?" he inquired, standing at the lake's edge, observing Nanchu cleaning the birds with a look of skepticism. He was well aware of the pearl chicken's prowess and doubted that a mere female like Nanchu could capture so many with only a bone dagger. "I caught them all. These pearl chickens may appear clever, but after consuming escaping became quite the challenge for them," Nanchu replied, candidly recounting her strategy without reservation. She concluded her explanation with a slight embellishment. "During my time with the Snake Fox tribe, I not only studied medicine, but also became acquainted with various poisonous herbs and fungi." "Very well, but in the future, please refrain from disposing of the pearl chicken's entrails in the sacred lake," Ji Yunting advised. Almost immediately after he spoke, several sizable fish, each exceeding a meter in length and weighing between 40 to 50 pounds, began to surface in the lake. "What is happening?" Ji Yunting inquired. Perplexed, "The pearl chicken's entrails have attracted these large fish," he remarked, furrowing his brow. Nanchu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, delighted by the unexpected bounty. "Quick, Yunting, we must catch these fish. The fish from the sacred lake tend to be quite foul in flavor." Nanchu noted, "I can manage that." "Hasten, lest the other fish devour these," Ji Yunting urged. "Will these fish carry the effects of the... Can we consume them?" Ji Yunting questioned, uncertain. "Not to worry. Once cooked, this effect will dissipate," Nanchu assured him. Counting the catch, she noted not only the large fish, but also a few smaller ones, totaling over a dozen. "This should sustain us for quite a while. I'll take care of the fish," Ji Yunting declared as he accepted the bone knife from Nanchu. Managing a fish of such size would be no simple task for her petite frame, which would surely tire quickly. With his robust physique, Ji Yunting effortlessly lifted a sizable fish with one hand. "Shall we return to the tribe for lunch?" Nanchu inquired, glancing at their pile of meat. "We won't be heading back just yet. We'll slice the fish into fillets and dry them for storage. The pearl chickens shall be our meal," Ji Yunting replied. "All right, this is for you," Nanchu said, offering him the grass sandal she had woven. "What is this?" Ji Yunting asked, having never encountered such footwear before. In his understanding, Only the tribe's leaders, priests, and shamans donned leather boots, while the majority of orcs remained barefoot throughout the seasons, their feet always in contact with the forest floor. These are the grass sandals I made for you. The forest is littered with twigs and stones. Do your feet not ache treading upon them? Nanchu queried. You get used to it, Ji Yunting replied. Most orcs were born barefoot, and over time, their feet developed calluses, rendering them indifferent to the discomfort of being barefoot. Feel free to try them, Nanchu encouraged. While she hoped to instill a new habit, she did not wish to impose her preferences upon Ji Yunting. All right, I will give them a try. Ji Yunting settled on the grass, examining the sandals before slipping them on and securing them. He took a few steps through the grass and along the rocky shores of the sacred lake, commenting, "They are indeed quite comfortable, but I fear they may not be practical for hunting. Just wear them for now. It's only the beginning. In time, you'll discover that they are far more convenient, especially in rainy or snowy conditions," Nanchu replied. When it rains or snows, the forest becomes treacherously slippery, making it difficult for orcs to traverse. Wearing grass sandals can effectively mitigate this issue. Very well. I shall wear them for now, Ji Yunting agreed. As Ji Yunting busied himself with a fish, Nanchu wandered nearby, gathering wild onions and garlic for seasoning. When it came time to roast a fish, these ingredients would greatly reduce the fishy odor. If only I had some cooking wine, Nanchu lamented, digging for wild garlic. However, upon reflection, she realized that she had not encountered any form of alcohol during her time in the Blue Jiao tribe. Sigh, the Orc tribes are even more primitive than during the apocalypse. They lack everything. Once Ji Yunting had finished preparing the fish, he set them aside to dry. "I'll practice a bit more, and then join you for roasting the pearl chickens," he announced. Ji Yunting expertly gutted the fish, slicing the larger ones into wide fillets and having the smaller ones for drying. The sight of the neatly arranged fish hanging from dried branches was quite impressive. "Go ahead and continue with your tasks. I will handle the roasting of the fish and meat. Once everything is ready, I will call for you," Nanchu said, confident in her ability to manage the roasting of the pearl chickens. Using her bone knife, Nanchu cleared a patch of ground by the sacred lake, gathering twigs and dry grass. After several attempts with a fire starter, she finally ignited the soft, dry grass. The flames crackled and grew, casting a warm glow in the surrounding area. Nanchu took the fish and meat that Ji Yunting had left out to dry and headed toward a nearby spot to roast them. While waiting for the fire to catch, she plucked several enormous leaves from the adjacent forest, which emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance. Nanchu pondered that using these leaves to make beggar's chicken would undoubtedly be delicious. Aware of Ji Yunting's hearty appetite, she prepared 2 beggar's chickens, burying them in the already heated sandy soil, while also skewering 2 fish over the campfire, slowly roasting them as she awaited Ji Yunting's conclusion of his martial arts practice. As she salivated at the sight of the roasting fish, Nanchu acutely sensed a surge of energy fluctuations emanating from Ji Yunting's direction. From a distance, she could see a bluish glow flickering around him. Before she could comprehend the situation, her own botanical abilities began to stir in response. "What on earth, what kind of martial art is Ji Yunting practicing that my plant abilities are reacting so strongly?" Nanchu muttered in astonishment. As the energy fluctuations from Ji Yunting intensified, Nanchu's botanical powers finally burst forth uncontrollably. All the plants around her began to grow wildly. Even the charred twigs ignited by the fire sprouted tender shoots. Ji Yunting, upon noticing the surge in Nanchu's energy, immediately ceased his practice and hurried over. Both of them stood bewildered before the frenzied growth of plants, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Nanchu, what caused your shamanic energy to suddenly erupt?" Ji Yunting inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. "That you're asking me. I want to ask you. I did nothing, yet your martial arts practice triggered my energy to leak out," Nanchu replied, utterly baffled. She had sensed Ji Yunting's energy fluctuations first, which then affected her own botanical abilities. Such an occurrence had never happened before. "The martial art I practiced is a secret technique passed down from my grandfather, a nurturing style that promotes growth and rejuvenation. That I have no idea how it caused your shamanic energy to leak. This is truly peculiar," Ji Yunting admitted, Equally puzzled, it was imperative that Mu Nanchu's possession of shamanic energy remained undisclosed. With Ji Yunting unable to continue his training, they decided to return to the tribe temporarily, hoping to devise another plan to prevent the leakage of Mu Nanchu's shamanic energy. Yunting, I have already begun roasting the fish. Perhaps we should wait until they're done before heading back to the tribe, Mu Nanchu suggested, glancing at the fish on the fire, which were starting to turn a faint yellow. Very well, let us finish roasting the fish and the beggar's chicken. We can take some back to grandfather. Given his age, he struggles to procure food, Ji Yunting replied. Previously, when Ji Yunting visited his grandfather, he had brought him 2 roasted rye ears and later added some meat and additional rye, but it was never enough. He wondered if his grandfather had eaten anything for lunch that day. Did you not roast any beggar's chicken? Ji Yunting asked, noticing the absence of the dish. I did, Mu Nanchu replied with a cheerful smile. As they prepared the fish, noon had already approached. Once they finished roasting the fish and unearthed the beggar's chicken, they realized it was well past mealtime. Walking side by side along the dirt path of the tribe, they noticed several beastmen casting curious glances in their direction. Yunting, do we seem peculiar in some way? Why are the beastmen staring at us? Mu Nanchu mused, glancing at her leather skirt, finding nothing amiss. The fish from the sacred lake are notoriously difficult to catch. Even beastmen warriors, once transformed, struggle to catch a few. I have gathered so many at once. They're bound to stare, Ji Yunting explained. You truly possess remarkable composure, Mu Nanchu remarked quietly. Earlier, when Ji Yunting had seen the large fish, he had shown no surprise at all, as if he were already accustomed to such sights. Instead of returning to their tent, they went directly to Ji's grandfather's dwelling. Upon their arrival, Mu Nanchu assumed that Ji's grandfather had already dined, only to discover that he had not only missed lunch, but was also embroiled in a dispute with Ji Xiaoyu. Grandfather, why have you hoarded so much rye without sharing any with my sister-in-law? She has just given birth and is in dire need of it. Ji Xiaoyu attempted to snatch the basket of rye from Ji's grandfather. In her eagerness, she reached out but grasped nothing. Xiaoyu, your grandfather has watched you grow up. How have you become so ungrateful? If you take the rye, how am I to survive? Your father has not provided me with food for months. How dare you come and steal my provisions? Ji's grandfather replied sternly. My father has sent me to provide you with food. Ji Xiaoyu retorted dismissively. A bowl of tasteless vegetable soup? Ji's grandfather replied coldly. Having vegetable soup is better than nothing, you old fool. And over the rye, I see the rye in your hands is quite substantial. Is it not from the tribe? Are you withholding it from me because you fear I might discover that you have stolen from the tribe? Ji Xiaoyu said with a smirk. Their argument drew the attention of several beastmen nearby. Just moments ago, those who had sympathized with Ji's grandfather now turned against him upon hearing Ji Xiaoyu's accusations of him potentially stealing from the tribe. The tribe's rye was the collective property of all beastmen, and many families relied on it to feed their young. That if the rye was diminished, the children would suffer. In his youth, Ji's grandfather had been one of the finest warriors of the Blue Flood tribe, never imagining that he would face such treatment in his old age. Hurry and give me the rye, so my mother can see whether or not it is from the tribe, Ji Xiaoyu said, pushing Ji's grandfather forcefully, nearly causing him to stumble. Having just arrived, Mu Nanchu could no longer contain herself at the sight of Ji Xiaoyu's brazen behavior. In a swift motion, she rushed forward and slapped Ji Xiaoyu across the face. The events unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. You little slave, how dare you hit me? Ji Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. And why not? Is there a specific day I must choose to strike you? Do you not understand what it means to respect your elders? If it weren't for Ji's grandfather risking his life to hunt, you wouldn't be here today, Mu Nanchu replied without reservation. What is it to you? If you dare hit me, prepare to face the consequences, Ji Xiaoyu retorted, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Without hesitation, she charged at Mu Nanchu. Despite her robust physique, she stood no chance against Mu Nanchu, who effortlessly performed a throw, sending Ji Xiaoyu crashing to the ground. Wait for it. Mu Nanchu, I will have my brother deal with you, Ji Xiaoyu shouted, getting back to her feet. Mu Nanchu dusted off her hands with a smile. If you have the ability, come at me again, that if you lose, You're just too cowardly to call for help. Having never before suffered such a defeat, Ji Xiaoyu was at a loss against Mu Nanchu. During their brief altercation, she had felt an unexpected surge of strength emanating from Mu Nanchu's slender frame, in a physical confrontation. She knew she could not prevail. Do not get too smug. Mu Nanchu. The humiliation I endured today, I will repay in full. Ji Xiaoyu glared at her, retreating in disgrace. Ji Yunting observed the scattered rye ears on the ground and declared, "The rye in our tribe has yet to mature. These were gathered from the cliffs." One beastman, aware of the rye growing on the cliffs surrounding the sacred lake, spoke up, "I can attest that the rye on the cliffs matures earlier than that in the tribe. Both Ji's grandfather and Yunting are the finest warriors of our Blue Flood tribe. They would never resort to stealing rye. When hunger strikes, who knows what one might do?" Another beastman murmured, "Ji Lu, do you wish to duel with me?" Ji Yunting said coolly. Among beastmen warriors, differing opinions often led to fists being thrown as strength determined authority. Ji Yunting, you are merely a sub-beastman now. Do you still believe yourself to be a second-tier beastman? Be cautious for your life, Ji Lu challenged. Lifting his chin defiantly, Ji Yunting stepped forward, each finger cracking audibly, as he approached Ji Lu unhurriedly. "Even as a sub-beastman, I do not regard you, a mere first-tier beastman, as a threat in the tribe. It is strictly forbidden for the orc warriors to transform into their beastly forms. Under such circumstances, Ji Yunting, relying on his formidable combat skills, feels quite confident in defeating a first-tier orc. This is precisely why both the chieftain and the high priest hold Ji Yunting in such high regard. Some orcs are simply born with innate abilities that far surpass those of their peers. It is evident that Ji Lu is fully aware of Ji Yunting's prowess, and upon seeing him approach, he is so frightened that his legs tremble, prompting him to flee without uttering a single word. The onlooking orcs, witnessing Ji Lu's reaction, burst into laughter. Ji Yunting gathers the rye scattered on the ground and says, "Grandfather, I brought you some food. Let's return to the tent." Ji Grandpa watches the crowd of orcs gradually disperse. He sighs and accepts the rye from Ji Yunting, saying, "Yunting, it is I who have brought trouble upon you." "How could that be?" Ji Yunting replies as he supports Ji Grandpa into the tent. He places the roasted pearl chicken and fish on the wooden table and continues, "Grandfather, if Xiaoya comes here to cause mischief again, you could just give her a good beating." Ji Grandpa beams at Ji Yunting's words in truth, both of them know that regardless of how unruly Ji Xiaoya may be, Ji Grandpa would never lay a hand on her. In any orc tribe, females are regarded as exceedingly precious. Even when they err, the tribe members tend to turn a blind eye. However, while it may seem on the surface that female orcs hold a high status, in moments of grave importance, it is often these precious females who are thrust into the fray. Ji Xiaoya is fully aware that Ji Grandpa would never strike her, which emboldens her to brazenly snatch food from him. "Grandfather, you need not lift a finger. I will take care of Xiaoya myself. She's not a child anymore. She ought to think things through before acting." Mu Nanchu remarks with some exasperation. "It is difficult for orc warriors to lay hands on Ji Xiaoya, but she faces no such restrictions that if she dares to act out, Ji Yunting could easily leave her searching for her teeth. Xiaoya has been spoiled by her mother." Ji Grandpa comments, "Grandfather, let us not speak of Xiaoya any longer. Let us enjoy some food. Nanchu and I haven't eaten anything for lunch," Ji Yunting suggests. Deep down, Ji Yunting harbors a significant question he wishes to pose to Ji Grandpa. "Yunting, eat. I will just have some vegetable soup." Ji Grandpa says, pushing the pearl chicken and roasted fish toward Mu Nanchu. Ji Yunting's energy cannot be utilized for the time being, as he remains in a sub-orc state, and it is uncertain how long this will last. Ji Grandpa fears that Ji Yunting may be unable to hunt, and since they have finally procured some food, it is better to store it for himself. "Grandfather, this food was all hunted by Nanchu. She is quite skilled at taking down such small game. You can rest assured in the future, I won't need my father to bring you food. The two of us can support you," Ji Yunting assures him. After they finish their meal, he plans to seek out the high priest to discuss this matter. Some things are better clarified. "Nanchu hunted the pearl chicken?" Ji Grandpa asks, visibly astonished. In orc tribes, females are generally responsible for caring for children and the elderly, foraging for wild fruits and vegetables, and rarely do they hunt small game, such as flying rabbits or pearl chickens. Despite their small size, these creatures are incredibly agile. Even if a female orc spots them, she can do nothing but watch helplessly. Grandfather, Nanchu not only can hunt pearl chickens, but her shamanic energy is also influenced by my energy. And it tends to overflow uncontrollably, Ji Yunting whispers. The notion that Mu Nanchu can hunt small game is already astonishing enough for Ji Grandpa, but now Ji Yunting claims that she possesses shamanic energy, which is simply unbelievable. Ji Grandpa takes a moment to compose himself before quietly asking, can Nanchu's shamanic powers heal others? Mu Nanchu nods slightly. Yes, it can heal, but it seemed that it suddenly became dormant a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Ji Grandpa's eyes widen in shock, and his hands tremble slightly as he stammers, Grandfather, it's just as you suspect. The two of us each consumed half of a black gold fruit. Ji Yunting confesses. Ji Grandpa is taken aback, quickly rising to pace outside the tent. After ensuring that there are no suspicious orcs nearby, he returns to the tent. Rest assured, Grandpa, no orcs are eavesdropping, although my energy is currently unusable. Since consuming the black gold fruit, my hearing has significantly improved. Ji Yunting reassures him that Ji Grandpa, overwhelmed with excitement, takes a moment to calm down before asking, Nanchu, were you born with shamanic powers? Yes, but when I was with the She-Fox tribe. It wasn't very apparent that it only manifested after I ate the black gold fruit, and since then, it seems I have little control over it, Mu Nanchu explains. What is even more peculiar is that today, while practicing my punches, I triggered my energy and Nanchu's shamanic powers unexpectedly leaked out uncontrollably. This is a serious matter, and I didn't dare to continue practicing. I came back to ask if you have any solutions. Ji Yunting says, slightly anxious, if every time he uses his energy, it affects Mu Nanchu's shamanic powers, then keeping her possession of these powers a secret will be impossible. After listening to their accounts, Ji Grandpa falls silent for a moment before asking, perhaps this is the energy of the contract in orc tribes. It has never been seen for two orcs to consume a black gold fruit simultaneously while also signing a slave contract. Perhaps this is fate. Nanchu, Yunting, you two can practice together from now on. Not only will this hasten your energy recovery, but Nanchu's shamanic powers will also progress in tandem with you. Ji Grandpa's eyes glisten with tears. He considers this perhaps the blessing of the beast god. Who would have thought that two individuals bound by a slave contract would consume the black gold fruit together? A slave contract essentially renders one party akin to an object, lesser even than a mere beast. Under normal circumstances, two orcs bound by such a contract would never simultaneously consume a black gold fruit. Following my path to improvement, are you suggesting that Nanchu will one day possess energy as formidable as mine? Ji Yunting asks in disbelief. In theory, yes. The Beast Emperor who established the Cloud Mirror Kingdom married a shamanic priestess possessing shamanic powers. They consumed a black gold fruit from the same tree, after which her shamanic powers surged. It is said that during several brutal battles, the queen personally intervened, and with a single gesture, countless vines surged forth. Any orc touched by those vines, no matter how grievous their wounds, would heal at an astonishing rate. Ji Grandpa recounts. Mu Nanchu is secretly astonished. Could it be that the Queen of Cloud Mirror Kingdom also possessed plant-based powers, enabling her to control vines for the healing of orcs? From Ji Grandpa's narrative, her plant abilities seem incredibly potent, capable of nourishing an entire orc army single-handedly, a notion that is simply astounding. While Mu Nanchu contemplates the implications of plant abilities, Ji Yunting is more focused on the issue of concealing Mu Nanchu's shamanic powers. Grandfather, is there any way to hide Nanchu's energy? She cannot afford to reveal her shamanic powers, Ji Yunting insists. Unless you can control your energies, any activation of energy from either side will inevitably affect the other. Ji Grandpa replies, what if we maintain a greater distance? Ji Yunting inquires, that won't help. Your slave contract is imprinted on your souls and is unaffected by distance, Ji Grandpa states firmly. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunting feels overwhelmed, realizing that he will need to choose a different location for their next practice session. Fortunately, No one noticed him by the holy lake today. Otherwise, Nanchu would have been in serious trouble. Ji Yunting, filled with worry, finishes his lunch at Ji Grandpa's home and leaves some fish and a pearl chicken for him before they both return to their respective tents. Hey, Yunting, what are you thinking about? Nanchu asks as she hangs the half-dried fish on the thorns outside the tent. Upon entering, she finds Ji Yunting deep in thought on the wooden bed. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place. Ji Yunting suddenly looks up at Nanchu and says, What place? A location where I can practice my punches without anyone discovering Nanchu's shamanic energy leakage. Ji Yunting replies, So, you have a secret base. Nanchu realizes, Nanchu smiled lightly. In truth, she was quite concerned about her energy leakage. That energy was immensely valuable, and it felt wasteful to let it dissipate for no reason. Yunting, I have a question for you. Since the Lanjiao tribe cultivates rye themselves, why are there still so many orcs relying on hunting for sustenance? Although rye may not be particularly palatable, if cultivated on a large scale, it could adequately fill their stomachs. Nanchu inquired. Ji Yunting was momentarily taken aback by Nanchu's question. Rye is notoriously difficult to cultivate. It took their tribe several years of toil in the forest just to yield a small patch. If it were feasible to cultivate rye extensively, they would have done so long ago. The plants in Alan Bay Forest grow exceptionally fast. Even if the orcs cleared large tracts of land in spring and sowed barley seeds, they would be met with rampant wild grasses sprouting alongside the rye. Ultimately, rye could only survive in the crevices of the wild grasses, and by the time of harvest, it often ended up much smaller due to competition. The cliffs surrounding the sacred lake had fewer wild grasses, allowing the rye to grow to a considerable size. Unlike the plants cultivated by the tribe in the forest, Ji Yunting explained, nature is truly remarkable. This must be the divine power of the beast god. She does not wish for anyone to harm this forest, Nanchu remarked with a sigh. However, one must eat to survive. Relying solely on meat and neglecting grains is detrimental to one's health. Moreover, with winter approaching, hunting will become increasingly challenging. It would be wise to store more rye at home, she added. Once Nanchu had been genuinely fearful of hunger. Now, she felt like a little squirrel, wishing to construct a granary within her tent to hoard every morsel of food she could find. Can we find a small plot of land to cultivate rye ourselves? Nanchu asked. All land capable of growing rye near the Lanjiao tribe belongs to the tribe. Orcs cannot cultivate it privately, Ji Yunting replied. That is quite tyrannical. I collected the rye seeds myself, and yet I am forbidden from planting them, Nanchu said with a frown. Unless I plant them outside the territory of the Lanjiao tribe, but that is an impossible task for me. Upon hearing Nanchu express her desire to cultivate rye, Ji Yunting asked, Do you know how to grow rye? Of course, it's not that difficult, Nanchu responded, her curiosity piqued. I am the Lanjiao tribe. Only experienced females cultivated rye. Seeing Nanchu's confident demeanor, Ji Yunting pondered for a moment and said, The place I will take you to this afternoon may be suitable for you to cultivate some rye. Your secret base? Nanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as she could store food, she would accept even planting on a cliff. Yes, but there is quite a bit of wild grass there. I cannot guarantee that you will be able to successfully grow rye. Ji Yunting cautioned her in advance to avoid disappointment. Rest assured, with my abilities, I can surely manage to grow a few stalks of rye. Nanchu declared confidently. The location Ji Yunting referred to was not far from the sacred lake. Following the cliff where Ji Yunting had practiced his punches, they ventured through a dense thicket and squeezed through low, prickly bushes, eventually discovering a small cave ensconced in various vines. The cave was just wide enough for an orc warrior to pass sideways, and it extended for about 10 meters upon exiting the cave. The view before them was breathtaking, a valley nestled between two towering cliffs, resembling a hidden paradise. On the opposite side of the valley lay the sacred site of the Lanjiao tribe, known as the Great Sacred Lake, where orc warriors advanced in rank. Do not be curious and venture over there. There are orc warriors patrolling. If they spot any orcs other than those from the Lanjiao tribe, they will not hesitate to kill you. Ji Yunting warned. Is it that serious? Nanchu craned her neck to gaze into the distance, faintly catching a glimpse of water through the dense forest. I'm not trying to scare you, It is said that the ancestors of the Lan Jiao tribe were born in this great sacred lake. Every orc warrior on the verge of advancement chooses a full moon night to bathe here. It is believed that only in this way can the warriors of the Lan Jiao tribe elevate their power and become stronger. If they do not bathe in the great sacred lake, they will never advance. Ji Yunting explained. He had entered the great sacred lake twice, but was uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to do so again. Nanchu surveyed the valley. It was not large. Just 7 or 8 meters from the cave was a waterfall with rushing waters, occupying half the valley, leaving only a 2-meter wide strip suitable for planting rye. I will go and cut the wild grass on this side of the cliff. There should be no problem growing rye here, Nanchu declared. Though it was somewhat close to the river, the elevated terrain ensured that the soil would not be overly damp, which would hinder rye growth. I'll handle it. If you leave the roots of the wild grass in the soil with your bow and knife, you will find that by tomorrow morning, the wild grass will have grown even more than the rye. Ji Yunting suggested. As Ji Yunting spoke, he began uprooting the wild grass. With his great strength, he effortlessly pulled the grass out by the roots. Nanchu, thinking the soil would be soft and easy to tend, joined in to help. Wow, it's so sturdy, she exclaimed, tugging at the wild grass with all her might, only managing to tear off the tender leaves, leaving behind the tough stalks. Why don't you sit to the side? I'll take care of the wild grass. Ji Yunting chuckled at Nanchu's exhausted appearance, that he realized that this little female was not just lively. She was unlike any female he had encountered before. With some leisure time on her hands, Nanchu wandered around the valley and asked, Yunting, can we access this valley from the Great Sacred Lake? Will our rye cultivation be discovered? There haven't been any orcs coming from the Great Sacred Lake for quite some time. The Great Sacred Lake is divided into several areas, and this valley outside is designated for third-tier orc warriors to advance. Over the years, aside from the tribe leader, no one else has managed to break through, Ji Yunting replied. Nanchu did not fully understand what it meant for orc warriors to be third tier. She had only seen Ji Yunting fight, and at that time, he had seemed like a first-tier warrior, which to her was already formidable. As for the third-tier warriors, were they not extraordinary beings? Before long, Ji Yunting had cleared a patch of land within the small valley designated for planting rye, a narrow strip of fertile black soil, 1 meter wide. I'll leave this to you. You can go practice your punches now, Nanchu said, her heart filled with joy as she held the dark, loose soil, as long as there was soil and her plant-based abilities, she would never go hungry. All right, while I practice, your shamanic powers will likely overflow. Just do your best to control it, Ji Yunting instructed. Understood. Nanchu waved her hand at Ji Yunting and retrieved the rye seeds she had prepared in her basket. She planted the rye seeds rather hastily, scattering them across the soil without covering them. Then she took her bone knife to search for suitable wild grasses and vines to weave into straw sandals. During lunchtime today, Nanchu first noticed Grandpa Ji was also barefoot, and she contemplated crafting a pair of straw sandals for him. Ji Yunting stood under the waterfall, beginning to practice his punches at a leisurely pace. Perhaps due to the rapid flow of the waterfall, his energy was soon stirred up after only a brief period of practice. Not far away, Nanchu, who was already preparing to weave the straw sandals, sensed the fluctuation of plant energy and set aside her work to begin gathering her abilities into her hands. Strands of vibrant green energy coiled around her fair hands, and with her eyes gently closed, she felt the jubilant rustle of all the surrounding plants. The smile graced her lips as the energy in her hands surged forth. The scattered rye seeds on the ground instantly took root and sprouted, akin to mischievous children growing rapidly with glee. Initially, Ji Yunting's punches were not particularly swift, allowing Nanchu to control only the growth of rye within half a meter. However, as Ji Yunting's speed increased, so too did the number of rye seeds that Nanchu could influence. As both of their energies began to rise, Nanchu even felt as if she were nestled within Ji Yunting's embrace, his abilities enveloping her entirely. That moment, Ji Yunting felt similarly. He was surrounded by a verdant energy, intertwined with Nanchu's power, coursing over his body, making him feel as though every pore was unfurling. He had never experienced such a delightful sensation while practicing before. However, The energy they could summon was still limited, and soon they both sensed an inability to keep up. Yunting gradually eased his movements, reluctant to continue practicing, fearing that Moon Nanchu might deplete her shamanic powers. Just as Ji Yunting had thought, the energy fluctuations on his side were too intense, and Moon Nanchu's control over the energy in her sea of power faltered, causing some of the rye to grow unevenly, even prompting wild grass to sprout in some areas. Nanchu, why didn't you tell me you were feeling unwell? Ji Yunting asked nervously as he saw Moon Nanchu sitting on the ground, somewhat exhausted. But it's nothing, just that the energy in my sea of power is a bit hard to control. Will you continue? Moon Nanchu gasped for breath, her forehead slick with sweat. No, Ji Yunting replied, glancing at the rye that had begun ahead. His astonishment was evident. Nanchu, your shamanic powers can still promote plant growth. It does have that capability. Earlier, while attempting to control the energy in my sea, some of it ran amok toward the surrounding plants. And I thought it better to hasten the rye's growth rather than let the wild grass flourish, so I encouraged the rye to sprout. Nanchu fabricated an explanation. For now, she would not disclose to Ji Yunting that her ability was plant manipulation rather than shamanic power. I see. Nanchu, please do not let this matter slip. Apart from the two of us, no one else should know, Ji Yunting cautioned. Understood, Moon Nanchu replied. I will take you to dig up some white roots. Ji Yunting said. What are white roots? Moon Nanchu inquired curiously, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The vast Balon forest was home to various peculiar foods, and she was quite intrigued. White roots are the roots of a plant that can be dried and stored for winter consumption. It is currently the season for white roots to mature, and many beastmen enjoy digging them up, although they are not particularly palatable. Ji Yunting explained at IC. Should we weave a larger basket? My current one is still a bit small. Moon Nanchu suggested. Yes, soon as she heard that white roots could be stored, she perked up immediately. All right, there are plenty of thorns here. Let's cut some and soak them in the river for future basket weaving, Ji Yunting stated. Within the small valley, there were numerous thorns that Ji Yunting swiftly cut a good number with a bone knife, selecting those of uniform thickness while Moon Nanchu rested and began weaving the basket. Nanchu, I see the rye you encouraged today already has grains. Perhaps it will mature by tomorrow, Ji Yunting remarked as he wove. Yes, before you practice tomorrow, I will use my energy to hasten its growth a bit, Moon Nanchu said, examining a grain of rye she had plucked, noting it was still somewhat tender. Under normal circumstances, it would take around 8 to 9 days for it to mature. Ji Yunting, a robust beastman warrior, handled the pliable thorns as if they were mere dry grass, and soon a rather unremarkable basket was completed. Moon Nanchu tore off some sturdy vines, crafting 2 robust straps to secure it. And thus, a basket was ready. Let us go and dig for white roots, Ji Yunting declared. The locations around the Blue Flood tribe known for white roots were generally fixed, and by the time Moon Nanchu and Ji Yunting arrived, several beastmen had already gathered there. Upon seeing the two approach, curious glances were cast their way. Each carried a basket, one slung over Ji Yunting's back, and they were both clad in straw sandals, distinctly different from the barefoot beastmen digging for white roots. Yunting, where did you get that basket? It doesn't look like one bought from the chief, an acquaintance among the beastman warriors inquired. That I wove it myself. Though it may not be particularly handsome, it should serve its purpose for a while, Ji Yunting replied, lowering the basket for the onlookers to see. You really made that yourself? When did you acquire such skills? Yunting, a beastman asked enviously, gazing at the basket. Nanchu taught me that if you wish to learn, after dinner, you can come in my tent, and I'll show you, Ji Yunting offered. While Ji Yunting conversed with the beastmen, Moon Nanchu spotted Shiyun and Xiaoan, along with a few female beastmen, not far from them. She smiled sweetly at them, even lifting her basket a bit higher, relishing the chance to show them her weaving skills, especially since they had previously accused her of stealing from the tribe's baskets. Shiyun's face darkened upon seeing Moon Nanchu raise her basket, and she muttered darkly, Little slave, just wait and see. When Li returns, I'll see if you can still smile. His abilities are quite extraordinary. After a brief conversation with the Beastman warriors, they all dispersed to find white roots. Nanchu, let me teach you how to find white roots, Ji Yunting said, leading Moon Nanchu into the forest. After a few steps, he spotted some vines entangled in low shrubs. This is the vine of the white root. Just follow it, and you'll find the roots. If luck permits, you might even uncover some red roots, he explained, tracing the vine with his bone knife, swiftly uncovering a patch of soil to reveal a root the size of a baby's arm. Nanchu took a look and thought to herself that this was no different from yam root. The beastmen had indeed come up with an endearing name like white root. How do you all consume white roots? Nanchu inquired. We boil them in a stone pot. Doesn't it taste somewhat astringent? Freshly harvested ones can be a bit astringent, but they improve significantly after drying. Hearing Ji Yunting's explanation, Nanchu couldn't help but chuckle. By evening, I'll prepare a new way for you to enjoy it. Ji Yunting was aware that Nanchu had a plethora of peculiar ideas, and he felt a sense of anticipation. As they searched the forest for white roots, Ji Yunting finally unearthed a red root. Upon seeing it, Nanchu realized that this so-called red root was nothing more than a sweet potato. The Balon forest was indeed remarkable. It even had plants from her own world. While Ji Yunting and Nanchu rummaged through the forest, a sudden blaring horn echoed from afar. The sound was urgent, prompting all Beastman warriors to halt their tasks. The 3 long and 3 short blasts of the horn signified an emergency assembly. Nanchu, we must go. Something significant has occurred in the tribe, and we need to hurry back. Ji Yunting spoke with a grave expression. As the sound of the horn echoed, the orcs scattered throughout the forest hurried towards the Blue Flood tribe. Yunting grasped Nanchu's hand, and they jogged back. Even from a distance, before reaching the tribe, Nanchu could see several black flags fluttering around the Blue Flood tribe. The flags bore a red dragon design, appearing both ancient and majestic. Curiosity stirred within Nanchu's heart. What did these flags signify? Nanchu, no matter who or what we encounter, do not speak, that I will protect you, Ji Yunting said with utmost seriousness. What is wrong, Yunting? Nanchu pondered, perplexed by the sudden appearance of these flags. As if the entire Blue Flood tribe were facing a formidable enemy. That is the flag of the Cloud Mirror Kingdom, Ji Yunting whispered. Nanchu had heard snippets about the Cloud Mirror Kingdom from Shi, a powerful force within the Balon forest, under whose might all orc tribes must bow. Why would they come to our Blue Flood tribe? That remains uncertain. The 2 of them joined other orcs congregating at the largest square at the entrance of the Blue Flood tribe. The square was already filled with orc warriors clad in the armor of the Cloud Mirror Kingdom. Nanchu gazed at these warriors in astonishment. Indeed, the Cloud Mirror Kingdom was extraordinary, as their armor and spears surpassed those of the orc tribes by far. The orc warriors lined up to the left, while the females stood to the right. The high priest stood atop a platform and proclaimed loudly. The square, bustling with a multitude of orcs, forced Nanchu and Ji Yunting apart, leaving Nanchu feeling suddenly empty and slightly anxious. Nanchu. Just as Nanchu was uncertain where to stand, she squeezed through the crowd and gently held Nanchu's hand, reassuring her, nothing will happen. Your foot Nanchu, holding Shi's warm hand, felt her previously anxious heart settle. It is much better now. She smiled at Nanchu as more and more orcs gathered in the square. The earlier chaos gradually subsided. Chief Ji stood on the platform, accompanied by a remarkably strong orc warrior, who, judging by the specifications of his armor, appeared to be the leader among those from the Cloud Mirror Kingdom. Orcs of the Blue Flood tribe, do not fear. The envoys from the Cloud Mirror Kingdom bear no ill will. They are searching for a warrior marked with a black dragon birthmark on his finger. Whether young or old, all of you must line up for the envoy's inspection of your hands. Ji announced loudly. Nanchu, standing among the female orcs, felt a jolt in her heart and instinctively clenched her fists. Her right pinky seemed as if it had been severed. Nanchu vaguely sensed that the loss of her pinky might be connected to this dragon-shaped birthmark. The armored orc warriors swiftly inspected all the male orcs in the Blue Flood tribe. Ji, from now on, you must keep a close watch on all newborn cubs in the tribe. Should any bear the dragon-shaped birthmark on their fingers, you must immediately notify the Cloud Mirror Kingdom. If you dare conceal this, your Blue Flood tribe will vanish from the Balon forest, said the envoy of the Cloud Mirror Kingdom with a stern face. Rest assured, I will be vigilant, Ji replied respectfully. Since the Blue Flood tribe does not possess the individual we seek, we shall depart. The envoy of the Cloud Mirror Kingdom stated, "Please, stay and partake of some food before you leave. You have traveled from the Cloud Mirror Kingdom to return this young lady to our Blue Flood tribe. I must repay this kindness." Ji added that it is a trivial matter. Chief Ji need not concern himself. The person I seek is of great importance to the Cloud Mirror Kingdom, and I cannot linger here. The envoy replied, stepping down from the platform and waving his hand. All the armored orc warriors followed the envoy out of the Blue Flood tribe and toward another tribe. Once the envoy and his entourage had departed, Nanchu felt a slight sense of relief, thankful that the inspection did not extend to the female orcs. Otherwise, she would have struggled to explain her missing pinky. Ji instructed the crowd to disperse, while he followed the high priest and the great shaman to the altar. "Great priest, have you discerned anything?" Ji asked quietly, glancing at the blazing sacrificial cauldron. Great priest Ji Yunting retrieved a cracked ore from the cauldron with a pair of iron tongs and placed it in a cold water, causing the cracks to deepen further. Holding the fissured orb tightly, Ji Yunting muttered incantations. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ji urged, "Great priest, please tell us. Why have the envoys from the Cloud Mirror Kingdom come in search of a warrior with a dragon-shaped birthmark? Surely, you already have an answer in your hearts. The envoys from the Cloud Mirror Kingdom must be searching for the Beast God's emissary. The Beast God's emissary, for whom we have prayed for many years, has indeed descended upon the orc tribes of Balon Forest," Ji Yunting stated, tightly gripping the orb. If one looked closely, a very clear dragon-shaped crack could be seen on the orb, had it not been witnessed by those present. One might have thought it was carved with a knife. "Great priest, are you certain the Beast Goddess emissary has once again graced the Balon Forest?" Ji exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, the only one who could prompt the Cloud Mirror Kingdom's envoys to search so meticulously is none other than the Beast Goddess emissary. Ji Yunting confirmed. Ji rubbed his hands together and continued to inquire, "Great priest, can you deduce whether the Beast Goddess emissary has already been born, and in which tribe he resides?" Ji Yunting shook his head and replied, "Even the high priest of the Cloud Mirror Kingdom cannot ascertain that. How could I know?" The matter of the Beast God as emissary weighed heavily on Ji's mind. If the emissary were to arrive in their Blue Flood tribe, he would protect even the smallest cub. With the Beast God as emissary, the Blue Flood tribe would possess a powerful bargaining chip to dominate the entire Balon Forest. A day he had long anticipated, hoping to achieve it within his lifetime. Wasn't he the Cloud Mirror Kingdom established by the emissary of the Beast God? If he could control the Beast God's emissary, Ji believed that one day, he too could establish a nation to rival the Cloud Mirror Kingdom. Ji chose not to publicize the matter of the Beast God's emissary for the time being. Instead, he followed the high priest, leading several of the tribe's mightiest warriors in prayer, hoping that the Beast God's emissary would descend upon the Blue Flood tribe, guiding them to become the overlords of the Balon Forest. Nanchu followed Shi, squeezing out of the crowd, unsure why Ji was performing rituals again. She glanced around, searching for Ji Yunting's figure. All the orcs of the Blue Flood tribe had gathered in the square. Although Ji had instructed everyone to disperse, he himself remained on the altar praying alongside several esteemed orc warriors. Those orc warriors who had intended to leave dared not do so and instead returned to join Ji in prayer and celebration. Ultimately, it evolved into a grand bonfire festival, with Nanchu and she standing among the onlooking female orcs, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. "Nanchu, let us just enjoy the festivities here. I see the high priest has sent for some wild beef. Perhaps we'll even get a taste," she remarked, gazing longingly at the bonfire in the square. "I wonder when we'll get to eat wild beef." "I am feeling a bit hungry," Nanchu replied, somewhat troubled. Food was exceedingly precious in the orc tribes. For those with tight resources, it was quite fortunate for an adult orc to have 2 meals a day. While many orcs subsisted on just a single morning meal, nibbling on wild fruits for the rest. As the bonfire was lit, some young orcs brought food to roast by the flames. "Nanchu, didn't you dig up white roots? Let us go roast them by the bonfire," she suggested, looking up at the altar where Ji was dancing alongside Ji in prayer and blessings. Nanchu glanced at Shi, pondering if she was reluctant to leave simply to watch Ji dance. What was there to see? A group of rugged men, clad in animal skin skirts, singing strange tunes, their dance neither graceful nor beautiful, but rather rough. Nanchu saw little to admire in it. "Nanchu, you're so lucky to have unearthed red roots," she exclaimed, enviously eyeing the two fist-sized red roots Nanchu held. "These were dug up by Yunting," Nanchu replied. "Yunting treats you very well," she said with a beaming smile. "Not at all." Nanchu's cheeks flushed slightly at Shi's words. She and Ji Yunting were partners, not what she imagined. Yunting is an exceptional orc warrior. "Nanchu, let me quietly tell you that even if he becomes a sub-orc now, he is still capable of providing for you. His hunting skills are remarkable. Even without participating in the tribe's organized hunting teams, he can still bring back game." She whispered it, and Chu understood that she said this out of concern, fearing she might worry that Ji Yunting could not support her after becoming a sub-orc. While Nanchu and she were conversing, a gentle laughter drifted from a distance. Following the sound, Nanchu spotted a strikingly attractive young female orc approaching the bonfire, accompanied by a few other young females. Although she wore a skirt made of animal hide, it was evident that the material was far from ordinary. It appeared thin and soft, clinging to her voluptuous form in a manner that would captivate any normal orc warrior who laid eyes upon her. Li has returned. When she went to the Yunting kingdom, all the orcs in the tribe believed she would remain there. Who would have thought she would be eliminated? "Nanchu, what do you think the emperor of the Yunting kingdom truly desires in a female?" "Li is already the most beautiful female orc in our tribe, yet they still look down on her," she said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "She is indeed beautiful," Nanchu replied. She recalled that Shui Yun had mentioned Ji Yunting once had feelings for Li, but their relationship faltered when Li decided to go to the Yunting kingdom. They must have been childhood sweethearts. Nanchu thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Oh, what if they were? For the sake of the tribe, Li had set aside her love to choose the clan. Even if she returned now, given Ji Yunting's current status as a sub-orc, it was certain she would not choose him. Wait a minute. Ji Yunting wouldn't reveal their secrets in pursuit of Li, would he? If that were the case. Nanchu vowed she would show no mercy. I seemed to be engaged in a conversation with Shui Yun, her enchanting gaze drifting towards Nanchu. Their eyes met, and Li smiled at Nanchu before turning back to continue her discussion with Shui Yun. Nanchu forced a smile, faintly resembling a grin, and whispered to Shi, "Li is indeed quite beautiful. I wonder what her personality is like. I has a gentle disposition. There is no orc in the tribe who does not like her. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to become her partner in the future," she remarked. Hearing Shi's words, Nanchu felt a pang of despair. Such a wonderful individual as Li would likely become Ji Yunting's unattainable dream. She hoped he would not be swayed by Li's presence. Throughout the afternoon, the square was bustling with orcs. After Ji led the orc warriors in completing their rituals, he had a robust male deer brought forth. With a swift motion, he plunged a bone knife into the deer's neck, causing streams of blood to flow forth. Some warriors filled large wooden barrels with the deer's blood to distribute among all the orc warriors. "Warriors of the Blue Jiao tribe, you must exert yourselves to ensure our females bear many offspring for the tribe," Ji declared, raising his head to drink deeply from a wooden bowl filled with deer's blood. The other warriors followed suit, tilting their bowls back to drink. She, sitting by the bonfire, remarked curiously, "It's strange today. Why are they holding the deer blood ritual now when it was already completed at the beginning of spring?" "What is the deer blood ritual?" Nanchu asked, her curiosity piqued. "Nanchu, doesn't your Snake Fox tribe have a deer blood ritual?" Nanchu shook her head. The original owner's memories were already vague, and she had no knowledge of such rituals. "Our Blue Jiao tribe holds several deer blood rituals each spring. Those days are when female orcs are most likely to conceive. You and Yunting should hurry and take advantage of the deer blood ritual to conceive offspring. The elders say that offspring conceived during the ritual will be stronger and possess better talents," she explained, and Nanchu finally understood what the deer blood ritual entailed. The male deer was slaughtered and split in half, roasting over the bonfire while the marinated beef had been prepared. The tribe leader, Ji, instructed the warriors to distribute the beef among all present. Nanchu received a small piece of beef, just enough to fit in the palm of a child's hand. She noticed that those receiving meat were primarily females capable of bearing children and robust young male warriors, while younger and older orcs were left to gnaw on bones or consume leftover entrails. After quickly consuming her portion of beef, Nanchu intended to discuss matters regarding the Blue Jiao tribe with she when Ji Yunting and Ji Yin approached them side by side. Nanchu, shall we return? Ji Yunting extended his hand towards Nanchu, wishing to help her up, but interjected. Yunting, have you considered this carefully? This might be the only male deer ceremony this year. If you don't seize the opportunity, you may have to wait until next year. Brother Yin, Nanchu and I are not thinking of having offspring right now. We can barely sustain ourselves. Let alone have extra food for children, Ji Yunting replied calmly to Yin nodded slightly, acknowledging Ji Yunting's situation. That's fair. It's better to wait until everything stabilizes. Besides, Nanchu is still young. You both have plenty of time to... Nanchu took Ji Yunting's hand and stood up, noticing that the area where they had been sitting was now crowded with male warriors. Inwardly, Nanchu speculated whether the orcs of the Blue Jiao tribe were truly so open-minded. Were they preparing for a group battle, or was it an outdoor event? Yunting, and I will head back now, Nanchu said, not wishing to witness anything too scandalous, eager to slip away with Ji Yunting. However, just as she stood up, Li blocked her path. Li towered over Nanchu, her stunning physique rivaling that of a supermodel. Yunting, want you stay for the male deer ritual? This time, the high priest has invested significantly, Li said, though Nanchu didn't understand what Li meant by the high priest investing significantly. She sensed that Li approaching Ji Yunting could not bode well. I have no intention of having offspring, Ji Yunting replied coldly. Looking at Li, did I, on the other hand, would love to raise a child. I've told my father that I will not marry outside the tribe. I will remain here, Li said with a smile, glancing at the orcs who had begun to sing and dance. Ji Yunting did not respond to Li's comment. He held Nanchu's hand tightly and eventually stated, I'm leaving. This time, Li did not obstruct them as Ji Yunting led Nanchu out of the lively square. Nanchu vaguely heard Ji's voice behind them, instructing the warriors to take the bone knife and distribute the deer meat among them. Yunting, the deer meat was just placed on the fire. It hasn't even cooked yet. How can we eat it? Nanchu asked that we orc warriors often eat male deer meat raw. Only by consuming raw meat can we gain the strength to hunt other prey. He explained, oh, I see. Nanchu replied as they made their way back from the square. The entire orc tribe was eerily quiet, as if everyone had gone to participate in the male deer ritual. Halfway through their journey, they suddenly heard a chorus of cheers and various strange sounds from the square. The warm night breeze caressed Nanchu's face, making her feel as though she might burst into flames. The orcs in her tribe were far more uninhibited than those she had encountered in the apocalyptic world. Upon finally returning to their tent, Nanchu hoped for some peace and quiet. But after only a brief moment of tranquility, strange sounds began to resonate around the tent. Nanchu internally sighed, realizing that even these orc warriors had their moments of bashfulness. Yunting. I am tired. I'm going to sleep now, she said. All right, I want to start a fire tonight. The wind has already begun to warm up, Ji Yunting replied, and Nanchu climbed into bed and pulled the animal skin blanket over herself, attempting to shield her ears from the strange noises outside. However, it seemed to be of little effect. Especially when she and Ji Yunting fell silent, the sounds from outside amplified significantly, making it difficult for her to ignore. Nanchu, are you asleep? Ji Yunting asked after a while, his voice low and muffled. Not yet, that I wish to practice the energy within the sea of energy. Upon hearing this from Ji Yunting, Nanchu was taken aback and asked with curiosity, how do you intend to practice? Through martial arts? Meditation. As Ji Yunting spoke, he sat up, placing his hands on his knees and slightly closing his eyes. Influenced by the strange sounds from outside, his heart was already tumultuous, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, Ji Yunting's will was resolute. Sensing the agitation within, he calmed his mind to meditate. He began to control the energy flowing within his body from the sea of energy, allowing it to strengthen every sinew and bone. Meanwhile, Nanchu, sitting opposite him, quickly sensed the stirrings of her botanical powers. She hurriedly imitated Ji Yunting's posture, focusing her attention on controlling the energy that sought to surge outward, cleansing her meridians and expelling all impurities from her body, thereby facilitating a smoother release and absorption of energy. Although controlling the use of energy seemed uncomplicated, executing it proved to be a daunting task. Less than an hour passed before both Ji Yunting and Nanchu were drenched in sweat from exhaustion. I can't go on. The mental drain is too severe. I feel utterly spent, Nanchu lamented as she lay on the bed, unwilling to move. Earlier in the valley, she had not directed her botanical powers to cleanse her meridians, but had instead utilized them to stimulate plant growth, which was far easier for her. Thus, after enduring for most of the day, she was not particularly fatigued. However, this evening, allowing her botanical powers to cleanse her frail meridians was an endeavor fit for no mortal in such a short time. She felt overwhelmingly tired. Yes, I too feel somewhat fatigued, Ji Yunting admitted candidly. His condition was similar to Nanchu's, as he too had expended considerable mental energy. The two weary individuals paid no heed to the peculiar sounds outside the tent, quickly drifting into a deep slumber after exchanging only a few words. Both slept soundly, and had it not been for Shi's visit to summon Nanchu the following morning, they might have continued to do so. I won't be going outside this morning. I need to speak with the great priest about some matters. We'll venture out for food in the afternoon, Ji Yunting remarked, noticing the smile on Shi's face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, Nanchu thought Shi's cheerful demeanor was rather unnerving, puzzled by her exuberance. Once Ji Yunting exited, Nanchu hurriedly inquired, Shi, what are you laughing about? I was simply amused by the bond between you two. However, you both are still quite young, so you ought to take it easy and not overexert yourselves, she replied. Shi, you've misunderstood, Nanchu said with a wry smile, realizing the magnitude of the misunderstanding. All right, it was my mistake, she said dismissively, and Nanchu understood that any explanation would be futile. She quickly shifted the topic, asking Shi, may I ask you something? What is it? Nanchu recalled what Li had said in the square about the great priest investing significantly and was somewhat perplexed about its meaning, prompting her to inquire when she arrived. The great priest added sandalwood to the bonfire. Sandalwood emits a sweet fragrance when burned, which makes it particularly conducive for beastmen to conceive, she explained, taken aback that Nanchu would ask such a question. Her face flushing as she recalled how last night Ji Yin had succumbed to the sandalwood's divine power in the square. I see, Nanchu replied, feeling a bit awkward and hastily changing the subject. There's another matter I don't quite understand. Why did Li specifically tell Yunting that she wishes to remain in the tribe and not marry into another tribe? Isn't that her personal affair? Nanchu questioned with genuine confusion. Nanchu, you truly know nothing about tribal matters, do you? Is this how the female beastmen of the Serpent Fox tribe behave? She responded, puzzled by Nanchu's ignorance. Nanchu lowered her gaze slightly and explained, I am quite inconspicuous in the Serpent Fox tribe. The other females do not share much about tribal affairs with me. Nanchu, I apologize. I shouldn't have touched upon your sore spot, she said, immediately ceasing further inquiries upon noticing Nanchu's pitiful demeanor. Li is currently a shaman apprentice. If she becomes a shaman, she can choose multiple partners. Last night, Li was inviting Yunting. She wishes to bear Yunting's child. What? Nanchu exclaimed, dumbfounded, her mind reeling at the revelation of such practices within the Beastman tribe. Nanchu, you need not be anxious. Li will not compete with you for Yunting. She merely desires a child from him, she hurriedly clarified, noticing Nanchu's distress. She may also conceive a child with other powerful Beastman warriors. She added as an afterthought. After a moment of gathering herself, Nanchu asked, so Li can freely choose any gifted Beastman warrior in the tribe to bear a child? Yes, if Li becomes a shaman. It signifies her shamanic powers are formidable. Such females are expected to produce several offspring for the tribe, she explained. But what if the Beastman warriors refuse? Nanchu inquired further. She shook her head and chuckled, saying, how could that be? The Beastman warriors are typically quite willing to— I meant if they were to refuse. No, the Beastman warriors cannot decline a shaman's request. Refusing incurs penalties, she clarified. Nanchu felt somewhat speechless, realizing that if Li were to become a shaman, demanding Ji Yunting to be with her, he would have no choice but to comply, lest he face punishment from the tribe. Indeed, Nanchu, do not be agitated. It would be a matter of great pride for Yunting to father a child with Li. She urged, and Nanchu felt a wave of weakness wash over her. She knew full well that her relationship with Ji Yunting was merely one of collaboration. And once they secured the black gold fruit, she would depart. Yet upon hearing this news, her heart ached inexplicably. A female, she was quite perceptive and immediately sensed Moon Nanchu's resistance. She comforted her, "Nanchu, do not overthink it. Li is still just a shaman apprentice, and she will face various trials before becoming a shaman. Perhaps after achieving that status, her fixation on Yunting will wane. I understand," Moon Nanchu sighed, to divert Moon Nanchu's wandering thoughts. She began discussing the crafting of grass, shoes, and baskets. "Nanchu, your hands are quite skilled. I've watched several times, yet still cannot weave grass shoes," she lamented, glancing at her somewhat stout fingers and the several broken strands of grass. Her strength was simply too much. When attempting to weave grass shoes, a slight exertion would cause the grass ropes to snap. That if you cannot weave grass shoes, let us try something else. I shall teach you to weave baskets. Moon Nanchu suggested. Baskets, made from willow twigs, were much sturdier than grass and were unlikely to break. However, the outcome was still disappointing. Despite pouring all her strength into learning, she could not even manage to weave a basket base after half a day. Moon Nanchu was utterly exasperated. She was even less capable than Ji Yunting. She finally understood why, in the Blue Flood tribe, even a simple basket was a luxury. The beastmen here truly lacked finesse in such delicate crafts. Ultimately, she had no choice but to abandon the endeavor, waiting for Moon Nanchu to finish and gift her a basket. Yet, she did not wish to take Moon Nanchu's basket for free. She offered several wild chicken eggs in return, which Jian had collected during a hunting trip. She had refrained from consuming them all, opting to share a few with Moon Nanchu. Approaching noon, Ji Yunting returned from outside, carrying some fresh barbarian beef. "Yunting, where did you get this meat?" Moon Nanchu inquired, puzzled since she had heard no news of a hunting party returning to the tribe. "The great priest gave it to me," Ji Yunting replied, handing the barbarian beef to Moon Nanchu. "Oh, you want to see the great priest?" "Yes. I spoke to the great priest regarding my grandfather's situation, that I informed him that I will take care of my grandfather from now on, relieving my father of that burden," Ji Yunting stated calmly. "So, because of this, the great priest gifted you several pounds of barbarian beef." In truth, there was another matter Ji Yunting omitted. The great priest, Ji Muyun, had urged Ji Yunting and Moon Nanchu to quickly have a child together. However, Ji Yunting had declined, feeling that Moon Nanchu was still too young, and besides, they were not true partners. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. As a result, Ji Muyun Hall spoke thus, directly suggesting that Ji Yunting and Li Shang should have a little offspring together. Ji Yunting's lengthy explanations proved futile. The high priest stated that I was filial. Indeed, the term filial originates from the kingdom of Yunjing. Though its precise meaning eludes me, it certainly conveys a sense of great significance. The high priest insisted that I should provide you with meat to nourish your health, so that you may bear me little ones sooner. When Ji Yunting uttered these words, he did not glance at Moon Nanchu, feeling rather awkward, for their slave contract was not as others might presume. Yet, if Moon Nanchu did not produce offspring, he would be compelled to choose Li, a notion he found even less palatable. Thus, Ji Yunting sought to gauge Moon Nanchu's willingness. Should she consent, he might even forego that half of the black gold fruit. Little ones, Moon Nanchu felt utterly exasperated. Why was everyone discussing offspring today? After all, she had advanced to a second-tier beastman warrior. Had she not been injured, ascending to the third tier would have been quite possible. Her talents were formidable, and the tribe undoubtedly hoped she would bear several little ones. Observing Moon Nanchu's astonished expression, Ji Yunting clarified, "Whoever you wish to bear with is of no concern to me." With that, Moon Nanchu tossed the wild beef she held onto the table and busied herself with weaving a basket. She had collected wild chicken eggs from Shi and was determined to craft a large, sturdy basket for him. Ji Yunting found himself at a loss, perplexed by Moon Nanchu's irritation. Had he said anything wrong? He was indeed quite impressive, was he not? "Roast the wild beef and send a portion to grandfather. Then we shall check on the rye this afternoon." Ji Yunting noted Moon Nanchu's refusal to bear him little ones with a sense of disappointment. Yet he would not force her. This matter would have to be brushed aside. You can roast it. I shall weave the basket, Nanchu said, her eyes downcast, speaking in a sullen tone at Ji Yunting. Having met with failure in his attempts to persuade her, remained oblivious to where he had erred. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ji Yunting quickly rallied his spirits to start a fire and roast the wild beef. Nanchu, do you eat the white roots and red roots? Ji Yunting inquired, noticing some white and red roots piled near the tent, having tasted roasted white and red roots the previous night, which bore a resemblance to the yam and sweet potato of her past life. She replied, either will suffice. After we leave Grand Sage Lake today, I shall take you to explore the cliffs nearby to see if we can find honey. It will be delightful to eat white roots dipped in honey, Ji Yunting suggested. Honey? Yes, a sweet, viscous substance that the females in our tribe greatly adore, though it is not easily found, as bees are quite dangerous. Typically, beastman warriors hesitate to approach them, Ji Yunting explained. Then how do you dare? Nanchu finally lifted her gaze to Ji Yunting, her curiosity piqued regarding his audacity to raid a beehive. I have my methods. You will see shortly, Ji Yunting replied mysteriously. 18 noon, Ji Yunting roasted some wild beef and white and red roots to deliver to grandfather, and they indulged in a bit before heading to the secret base at Grand Sage Lake. As anticipated, after a brief bout of practice, Nanchu managed to hasten the growth of the small patch of rye from yesterday. They chose not to bring the rye back to the tribe. Instead, they placed it in a backpack and hung it high in the cave using vines. My scent is here. Generally, small prey would shy away, Ji Yunting stated. To be safe, Nanchu added. After collecting the rye, they cleared the wheat stalks from the field and replanted fresh rye in Nanchu hastened the growth of the new rye, and while it was still light, they made their way to the cliffs by the holy lake in search of a beehive. However, they failed to find any honey and inadvertently stumbled into a creek valley. Discovering a small patch of white roots, Ji Yunting stood atop a hillside, surveying their surroundings, realizing they had strayed quite far from Grand Sage Lake. Nanchu, we have ventured somewhat away from the tribe. Let us hastily dig up some white roots and leave this place, Ji Yunting cautioned, his vigilance heightened. Conflicts often arose between tribes, and Ji Yunting feared that should they encounter beastman warriors from a rival tribe while alone, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. That Ji Yunting and Nanchu, each armed with a pointed wooden stick, ventured into the thickets to begin digging for white roots. The white roots in the creek valley were robust, and before long, they had unearthed a substantial amount. Nanchu, wait here a moment. I will fetch some larger leaves to wrap the white roots, and then we shall return, Ji Yunting announced. All right, but be careful. The underbrush is exceedingly dense here, Nanchu cautioned. Near the forest's edge, numerous plants resembling lotus leaves flourished, and each large leaf resembled a small umbrella, making them ideal for wrapping the white roots. Standing amidst the wild grass, Nanchu gazed towards Ji Yunting, when suddenly a peculiar scent wafted through the air, accompanied by a surge of energy fluctuations just a few meters ahead of Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting, to your left, danger! Nanchu shouted at in the blink of an eye. Ji Yunting swiftly shifted to the right. Turning his head, he caught sight of two beastmen lurking behind a nearby tree. Drawing upon his experience, he immediately discerned their intent to ambush him. Just as Ji Yunting leaped to the right, the wooden stick in his hand flew through the air, striking one of the beastmen squarely in the face. The beastman who had been hiding in the tree, witnessing the failed ambush, promptly transformed into a beast. They morphed into two massive black wolves. The wolves did not immediately attack Ji Yunting, but instead let out a howl that pierced the sky. Hearing the wolf's howl, Nanchu thought, this is bad. They must be signaling their companions. Indeed, within moments, the air was filled with the resonant howls of wolves from all directions. Nanchu, run towards the holy lake, Ji Yunting urged, his nerves taut as he observed the beastman warriors from the greedy wolf tribe. He could not transform himself. Truthfully, he was unsure whether he could contend against the transformed beastman warriors. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He unsheathed his bone knife and charged at the nearest wolf beast. Nanchu gripped her wooden stick tightly, rather than fleeing, as Ji Yunting had suggested. She resolved to stand by him in his moment of need, refusing to be a coward. Undoubtedly, Ji Yunting's close combat skills were formidable. Even without transforming, he managed to hold his ground against the wolf beasts. In fact, Ji Yunting wielded his bone knife with such skill that he inflicted considerable damage upon the wolves. Nevertheless, Ji Yunting was acutely aware that he could not afford to linger in battle. His stamina was insufficient to defeat both wolf beasts. Nanchu, run, Ji Yunting urged, seeing that she had not fled, his anxiety mounting. Together, Mu Nanchu asserted resolutely. Ji Yunting was taken aback by Mu Nanchu's decision to stay. He glanced at her, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, and discreetly tapped into the energy from his energy sea. Strands of blue light flickered gently around Ji Yunting's hand. Where his previous strike had merely grazed the wolf beast's fur, now, with his energy enveloping his hand, he carved a deep gash along the wolf's back. Seizing the moment when the wolf beast recoiled in pain, Ji Yunting swiftly retreated from the battlefield, pulling Mu Nanchu along towards the holy lake. However, the beastman warriors behind them would not relent, persistently pursuing their trail. Nanchu, when I tell you to jump, leap into the holy lake with me. The greedy wolf beastmen fear the water and will not dare follow us in, Ji Yunting instructed as they ran. Understood, Mu Nanchu replied with determination. Soon, they reached the edge of a cliff, but the wolves had multiplied from 2 to 5 in their pursuit. Ji Yunting, today is your day. Last time, I spared your life, granting you a few extra days, merely due to your luck. But today, it seems your fortune has run out. The speaker is a black beast, twice the size of the previous wolf beast, striding gracefully and unhurriedly emerging from the woods. The creature's entire body is a deep ebony, its fur as sharp as steel needles, with a faint ink blue sheen visible, in the distance. Mu Nanchu secretly marvels, fearing that a mere brush against this beast's fur might leave her riddled with punctures. In an instant, the massive wolf beast transforms into a human form, revealing a muscular physique, long black hair, and a pair of strikingly bright, dark eyes. Ji Yunting, I have heard that you have now become a half-beastman. I was hoping for an opportunity to duel with you, but it seems that chance has slipped away. Lang Yu, are you ambushing me merely to exchange a few biting remarks? Ji Yunting conceals Mu Nanchu behind him, his azure eyes emitting a shadowy cold glimmer. He is fully prepared to leap into the sacred lake with Mu Nanchu at any moment. Truly, you are my strongest adversary. Nothing escapes your notice. I merely wish to inquire whether your tribe is also searching for beastmen with dragon-patterned birthmarks on their fingers? Lang Yu replies, unhurried. Indeed, that is the case. It seems the emissaries of Yunjing Nation have also visited the Tan Lang tribe. Do you know why the emissaries of Yunjing Nation seek beastmen with dragon-patterned birthmarks? Do not tell me you are unaware. Your Blue Flood tribe's high priest is quite fond of you, and he would not conceal such an important matter from you. A.S. Lang Yu speaks. He edges closer to Ji Yunting. In no time, Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu find themselves cornered at the edge of a cliff by Lang Yu. Lang Yu, are you so eager to know? Then let your high priest perform a divination. It is quite shameful to seek information from other tribes without that ability. Ji Yunting scoffs, turning to leap over the cliff with Mu Nanchu in tow. At that moment, Lang Yu, who had thus far refrained from attacking, swiftly launches a bone knife that embeds itself precisely at the edge of the cliff where Ji Yunting had just stood. Lang Yu gazes towards the cliff's edge, his expression icy. The orcs of the entire Balon forest are aware that the high priest of the Tan Lang tribe is lacking in skill. Their once formidable high priest was struck down by the thunder god during a ritual, leaving the current high priest with only the abilities of a priest apprentice, utterly unable to perform divination in times of great events. Go down and see if you can capture that garbage, Ji Yunting. Lang Yu grits his teeth. But below, there are orc patrols from the Blue Flood tribe. They dare not approach. A bunch of worthless fools. What use are you? Ji Yunting cannot utilize his energy now. As a mere half-beastman, you two beast warriors cannot even stop him in your beastly forms. Get out of my way. There will be no share today's hunt for either of you. Lang Yu bellows in frustration. Mu Nanchu follows Ji Yunting over the cliff, feeling the fierce wind making it difficult to keep her eyes open, her mind clouded. Just as they are about to plunge into the sacred lake, Ji Yunting suddenly gathers a sphere of energy in his hand, clenching his fist and striking the tranquil lake's surface. The very moment they hit the water, a blue energy envelopes them in a sphere. significantly mitigating the impact of the lake's depths. For a brief moment, the water swirls around them, unable to breach the protective barrier of the energy sphere. However, Ji Yunting's ability to channel energy is severely limited, and soon he finds himself unable to maintain it as torrents of lake water rush towards them. Meanwhile, they continue to sink deeper into the sacred lake. Nanchu initially manages to hold her breath, attempting to swim swiftly to the surface, but mysterious force within the lake seems to sap her strength. Am I going to drown? Nanchu ponders, feeling somewhat despondent, just as she struggles. Ji Yunting suddenly seals her lips with his own. She tries to speak, but he presses her head down, almost causing her to bite his tongue. The serene lake is suddenly disrupted by splashing sounds, and under Ji Yunting's guidance, Nanchu finally breaks free from the water's grasp. I nearly suffocated. If you could remain still for a moment, we would swim faster, Ji Yunting remarks, wiping the lake water from his cheek. You stole a kiss from me, and now you dare to criticize me? Nanchu feels her cheeks flush intensely, recalling the unexpected French kiss they just shared. Without my assistance, you would have long since sunk to the lake's bottom, Ji Yunting retorts as they swim towards the shore. He glances around and realizes they are quite close to their secret base. Now drenched, he thinks returning to the tribe in this state would be acceptable for him. But Nanchu cannot return like this. Her animal skin skirt clings to her body, likely drawing unwanted attention from the other orcs. Let us go to the cave, light a fire, and dry your animal skin before we discuss anything further, Ji Yunting suggests. Nanchu glances at her animal skin skirt, finding no reason to oppose, and follows Ji Yunting to their secret base. But this space is so small. How can I dry my animal skin skirt here? She expresses her concern that I have no spare skirts. If I take this one off to dry, what will I wear? Go find a couple of large leaves to wear temporarily. I won't peek, Ji Yunting replies, bemused. What is there to see in your petite frame? Oh, those large leaves could indeed be quite useful. Nanchu murmurs, her eyes lighting up. I in their secret base. Nanchu uses the thorny branches Ji Yunting had cut the previous day to fashion a simple screen, then crafts a makeshift garment for herself from the large leaves. With that done, she places her animal skin skirt by the campfire to dry. Nanchu, are you hungry? Ji Yunting inquires. That I am a bit, Nanchu admits, patting her stomach. They had initially intended to return to the tribe after digging up the white roots. But after being chased by a few wolves, the day was growing late, and her hunger was beginning to surface. Stay here. I will fetch you a couple of rye ears, Ji Yunting offers. Are you going to get the dried ones? Those are not tasty when roasted. Let me go hasten the growth of some fresh ones, Nanchu insists. You are truly difficult to please. Are they not all rye? The dried ones are even more flavorful, Ji Yunting responds, exasperated. Enough chatter. Close your eyes. I will go hasten some rye ears. Nanchu stands, ready to depart. She is currently clad in leaves, and even the slightest brush could cause them to tear. What if she were to expose herself? All right, hurry up. I still need to weave a new basket. Ji Yunting chuckles. Nanchu carefully covers her essential areas with the large leaves. Reassured when she sees Ji Yunting genuinely closing his eyes, she then places her hands on some nearby rye ears. A verdant glow envelopes the rye, and suddenly, the previously drooping stalks begin to sway and grow at an observable pace. Ji Yunting, still with his eyes shut, does not hear the commotion and discreetly opens a narrow slit to peek at Nanchu. The sun has begun to set, the golden rays casting a warm glow upon her. The leaf skirt she wears is rather small. While it covers much in front, it barely conceals anything at the back. Gazing at Nanchu's fair, slender legs, Ji Yunting feels an unsettling surge of energy within him. He disregards everything else and hastily closes his eyes again. However, the more he shuts his eyes, the more he can hear his heartbeat quickening. It seems the slave contract has quite an effect on us. Ji Yunting mutters to himself that he attributes his heightened excitement to the slave contract, unaware that between beastmen there exists a deeper emotion known as affection. When one holds feelings for another, their heart also races. Although Nanchu can only tap into a limited amount of energy, it is sufficient to hasten the growth of 4 rye ears. Suddenly, she spins around. Ji Yunting, did you peek? No. Have you finished with the rye? I am about to open my eyes. he replies. Wait a moment. Nanchu, clutching the wry ears, quickly hides behind the leafy screen. You are truly troublesome. Once we return to the tribe, I will weave you some more baskets. Perhaps we can trade them for some animal skins and make you a couple of new skirts. This fox skin skirt is too dirty to wash. Summer is approaching. Won't wearing an animal skin skirt be too warm? Are there no other materials for clothing? Nanchu asks as she roasts the wry ears. There are coarse linen skirts, but those chafe the skin. You likely would not find them comfortable. Ji Yunting answers that Ji Yunting remarked. Nanchu felt somewhat perplexed, pondering what kind of coarse hemp skirt could possibly chafe the skin. Surely it could not be made from the same material as the burlap sacks from her previous life. However, this matter was not of utmost importance at the moment. She turned the wry ears roasting over the bonfire and continued. Just now on the cliff, Lingua mentioned that the high priest is aware of the dragon pattern birthmark. Can you enlighten me on this matter? Yesterday, when the envoy from Yunting Kingdom arrived, Nanchu had a vague sense that this incident might be linked to her severed finger, but given the complexity of the situation, she had refrained from inquiring further. Now, hearing Lingua suggest that Ji Yunting might possess the truth, she felt compelled to ask. Actually, it's not a secret that cannot be divulged. Are you aware of the beast god envoy? Ji Yunting inquired. Nanchu nodded gently, recalling that Shichi had mentioned the beast god envoy. The fact that Yunting Kingdom had dispatched numerous envoys in search of the beast folk bearing the dragon pattern birthmark indicated that they were likely seeking the beast god envoy, as only such a being could rouse the attention of the emperor of Yunting Kingdom. Nanchu was taken aback. If what Ji Yunting said was indeed true, it suggested that she could very well be the beast god envoy sought by Yunting Kingdom. Yet, her right pinky finger had been severed, and the original owner of her body had met a tragic end. This implied that her identity as the beast god envoy must be known to someone. Moreover, it was quite possible that her identity had been usurped along with her severed finger. Should she reveal her identity now, the individual who had covertly stolen her status might return to eliminate her. With her current abilities, facing such a foe would likely be akin to throwing eggs against a rock. Despite Nanchu's usual carefree demeanor, she was unwilling to relinquish what was rightfully hers. Furthermore, the severed finger was surely more than just a mere mark. It might conceal other secrets. Yunting, in the beast folk tribes, if someone loses a finger or has a limb severed, can the grand shaman help reattach it? Nanchu queried. If it is merely a severed finger or a minor wound, the grand shaman can indeed assist in reattaching it using shamanic powers, though it requires a significant amount of shamanic energy. Generally, the grand shaman would not undertake such tasks to us beast folk. Losing a finger is not a grievous injury, Ji Yunting replied, aware that Nanchu was troubled by her lost finger. He continued, Nanchu, if you can become a grand shaman in the future, you will be able to utilize shamanic powers and herbs to regrow your finger. Nanchu was taken aback by Ji Yunting's words, astonished by the prowess of shamanic energy on the beast folk continent. However, she possessed not shamanic energy, but rather plant-based abilities, which would not allow for her finger to regrow. It seemed she would need to seek assistance from other grand shamans in the future. For now, it was wise to conceal her severed finger. Thank you, Yunting. I will strive to improve. Nanchu expressed her gratitude to Ji Yunting, even though she could not restore her finger herself. She lowered her head slightly, gently stroking her severed digit, convinced that it had likely been grafted onto another's hand. Soon enough, she would discover who had usurped her identity as the beast god envoy. After all, such a title was not trivial. Once revealed, it would undoubtedly spread rapidly throughout the Balon forest. While drying the bee skin skirts, Ji Yunting had woven 2 baskets, and he turned to Nanchu and said, You should return to the tent for now. I will take the baskets to the chief and see if I can exchange them for some bee skins. Actually, you could trade for some meat. My bee skin skirt is still wearable, Nanchu remarked. With right to eat, I can manage with less meat. She nodded, aware that in the Blue Flood tribe, grains were more valuable than meat. The two made their way back to the tribe. Night had fallen, and they occasionally spotted female beast folk preparing meals over bonfires outside their tents. This observation allowed one to discern which tents housed single males and which were home to females. After parting ways with Ji Yunting, Nanchu cautiously walked towards her tent, remaining alert in a community where disputes were often settled with fists. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Yunting had been following at a distance. Curious to gauge her level of vigilance, satisfied that she had astutely recognized the significance of the bonfires, he allowed himself a small sigh of relief. After watching Moon Nanchu return to her tent, Ji Yunting turned to seek the chief for the exchange of bee skins. "Nanchu, you're back. Where is Yunting?" Shichi inquired, surprised to see Moon Nanchu alone. "He's gone to trade bee skins with the chief. What's the matter?" "Shichi, you seem flustered," Moon Nanchu asked curiously. "This afternoon, the chief mentioned that he plans to organize a summer hunt soon, likely dispatching several hunting parties. That I fear Yunting might be among them." Shichi expressed her concerns. Moon Nanchu had not anticipated that Ji Yunting had become a sub-beast folk and would need to participate in the hunt. After exchanging a few words with Shichi, she returned to her tent to await Ji Yunting's return. Inside the tent, she found some dried fish and a sun-dried pearl chicken. After only having eaten a bit of roasted rye at her secret base that afternoon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from nearby made her mouth water. Thus, Moon Nanchu washed the sun-dried pearl chicken and placed it in a stone pot to simmer gently. Estimating that by the time it was tender and flavorful, her stomach would also be growling with hunger. Squatting by the bonfire outside her tent, Moon Nanchu stared vacantly at the slowly burning firewood, feeling a sense of agitation that Ji Yunting, now merely a sub-beast folk, would be accompanying the hunting party, essentially a pawn in danger. If they encountered any formidable beasts, he might be forced to act as bait alongside the slaves. Moon Nanchu sincerely wished for Ji Yunting to avoid participating in any hunting activities, with his skills in basket weaving. He could sustain himself without taking such risks. However, she was acutely aware that since the chief had decreed it, Ji Yunting would likely have no choice but to comply. "Nanchu, why are you staring at the dying bonfire?" Ji Yunting, holding 2 pieces of bee skin, squatted down and added more wood to the fire, rekindling its flames. "Yunting, are you aware that you will be hunting alongside the beastfolk warriors?" Moon Nanchu asked, her concern evident. "Yes, the chief informed me when I went to exchange bee skins earlier," Ji Yunting replied, handing Moon Nanchu the soft rabbit skin. The bear rabbit was a large herbivore, nearly the size of a bear. Due to its bulkiness, it had sacrificed agility, its foreclaws becoming sharp and its bite force significantly strengthened. The beastfolk's spears were rendered as fragile as ordinary sticks in the face of their formidable teeth. Bear rabbits were exceedingly difficult to catch. Even though their pelts were ideal for crafting bee skin skirts, few beastfolk in the Blue Flood tribe could afford to wear them. After all, it took the hides of 2 bear rabbits to fashion a single skirt. A luxury for those living frugally. Ji Yunting's baskets were remarkably sturdy. He could have exchanged them for a substantial piece of meat, but chose instead to take the bear rabbit's hide. "Must you go?" Moon Nanchu received the soft bear rabbit skin, yet her thoughts remained consumed by Ji Yunting's impending hunting trip. "Yes, with the Grand Shaman's recommendation, I cannot refuse," Ji Yunting replied with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing this, Moon Nanchu quickly grasped the situation that Ji Yunting had always been at odds with the Grand Shaman's son, Jifeng, and now that Ji Yunting had become a sub-beast folk, Jifeng would likely seize the opportunity to undermine him. "What will you do?" Being so easily manipulated by the Grand Shaman is infuriating. Moon Nanchu expressed her discontent. One could not put it that way to say beast folk of the Blue Flood tribe. "It is my duty to partake in the tribe's hunting activities. Nanchu, my concern now is not for myself, but for you. Without my protection, how will you navigate life in the tribe?" Ji Yunting said earnestly. Looking at Moon Nanchu, "I will be gone for at least 10 days, possibly over a month. That I worry that you may be mistreated in my absence. You need not fret. I have my own means of survival." Moon Nanchu spoke with great confidence. The rules within the Lanjiao tribe are numerous, and one particular law prohibits orc warriors from engaging physically with females. Thus, she firmly believes she can wait for Ji Yunting's return. As for those female orcs, given her skills, it would be futile for them to attempt to take advantage of her. "You are overly optimistic. I've already inquired, and Ji Yao will not be accompanying us on this hunt. If you need anything, you can seek him out," Ji Yunting remarked. "Who is Ji Yao? I have not heard you mention him before," Moon Nanchu inquired curiously. "He is akin to a half-teacher to me." "The most formidable orc warrior in the tribe," Ji Yunting explained. "All right, I understand. When do you leave? I will prepare some healing herbs for you, Nanchu stated. Almost forgot, you are still a shaman apprentice. Ji Yunting chuckled. The day of Ji Yunting's hunt is set for 5 days hence. Nanchu's intention to prepare medicine for him was not mere words. For 3 consecutive days, she had Ji Yunting accompany her in search of herbs around the cliffs of the sacred lake. The herbs she sought were all for healing purposes, as hunting often results in injuries, predominantly minor flesh wounds. After dedicating 3 days to gathering medicinal plants, she spent the final day consolidating them, drying them, and grinding them into powder. Some were mixed with honey and royal jelly to form pills, while others were simply wrapped in leaves. And no matter what injury you sustain, you need not worry. First consume one of these large black pills, then apply the appropriate powder according to the severity of the wound. The one bound with a single grass string is for minor injuries, 2 strings for general injuries, and 3 strings for severe injuries. Nanchu laid out her concoctions meticulously on the table, explaining them to Ji Yunting. All right, I have noted everything, Ji Yunting replied. And this red pill is for life preservation. If you suffer a grave injury and feel that your end is near, consume this, and it will sustain you for 7 days. As long as you return to me within that time, I will have a way to save you. Ji Yunting, please keep this pill safe. Nanchu expressed her concerns, and Nanchu combined the knowledge for her past life and her understanding of orc herbal medicine to create these remedies. She had already gained a general understanding of the medicinal plants of Balon continent while treating injuries. She believed her measurements would be accurate, but the efficacy remained to be seen, as this was her first attempt and she was uncertain of the results. All right, I will ensure these pills are kept safe. Ji Yunting replied resolutely. Nanchu gathered the pills and powders into a small leather pouch and tucked it into Ji Yunting's embrace. There are 2 fine hemp strings attached to the pouch. Tie them to your belt to prevent losing it, she advised, her worry evident. Rest assured, Nanchu, I will not perish. For your sake, I shall ensure nothing befalls me. Ji Yunting assured her earnestly. Nanchu felt her ears grow warm at Ji Yunting's words, although she understood that he referred to their slave contract, wherein Ji Yunting's death would also spell her doom. She could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, as it sounded too much like a lover's confession. As long as you understand, Nanchu retorted, slightly annoyed. Seeing her blush, Ji Yunting raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. This little female truly was endearingly shy. The night prior to the hunting party's departure, Ji Yunting took Nanchu to meet Ji Yao, a middle-aged orc marked by numerous scars on his bare arms, indicative of countless past injuries. Yunting, go forth with peace of mind. I shall look after Nanchu, Ji Yao said readily. Thank you, Uncle Yao, Ji Yunting responded, a hint of shyness in his tone. Not one for idle chatter, Ji Yunting left shortly after the introduction. Having exchanged few words with Ji Yao, Nanchu, should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek Uncle Yao. He will certainly assist you. Give him my regard, Ji Yunting advised. Yunting, I notice you appeared somewhat awkward when looking at Ji Yao. What is going on? Nanchu asked, curiosity piqued that Ji Yunting typically maintained a cool demeanor, making this display of unease noteworthy. Do not prattle on. I'm going to sleep now. The hunting party departs at dawn, Ji Yunting said with a stern expression. Nanchu pouted, thinking to herself that if he wouldn't tell her, she could always inquire with others. On the following day, as dawn broke, the hunting party from the Lan Jiao tribe set forth. A grand procession exiting the tribe. Jian was part of the hunting group, and she and Nanchu followed them for quite a distance before reluctantly returning to the tribe. Do not worry, Nanchu. Yin is also going hunting. He will certainly protect Yunting. She comforted Nanchu, who bore a worried expression. Thank you, I'm fine. By the way, I wove you a basket. Do check if the size is suitable, Nanchu said, a sweet smile gracing her face. That is wonderful. Nanchu, let us head to the sacred lake to see if we can find bird eggs. There will likely be many birds nesting at this time, and with a bit of luck, we might collect a few eggs to eat, she exclaimed excitedly. Without a basket, they would risk breaking any eggs they found wrapped in leaves. With one, they could potentially gather more and trade them with the orcs for skins and meat. Is your leg fully healed? Nanchu inquired with concern that a round trip to the sacred lake would require considerable walking. And given she's foot injury, it would be best if she remained in the tribe until fully recovered. I am completely well now. Come, let us get the basket, she declared with enthusiasm, having not ventured beyond the tribe since her injury. She was overjoyed at the prospect of going out. Nanchu scrutinized Shi's foot. When Ji Yunting was present, he had not allowed her to leave the tent, yet now that he was gone, she was eager to collect bird eggs. Something felt amiss to Shi. Let me have a look at your injury, Nanchu insisted with concern. Not deceive me. Ji Yunting clearly said your injury was not fully healed and forbade you from running around. He is just overly concerned. Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hesitated to elaborate further. She could not possibly divulge to Nanchu that Ji Yunting had been diligently trying to ensure she bore young, which was why he restricted her movements. After examining Shi's injury, Nanchu noted that it had healed remarkably well and posed no hindrance to her mobility, which eased her worries. The two girls took a basket and a backpack and set out together toward the sacred lake in search of food. Nanchu, look at this fruit that has fallen from the large tree. The white kernels inside are edible, she exclaimed, picking up a slightly rotten green fruit from the ground. Nanchu took it. Examining it closely, it resembled a walnut, though it didn't quite smell like one. Despite its decay, a hint of sweetness lingered. What is this fruit? This is called sweet treasure. Come, I will show you, she replied. Gathering several more fruits and washing them clean by the sacred lake, she carefully struck the outer green skin with a small stone, revealing a seed akin to a walnut. Sweet treasure is delicious, but it is tough to crack. One must be careful not to hit their hand. As she spoke, she fetched 2 flat stones, placing the fruit between them and gently tapping it with a small stone to open it. Even with her caution, the smooth shell proved challenging. After 2 near misses, she finally cracked it open to reveal a sizable white kernel. She handed the kernel to Nanchu with a grin, saying, "Try this. It is quite sweet." As the fruit opened, Nanchu was greeted by a delightful aroma. She placed the kernel in her mouth, and indeed, it was as sweet as she had anticipated, growing more delicious with each chew. The name Sweet Treasure is truly fitting. It is exceptionally sweet, Nanchu remarked that in our tribe, when newborn cubs struggle with insufficient milk, we crush Sweet Treasure to feed them, which is how it got its name. She explained that, so it is meant for the little orcs, Nanchu comprehended. Let us search further to see if there are more in the grass. We should collect as many as we can for leisurely consumption. With a sigh, she remarked, although the process of smashing the sweet treasure is quite laborious, once dried, it becomes exceedingly convenient for storage. It remains unspoiled for an entire year. Moreover, when the dried sweet treasure is added back in a vegetable soup for reheating, it transforms into a delectably soft and glutinous delight. She continued walking. She pondered aloud, given the sweetness of the treasure, why have I not seen any female orcs from the tribe coming to collect it? Nanchu inquired curiously. It was common for female orcs in the tribe to exchange foraged food items with one another. Yet after several days of observation, Nanchu noticed the absence of sweet treasure among them. This sweet treasure is indeed troublesome to smash. Just look at how swiftly I am doing it. Yet, the other female orcs lack such prowess, Nanchu mused. She recalled the robust physique of the female orcs from the Blue Flood tribe, some of whom had fingers as thick as small carrots. It would indeed be quite a challenge for them to smash the slippery sweet treasure. The sweet treasure is a valuable commodity. Even the people from Yunting Kingdom have an immense fondness for it. A basket of dried sweet treasure can be exchanged for a bone knife. Nanchu exclaimed in astonishment. She had already gathered that not all animal bones could be fashioned into bone knives, and the Blue Flood tribe had been unable to procure suitable prey for a year. If she desired a bone knife now, she would have to barter with the clan leader, as sweet treasure was difficult to smash. She expressed her frustration. I want to save up more sweet treasure because I feel that I will soon conceive. I must prepare ample food for the little one, in case I give birth during winter or early spring. I need not worry about a lack of sustenance for my offspring. While sweet treasure trees were not rare in the forest, their height rendered it impossible for Nanchu and she to collect anything but the slightly spoiled ones from the ground. They took them to the sacred lake to wash and smash the white kernels inside. Reluctant to dirty her basket, she used large leaves as makeshift containers, placing the rotten fruits upon them until they were clean enough to transfer to the basket. As the two busied themselves with the sweet treasure, Nanchu suddenly stood up, glancing towards the forest with a sense of unease. She had heard the sound of approaching footsteps, which seemed to belong to a group of female orcs. Ji, accompanied by several female orcs, strolled leisurely through the woods towards Nanchu. Ji, whose complexion was somewhat darkened and whose stature was significantly larger than Nanchu's, eyed the sweet treasure laid out in front of her and coldly remarked, "You certainly lead a leisurely life." Nanchu remained silent, but ceased her efforts in smashing the sweet treasure. "Ji, what are you planning?" she asked warily, casting a cautious glance at her. "That I merely came to see," Ji replied as she continued her approach towards Nanchu. Upon witnessing Ji's intention to head towards the white kernels, a foreboding thought struck Nanchu. Swiftly, she lifted the basket containing the smashed sweet treasure. In that instant, Ji aimed to kick at the basket, but instead, her foot landed on the rotting sweet fruits. The outer green skin of the sweet treasure had become sticky with decay, and as Ji lost her balance, she fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Being at the edge of the sacred lake, the ground was littered with various stones of all sizes, and Ji's fall was quite severe. She groaned, "Nanchu, you little slave, how dare you play tricks on me? You ought to retract your words. It was your own clumsiness that caused you to slip. Not my doing," Nanchu replied calmly. Assessing the odds of a potential confrontation with Ji while considering her limited ability to wield plant-based powers, Ji was simply too formidable, and Nanchu pressed her slender wrist, silently cursing the day when the energy within her might fully be at her command. "Sui, you lot, seize Nanchu," Ji commanded furiously as she rose, feeling a sharp pain in her back. Had it not been for the thick animal skin vest she wore today, the stones might have grazed her skin. Following Ji's command, the accompanying female orcs surged forward, swiftly pinning Nanchu to the ground. "Ji, you cannot bully Nanchu," she cried out as she attempted to assist Nanchu, only to be met with a swift slap from Ji. Angrily, Ji kicked away the sweet treasures that Nanchu and she had gathered, scattering the rotten fruits and white kernels across the ground. "You insolent little slave, were you not so boastful just moments ago? Show me your bravado now," Ji taunted as she approached Nanchu with a triumphant smile. Pinioned by 4 female orcs, Nanchu endeavored to remain composed, unwilling to resort to her scarce plant powers. Should she unleash her abilities today, it would lead to the demise of all present, and she could very well be unable to remain in the Blue Flood tribe thereafter. Thus, she chose to endure. "Oh, such beautiful hands you have. I wonder if they would still be capable of smashing sweet treasures if they were to be severed," Ji sneered, crouching down to grasp a sweet treasure smeared with rotten fruit skin. "Sweet treasures are quite precious. You know that I recall that last time someone came to collect, a basket of dried sweet treasures could be exchanged for a bone knife. You cannot afford to waste them." With that, Ji attempted to force the filthy sweet treasure into Nanchu's mouth. Nanchu would not submit. She bit down hard on Ji's finger, causing her to yelp in pain and retract her hand. "Ji, do not overstep your bounds, that we bear no animosity towards one another. If you continue to humiliate me, do you not fear I shall report you to the clan leader?" Nanchu retorted through gritted teeth. "Who says we bear no animosity?" Ji snapped, glancing at the finger Nanchu had bitten, before raising her hand to slap Nanchu's delicate face. In an instant, Nanchu's cheek flushed red. 5 distinct finger marks visible. "You look like anything but a good person." Yunting used to heed Li's words. Had it not been for your manipulation, Li might have already conceived Yunting's offspring. Mark my words. Nanchu, I shall not take your life, but you will certainly find no peace in the Blue Flood tribe, that I will torment you until you wish for death," Ji declared with a cold chuckle. Pinned to the ground, Nanchu's gaze fell upon the scattered sweet treasures, the fruits they had painstakingly collected, which had taken the two of them half a day to gather. For this effort, Ji's fingers had been injured by the stones. Now, their labor was trampled underfoot by Ji. Listening to Ji's taunts, Nanchu's eyes reddened. She had never been a virtuous person, and today Ji had crossed a line. She would not hesitate to stain her hand with blood. "Why do you stare at me, little slave? Do not think that just because you have beguiled Yunting, he will heed your every word. A lowly slave like you is unworthy of bearing children for Yunting. Such exceptional talent must be passed down. Ji continued with self-satisfaction. Only Li is fit to bear Yunting's offspring. As Mu Nanchu recalled Shi's words. She realized that even if Ji Yunting were unwilling, he would have no choice but to comply with the tribe's wishes to allow Li to conceive. Thoughts of Ji Yunting living with Li and having children together ignited a growing fury within Mu Nanchu. Noticing Mu Nanchu's lack of reaction to her words, Ji's demeanor shifted. Her gaze fell upon Mu Nanchu's delicate hands, and she suddenly stomped down hard on her fingers. Ji's shoes were made of wood-bottomed animal hide, featuring intricate patterns carved to prevent slipping. These boots had been a gift from Li, brought back from Yunjing Kingdom. As Mu Nanchu let out a sharp, anguished cry, Ji's face broke into a wide grin. Surprised to find that her fashionable footwear could serve as an instrument of oppression, that it is you who leaves me no choice. Mu Nanchu seethed, gritting her teeth as the latent plant energy within her began to awaken silently. Something just pricked me, cried one of the female orcs holding Mu Nanchu down as she suddenly leapt up in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Nanchu swiftly grasped a fist-sized stone and swung it forcefully at the faces of the two other female orcs nearby. The blow was delivered with great force, and blood erupted from the faces of the struck female orcs. Ji, taken aback by Mu Nanchu's unexpected resistance, charged forward, aiming to snatch the stone from her grasp. However, as she approached, she lost her footing and stumbled to the ground. Without hesitation, Mu Nanchu raised the stone high and brought it crashing down toward Ji's head. "Nanchu, stop!" A stern rebuke echoed from a distance, causing Mu Nanchu to hesitate for a moment before the stone in her hand ultimately landed upon Ji's back. "Ji, you may not be so fortunate next time." Rising to her feet, Mu Nanchu's eyes radiated determination. Should Ji fall into her hands again, she would surely mete out a harsher punishment. The newcomer was none other than Ji Yunting's entrusted caretaker for Mu Nanchu, Yao. "Uncle Yao." Mu Nanchu retracted the fierce glimmer in her gaze, donning an appearance of fragility and vulnerability, her teary eyes gazing imploringly at Ji Yao. "What is happening here? Why aren't you all seizing the opportunity to gather more food while it is plentiful? Instead, you gather to brawl. Do you all wish to be punished?" Ji Yao's countenance was cold as he directed his gaze at Ji and the group of female beastmen she had brought along. At that moment, they were all bloodied, and Ji, having been struck by Mu Nanchu's stones, could not rise, lamenting on the ground, "Uncle Yao, it's an injustice. We were here collecting sweet treasures when Mu Nanchu and she tried to snatch our sweet treasures," which led to the altercation. "You must uphold justice for us." Mu Nanchu stared at Ji in disbelief, realizing the meaning of the phrase "the villain strikes first." Li, assist your sister up, before Mu Nanchu could offer an explanation. A large group of beastmen followed behind Ji Yao, prompting her to scan the assembly. Most were second-tier beastmen from the tribe, including the high priest, the chief shaman, and several young female beastmen. What were they intending to do? A question mark formed in Mu Nanchu's mind. That Mu Nanchu, although you were brought back by Yunting as a female beastman, if you do not conduct yourself properly within the tribe and instead cause disturbances, I have the right to expel you from the tribe, the chief shaman, Jiwu Shuang, stated coldly, fixing her gaze on Mu Nanchu. "Chief shaman, I am wronged. The situation is not as Ji described. She and I are the victims here. We were the ones collecting sweet treasures, not Ji," Mu Nanchu replied, her eyes glistening with tears, embodying an image of profound grievance. Having lived through the apocalypse for many years, Mu Nanchu understood well that showing weakness was the best armor for self-protection. "Chief Shaman, the circumstances are precisely as Nanchu described. We are the victims, and Ji deliberately sought us out," she bravely asserted, but she was merely an ordinary female beastman from the Blue Flood tribe. Having just been slapped by Ji, she was understandably frightened. It was no small feat for her to stand up for Mu Nanchu. "You have learned bad habits from associating with Mu Nanchu. You were once the most honest female beastman in our tribe." Ji sneered at Shi, her tone laced with disdain. Under Ji's threat, she trembled slightly, prompting Mu Nanchu to step forward, grasping her hand and reassuring her. "Shi, there is no need to be afraid. There are so many people here. Can Ji's petty lies not be seen through?" As she spoke, Mu Nanchu picked up a sweet treasure from the ground, presenting it to all the beastmen present. "Everyone, Take a look. This sweet treasure was smashed by she and me. She mentioned that the beastmen of the Blue Flood tribe are not skilled at smashing sweet treasures, as they either injure their fingers or shatter the entire treasure. Thus, even though sweet treasures hold value, the female beastmen of the Blue Flood tribe typically do not come to collect them. Nanchu, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said we don't smash sweet treasures? Sweet treasures are delicious, and we absolutely adore them. Your current ruckus is merely an attempt to cover up the fact that you robbed us of our sweet treasures. Chief Shaman, just look at the faces of Yi and the others. Not to mention my back. Is Mu Nanchu, who struck us with stones, intent on stealing our sweet treasures? Ji retorted. Ji, just now you claimed that all these sweet treasures on the ground were smashed by you. Can you now demonstrate it for everyone? Mu Nanchu swiftly interjected, preventing the chief shaman from speaking. She was acutely aware that the chief shaman would undoubtedly side with Ji and not with her. Rather than listen to his futile words, she preferred to cut him off. My arm hurts. How can I smash anything? Ji replied with a peculiar expression. Not only had she never smashed a sweet treasure, but her childhood desire for them had resulted in her fingers being bruised, leaving her with an aversion to sweet treasures ever since. Smashing a sweet treasure requires little effort. Jida, if you cannot prove that these sweet treasures were smashed by you, I can now demonstrate that I am the one who smashed them, Mu Nanchu declared earnestly. With that, she picked up a smooth, sweet treasure, placed it atop another stone, and, using only her slender fingers to hold a small stone, she gently tapped the sweet treasure's shell. With a crisp crack, the shell split open, revealing the delectable fruit within. Jiao, standing beside Mu Nanchu, observed the distinct red and swollen marks on her hand and remarked, surely the injuries on Nanchu's hand were not self-inflicted. There was not a single fool among those present. Mu Nanchu's adeptness at smashing sweet treasures, coupled with Ji's evasion of the question, made it glaringly evident who was in the right. Enough! Can't you females gather some wild fruits for the tribe? Have you forgotten the hunger we endured last winter? Now disperse. The chief shaman reprimanded with a darkened expression. Ji still wished to argue with Mu Nanchu, but was restrained by Li. Sister, you should return to the tribe and have mother check your back for injuries. Li gently advised. I'll bring you some treats when I return, Li cheerfully suggested, noticing Ji's sulky demeanor. Seeing Li's demeanor, Mu Nanchu felt a chill in her heart. Li's actions were merely mocking her. After all, her tribe was but an empty tent, devoid of any kin. Uncle Yao, we shall take our leave, Mu Nanchu said, picking up her basket from the ground. Appearing pitiful, do not wander too deep into the forest. Return to the tribe early in the afternoon. Jiao cautioned. Mu Nanchu acknowledged with a nod, one hand clutching her basket while the other held Shi's hand as they ventured into the nearby woods. The high priest, alongside the chief shaman and the warrior beastmen, watched Mu Nanchu's frail and delicate figure retreat, all harboring feelings of pity. Yet a barely perceptible anger flickered across Li's face. She had intended to make Mu Nanchu suffer, but was taken aback by her composure. Observing the beastmen warriors, Mu Nanchu and she had already vanished from sight, yet they continued to gaze into the forest. If we don't leave now, we should hurry to the Great Saint Lake, the chief shaman declared coldly. Once in the forest, Mu Nanchu immediately shed her pitiful and delicate aura, casting a distant glance at the departing figures of the high priest and his entourage. She turned to Shi and asked, Shi, does your face still hurt? I'm sorry you had to accompany me today. Not at all. She has always enjoyed bullying others, she replied bashfully, touching her still warm cheek. Ji came after me this time, Mu Nanchu said, somewhat dejected. Nanchu, you need not be upset. Ji acts so arrogantly merely because she is the chief's daughter. In the future, we should avoid her, she advised with a hint of trepidation. Yes, Mu Nanchu replied, casting a glance at her swollen fingers, her heart filled with cold resolve. She would not let this matter rest so easily. Mu Nanchu held a grudge, fully aware that if she did not eliminate her enemies in their infancy, they would eventually bring her demise. Nanchu, do not be disheartened. Although our sweet treasures are ruined, we can still search the woods for bird eggs or wild chicken eggs, she consoled. You are truly kind. Mu Nanchu felt warmth from Shi's goodwill, her heart thawing slightly. Having lived through the apocalypse for so long, she had grown accustomed to wearing a gentle smile, disguising herself as harmless. yet her heart remained frozen. Devoid of warmth. Friendship was a luxury for Mu Nanchu, and perhaps she could provide her with that. It's only right. As Mu Nanchu's face broke into a faint smile, Xia couldn't help but join in the laughter. Though the mere act caused her cheeks to ache, for the past 2 days, with a basket in hand, Mu Nanchu ventured into the dense forest, soaking in the vibrant energy of the flourishing plants around her. She discreetly summoned a fragment of her botanical abilities from the ocean of energy within her to communicate with the nearby flora. However, her energy was rather limited, only allowing her to connect with plants within a 5-meter radius. The plants, sensing the unique botanical energy emanating from Mu Nanchu, joyfully swayed their branches and leaves in greeting. In her heart, Mu Nanchu quietly inquired of the nearby plants about the whereabouts of bird eggs. Soon receiving their enthusiastic responses, some were nestled high in the treetops, others hidden within dense thickets, and a few perched by the babbling brook. The plants eagerly revealed all locations where eggs could be found. "Oh my goodness, Nanchu, today our luck is off the charts. We've stumbled upon so many wild chicken eggs. Golden-haired chicken eggs are notoriously hard to find. I might not have even picked up one in an entire year." Xia exclaimed, holding an egg the size of her fist with palpable excitement. "Ah, yes, that's so. I wonder if this egg is fragrant," Mu Nanchu mused aloud, smacking her lips. "Absolutely fragrant, though they're quite tricky to roast. Golden-haired chicken eggs are so large they require a lengthy cooking time," Xia replied. "We've gathered a whole basket. Let us return to the tribe. I'll teach you 2 methods of preparing chicken eggs," Mu Nanchu suggested. Though Mu Nanchu wished to collect more eggs, she found her botanical energy depleting rapidly. It had only been a short while, and she was already running low. Yet perhaps due to her recent training sessions with Ji Yunting, she felt a noticeable increase in her available botanical abilities. "All right, I'm hungry too," she admitted it on their way back. Mu Nanchu gathered a handful of tender wild scallions, intending to prepare a steamed egg dish and some scrambled eggs. By the time the two returned to the tribe, dusk had begun to settle, and numerous orcs who had been laboring outside were returning in groups to avoid drawing envy from anyone who might notice their basket brimming with chicken eggs. Mu Nanchu cleverly covered them with a generous layer of wild vegetables. Finally, they reached the tent where they resided. Mu Nanchu requested a slab of fatty meat from a black-haired pig from Xia. Placing it on a preheated stone slab, rendering out the fat before cracking 3 golden-haired chicken eggs onto the surface, as the eggs met the sizzling pork fat, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, one that Xia had never encountered before. "Nanchu, you're truly remarkable. I had no idea eggs could be prepared this way," Xia said, gleefully circling the campfire. "And there's more," Mu Nanchu replied with a smile. Producing several more eggs, she procured 3 stone bowls, placing 2 eggs in each, whisking them together, and letting them sit for a moment before steaming them in the stone pot over the fire. Before long, the scrambled eggs were ready, and shortly after, the steamed egg custard was complete. Mu Nanchu sprinkled a bit of chopped wild scallions over the custard and said, "Xia, I'll take some of the scrambled eggs to Grandpa Ji." "You eat first. I was wondering why you had brought out 3 bowls. It's for Grandpa Ji. Hurry and go. I'll wait for you to return so we can eat together. I'm making a wild vegetable porridge." Xia responded. "All right, I'll be quick," Mu Nanchu replied. Wrapping the scrambled eggs and custard in large leaves, she placed them in her basket and set off to Grandpa Ji's tent. Feeling hungry, she didn't linger there and quickly returned after dropping off the food. "Wait a moment, Nanchu." Just as she was about to enter her tent, she was called back by Ji Yao. "Uncle Yao, did you need something?" Mu Nanchu asked. "I have 2 important things to discuss with you," Ji Yao said. Glancing around to ensure no orcs were nearby, he lowered his voice and continued. "Nanchu, you must restrain your abilities, and under no circumstances should you use them to harm anyone. That if someone discovers this, no matter where you flee, it will lead to your demise." Without waiting for Mu Nanchu's response, Ji Yao turned and walked away. Their encounter felt like a chance meeting on the road. Had one not paid close attention, they would have remained oblivious to the gravity of Ji Yao's warning. Watching Ji Yao's unhurried figure disappear into the shadows, Mu Nanchu's heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Did he witness me using my botanical abilities today to harm a branch? She wondered in astonishment. How could he have seen that? It puzzled her completely. She realized that her understanding of the orc tribe was still insufficient. Their energy was far more complex than mere transformation. Returning to her tent with the empty basket, she found Xie had prepared a wild vegetable soup and was ladling it out. The two sat together by the campfire, enjoying their dinner and engaging in casual conversation. Xie doesn't see that Ji rampaged through the tribe without restraint. Isn't anyone concerned about her? Mu Nanchu inquired curiously. Back when Jia was still able to move about, she often confronted Ji. Ji would temper her behavior out of fear of Jia. However, a few years ago, Jia injured her leg while foraging for herbs in the mountains, and she has since been unable to roam the tribe. Xie lamented. Who is Jia? You've never mentioned her before. Mu Nanchu asked. Jia is the daughter of the former chief shaman. In her youth, her shamanic abilities were incredibly powerful, but due to inadvertently consuming a poisonous fruit, her powers were compromised, preventing her from becoming the chief shaman. It is said that Ji, who was still a child then, was the one who gave her the fruit, and the tribe did not punish her at that time. However, Jia likely harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Ji. As Ji grew up, she took advantage of being the chieftain's daughter, bullying the females in the tribe. Only Jia could restrain her, thanks to her impressive combat skills taught by Uncle Yao. She could always make Ji see our wide as. Xie reminisced about the time she had been bested by Jia. A smile crept on her face. Listening to Xie's account, Mu Nanchu pondered. It seemed that the orc tribe was rife with intrigues and rivalries. She had initially thought them to be simple folk, but it appeared her assumptions were misplaced. Based on the current dynamics, it seemed the Blue Flood tribe had already divided into several factions. The chieftain and the chief shaman aligned with one group, the high priest with another. It was likely that Ji Yao and the formidable second-tier warriors had formed their own faction as well, having suffered a significant setback at Ji's hands. Mu Nanchu was determined not to let it go unchallenged. Even before finishing her dinner, she began devising a strategy. If Ji was so arrogant, then she would ensure that Ji would no longer be able to act with such impunity. Xia, what were Li and the others doing at the sacred lake today? It seemed like they were engaged in something quite important, Mu Nanchu casually asked. Yes, both the high priest and the chief shaman went together today. They are likely testing whether the tribe's exceptional members can produce offspring with innate exceptional qualities. Xia explained. So, the Blue Flood tribe has a method for selecting outstanding descendants. Mu Nanchu thought. They choose suitable candidates from among the young warrior males and females. And during the high priest's prayers, these pairs touch the nurturing pearl within the sacred lake. If the pearl glows, it signifies that the pair can produce offspring of exceptional quality. Nurturing pearl? How fascinating. Mu Nanchu exclaimed, marveling the high priestess' impressive abilities to directly test the orc's genes. It said that the nurturing pearl is a sacred object from the sacred lake. Only the most exceptional orcs in our Blue Flood tribe are permitted to touch it, Xie added enviously. Touching the nurturing pearl is a source of immense pride for the orc tribe. But unfortunately, Xie's qualifications were rather ordinary. She couldn't even reside in a stone dwelling, let alone touch the nurturing pearl if two individuals who do not love each other touch the nurturing pearl simultaneously. And it lights up. Does that mean they must become partners? Mu Nanchu suddenly inquired. Yes, there have been instances in the past where couples in love were forcibly separated, but such occurrences are seldom noted. Xie replied, in the Blue Flood tribe, the concept of unwavering loyalty did not exist. If an orc warrior perished in battle, their partner would likely soon become another warrior's mate. Mu Nanchu frowned slightly. Concerned whether Li would forcibly take Ji Yunting to touch the nurturing pearl. Nanchu, are you worried about Li and Yunting? Mu Nanchu was taken aback, realizing her concern for Ji Yunting and Li was perhaps too evident. Seeing Mu Nanchu's surprised expression, Xie chuckled. The nurturing pearl doesn't easily glow. To my knowledge, our Blue Flood tribe hasn't seen it light up in over a decade. That's so. Mu Nanchu sighed in relief. Though she maintained a facade of indifference. Xie, could you take me to meet Jia tomorrow? Mu Nanchu asked. Xie looked at her with suspicion, asking Nanchu, what do you intend to do? Mu Nanchu curled her lips into a smile and said, it's nothing much. I simply wish to meet Jia and discuss matters concerning medicinal herbs. I was once a shaman apprentice, and if I can gather some herbs from the forest, perhaps Jia will take a liking to them. Oh, I see. You intend to exchange herbs with Jia. Very well. I shall take you to see her first thing tomorrow. We'll go early, so as not to delay our foraging for wild vegetables later. This time, the tribe's summer hunt should yield a fair amount of meat, and if we gather more wild vegetables to offer to the tribe, we can secure even more meat in return. She said, "Sounds great." Mu Nanchu responded with palpable excitement. She was filled with curiosity about the Balon forest, eager to explore what she perceived as a vast treasure trove, hoping her luck might lead her to discover something extraordinary. After dinner, Mu Nanchu lay alone in the tent. She suddenly felt as though the once cramped bed had transformed into a spacious haven. Wrapping herself in a fur blanket, she thought that given the day's events, she would be exhausted and swiftly drift into slumber. However, that was not the case. Lying in bed, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Ji Yunting, and she vaguely sensed his lingering scent enveloping her surroundings. Am I going mad? Why can't I stop thinking about Ji Yunting? Mu Nanchu muttered in irritation. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep, Mu Nanchu eventually got up again. The tent's entrance was already drawn shut, casting the interior in dim light, rendering everything indistinct. Sitting on the bed, she extended her right hand, quietly channeling all the plant-based powers from her energy sea into her palm. Delicate strands of emerald light flickered, casting a faint glow in the darkness. Earlier, while foraging for eggs in the forest, she had utilized a considerable amount of her plant abilities. Yet even now, she sensed a significant recovery of her energy. Placing her glowing right hand above her swollen left, she was aware that her plant powers could serve not only as weapons, but also possessed formidable healing properties. As the verdant light shimmered, her previously inflamed hand gradually healed under the influence of her plant abilities. What a waste! My plant powers are meant for survival, and yet here they are healing such trivial injuries. How extravagant! Mu Nanchu grumbled, rubbing her now restored left hand. Feeling that there was still some plant energy left in her energy sea, she decided to concentrate all remaining powers into her right hand and softly murmured, "Heartless grass." Suddenly, her previously empty right hand erupted with a brilliant green light as a slender blue herb began to sprout, swaying delicately as it grew within her grasp. In just 2 breaths, the heartless grass had matured. This herb was specifically known for its hemostatic properties, and while it typically grew in the wild with 4 leaves, the one summoned by Mu Nanchu boasted 6. Despite the seemingly minor difference, the efficacy in stopping bleeding was vastly improved. Well, I now have a gift for Jia, Mu Nanchu thought as she set the heartless grass aside on the bed and summoned 2 more with the remaining plant energy, before finally succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, the severed tip of her pinky emitted wisps of golden energy, which quietly flowed through her meridians and into her energy sea. As the golden energy intertwined with the emerald, over time, Mu Nanchu found her available energy had increased once more. As dawn broke the following day, the entire Blue Jia tribe was enveloped in a veil of white mist. Early rising female beastmen were already entering the forest in groups. Summer was the peak season for plant growth and the easiest time to find food, necessitating their efforts to gather ample supplies for the long winter ahead. Mu Nanchu and she rose early, with she leading her to Jia's stone dwelling. Jia's abode was situated quite close to the tent area, just a short distance across the wide stone path. Compared to the other stone houses, Jia's seemed somewhat larger, but the doors and windows appeared dilapidated, indicating years without maintenance. "Jia, are you in there?" she quietly called at the entrance of the stone house. "Who is it outside?" A slightly hoarse female voice responded from within. The creaking wooden door swung open, revealing a robust female beastman. Having only heard Jia's voice, Mu Nanchu had expected an elderly woman, yet instead was greeted by a young female beastman, around 40 years of age, tall, and with a healthy wheat-colored complexion. Her eyes shimmered in a pale blue hue, reminiscent of glimmering glass beads. Did you come looking for me?" Jia inquired. "It is Nanchu who seeks you. She wishes to exchange some items with you," she replied. Jia looked Mu Nanchu up and down before saying, "You're the little female that Yunting brought back?" "Yes, I hail from the She Fox tribe and was formerly a shaman apprentice. My name is Mu Nanchu." She introduced herself. Upon hearing that Mu Nanchu was a shaman apprentice, Jia turned and opened the door wider. Inviting her in. Jia's stone house was simply furnished, featuring a wooden bed, a table, several wooden stools, and a row of cabinets along the eastern wall topped with various exquisite bamboo tubes and stone boxes. Nanchu, what do you wish to exchange? I have a comprehensive selection of shamanic herbs. I believe I have what you seek, though I am curious as to what you intend to offer in return. Jia asked as she sat beside the wooden table, gazing at Mu Nanchu. Mu Nanchu produced the 6-leaf heartless grass she had summoned the previous night and placed it on the table. Did you gather this? Jia asked, her excitement barely contained as she regarded the heartless grass. It has been ages since I encountered herbs of such quality. I stumbled upon it while foraging for wild fruits in the forest. Mu Nanchu fabricated. I accept this heartless grass. What do you desire in exchange? I do not seek anything for myself, but I wish to request your assistance with a matter? Jia queried, puzzled. After so many years as a shaman, this was the first time someone had offered her herb in exchange for a favor rather than seeking shamanic remedies. Please tell me what it is that I would like to ask you to intervene regarding Ji. To prevent her from bullying the female beastmen in the tribe any longer, Mu Nanchu stated earnestly to her words. Both Jia and she were taken aback. Nanchu, have you been bullied by Ji? Jia did not directly respond to Mu Nanchu's request, but instead inquired about her experience with Ji. Mu Nanchu did not hide the truth and recounted Ji's actions from the previous day. Then why come to me? Wouldn't it be more direct to approach the high priest or the tribe leader? Ji is the chief's daughter. Regardless of whom I approach, they will not restrain her and may even admonish me. But I know you can help. Mu Nanchu spoke candidly to smirk crossed Jia's lips as she chuckled softly. Glancing at she, did you share my situation with Nanchu? She, known for her honesty, felt her cheeks flush under Jia's scrutiny. Stammering, she defended, we merely mentioned it in passing during our idle chatter. I swear, Jia, I did not speak ill of you. Seeing she so flustered only amused Jia further, and oh worries, I harbor no ill feelings, she reassured, gently patting Shi's shoulder. Witnessing Jia's demeanor, Mu Nanchu felt a sense of relief. Her initial impression of Jia as stern and unapproachable had been completely overturned by her warm-hearted nature. Jia, would you be willing to grant my request? Mu Nanchu asked. I wish I could agree, but look at my leg. With that, Jia lifted the hem of her long, thin skirt, revealing 2 ghastly scars that stretched from her knee down to her ankle. I sustained these injuries while gathering herbs on a cliff. I accidentally fell. Although the great shaman managed to heal my leg, prolonged walking causes me considerable pain. Within the tribe, Ji seldom bullies the female beastmen. I find it difficult to punish her, Jia lamented. Ji is no fool. After being reprimanded by you a few times, she has learned to be more subdued that if she disapproves of someone, she will take advantage of them when they venture out to gather food. Jia explained, may I assist you with your injuries? We Shi Fox tribe possess various effective remedies for treating bone injuries. Mu Nanchu spoke. Beside her, she tugged at Mu Nanchu's arm, feeling somewhat awkward as she remarked. Nanchu, Jia is a remarkably skilled shaman in our tribe. If she couldn't heal it, how could you? Merely an apprentice in shamanism. Each tribe possesses its own unique medical expertise that you mustn't underestimate me. Mu Nanchu replied, casting a glance at Jia, who nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed the case. Nanchu, please come over and help me examine my leg. The rainy season is approaching, and my leg is going to start hurting again every few days. With a quiet invocation of her botanical abilities, Mu Nanchu appeared to be examining Jia's leg with her hands, while in reality, she was allowing her plant powers to penetrate Jia's sinews. Discerning the source of her ailment. Jia, the injury on your leg hasn't fully healed. There's a fracture that remains unhealed, which is why you keep experiencing pain, Mu Nanchu stated as she withdrew her hand. Jia, taken aback by Mu Nanchu's revelation, expressed disbelief. Her leg injury had been treated by the great shaman, and although her own shamanic powers were relatively weak, she had thoroughly examined it. The fracture had completely healed. Are you certain, Nanchu? Jia inquired. Yes, logically speaking, the bone should have healed by now, but for some reason, a fracture near the knee has not. Mu Nanchu responded with a hint of curiosity, after a moment of silence. Jia seemed to recall something and sighed softly, saying, Nanchu, I can agree to assist you in punishing Ji, but you must help me gather tiger bone grass from the forest. Only by healing my leg can I help you deal with Ji. Deal the D, oh you know what tiger bone grass looks like. Ji chuckled, that I do not. But I must find it. Not just for myself, but also for the female beastmen of the Lan Jiao tribe, Mu Nanchu declared. Tiger bone grass is quite recognizable, with bright green leaves adorned with white markings resembling the character Wang, and the edges of the leaves are serrated, resembling tiger teeth. Jiao meticulously described the appearance and habitat of the tiger bone grass to Mu Nanchu. But she withheld the fact that it was exceedingly rare, making it difficult to find. Upon exiting the stone hut from Jia's side, Mu Nanchu and she re-entered the forest. Shall we still go collect eggs today? Mu Nanchu asked that, we're not just collecting eggs, we should also gather more wild fruits and dig up some wild vegetables, that if we spot any white roots or red roots, we should collect those as well. In short, we must gather everything edible, she replied. All right, I'll carry the basket today, so we can collect more, Mu Nanchu said. As the sun rose higher, Mu Nanchu and she encountered numerous female beastmen similar to themselves in the forest, including some warrior beastmen who had not participated in the hunt, joining in the gathering of wild vegetables and fruits. Nanchu, look over here. There are quite a few red roots, she exclaimed, approaching a low bush where she spotted a small patch of red root vines. Roasted red roots are quite delicious. Nanchu set the basket down on the ground, searching for a suitable stick to dig up the red roots. Xiao, you've dug up quite a few red roots. Since it's just you and your grandmother at home, you surely can't eat all these. Why not share some with us? Ji's voice echoed from a distance in the forest. Ji, please, don't take my red roots. My grandmother and I are relying on these to survive the winter, Xiao pleaded. Upon hearing Ji bully a female member of their tribe, Mu Nanchu felt her temper flare. Nanchu, what are you doing? She urgently grasped Mu Nanchu's arm. Ji is being too cruel. I cannot stand by and allow her to bully the females of our tribe, Mu Nanchu asserted. Have you forgotten how Ji beat us yesterday? She said, displaying a hint of fear. The mere mention of it made Ji's cheeks ache. Yesterday, I merely offered Ji a chance. Since she refused it, I shall not hold back, Mu Nanchu whispered. Yesterday, Mu Nanchu had refrained from revealing her planned abilities to avoid trouble. However, last night, when summoning the merciless grass, she had felt a distinct improvement in her control over her powers. As long as she did not overexert herself, Ji, being an ordinary female beastman, would not detect her abilities. While she and Mu Nanchu conversed, a scream pierced through the forest, and Mu Nanchu dashed toward the sound. Discovering Ji had knocked the still-growing Xiao to the ground, trampling on her face with her foot, relishing Xiao's pained pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, Ji's lackeys were busy collecting the scattered red roots Xiao had dug up, which lay unwrapped on the ground. Ji, do not go too far, Mu Nanchu admonished loudly. Xiao was covered in dirt, her face swollen from the beating Ji had dealt. A trickle of blood stained the corner of her mouth. Ah, it's you again, little slave. It seems my lesson yesterday was insufficient. Today, no one is here to save you. Ji sneered, kicking the barely conscious Xiao aside before leisurely approaching Mu Nanchu with a cruel smile. Ji was flanked by 4 burly lackeys, and Mu Nanchu found herself significantly shorter than them. Yet, she felt no fear, clutching a stick about a meter long and decisively swung it toward the nearest female beastman's face. With no one to intimidate her, Mu Nanchu subtly channeled her plant abilities, and the previously harmless stick suddenly gained considerable weight. Agile and fierce, Mu Nanchu struck decisively, landing blows to concealed areas, except for the first strike that connected with the beastman's face. Little slave, you still have some fight in you, Ji remarked, astonished by Mu Nanchu's unexpected prowess. She had heard that Mu Nanchu had once thrown down a female beastman who provoked her. And now it seemed to be true. I told you. I am no slave, Mu Nanchu declared as she dispatched Ji's lackey, launching herself toward Ji without hesitation. The timid female beastman who had been oppressed by Ji suddenly transformed into a fierce creature, inflicting significant damage on Ji, landing several solid blows to her lower back and chest, areas particularly vulnerable for female beastmen. Ji grimaced in pain, baring her teeth. Mu Nanchu, you will pay for this. Ji snarled, supported by her lackeys, barely able to stand, her lower back surely swollen. With a parting threat, Ji fled, intent on returning to tell her father and ensure Nanchu faced consequences for her actions. Startled, she and Xiaoyu watched Ji depart, finally regaining their composure. Nanchu, how did you suddenly become so powerful? She asked, wide-eyed in astonishment. I apologize, I concealed my knowledge of combat from you. I didn't intend to expose it. But Ji was simply too much, Nanchu replied, feeling genuinely remorseful. Nanchu, once we return to the tribe, Ji will likely report us. The chieftain will surely side with her. Do you think you will face punishment? She inquired, concern etched on her face. I have my ways. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Nanchu approached to assess Xiaoyu's injuries, relieved to find they were merely superficial. With some care, she would heal quickly. Thank you, Sister Nanchu. I'm fine, Xiaoyu said, her head lowered as tears streamed down her dirty hands. This was not the first time Ji had stolen her food. Today, with Nanchu's help, Xiaoyu feared that next time Ji would only bully her more severely. Xiaoyu, don't cry. I will help you and ensure she doesn't bully you, Nanchu said, wiping the tears from Xiaoyu's face in a comforting manner. In truth, Nanchu did not know Xiaoyu well. Her decision to help was simply a reaction to Ji's actions. Xiaoyu dried her tears and looked at Nanchu, clearly skeptical about her ability to assist. After all, Nanchu had only recently joined the tribe. Even if she could temporarily overpower Ji, there was no guarantee Ji wouldn't retaliate later. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Thank you, Sister Nanchu. I will tidy up the red roots and head home. Xiaoyu said, gathering large leaves to pick up the scattered red roots. Once Xiaoyu left, Nanchu turned to Shi and said, Shi, why is it that Ji can bully the females of our tribe without anyone standing up against her? What does resistance accomplish? Nanchu, perhaps we should refrain from digging up the red roots that aren't you supposed to assist Jia in locating the tiger bone grass. Let us seek it out first. She expressed with concern. Today, Nanchu has thoroughly offended Ji, and she's extremely worried about possible retaliation from Ji. The only solution now is to ensure Jia's leg heals quickly. Her presence will certainly instill some caution in Ji. Let us first excavate the red roots. They are quite valuable, Nanchu stated. Having just utilized her botanical powers, her energy reserves are now dwindling, and searching for the tiger bone grass will still require her plant abilities. Therefore, she intends to gather as much energy as possible while digging up the red roots. The two searched the forest all day without uncovering any trace of the tiger bone grass. However, although they did not find the grass, they managed to gather a considerable amount of food, and Nanchu filled half a basket with red roots, white roots, and even picked some sweet treasures and a few eggs. The small basket brimming with their bounty. As they returned to the tribe, she cautiously scanned their surroundings and, upon noticing that Ji did not intercept them, heaved a sigh of relief. Nanchu, let us set out early tomorrow. Venturing further may yield the tiger bone grass, she suggested. All right, I will craft a basket for you tonight. The current one is too small to hold much, Nanchu replied. Yes, when Yin returns, I will have him provide you with meat. She added. Throughout the day, neither mentioned Ji Yunting nor Ji Yin, both quietly avoiding the topic. After Nanchu struck Ji, she returned to the tribe and sought out her father, Ji Yu, to lament her plight. Yet, rather than offering assistance, Ji Yu reprimanded her. Ji, you're no longer a child. Idling around the tribe daily is unseemly. It would be better for you to marry and raise a few young ones. Ji Yu advised, Father, I have no intention of seeking another partner. Am I not content to remain with you and mother? Ji inquired, bewildered. That is out of the question. You must find a new companion. I have already discussed this with your mother. If you do not wish to marry into another tribe, then find an orc warrior within our own tribe as a partner, Ji Yu stated solemnly. I have no interest in anyone here. Perhaps you could let me have Ji Yunting, whom she fancies, Ji retorted with a cold smile. That is not impossible, but Ji Yunting has considerable potential. If you are fond of him, you can wait for Li to bear his young before becoming his partner, Ji Yu replied. Father, how can you be so audacious? Are you not concerned about Li's feelings? Ji protested. Being several years older than Ji Yunting and aware of Li's affections for him, Ji, despite her faults, would never dream of usurping her sister's love. However, her father, in his eagerness to rid himself of her, readily agreed to let Ji Yunting become her partner, revealing that, in his eyes, only personal gain mattered. Li is destined to become a great shaman. Ji Yunting is unworthy of her. If Ji Yunting cannot awaken the nurturing pearl, I will not allow Li to bear his offspring, Ji Yu stated bluntly. You do not scold Ji. She is heartbroken over losing her partner. Ji's mother, Yu, interjected as she sensed the escalating tension between father and daughter. I may not see her sorrow, but I have witnessed her causing trouble all day. That little slave, Nanchu, appears weak and easily bullied, yet she hails from the Snake Fox tribe. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses some combat skills. Yu, do you realize how formidable such a female can be? If she were to be proactive, even the mightiest orc warriors in the tribe might struggle to withstand her. Ji Yu remarked with disdain, Ji's enmity with her is tantamount to hostility with the orc warriors in our tribe. He added, casting a scornful glance at Ji. Ji is merely too straightforward, lacking the cunning of the Snake Fox females. Yu defended her daughter. In Yu's eyes, Ji was merely a bit hot-tempered, but otherwise, she was exceptionally capable. Regarding Ji's confrontations with other female orcs, Yu believed they must have provoked Ji first, prompting her to retaliate. You indulge Ji too much. If this continues, will she truly spend her entire life at our side? If Ji does not find a suitable orc warrior, I shall assist her in seeking one. Ji Yu insisted. Father, whom do you have in mind? Ji asked, her suspicion piqued. Though not the sharpest, Ji had come to understand over the years that she was merely a pawn for her father to recruit orc warriors for the tribe. I believe Ji Yao would be a suitable choice. Although he is somewhat older than you, his combat prowess is remarkable. Becoming his partner would ensure a decent life for you, Ji Yu proposed. Ji Yao, he is over a decade my senior. I refuse to be his partner, Ji said with evident distaste. As Ji contemplated protesting, her mother held her back. Ji, listen to your father, Yu urged. Yu led Ji to her room and said, Ji, have you heard of the beast god's messenger? I have. What does that have to do with my partnership with Ji Yao? Ji retorted that Ji Yao's potential is among the highest in our tribe. If you could bear him offspring, what if they were the beast god's messenger? Yu spoke with longing. Few orcs were aware of the beast god's messenger at that time, and Ji was hearing of it for the first time. Feeling uncertain, Mother, it is not so simple as to just give birth to a beast god's messenger. Even if you cannot produce a beast god's messenger, Ji, if your offspring are strong enough, your future will surely be bright. Your father and I cannot look after you forever, Yu advised. All right, I recall that Jia was quite fond of Ji Yao in the past, Ji remarked. There seemed to be some rumors during their youth, but it is well known that Ji Yao was enamored with Ji Yunting's mother, so he likely has no connection with Jia. And you explained that Ji Yunting's mother has been deceased for many years. Ji Yao must have forgotten her by now, she scoffed. However, the thought of becoming Ji Yao's partner made Ji consider how it might infuriate Jia, and her previous irritation dissipated. After all, whether or not she became Ji Yao's partner, she would still be compelled to join with another orc warrior. It would be better to be with Ji Yao, who might also occasionally vex Jia. Mother, what about these injuries I have? Am I to endure this ordeal at the hands of Nanchu for nothing? Ji pressed. Wait a moment. If Ji Yunting does not return from this hunt, you will have the final say on how to deal with Nanchu. Yu whispered. Mother, do you know something? Ji, no fool, immediately sensed the underlying implication in Yu's words that it would not hurt to share. Ji Yunting's participation in this hunt is actually a test set forth by your father. If he returns unscathed, your father will allow Li to bear his offspring. However, if he is injured or, worse yet, loses his life, the matter will be dropped. Yu explained it as, oh, that is how it is. Ji pondered thoughtfully. For the time being, Ji fell silent. Unbothered, Nanchu and she continued their search, and within a few days, they discovered the tiger bone grass in the forest point one evening. After finding the tiger bone grass, Nanchu stealthily gathered the herbs for Ji. No one in the tribe was aware that after consuming the tiger bone grass, the long unhealed wound on Jia's leg was healing at an astonishing rate. Jia, I have brought you some pain-relieving herbs, Nanchu announced, carrying a basket filled with various wild vegetables and green plants, including the pain-relieving herb with small white flowers. The pain-relieving herb is not particularly rare. Nanchu recalled that Jia had many pain relief pills on her shelf. However, the last time Nanchu delivered the tiger bone grass, Jia had requested a basket of pain-relieving herbs the following evening, which puzzled her regarding Jia's need for so many. "Nanchu, please come in," a weak voice beckoned from within. Upon pushing open the wooden door, Nanchu found Jia lying on the bed. Visibly in pain. "Jia, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" "It's nothing. I consumed the tiger bone grass, and the fracture that is yet to heal is now mending, albeit painfully." Seeing Jia drenched in sweat and pale, Nanchu realized the pain was far more severe than merely uncomfortable. "Jia, do you still have any pain relief pills?" They are on the table. On a wooden table lay a wooden box, inside of which rested a dark, glossy pill. Upon inhaling its scent, Nanchu discerned it to be a pain-relieving pill crafted from analgesic herbs. She urged Jia to swallow the pill with water, and then stoke the charcoal fire within the room. After cleansing the analgesic herbs, she placed them upon a stone slab to dry. With Jia's supply of painkillers depleted, she requested more analgesic herbs, presumably intending to concoct another batch of pills. After a moment of relief, Jia observed Nanchu deftly toasting the hemostatic herbs, subsequently grinding the dried herbs in a powder using a stone mortar. On a table against the wall rested 2 stone bowls. One contained the powdered herbs, while the other held honey. "Jia, can you trust me to help you formulate the painkillers?" Nanchu inquired with curiosity. "From the way you handle the herbs, it appears your skills as a shaman apprentice are quite commendable," Jia replied with a wry smile as she reclined on the bed. Nanchu smiled at Jia, retrieving the 2 bowls and asking, "How many pills will this yield?" 15, all of which are the same size as the ones I just consumed," Jia responded. "Very well." Nanchu proportionally added the ground hemostatic herb powder into the bowl designated for the medicinal mixture, then slowly poured in the honey, blending the contents thoroughly. She stirred the amalgamation with a wooden stick, dividing it into 15 nearly identical balls, which she then placed upon a leaf to dry. "Jia, do you feel any better now?" Nanchu queried as she noticed the tension in Jia's brow easing slightly. "Much improved, Nanchu. Truly, I am grateful for your assistance. Had you not come today, I would have been forced to endure the agony of my bone pain alone," Jia expressed. "Jia, what could have caused such sudden pain in your leg? Even with healing bones, it shouldn't hurt so severely that you can't walk," Nanchu asked, her curiosity piqued. "You may not be aware, but that bone fissure which has yet to heal has been affected by the shaman's divine powers, causing it to manifest in such a manner. When I ingested the tiger bone herb, the shaman's power dissipated, resulting in excruciating pain as the bones began to regenerate," Jia candidly revealed. Upon hearing this, Nanchu instantly grasped that the individual responsible for Jia's unhealed bone injury was none other than the esteemed shaman, Ji Yunting. "Jia, how long will it take for your bones to completely heal?" Nanchu inquired again. "It will take at least 10 to 15 days. If you have the time, could you gather more analgesic herbs for me?" "The quantity of painkillers I consume daily is quite substantial," Jia replied. "The painkillers merely alleviate the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They can only be used temporarily when Jia can no longer endure the pain. And over time, their efficacy diminishes, necessitating an increase in dosage. I shall gather more," Nanchu affirmed. Each day, Nanchu and she would venture out from the tribe at the break of dawn in search of sustenance. Resembling little squirrels, hoarding any edible morsels they could find back to their humble tent. Over time, her tent had accumulated a considerable collection of items: dried red roots, white roots, well-prepared sweet treasures, along with various herbs she had foraged and those she had cultivated through sleepless nights. Nanchu's capacity to summon plant powers was somewhat limited. For the time being, she could only call forth the most ordinary herbs. She soon discovered that with frequent use of her botanical abilities, the range she could invoke would gradually expand. By the time she was capable of summoning analgesic herbs, half a month had passed. Observing the noticeably sturdier analgesic herbs in her hand, she mused, "When I train with Ji Yunting now, I should no longer be a hindrance to him." Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a violent tremor from the plant powers within her energy sea. surging forth in torrents. Could it be that Ji Yunting has unleashed his abilities? Mu Nanchu thought, hastily regaining control over the turbulent plant energies, which gathered in her palms. Analgesic herbs, purple flame herbs, money herbs. Any herb she could swiftly recall materialized from her hands, as if conjured without cost. However, witnessing such an abundance of herbs brought her no joy. The intertwining of her and Ji Yunting's powers, due to the black gold fruit, indicated that his turmoil was grave. His willingness to expose his capabilities to safeguard his life spelled trouble. Once the energies from her energy sea had been fully expended, Mu Nanchu felt a sudden brightness within her mind. Before everything faded to black, as Mu Nanchu collapsed, a small herb with emerald leaves and golden edges sprouted from her palm. Despite its modest size, it demanded a significant amount of plant energy. Only when Mu Nanchu's energy sea was nearly depleted did this little herb cease its growth. In the dimly lit tent, Mu Nanchu lay exhausted upon her bed, her brow furrowed as if haunted by a nightmare. Beside her, the small herb radiated a faint golden glow, which resonated with the golden light that had once flowed from her fingertip, gradually merging with her body to mend her obstructed meridians. The barren energy sea began to absorb the forest's ambient plant energy, as wisps of verdant light coalesced within, replenishing her depleted reserves. In a distant slumber, the high priest Ji Mu Yun suddenly awoke, stepping out of his stone abode to gaze into the shadowy forest, murmuring, "What is transpiring today? The energy within the forest is extraordinarily vibrant." As he pondered the situation, a vast expanse of emerald light drifted towards him from the woods, vanishing entirely above the Blue Dragon tribe. This is highly unusual. Could it be that the Beastman envoy is truly destined to be born within our Blue Dragon tribe? Ji Mu Yun exclaimed with excitement. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Mu Nanchu languidly awoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment. "What a splendid slumber," she remarked, stretching as she sat up. "Wait, what is this?" She belatedly noticed that the floor was strewn with herbs. "I wonder how Ji Yunting is faring. Yet, as long as I am well, I trust he is not facing any grave issues," Mu Nanchu silently reassured herself. Gathering the herbs, her attention was suddenly captured by a peculiar root. "This golden edge seems familiar," she mused, picking up the herb adorned with golden trim. That a name flashed in her mind. Phoenix grass, and it appeared to be of the 9-leaf variety. Phoenix grass is a premium healing herb found in swamps. And Mu Nanchu was astonished. Given her current capacity to summon plant energies, she should not have been able to conjure such a rarity. What had transpired the previous night? Why had her plant powers erupted in chaos? If she had not summoned such an abundance of herbs, she might have suffered damage to her meridians from the surging energies. Unable to decipher the mystery, Mu Nanchu decided not to dwell on it further. After gathering the herbs, she consumed a small meal before calling she to venture back into the forest in search of provisions for the winter. This day, Mu Nanchu and she did not delve deep into the woods. Instead, they collected sweet treasures, as Mu Nanchu sought a bone knife or a bone dagger, items of considerable worth that she could only obtain through trade within the tribe. "South Chu, what do you think has gotten into Ji lately? She hasn't emerged to bully the female beastmen for quite some time," she remarked as she gathered the sweet treasures from the ground. Her curiosity piqued. "Who knows what scheme she is plotting? A couple of days ago, I encountered her in the tribe, and she smiled at me. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that her smile was laced with malice." Mu Nanchu replied candidly, "I in the Blue Dragon tribe, which was neither too large nor too small." Mu Nanchu frequently crossed paths with familiar faces as she chatted. A sudden call from a beastman warrior echoed from afar. "Mu Nanchu, she. Where are you? Yunting and Yin have returned. Hurry back to the tribe." At the sound of the call, Mu Nanchu's heart skipped a beat. Unless there was a pressing matter, the beastman warriors would not seek them out. Grabbing her basket, she dashed toward the Blue Dragon tribe. Her mind raced blankly as countless faces and scenes flashed before her. Yet she saw nothing, her thoughts consumed by Ji Yunting's figure. In the plaza of the Blue Dragon tribe, a throng had already gathered. Uncertain of the situation, Mu Nanchu pushed her way through the crowd, eager to discover what had befallen Ji Yunting. "Nanchu is here." Ji Yin stood beside a beast hide stretcher, his body stained with blood. Beckoning to Nanchu, Nanchu felt her heart racing violently. On the stretcher lay Ji Yunting, who had his eyes tightly shut, his wounds grotesque and so severe that even Nanchu, accustomed to injuries, could scarcely bear to look. A gaping hole marred his chest. Although blood no longer flowed from it, signs of inflammation were already evident. Witnessing Ji Yunting in such a perilous state rendered Nanchu speechless with anxiety. She knelt beside the stretcher, grasping his hand tightly. As she checked Ji Yunting's pulse, it was faint to the point of nearly ceasing. A wave of icy dread washed over her. In haste, she searched for the beast-hide pouch hanging at Ji Yunting's waist. Relieved to find that the life-saving pills inside were gone, long as Ji Yunting still drew breath, she vowed never to abandon him. Nanchu, do not despair, Ji Yin comforted. I'm certain that Yunting will be fine. Soon, we shall have the great shaman examine him and prescribe some medicinal herbs. He will recover swiftly. Nanchu held Ji Yunting's hand tightly, a glimmer of emerald light subtly infused into his battered body. Ji Yunting's injuries were grave. Aside from the horrifying wound on his chest, there were several other open wounds scattered across his body that if such injuries had befallen an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed long ago. But it was only the formidable physique of a beast warrior that allowed him to endure. The severity of Ji Yunting's wounds left Nanchu hesitant to employ her plant-based abilities for immediate treatment. She could only use a small amount of her powers to preserve his life, intending to employ medicine to gradually heal him afterward. Point 2 of you. Quickly carry Yunting to the great shaman's stone hut, called a beast warrior who had jogged over. Today, the number of injured was overwhelming, and Ji Yunting had to wait ashore while before being admitted into the great shaman's stone hut. Ji Yin accompanied Ji Yunting inside, while Nanchu was not permitted entry. Left outside, she was a bundle of nerves, her anxiety palpable. As time ticked away, she watched the mouths of those around her move. Yet she heard not a sound. Nanchu, is Yunting all right? She rushed over, her chest rising and falling violently. She took Nanchu's hand, feeling it icy as if it were a block of ice on this summer day. Trembling uncontrollably, unsure where to place it, he is still in the great shaman's stone hut, Nanchu replied, her voice unervingly calm. Nanchu, Yunting will be fine. Our Blue Dragon tribe's great shaman possesses immense healing powers. He will surely ensure Yunting's safety, she assured her. I hope so. Nanchu felt as though she had waited a century for Ji Yunting to be brought out. That Ji Yan's face was a grim mask. And Nanchu's heart sank. Brother Yin, what did the great shaman say? Nanchu asked urgently. With reddened eyes, Ji Yin shook his head slightly, saying, let us first return Ji Yunting to the tent. Ji Yunting, gravely injured, had his fellow beast warriors come to visit, but Ji Yin barred their entry. Nanchu, the great shaman, said Yunting is gravely wounded. He prescribed some healing medicine that he mentioned that if Yunting does not develop a fever, he will prescribe additional medicine tomorrow. Whether Yunting can pull through depends entirely on his own strength. Ji Yin said gravely. Nanchu took the prescription scrawled in charcoal on a dry leaf, her small white teeth nearly biting through it in frustration. This prescription contained only ordinary healing medicine, utterly inadequate for such severe wounds. The great shaman had seemingly given up on Ji Yunting. Reluctant to provide him with proper medicine, could you bring me some hot water? I wish to cleanse the blood from Yunting's body. Finally regaining her composure, Nanchu knew she had to address Ji Yunting's wounds promptly. It was summer, and inflammation could be deadly. All right, I shall go at once. That she glanced at Ji Yin, who was filthy and resolved to fetch extra water. Nanchu removed all of Ji Yunting's beast-hide clothing. Crushing the healing herbs she had inadvertently nurtured into existence yesterday, using a stone mortar, mixing the herbal residue with the juice, and applying it directly to Ji Yunting's wounds. The wound on Ji Yunting's chest was alarmingly large and required stitching. Nanchu pondered for a moment before turning to Ji Yin, asking, Brother Yin, were there any goats among the beasts we hunted? There were a few thunderhorn goats. Brother Yin, I need the intestines of the thunderhorn goat. Could you fetch some for me? It is of great importance. Though Ji Yin was unaware of Nanchu's intentions for the goat intestines, he did not inquire further and complied with the request. Mu Nanchu possessed a few fishbone needles used for stitching beast hide skirts, but they were too coarse for suturing Ji Yunting's wounds. Thus, while Jian sought the goat intestines, she hurriedly took a smaller fishbone and began to grind it against a stone. Sharpening the coarse fishbone needle was no easy task. A moment's lapse in attention could result in injury to her fingers. As thoughts of saving Ji Yunting consumed her mind, she became careless. And by the time the fishbone needle was ready, her right thumb and index finger were both scraped raw. Crafting the goat intestine sutures was not difficult, and Mu Nanchu taught she the method. She took a piece of beast hide, dampened it, and gently wiped Ji Yunting's bloodied body. While doing so, she allowed a sliver of her planned abilities to rest in her hand, slowly aiding Ji Yunting in healing his damaged meridians. When Jian emerged from the great shaman stone hut, he understood in his heart that Ji Yunting would likely not have long to live, yet he could not bring himself to tell Mu Nanchu the harsh truth. He endeavored to assist her in any way she needed, hoping to spare her the depths of sorrow when Ji Yunting eventually passed. Brother Yin, take this medicinal powder and apply it to your own wounds. It will be more effective than the powder the great shaman provided. After tending to Ji Yunting's injuries, Mu Nanchu prepared some medicine for Ji Yin. Although Ji Yan's wounds were not life-threatening, they were still serious, and complete recovery would certainly take more than a couple of months. Nanchu, Jian tasted the medicinal powder she had given him, opening his mouth but failing to utter a single word of comfort. When the tribe distributes the meat, I will go and bring some back for Yunting. He has suffered such severe injuries that the tribe will surely allocate extra meat for him, Jian announced. Brother Yin, what fearsome beasts did you encounter? How did Yunting sustain such grave injuries? Mu Nanchu inquired. We had initially fared well, taking down 2 mammoths and several enormous black mountain bulls, but on our return journey with the spoils, we were ambushed by the earth leopard tribe. They set a trap to seize our prey, and Ji Yunting sustained these grievous injuries while defending our hold. Yin remarked that the earth leopard tribe could be considered a prominent clan in the Bailon forest. Due to their considerable distance from the Blue Flood tribe, the two factions had little interaction in the past, leaving them unaware of the reasons behind the sudden assault on Blue Flood's hunting party. The Earth Leopard tribe is particularly skilled in ambush tactics, and during this raid, several sub-beastmen and slaves lost their lives, over a dozen, along with 5 orc warriors who perished in battle. The bodies of the fallen orcs were not returned. Apart from the warriors who were buried, the sub-beastmen and slaves were carelessly discarded within the depths of Bailon Forest. That on the return journey, some severely injured slaves and sub-beastmen were poorly treated, leading to the deaths of several. Had Ji Yunting not been a second-tier orc before his injury, and had he not transformed into a sub-beastman due to his wounds, he might not have survived to return to the Blue Flood tribe, nor would he have sought the great shaman's assistance for his injuries. Upon hearing Jian's account, Mu Nanchu was struck by both the rigid hierarchical system of the orc world and the tense relations among the various tribes within Bailon Forest. If not for the sufficient number of orc warriors in the Blue Flood tribe, they might have been unable to transport their substantial haul of prey back, potentially falling victim to theft by stronger tribes. Although the hunting team returned with several severely injured members, this would not dampen the tribe's celebratory festivities that evening. As night fell, a massive bonfire was lit in the square, and Mu Nanchu, within her tent, could distinctly hear the joyous laughter and revelry of the orcs outside. Their summer hunt had yielded a bountiful harvest, suggesting that more younglings would survive the winter, thereby increasing the ranks of orc warriors in the Blue Flood tribe. Mu Nanchu brewed some medicinal herbs in a stone pot, the bubbling sounds quickly filling the tent with a strong herbal aroma. Ji Yunting, you must hold on that you've returned after taking the life-saving elixir. So don't let a minor inflammation take you away, she murmured while examining Ji Yunting's already swollen wounds. Perhaps the efficacy of the medicine she concocted was remarkable, or perhaps Ji Yunting possessed a robust recovery capacity. For as the rich scent of roasted meat wafted from the square, the furrow in Ji Yunting's brow began to ease. This was a promising sign. At the very least, his injuries were not causing him unbearable pain. Mu Nanchu rummaged through her herbs and realized she was missing several key ingredients. Unsure if Jia had any, she silently lamented her limited selection, having gathered only a few herbs during her time in the forest, and even fewer that could complement the phoenix grass. Taking a seat by the bedside, she utilized her botanical abilities to assess Ji Yunting's condition and found it relatively stable, with a basket filled with sweet treasure seeds in hand. She made her way to Jia's stone dwelling. Jia, I would like to exchange some sweet treasure seeds for medicinal herbs, Nanchu stated directly. Jia, whose leg had nearly healed, descended from her bed and glanced at the pristine, plump sweet treasure seeds in Nanchu's basket. Nanchu, I remember you wanted to trade these for a bone knife, that if you give them to me, it won't be easy for you to gather so many again. That's all right. Saving Yunting is of utmost importance that I can always gather more sweet treasure seeds later, Nanchu replied with a cheerful smile. Nanchu, do you realize how severe Yunting's injuries are? Jia inquired. Nanchu shook her head, then nodded. Deep down, she understood the gravity of Ji Yunting's condition, though she was uncertain of how others in the tribe perceived it. When Yunting left the great shaman's dwelling, the shaman did not apply the red dye to his face, indicating that his chances of survival are slim. Jia remarked. Nanchu was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an unspoken understanding within the Blue Flood tribe. Why hadn't Ji Yin mentioned this to her? Noticing Nanchu's shock, Jia surmised that she was unaware of Ji Yunting's dire prognosis. Nanchu, do you still wish to trade herb for Yunting? Jia expected Nanchu to hesitate, but instead, she responded decisively. Yes, I believe Yunting will not die. Even if he does, I will pull him back from the brink. If he dies, I shall follow him that moment. Nanchu still regarded her relationship with Ji Yunting as merely one of partnership, oblivious to the depth of her concern for him that surpassed mere collaboration. All right, tell me what herbs you need, and I will find them for you, Jia offered. Nanchu contemplated a simple recipe utilizing phoenix grass. Yet 2 essential herbs were certainly not worth a basket of sweet treasure seeds. Observing Jia unhesitatingly providing her with precious herbs, she replied, Jia, I will bring you something else in return. I cannot take these 2 valuable herbs without compensation. That's fine, Jia said joyfully. Although Jia and Nanchu had not spent much time together, she greatly appreciated Nanchu's straightforward nature. Now, witnessing her unwillingness to take advantage only deepened her admiration. Having collected the herbs, Nanchu hurried back to prepare the medicinal pills and left without further conversation. Nanchu, you're back. I noticed you hadn't prepared dinner, so I roasted you a piece of black mountain beef. Give it a try. It tastes rather good, Xie said. Rising from beside the bonfire, she pointed to a large chunk of beef wrapped in leaves beside the tent and continued. This was allocated to Yunting by the tribe. It's infuriating. He has suffered such severe injuries, and even a whole piece of black mountain beef is not excessive. Yet the chieftain insists that since Yunting is now a sub-beastman, he should not receive the same share as before. Seeing Xie's indignant expression, Nanchu chuckled. Xie, it's all right. The chieftain is correct. Yunting is now a sub-beastman, so it's fitting that he receives a share in accordance with that status. Nanchu, the chieftain is just taking advantage of Yunting's vulnerability. Look at Xiao Lu. He is also a sub-beastman, yet his parents are articulate and persuasive, and he receives far more meat than Yunting. Who can blame Yunting for having parents that neglect him? Xia, aren't you going to join the festivities in the square? I hear it's lively there again. Nanchu inquired curiously. Yin sent me back. You know he was injured. If I were to remain in the square now, he wouldn't be able to protect me, Xie replied, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. Nanchu was taken aback by Xie's response, her mind racing with thoughts that perhaps the orcs were rather open-minded. Xie, reluctant to return to her tent, decided to stay with Nanchu and enjoy the roasted meat as a late-night snack while Nanchu focused on processing the herbs. Phoenix grass is an extraordinary herb, and when combined with others, it quickly transformed into a vibrant green concoction in the stone pot. Before long, the pot, once full of herbs, was reduced to half a pot of dark liquid. Nanchu stirred the potion with a wooden stick to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. By the time Xie finished roasting 2 large chunks of beef, the liquid had thickened to a near paste. Nanchu, be careful. The medicine is hot, Xie exclaimed as she saw Nanchu remove the pot from the fire and immediately began to mold it into pills. It's all right. This potion will harden once it cools. I don't want to waste the effort I put into preparing it, Nanchu said with a smile. This batch of medicine yielded only 9 pills. and unwilling to waste what clung to the pot, she added a bowl of water to dissolve the remnants. Once the mixture was ready, she brought the bowl of medicine into the tent to give to Ji Yunting. There were no spoons available, and Nanchu struggled to lift Ji Yunting to encourage him to drink the medicine, but he resolutely refused to open his mouth, causing her considerable distress. It was imperative to consume the potion while it was still warm. Letting it cool would diminish its efficacy. Glancing at Ji Yunting's tightly shut lips, Nanchu steeled herself, took a sip of the potion, and pressed her lips against his. After swallowing the potion, Nanchu's face flushed crimson. Her heart raced violently, nearly leaping from her chest. "Nanchu, your relationship with Yunting seems quite close," Xie teased, having witnessed everything from outside the tent. "Not at all. He wouldn't drink the medicine, and it would lead to a fever." "I had no other choice," Nanchu retorted defiantly. Who would know that at that moment? Nanchu felt her cheeks burning, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Yin had not yet returned, and Nanchu and Xie sat on a stone outside the tent, chatting idly, when suddenly she noticed a tall figure approaching from a distance. Initially, she thought it was Ji Yin, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was Ji Yao. "Uncle Yao, what brings you here?" Nanchu, slightly taken aback, inquired. "Is Yunting well?" "I have brought him some medicine." Ji Yao retrieved a bundle wrapped in leaves from his bosom. Upon seeing the manner in which the leaves were wrapped, Nanchu discerned that it was likely a potion concocted by the Grand Shaman. "Uncle Yao, let us converse inside the tent." And Nanchu cast a knowing glance at she, signaling her to keep an eye on the situation outside. Ji Yao, with a solemn expression, stepped into the tent and approached to examine Ji Yunting's injury. To his astonishment, he found that Ji Yunting's wound had been stitched up. "Who performed this stitching on Yunting?" he asked in disbelief. "Is their problem, Uncle Yao? Is something amiss?" Nanchu questioned, puzzled. "Who else knows that you stitched up Yunting's wound?" Ji Yao pressed further. "Only Brother Yin." Upon hearing that only Ji Yin was privy to this matter, Ji Yao let out a significant sigh of relief, thankful that no one else had discovered it. Otherwise, it could have led to complications. "Nanchu, you must not let anyone else know about this." Noticing Ji Yao's grave demeanor, Nanchu's curiosity intensified. "Uncle Yao, what is troubling you?" "I merely stitched up Yunting's wound. Why do you seem so astonished?" Ordinary shaman apprentices would not possess the skill to stitch wounds. Even the Grand Shaman of the Blue Flood tribe would be incapable of such a feat. Only the Grand Shamans of the Kingdom of Yunjing are known for such expertise. Ji Yao replied candidly, feeling a pang of regret. Nanchu realized her oversight. What was she to do now? How could she fabricate a story to explain her ability to stitch wounds to Ji Yao? "Uncle Yao, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions towards Yunting or the Blue Flood tribe, that I merely seek a place to reside, where I can find sustenance and shelter from the elements." Nanchu stated earnestly. "Well, keep this matter to yourself. The efficacy of the potion I provided is commendable. Apply it to Yunting's wound twice daily, and it will not only prevent inflammation, but also promote swift healing." Ji Yao tactfully shifted the conversation, refraining from probing further into Nanchu's background. "I will apply the medicine to Yunting shortly," Nanchu replied, internally relieved that Ji Yao did not press for additional details. She recognized the necessity for greater caution in her actions within the tribe, lest she inadvertently expose herself to peril. After bidding farewell to Ji Yao, the night had deepened, and Nanchu examined the potion he had given her and noted its superior quality compared to the one she had brought back when she was injured. "Ah, there are even energy fluctuations within this potion. How remarkable," Nanchu mused. After ensuring the potion was in good condition, she proceeded to change Yunting's dressings, noting that this medicine was far superior to the herbs she had previously prepared. Once she had finished dressing Yunting's wounds, Nanchu checked the pill she had made from the phoenix grass earlier that day, finding them to be, as she had anticipated, rich in energy and significantly more potent than the shaman's potion. It appeared that while the Grand Shamans possessed remarkable medical skills, their concoctions paled in comparison to her own, as she utilized herbs nurtured by her botanical abilities, which undoubtedly contained more energy than those grown naturally. "Ji Yunting, I have used such precious phoenix grass on you. You must not let it go to waste. You need to wake up quickly." Mu Nanchu murmured as she gazed at the still figure of Ji Yunting. As the night grew late, she assumed no one would visit him again. Just as she was about to lower the tent flap to rest, she spotted Ji Grandpa, unsteadily approaching. The elderly Ji Grandpa, accustomed to foraging for wild fruits and vegetables, had gathered quite a haul that day. Upon learning of Ji Yunting's grave condition, he had not come to visit but instead turned towards the sacred lake. Mu Nanchu observed as Ji Grandpa placed a small, pristine pearl on Ji Yunting's bed and sat silently beside him for a while. She stepped forward to offer comfort to Ji Grandpa. "Do not worry. Yunting will be fine. Nanchu, you have worked hard. Given the severity of Yunting's injuries, I fear many will trouble you until he fully recovers." Ji Grandpa sighed softly. "Rest assured, Ji Grandpa, I will not abandon Yunting," Mu Nanchu replied, sensing the underlying reason for his concern. Female beastmen were exceedingly rare in the Blue Flood tribe, and now that all the beastmen outside were aware of Ji Yunting's precarious state, they might not be able to contain themselves and could come to trouble Mu Nanchu. Should Ji Yunting perish, the slave contract binding Mu Nanchu and him would dissolve, allowing her to seek the Grand Priest's assistance to become a free beastman and subsequently a companion to other beastman warriors. Acquiring a beautiful female beastman of the Snake Fox clan would be the dream of many beastman warriors. Even those who perceived Mu Nanchu as weak and seemingly unwell would likely seek her out. Furthermore, despite her gentle appearance, she had proven to be quite formidable in confrontations with the female beastmen of the Blue Flood tribe, which would certainly attract the attention of beastman warriors eager to curry favor. "Tomorrow morning, I will seek out Yao to ensure he looks after you. Nanchu, keep this pearl beneath Yunting's pillow and do not let anyone else see it," Ji Grandpa instructed mysteriously. "Ji Grandpa, what is the purpose of this white pearl?" Mu Nanchu inquired. The pearl Ji Grandpa had brought appeared unremarkable, resembling a pearl that emitted a faint white glow in the dim light. Mu Nanchu could vaguely sense a ripple of energy emanating from it. "This is a soul-calming pearl unique to the sacred lake. With this pearl, Yunting's spirit will remain at peace. Should the pearl cease to glow, it would mean Yunting has returned to the embrace of the beast god," Ji Grandpa replied gravely. "Ji Grandpa, Yunting possesses a robust vitality. He will be fine," Mu Nanchu reassured him. "Indeed, Nanchu, you should rest early. I will return to see Yunting tomorrow," Ji Grandpa said, reluctantly rising to take his leave. Exhausted, Mu Nanchu utilized her botanical abilities to assess Ji Yunting's condition once more. Finding no significant changes before finally lying down to sleep, in the past few days, she had struggled with insomnia, relying on the consumption of her botanical energy to find rest. Now, however, she fell asleep immediately upon touching her bedding. Her slumber was far from restful. She traversed between the apocalyptic realm and her current world, leaving her feeling utterly fatigued. "Nanchu, are you awake?" Shi's voice called from outside the tent. Nanchu jolted awake. Covered in a fur blanket and drenched in sweat, "I am awake," she replied, swiftly getting out of bed and opening the tightly shut door. "I came to see how Yunting is doing," she asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Both she and Jian were aware of the severity of Ji Yunting's injuries, and although her heart was heavy with sorrow, she forced herself to maintain her composure to support Mu Nanchu. Should anything happen to Ji Yunting, she wanted to be there to comfort Mu Nanchu. "He is doing quite well. He did not run a fever last night, which is a good sign," Mu Nanchu said, reaching out to check Ji Yunting's forehead, finding no signs of heat. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in Shi's heart. If Ji Yunting had not developed a fever, might he not awaken and recover after all? Just as the two were speaking, Ji Yun entered the tent. She eagerly shared Ji Yunting's condition with him. "Nanchu, I still have some meat over there. Let us take it to the Grand Shaman and see if we can exchange it for some better potions," Ji Yun suggested excitedly. Having experienced many battles, he understood well that Ji Yunting not running a fever on the first night was a very promising sign. Perhaps he would indeed pull through. "She, Brother Yin, thank you both that I only prepared some pills last night. For now, those should suffice for Yunting," Mu Nanchu declined graciously. "Nanchu, if the meat runs out, we can always go hunting again. But if a person is gone, they are truly lost." Xie stepped forward and grasped Mu Nanchu's hand. saying Xia merely assumed that Mu Nanchu was too shy to ask for a share of meat. Unaware that Mu Nanchu was actually disdainful of the great shaman's medicinal concoctions, if the medicine were of good quality, it would undoubtedly be quite expensive. The meager amount of flesh that Ji Yan had risked his life to procure would scarcely suffice for even 1 or 2 doses of the elixir. However, Xia was oblivious to these facts. Seeing that she could not persuade Mu Nanchu, she took her by the arm and firmly pulled her towards the great shaman's stone dwelling. Outside the stone hut, a considerable number of beastmen awaited their turn, including both male and female warriors. Yin stood at the edge of the queue, burdened with a piece of meat weighing 40 to 50 pounds, waiting for the great shaman to emerge. Although Ji Wushuang was not particularly old, his hair was streaked with gray, lending him an air of frailty. Everyone is lined up properly. Over the past 2 days, I have expended excessive shamanic energy healing the severely injured beastmen warriors of our tribe. Today, I shall treat only 10 individuals. Those who cannot be accommodated may return tomorrow, Ji Wushuang announced as he spoke. He coughed several times, appearing quite weak. Xia tugged at Mu Nanchu's hand, pushing into the crowd. Could the great shaman not provide some medicine for Nanchu? Yunting is gravely injured and is yet to awaken in the tent. Ji Wushuang glanced at the visibly embarrassed Mu Nanchu and replied coldly, Yunting's injuries are likely difficult to heal. I am quite occupied at the moment, but I will ask Li to prepare some herbs for Yunting shortly. His words clearly indicated his stance. It seemed that Ji Yunting would not survive, and Mu Nanchu and her companions need not trouble themselves further. It was better to reserve the good medicine for other beastmen warriors. Great shaman, we desire the finest medicine that I have brought the meat. Please let us know what we can exchange for it, Ji Yan stated, interpreting Ji Wushuang's dismissive tone as a fear that they could not offer an equivalent amount of meat. He quickly displayed the flesh he was carrying to Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow and said, Yin, did you not notice that there is no red pigment on Yunting's face? Your actions are deliberately provoking me. Great shaman, I am aware that Yunting's injuries are severe and likely difficult to treat, but he is my brother. I wish to try once more. What if luck is on his side? Ji Yin replied, suppressing his grief. Yin, you are merely wasting everyone's time and squandering our precious medicine. However, considering your contributions to the tribe, I will grant you a small quantity of medicine, but whether it will save Yunting, I cannot say, Ji Wushuang replied, turning to Li, who was following closely behind him. Li, fetch some healing powder for Yin. Upon hearing that Ji Wushuang was only providing a small amount of healing powder, Ji Yin was taken aback. Great shaman, healing powder is merely a basic medicine that we typically use it for minor injuries during training. Given that Yunting has been severely injured and have been unconscious for a day and night, it is certainly insufficient. Yin, are you the healer or am I? If you believe you can do better, why not take over the healing? Ji Wushuang retorted, clearly irritated. Yin felt his anger rise as the thought of Ji Yunting potentially dying overwhelmed him. Li, have you not always had feelings for Yunting? You cannot stand by and do nothing. Even if you cannot provide the best medicine, you should at least offer something of decent quality. I brought this much meat. Surely we could receive at least 1 vial in return. I lowered his gaze, speaking gently. Brother Yin, I truly have no choice. The medicine is far too important for our tribe. I cannot simply hand it out as favors. I am sorry. Yin, you are not a child anymore. Xia and Mu Nanchu are females who do not comprehend the importance of medicine. Do you not understand it either? A beastman waiting for the great shaman's treatment remarked coldly. Indeed, every time we hunt, many beastmen warriors are injured or killed. Why is it that no one else has caused a scene? It is only you, Ji Yin, who seems so taken with Ji Yunting's little slave. Your current behavior is merely an attempt to win the affection of the young female. Another beastman warrior laughed heartily. Mu Nanchu, who had been indifferent to the conversation, suddenly felt a surge of anger at the mention of the word slave. Ji Hai, you ought to watch your words and actions, that I am not a slave. And if I find out you continue to refer to me as such, I will not hold back, Mu Nanchu threatened, shaking her fist at the laughing Ji Hai. Seeing that Li was indifferent to Ji Yunting's plight and that the surrounding beastmen warriors seemed unconcerned with Ji Yunting's fate, Ji Yan's eyes gradually filled with bloodlust. Mu Nanchu, sensing the situation escalating, dashed forward and grasped Ji Yan's trembling arm. Since the great shaman refuses to provide us with medicine, let us not press the issue. Brother Yin, perhaps we have other means. Nanchu, the great shaman's medicine, is the most potent. Ji Yin gritted his teeth in frustration. Perhaps Jia might possess a medicine, Mu Nanchu suggested deliberately. Even if Ji Yin were to kneel and beg Ji Wushuang, the great shaman would likely still deny him any effective medicine. Thus, when Ji Yin heard Mu Nanchu mention Jia, he suddenly realized he had nearly forgotten that Jia's healing powers were also considerable. Seeking her out might indeed yield some valuable remedies. Let us go find Jia Ji Yin shot Ji Wushuang and Li a fierce glare before turning and leaving. Xie and Mu Nanchu followed closely behind him. Ji Wushuang observed Ji Yan's furious retreat and scoffed. A dying man does not deserve the medicine. As he uttered these words, the other beastmen present heard him clearly. Before long, word would spread throughout the entire Blue Flood tribe that Ji Yunting was indeed beyond saving. And the great shaman's conclusion would be taken as indisputable truth. After departing from Ji Wushuang's side, Mu Nanchu noticed the area was relatively empty. She quickly pulled Xie and Ji Yin aside and lowered her voice. Brother Yin, Xie, let us return to the tent. I have some medicine that Uncle Yao provided last night. Ji Yin, who had been consumed by emotion, paused in surprise. Really? Of course. Otherwise, with Yunting's severe injuries, he would have shown signs of fever last night. Mu Nanchu explained. She could not fully articulate the potency of the pill she had crafted, so she had to temporarily rely on the great shaman's remedies to appease them. Brother Yin, Xie, please do not speak of this. Uncle Yao delivered the medicine secretly last night, Mu Nanchu urged. All right, we will not mention it. That if the medicine Uncle Yao provided is insufficient, I will take the meat to his home and ask him to assist us in exchanging for more medicine. Ji Yin replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Uncle Yao provided me with enough for 5 days. Let us allow Yunting to take it for a while. Perhaps he will recover before the 5 days are up. Mu Nanchu suggested. Very well, Ji Yin agreed. Seeing that Ji Yin and Xie trusted her words, Mu Nanchu felt a great sense of relief in her heart. Thankfully, Uncle Ji Yao had delivered the medicine last night. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to convince Ji Yin and Xie not to waste their meat and provisions. After seeing off Xie and Ji Yin, Mu Nanchu returned to the tent to check on Ji Yunting's injuries once more. After using some medicine the previous day, his wounds had improved significantly, yet he remained exceedingly weak. Mu Nanchu dared only to use a minuscule amount of her plant-based abilities to assist in his healing. For if she miscalculated and used too much, Ji Yunting might very well succumb on the spot. Yunting, you must recover soon. Everyone is worried about you, Mu Nanchu whispered softly by his ear as she took a glance at the soul-calming pearl. Perhaps the medicine was taking effect, or perhaps Ji Yunting's self-healing capabilities were exceptionally strong, but Mu Nanchu felt that the soul-calming pearl appeared even brighter today than it had the day before. Mu Nanchu contemplated that she might not be able to venture into the forest to gather food for quite some time. However, once Ji Yunting awakened, she would certainly ensure he received nourishment to recuperate. To procure meat, she would need to be more diligent and weave more baskets. When Grandfather Ji returned to check on Ji Yunting, Mu Nanchu would ask him to keep an eye on Ji Yunting while she retrieved the slender thorny branches stored at her secret base. Baskets woven from water-soaked branches would be far sturdier than those made from fresh ones, allowing her to exchange for more meat when she ventured out. Nanchu, be careful on your way, Grandfather Ji said. Somewhat worried, Mu Nanchu gently nodded and proceeded to walk outside the tribe. The heat of the day began to rise, prompting many female orcs to venture into the forest in search of food, while the morning still held a modicum of coolness. As Mu Nanchu stepped out, she noticed a great number of people bustling about in the tribe, and she thought to herself that with so many around, surely no one would dare to cause her trouble at this hour. Unfortunately, some individuals possessed a thickness of skin rivaling that of a city wall. Ji Yunting, though still alive, eagerly approached Mu Nanchu. Where are you off to, Nanchu? Ji Yunting inquired with a smile, blocking her path. I'm just going to the forest to gather some food, Mu Nanchu replied dismissively. Nanchu, I've heard that Yunting is hanging on by a thread. Have you considered severing the slave contract with him now? Ji Yunting continued. Mu Nanchu paused in surprise. She was aware that the high priest seemed to possess a method to dissolve the slave contract, but that was only applicable when the master had perished. Ji Yunting was still alive. After all, why would Ji Yunting make such a statement? There's no need, Nanchu said, suppressing her curiosity and casting Ji Yunting a disdainful glance as she continued on her way. However, Ji Yunting, like a tenacious dog, again obstructed her path, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Nanchu, what do you gain from following that sub-beast Ji Yunting? I am a second-tier orc. Each time I hunt, I bring back a substantial amount of meat. If you were to accompany me, you would no longer need to scavenge in the forest for food, and you could even reside in a stone house. What could be wrong with that? Have you forgotten that you already have a partner and children? Nanchu retorted bluntly, exposing Ji Yunting's deceit. If memory serves, during our first meeting, you even asked Yunting for help in hunting, aside from Ji Yunting's ability to hunt for meat. The only other source of sustenance in his household was Feng Lan, a shaman who could concoct medicines to sell to other orcs in the tribe, with only 2 earners and 3 adults plus 1 child consuming resources. It was foolish for Nanchu to consider becoming Ji Yunting's partner, that if she fell for his lies, she would likely find herself subjected to humiliation upon entering his home. Faced with Nanchu's revelations, Ji Yunting's expression twisted into one of malice. Nanchu, don't be so self-important. If it weren't for your slight beauty, do you think I would even glance at a slave like you? A scrawny thing, not even worth a few rounds and be the ass he spoke. Ji Yunting's eyes leered over Nanchu's figure, and he suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head. I knew it. Ji Yunting has brought you back for quite some time, and yet you seem to be in perfect health. It turns out that Ji Yunting hasn't even had the chance to bed you. Ji Yunting's laughter was grating to the ears, and Nanchu narrowed her eyes, quickly clenching her fist, and without hesitation, aimed a punch at Ji Yunting's eye. She put all her strength into that blow, wishing to shatter the smile from Ji Yunting's face. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ji Yunting shouted in astonishment, not expecting to be unable to evade Nanchu's strike, that he moved to the side with all his speed. Yet Nanchu's fist still connected with the corner of his eye. In that moment, Ji Yunting felt a sharp pain, nearly unable to open his eye, tears welling up from the force of the blow. If you dare to speak nonsense in front of me again, I will gladly ensure that your other eye meets a similar fate, Nanchu stated bluntly. Numerous orcs meandered about in the Blue Flood tribe, and as Ji Yunting confronted Nanchu, many of them stopped to watch. Among them were several orc warriors who, upon hearing that Ji Yunting had not retaliated against Nanchu, felt intrigued. After Nanchu struck Ji Yunting, the warriors were left in shock. Ji Yunting was a second-tier warrior, and for a female orc like Nanchu to land a blow on him was no ordinary feat. Nanchu, Ji Yunting is barely clinging to life. Once he dies, you will be left without a master, and then you will see what awaits you. Ji Yunting hissed through clenched teeth. The Blue Flood tribe had its own set of rules. Even if Ji Yunting was a sub-beast, it was not so simple to claim a slave bound by the contract. Even if you die, Yunting will remain unharmed. You should abandon that hope, Nanchu replied without hesitation. With a sense of urgency to reach her secret base and retrieve the thorny branches, Nanchu chose not to linger further with Ji Yunting. She turned and headed toward the sacred lake, leaving the Blue Flood tribe behind. The orc warriors, who had just witnessed the unfolding drama, began to discuss Nanchu amongst themselves. I never would have guessed that such a small female orc could possess such strength. That punch, how fast was it? If I were to spar with Ji Yunting, I wouldn't dare to bet on landing a hit. One remarked, how did I not notice before? That little female orc from the Snake Fox tribe is quite beautiful. Another added, when she first arrived at our tribe, she seemed as fragile as a cub. Yet now she is transformed into such a fierce presence. Fierce, yet adorable. If only she could be my partner. I've heard that Ji Yunting is gravely injured and may not survive, that I wonder who will be fortunate enough to become Nanchu's partner. They continued to speculate, while the male and female orcs expressed jealousy and outrage, openly decrying Nanchu. Inwardly, they cursed her lineage. Eye in their eyes. A cunning vixen who could ensnare orc warriors should be expelled from the Blue Flood tribe, lest the warriors become distracted and forsake their duties. Amidst the commotion, no one noticed Jiyu, who was hiding behind a stone house not far away. The malicious grin played on his lips as his piercing blue eyes, reminiscent of a serpent, followed Nanchu's disappearing figure. Not wishing to engage in the warriors' chatter, Ji turned and made his way back to the Stonehouse district, not returning home, but instead heading toward Ji Feng's residence. The discord between Ji Feng and Ji Yunting was not a recent development, and Ji knew that Ji Feng would be more than willing to assist him. "Brother Feng, once I succeed, Ji Yunting should soon draw his last breath," Ji said with a smile. "Just be aware of what you're doing. These powders are potent. Use them wisely," Ji Feng cautioned, handing Ji a leaf-wrapped package. "Thank you, Brother Feng, I won't let you down," Ji replied, carefully placing the package into his bosom. Though Ji's thoughts lingered on Nanchu, he hastily departed with the medicine in hand. Observing Ji's urgency, Ji Feng scoffed. "Ji Yunting, this is your day of reckoning that I once thought you were formidable and capable of a counterattack. But alas, it seems you will perish as such." While Nanchu was anxious to reach her secret base to procure the thorny branches, she remained exceptionally cautious during her journey. After all, it was Ji Yunting's secret base, and she had no desire to expose it. The orc warriors were known for their agility, though Ji was only a first-tier orc. Following Nanchu, a female orc proved to be quite effortless, and as Nanchu reached the edge of the sacred lake, she sensed that someone was tailing her. "Who is there? Show yourself," Nanchu called out, her gaze scanning the dense forest nearby with vigilance. Unaware that his presence had been detected, Ji sauntered out from the woods, a grin on his face. "Nanchu, what a coincidence. Are you here to gather wild fruits?" "Not at all a coincidence that you've been following me for quite a while. Ji, I know exactly what you're planning. You might as well abandon that notion," Nanchu said, resuming her distance along the sacred lake's edge. It was the height of summer, and many orcs were out foraging for wild fruits and vegetables near the lake. Realizing that he had lost the element of surprise, Ji lightly brushed the medicine powder in his pocket, sneering. "So what if you escape today? Can you possibly evade tomorrow as well?" Nanchu stealthily approached the vicinity of the secret base, subtly unleashing her botanical powers. Once assured that no one was around, she retrieved a bundle of brambles from within the base. The brambles were not particularly thick, yet the sizable bundle contained numerous stems, and Nanchu estimated that even if she spent the entire day weaving baskets in her tent, this amount would suffice. In her mind, it was merely a bundle of brambles, something she could certainly carry alone. However, as she trudged toward the tribe with the brambles slung over her shoulder, she soon realized her petite frame lacked the necessary strength. While she could muster a burst of energy to intimidate others, sustaining it proved impossible. Before she could reach the Lanjiao tribe, a searing pain shot through her shoulder. Surely, she hadn't scraped her skin. Had she? Her delicate body seemed excessively fragile, and to think that in such a short time, her shoulder had already been chafed. Gritting her teeth, Nanchu muttered to herself as she walked. Once Ji Yunting had recovered, she vowed to undertake a rigorous training regimen. Even if she couldn't sculpt six-pack abs, she needed to strengthen herself enough to carry a bundle of brambles without suffering injuries. Upon returning to the tribe with the brambles, Nanchu neglected to eat lunch and devoted herself to weaving baskets. Even as her fingertips became sore and blistered, she persisted. Throughout the day, numerous orc warriors passed by her tent, some deliberately and others inadvertently. When they observed Nanchu weaving, realization dawned upon them. No wonder Ji Yunting was so eager to seek her out. It was because she possessed the skill of basket weaving. As twilight descended, Grandpa Ji returned to his tent, reminding Nanchu to remain vigilant as she slept. Reflecting on the day's events, she recognized that several orc warriors had harbored ill intentions. Thus, that night, she promptly secured the tent door. And without lighting a fire, it appeared from the outside as though she had already retired for the night. In the darkness, Nanchu sat cross-legged beside Ji Yunting, her hands glowing with a verdant light. Threads of energy flowed into Ji Yunting's body, aiding in the healing of his wounds. The tent was enveloped in an eerie silence as Nanchu regulated her breathing, fully immersing herself in the night. In her mind, the intricate pathways of Ji Yunting's injuries became vividly clear. Just as she concentrated on healing him, a faint rustle of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Initially, she assumed it was Ji Yin or she, but upon the footsteps halting without uttering a word or making any other sound, she swiftly realized that the visitor was not Ji Yin. Quietly retracting her botanical powers, she tiptoed to the tent entrance to grasp a wooden stick that lay there. As the tent flaps parted, Nanchu immediately recognized the intruder. Ji, are you seeking death? She exclaimed, and as the words left her mouth, she swung the stick towards Ji Yu's face, startled by her sudden outburst. Ji Yu dropped the powder he had been holding, scattering it all over Nanchu. You? Ji Yu stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts after being struck by Nanchu's blow, and promptly fainted. She kicked him lightly, still feeling uneasy, and delivered 2 additional strikes to his head before mustering all her strength to drag him into the nearby bushes. Thinking of causing trouble for me without considering your capabilities, Nanchu muttered as she dusted off her clothes. It was only then that she realized that in her focus on striking Ji Yu, he had seemingly sprinkled something fragrant over her. Though she was unsure of its nature, she sniffed but detected no unusual scent, so she returned to the tent. Nanchu, Ji Yunting, who had just been lying unconscious, suddenly awoke. Nanchu was taken aback and hurried over. Asking, Yunting, are you feeling better? A bit dizzy, Ji Yunting replied weakly. She assisted him in sitting up and poured him a glass of water, saying, you haven't had proper food for 2 days. Your body must be weakened. Causing the dizziness, Ji Yunting's awakening was quite abrupt, catching Nanchu off guard. She lit a small fire, roasted the leftover rye from lunch, and ground it in a stone mortar to prepare a warm porridge for him. Here, hold the bowl. Your arm is injured, so it's best not to move, she instructed. Perhaps due to the fire's intensity or the heat of the day, Nanchu felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her. Despite drinking a large bowl of cool water, it did little to alleviate her discomfort. Yunting, is there anywhere else you feel unwell? After Ji Yunting drank a hearty bowl of rye porridge, Nanchu inquired again. Though he had just awakened, he felt his recovery was progressing well. Aside from some pain at the site of his wounds, he was otherwise fine. Nanchu, I'm fine, but why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Ji Yunting placed his hand on Nanchu's forehead, realizing it was burning hot. At the moment Ji Yunting's cool hand made contact with her forehead, Nanchu involuntarily shivered. It felt as though a fire ignited within her, and, at his touch, it erupted, scattering all her rationality. If she had been unclear about the fragrant powder Ji Yu had sprinkled on her earlier, the changes within her body now illuminated the truth. What's wrong? Your face is burning, and your hands are so warm, Ji Yunting exclaimed, worry evident in his voice. Nanchu bit her lip, struggling to suppress her body's instinctive reactions. The soft green glow emanated from her palm as a small medicinal herb materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she placed the herb in her mouth and began to chew. The herb was extremely bitter at first, but as she chewed, it gradually turned sweet. Why isn't there any effect? Nanchu lamented, feeling as if her body was slipping from her control, her words dripping with sweetness as if they could be molded. Nanchu, you? Ji Yunting was astonished, having never witnessed or summoned medicinal herbs before. Looks like today I'll need your help to detoxify me, she murmured, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Ji Yunting. The detoxification herb she had summoned was the most potent antidote she had conjured thus far using her botanical powers. Yet after consuming it, she felt no relief. I help you detoxify. Ji Yunting was utterly bewildered, having no understanding of the situation. Close your eyes and don't look at anything. If you dare to peek, I'll gouge your eyes out, Nanchu said, her brow furrowed as she spoke sternly. Yet, in her current state, she lacked any real ferocity. Her shimmering eyes merely conveyed a sense of helplessness, resembling a child pouting rather than a threat. Seeing Ji Yunting's bewildered expression, Nanchu swiftly draped a blanket over his head. Just as Ji Yunting was about to inquire about her condition, he felt her warmth as she leaned down and tugged at his fur skirt. In that instant, Ji Yunting froze. Unable to move a muscle, he felt a sharp pain in his vulnerability as Nanchu muttered, how should I handle this? Nanchu, are you certain this is what you want? Ji Yunting, regaining his senses after a lengthy pause, felt his throat dry. Shut up, Nanchu shouted in exasperation, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous couples express their affections. Yet how to initiate such intimacy remained a mystery to her. Ji Yunting, tearing the blanket from his head, saw Mu Nanchu carefully avoiding his injuries as she positioned herself atop him. "But I'm not. I want tea." Mu Nanchu began to protest, only to be silenced by Ji Yunting's lips. "Given my current state, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. If I were to deny you, I would be a woefully inadequate master." Ji Yunting held Mu Nanchu tenderly in his embrace, as if she were a fragile blossom. The weather in the Lanbei forest during summer was notoriously capricious. The first half of the night was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, only to be abruptly replaced by a tempest of thunder and pouring rain in the latter half. Mu Nanchu, like a solitary leaf tossed upon the tumultuous sea, was repeatedly engulfed by the waves, until Ji Yunting inadvertently compelled her latent plant-based powers to surface. Within the Blue Serpent tribe, amidst the torrential downpour, all the beastmen lay in slumber, oblivious to the ethereal green and blue lights entwined within the small tent shared by Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu. Amidst this verdant and cerulean glow, two streams of golden energy danced. The bright yellow emanated from Mu Nanchu, while the deeper hue originated from Ji Yunting. As dawn broke, the sun ascended punctually, droplets of water clinging to the emerald leaves. Inside the tent, Mu Nanchu lay exhausted in Ji Yunting's arms, her posture somewhat awkward as her hand rested on his sun-kissed chest, deliberately avoiding the wound that marred his skin. My waist aches," Mu Nanchu murmured as she roused slowly, instinctively reaching to rub her sore back. "Nanchu, be careful of my injury," Ji Yunting cautioned in her drowsy state. Mu Nanchu inadvertently brushed against his wound, awakening him from his slumber with a jolt of pain. Upon seeing their current predicament, Mu Nanchu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she hastily pulled a hide blanket over herself. Ji Yunting's disheveled appearance struck her like a bolt of lightning. She felt as though her eyes might burn from the sight. With a swift motion, she leapt from the bed and tossed Ji Yunting's hide skirt back onto the mattress. "Nanchu, have you forgotten? I'm still injured, and I cannot don a hide skirt by myself," Ji Yunting remarked with a playful smile, watching her flustered attempts. "You truly are a brute. How could you bear to take advantage of someone as fragile as I?" Mu Nanchu retorted through gritted teeth. "Nanchu, who is the brute here? I woke up yesterday, my body covered in wounds, and you proceeded to torment me in various ways that I fought tooth and nail to help you with your poison. And yet you turn around and blame me." Ji Yunting feigned innocence. As Mu Nanchu's hands froze while attempting to dress in the hide skirt, she pondered. Perhaps Ji Yunting had a point, yet something felt amiss. "Then just help me with the antidote once. Why did you need to put me through all those trials?" She shot back, her cheeks flushed. "Nanchu, come here," Ji Yunting beckoned. Confused, Mu Nanchu, having donned the hide skirt, tossed the blanket onto the bed, covering Ji Yunting's sun-kissed skin. Just as she leaned closer, Ji Yunting swiftly swept her into his embrace, kissing her with such fervor that her thoughts momentarily ceased. "Nanchu, I will take responsibility for you. From this day forth, you are my true partner, and I shall strive to hunt diligently to provide you with a stable life," Ji Yunting declared earnestly, releasing her. "Yesterday was merely an accident. Ji Yunting, do not overthink it," Mu Nanchu replied, attempting to push him away, but her strength paled in comparison to his. "Nanchu, do you wish to become the partner of another beastman warrior?" Ji Yunting's azure gaze bore into her with grave seriousness. "I never intended to seek a partner," Mu Nanchu admitted, feeling unnerved by Ji Yunting's penetrating stare, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "I do not care. You took advantage of my vulnerable state, and now I shall consider you my partner. Should you dare to betray me with another beastman warrior, I will not hesitate to end him." Ji Yunting spoke coldly. Mu Nanchu was left dumbfounded by Ji Yunting's words. While it seemed she had initiated their previous encounter, she could not shake the feeling of being ensnared by him. What should she do now? Was she truly to unwittingly bind herself to Ji Yunting? Sitting on the bed, Ji Yunting sensed her silence and felt a pang of melancholy. It became clear to him that in Mu Nanchu's heart, their encounter had merely been a means to an end for the antidote. She still harbored intentions of leaving after repaying her debt for the black gold fruit. With this realization, Ji Yunting's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was determined to make it so that Mu Nanchu would have no choice but to remain with him. After all, The black gold fruit was not something one could easily procure. By the time Nanchu bore him offspring, she would likely still be searching for it, and he was confident she would not contemplate departing from him then. This is how it shall be. I will strive to ensure that Nanchu quickly bears me a child, he resolved. Yunting, grant me a bit more time, Nanchu suddenly spoke. For her, love was an unfamiliar territory, having survived in the apocalyptic world for so long. She had witnessed countless couples turn against each other over the simplest of needs, to be honest. Nanchu held little faith in love. Very well, I shall grant you time. However, Nanchu, I am hungry. Please prepare something to eat for me, Ji Yunting requested. Realization dawned on Nanchu, recalling that Ji Yunting had not had a proper meal since returning to the tribe. It had been 2 days, and he must have been starving. I will make you some rye porridge right away, she assured him. Following the method from the previous day, Nanchu prepared a bowl of rye porridge for Ji Yunting and set some semi-dried sweet treasure beans to soak in clean water, planning to concoct a large pot of sweet treasure porridge for him shortly. Did it rain last night? Nanchu inquired as she peeked outside the tent, noticing the muddy ground, which clearly indicated a heavy downpour had occurred. Ji Yunting, seated on the bed and preparing to rise, raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his performance last night had been commendable, for Nanchu was unaware of the tempest that had raged. As Nanchu exited the tent and glanced at the spot where she had discarded Ji Yunting, she found it empty. She mused that the rain must have awakened him. He deserved it for being left outside all night. Yet, she thought, perhaps he should have endured a few more blows. Had it not been for that scoundrel's strange powder, she would not have succumbed to poisoning. The memory of her audacity the night prior made her wish for a place to hide. Nanchu, you are awake. How is Yunting's injury? She approached her as she opened the tent flap, and Nanchu hesitated momentarily, pondering whether perhaps Ji Yunting was feeling better now. Her own waist still ached. He is better. Yunting woke up last night and is now in the tent. I am preparing some sweet treasure beans for him, she replied. I have some meat. I will fetch it. Eating only sweet treasure beans won't suffice, she exclaimed, visibly delighted. Before Nanchu could stop her, she dashed back into the tent to share the good news with Ji Yunting. The news of Ji Yunting's awakening was indeed a cause for celebration. The Ji Yunting provided Nanchu with some of their limited fresh meat, and together with he set out to forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms. After summer rains, when the sun emerged, mushrooms that were seldom seen would sprout abundantly. Upon hearing she mentioned mushroom foraging, Nanchu decided to summon Grandpa Ji to watch over Ji Yunting, with a basket in hand. She ventured into the forest, hoping to find some quality mushrooms. Nanchu, I am feeling much better. There is no need for Grandpa to come care for me, Ji Yunting remarked, unable to suppress his frown upon seeing Nanchu call for Grandpa Ji. You just woke up last night, and your injuries have not fully healed. With Grandpa Ji here, I can feel more at ease, Nanchu insisted as she rushed out, leaving no room for Ji Yunting to protest. Wait for me. Nanchu's voice called from outside the tent. Ji Yunting pondered. Just last night, she had complained of her sore back, yet now she seemed to show no signs of discomfort as she headed off to forage for mushrooms. This little trickster had certainly deceived him. Wait a moment. Is Nanchu perhaps shy? Is she using mushroom foraging as an excuse to avoid me? With this thought, Ji Yunting's irritation dissipated, replaced by a flicker of delight. Grandpa Ji, upon seeing Nanchu exit the tent, chastised, Yunting, you are being reckless. You should not be so careless with your injuries. You noticed, Grandpa? Ji Yunting replied sheepishly, scratching his head, and Nanchu had become entirely his. From now on, wherever she went, all Beastman warriors would recognize her as his partner. Let me see your injury. You both consumed the black gold fruit together, and during your first encounter, the energy fluctuations can be quite significant. Grandpa Ji observed. Nanchu has already shown me. She said my recovery ability is remarkably strong, that I was quite weak yesterday, yet today I feel as robust as an ox. However, I do have 2 severe fractures that require more time to heal properly. Ji Yunting explained. Ji Yunting spoke. That's good. Now, the orc warriors throughout the entire tribe believe your days are numbered. Nanchu is an exceptionally talented female. Many orc warriors have already begun to take an interest in her. Grandpa Ji said solemnly that I understand. Grandpa, I will recover soon, Ji Yunting replied. Last night, Nanchu suddenly became so proactive. She must have been influenced by someone. Just the thought of what might have happened if she hadn't had the willpower to resist. If I had woken up at that moment, I would have used the little energy I have left to kill that orc warrior, he mused. Yunting, you have seen the soul-calming pearl, haven't you? Grandpa Ji inquired again. Yes, as soon as I woke up, I felt its presence, Ji Yunting responded. This soul-calming pearl was left behind by your mother, and I have kept it in the sacred lake all these years. Now that you have grown, it is time for it to return to its rightful owner, Grandpa Ji sighed. My mother. Ji Yunting was taken aback, having thought the pearl belonged to Grandpa Ji, not realizing it was his mother's. This soul-calming pearl does not originate from our blue dragon tribe. It was brought here by your mother, Grandpa Ji explained. While the sacred lake of the blue dragon tribe also produces soul-calming pearls. Those merely stabilize the soul and typically treat minor ailments like insomnia. However, the pearl your mother brought seems to possess far greater powers. When Ji Yunting's mother passed away, she entrusted it to Grandpa Ji with the instruction to give it to him when he advanced to a third-tier beastman. Due to Ji Yunting's severe injuries, Grandpa Ji decided to present the pearl to him early. Ji Yunting had scant memories of his mother, let alone her relics. His slightly rough fingers gently caressed the smooth surface of the pearl, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. All right, Yunting, do not dwell on this too much. Hurry to bed and rest. Only then will your wounds heal swiftly, Grandpa Ji urged. Grandpa, my injuries aren't that serious, so please don't worry about me. It was indeed strange. Although he had felt weak the night before, after becoming a true partner with Nanchu, his wounds seemed to have healed significantly overnight. Could this be the effect of the healing herb? The black gold fruit? Yet it didn't seem so. Ji Yunting recalled the image of Nanchu summoning herbs with her palm. Could it be because of Nanchu? He remembered how hurriedly she had gone out to gather mushrooms that morning. And a smile crept onto his lips. Was she shy? Did she not dare to face him? In the forest, Nanchu was searching for mushrooms with she and Ji Yin, carrying a basket. She had sneezed several times, thinking to herself, who is speaking of me behind my back? Nanchu, there are many white mushrooms over here. Hurry up, she called out from a distance. Beside, she were 7 or 8 female orcs, all gathering the snow-white mushrooms scattered on the ground. That I'm coming, Nanchu replied. Have you heard? Last night, Ji got soaked in the rain, and this morning he came down with a fever. He seemed so robust. How could he fall ill from a little rain? While gathering mushrooms, Nanchu froze momentarily, thinking you deserved to fall ill. Thankfully, Ji Yunting had awakened yesterday. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine the consequences of that cursed medicinal powder. Now, reflecting on it, she wished she could give Ji a good thrashing. One female orc chuckled softly. I remember an interesting term. What was it? Ah, yes, externally strong but internally weak. Haha, I know that term. Several female orcs whispered and laughed quietly. Nearby, Lin Yihuan raised her eyebrows, thinking how the Blue Dragon tribe and the Yunjing kingdom had numerous intersections. Such an advanced term was known to them. As Nanchu learned more about the Yunjing kingdom, her curiosity grew. It seemed like an entirely different world amidst the wilderness, with a civilization far more advanced than these orc tribes. The individual who established the Yunjing kingdom was truly remarkable. He had managed to carve out a niche in this wild land, planting the seeds of civilization. Just a few hundred years had passed, and the influence of the Yunjing kingdom on the surrounding orc tribes was immense. She believed that, given time, the orc tribes would soon shed their barbaric lifestyles and enter a more civilized era. Nanchu, what are you thinking? I've already gathered a whole basket of mushrooms. While you've only picked half, she asked curiously. Nothing much, I'll catch up shortly, Nanchu replied. Nanchu, once you finish gathering mushrooms, head back to the tribe, but I'll look around to see if I can hunt some small game. Ji Yin said. With Ji Yunting gravely injured, Ji Yin wanted to bring back some fresh meat for him. All right, and it just rained heavily and the forest is slippery, so be careful, she reminded. She and Nanchu returned to the tribe with 2 baskets of mushrooms. And she thought there were still plenty of mushrooms in the forest. She went to fetch a larger basket to gather more. Nanchu, I'm going to grab another basket of mushrooms. We'll have mushroom soup for lunch, she declared. Sure, I'll prepare the mushroom soup for lunch. So you and Yin Yunting need to cook, Nanchu responded. Ji Yin, and she had been helping her, and Ji Yunting. So making lunch for them was the least she could do. Nanchu is back. I'll take my leave now, Grandpa Ji said with a smile as he looked at Nanchu. Grandpa, please come over for lunch later. I'll be making a large pot of mushroom soup. These fresh mushrooms will surely be delicious, Nanchu invited. All right. Once Grandpa Ji learned that Ji Yunting's injuries were not severe, he immediately regained his spirits, eager to create opportunities for Ji Yunting and Nanchu to spend time together, thus removing himself from the scene. Though Grandpa Ji was so actively creating chances for the two, the shy Nanchu didn't even dare to enter the tent, let alone speak with Ji Yunting. Outside the tent, Nanchu lit a fire and placed the sweet treasure beans she had soaked since morning into the pot to simmer. Given Ji Yunting's serious injuries, the soft and easily digestible sweet treasure beans were an excellent choice. The sweet treasure beans were aptly named. After just a short time of simmering, Nanchu was greeted with a rich, sweet aroma. While the sweet treasure beans cooked, Nanchu washed another large basket of mushrooms, breaking them into smaller pieces by hand. She then sautéed them with some cured meat, filling the pot with mushrooms. Once they softened, she added half a pot of water and half a dried pearl chicken to simmer slowly. The orcs living in the tent area were mostly impoverished and struggling to find food. The delightful scent of sweet treasure beans and mushroom chicken soup immediately attracted several younglings to gather around. Scatter now. This is for the injured orc warriors, and you little ones have no business here. Nanchu smiled as she saw a circle of young orcs gathered. Her household had so little food, she barely had enough for herself, let alone to share with the younglings. Nanchu. A few kids have been staring at the food for ages. Just give them a little something to satisfy their cravings, Gu said, pouting slightly to Ji. You was slightly older than Nanchu. Ever since Nanchu and Ji Yunting moved nearby, Gu's partner, Ji Linshan, had been stealing glances at Nanchu, a female orc. Gu understood all too well what the glimmer in Ji Linshan's eyes meant. Thus, she had disliked Nanchu from the start. Now that Ji Yunting was gravely injured and rumored to be on the brink of death, Ji Linshan had taken stock of their food supplies, contemplating whether he could support Nanchu if he brought her into their home. The thought of it filled Gu with resentment towards Nanchu. Nanchu was a young and beautiful female orc. If she became Ji Linshan's partner, her future would likely be grim. Hence, Gu's hostility towards Nanchu was quite intense. That I've only prepared a little sweet treasure beans. I can't share them with all these little ones, Nanchu said. The sweet treasure beans were precious, and she was reluctant to give them to these unrelated younglings. Ji was determined to make Nanchu suffer. She smirked. Oh, didn't Nanchu also prepare a pot of mushroom soup? Surely 2 pots of food would be enough to share with the little ones. Nanchu raised an eyebrow slightly. She was not a fool. Upon hearing Gu's words, she immediately sensed something amiss. She secured the pot lid and stood up, casting her gaze towards Gu in the distance. With a measured tone, she addressed Gu. Since you are so compassionate, why not prepare a large pot of sweet treasure grains and mushroom soup to share with the little ones in the tribe? Gu's face flushed at Nanchu's remark. Only a fool would share their food with unrelated children. It's not that I don't have any. If I did, I would certainly let the little ones have a taste. Gu replied generously. As Gu conversed with Nanchu, several female beastmen from the nearby tents emerged to witness the commotion. Gu, don't speak so carelessly. Look at how much beast skin you have. Why haven't you shared it with the other beastmen? I only have 1 beast skin blanket at home. That if you're so kind-hearted, why not give me a few pieces of beast skin to make a blanket? Nanchu said without reservation. How could that be? The beast skins in my possession were painstakingly gathered by Linshan. One by one, there's no way I would give them away for free, Gu retorted sharply. If you are unwilling to part with your belongings, then don't advise me to share my food with others. Why sweet treasure grains were painstakingly cracked out one by one. I nearly shatter my fingers over them. Nanchu shot back. Gu was momentarily speechless, a lump forming in her chest from the frustration that even the same. The great shaman has said that Ji Yunting might not survive. Wasting such delicious sweet treasure grains on him is simply extravagant. Better to share them with the little ones. That's true. Nanchu. Why little Neo is weak. If you give him a bowl of sweet treasure grain porridge, he will grow strong and be able to protect our Blue Flood tribe in the future. Gu's neighbor chimed in. Nanchu was left utterly speechless. With a female beastman of the Blue Flood tribe, all so uniquely misguided, just as she was about to retort to fun. Ji Yunting leisurely emerged from the tent. His azure eyes swept over the onlookers, and he spoke in a deep voice. I am not dead yet, and you are already coveting the belongings in my home. Get lost, all of you, if I find out anyone dares to bully Nanchu. I will not hold back. Ji Yunting's appearance stirred quite a commotion. No one had expected the rumored dying man could still walk. Yunting, why are you out here? Go back and lie down. Your injuries have not fully healed yet, Nanchu said anxiously as she approached to support him, fearing he might fall to Gu, who had been sharp-tongued moments ago. Furrowed her brow at Ji Yunting's emergence, uncertain if his injuries had truly healed. However, Gu quickly regained her composure. Even if Ji Yunting survived, what of it? He was merely a sub-beastman, and a heavily injured one at that. His presence was a burden to the Blue Flood tribe. If Ji Yunting could not provide food for two before winter, he would have to join the hunting party in the autumn, which would likely lead him to a dead end. With this thought, Gu regained her bravado. Ji Yunting, who are you trying to intimidate? We are merely reminding Nanchu out of kindness. Eating sweet treasure grains like you is a waste. You should keep quiet. There are so many little ones going hungry. Nanchu, hurry and share some of the sweet treasure grains from the pot. If you lose your support, you might have to depend on the beastmen in the tribe to survive. Gu said dismissively that Nanchu was infuriated by Gu's brazen demeanor, but she helped Ji Yunting sit on a large stone at the tent's entrance to Gu. Stop with the empty words. If you can defeat me in a spar, I will share this entire pot of sweet treasure grains with the little ones. If you cannot, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Nanchu tightened her bee-skin belt, adopting a stance of readiness. Gu was taken aback by Nanchu's sudden challenge. Though Gu appeared physically larger and more robust than Nanchu, she had heard tales of Nanchu daring to fight with Ji. Doubt crept in her mind. She was not particularly skilled in combat, and whether she could win against Nanchu remained uncertain. Gu, hurry and agree. Are you afraid of such a weak female like Nanchu? With just a little effort, you could probably snap her neck, Fin shouted to in the tribe. Female beastmen sparring without serious injury would not incur punishment on the victor. That fond suggestion sparked a flicker of temptation in Gu. If she could seriously injure Nanchu, perhaps Ji Linshan would think twice about her. After all, in beastman tribes, those with the strongest fists held the most power. Fine, I agree, Gu said, rubbing her wrists. She was confident in her physical superiority over Nanchu. Are you ready? I'm coming, Nanchu exclaimed, a smirk gracing her lips as she charged forward. Ji assumed Nanchu would engage in a direct confrontation, but was blindsided when Nanchu extended her fair arm and executed a perfect shoulder throw. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Nanchu was significantly smaller than Gu, yet she possessed such strength to throw her opponent effortlessly. Still want to fight? Nanchu's knee pressed against Gu's throat. A slight increase in pressure would likely crush it. And no, I concede. You win, Gu stammered. From now on, mind your own business. It's best not to meddle in others' affairs, Nanchu said, releasing Gu. If Nanchu's previous fight with Ji had shown the Blue Flood tribe that she was no pushover, then her shoulder throw today definitively conveyed that she was not to be trifled with. If one did not possess some strength, they should refrain from attempting to manipulate her. Sitting on the stone, Ji Yunting gazed at the fierce Nanchu. His heart melting, he understood that her willingness to spar with Gu was solely to defend him. She would not allow anyone to speak ill of him. Filled with sweetness, Ji Yunting thought, my little partner is truly adorable, fierce yet endearing. However, in the future, sparring should be left to me. What are you laughing at? Hurry back to bed. I will prepare a bowl of sweet treasure grain porridge for you to fill your stomach. Later, when Ji Grandpa and she return, we can enjoy the mushroom soup together, Nanchu said. All right, I am indeed a bit hungry. Ji Yunting nodded slightly. Due to the events of the previous night, Nanchu had been avoiding Ji Yunting, but now that they were alone in the tent, there was no escape. Nanchu, why are you not speaking? Ji Yunting asked playfully. Nanchu snatched the wooden bowl from Ji Yunting's hands and stubbornly replied. What is there to say? You should lie down and rest while I check on the mushroom soup. The mushroom soup has already been taken off the fire. What do you need to check? Why does it concern you? We might as well discuss what happened last night, Ji Yunting said suddenly as Nanchu attempted to flee. Nanchu felt her cheeks flush with heat. What happened last night? Ji Yunting, with keen interest. observed the shifting hues of Mu Nanchu's face and remarked, "Is it about your ability to conjure herbs with your hands?" That? Mu Nanchu let out a sigh of relief. She had thought Ji Yunting was going to bring up another matter. "You thought I was going to ask you about something else?" Mu Nanchu met Ji Yunting's azure gaze, her heart a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Ji Yunting had intentionally provoked her. He was simply insufferable. If not for his injury, she would have loved to give him a good thrashing. "I won't tell you." Mu Nanchu pouted, sitting at the entrance to crack sweet treasure grains. Ji Yunting scratched his nose, wondering if he had perhaps gone too far in teasing her. For Mu Nanchu seemed genuinely upset. She had smashed 2 out of 3 sweet treasure grains in her hands. Was it possible that she was imagining him in them? News of Ji Yunting's awakening quickly spread throughout the Blue Flood tribe, and some of his friends came bearing food to visit him. The tent buzzed with excitement, and the peculiar awkwardness between Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu was finally alleviated. "Li, you came to see Yunting as well?" Ji Yunting exclaimed loudly. Sitting by the bed, Mu Nanchu lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the tent and, indeed, saw Li and Ji entering Ji Yunting's tent, carrying a basket together. Inside the tent stood several orc warriors, who, upon seeing Li, greeted her with great enthusiasm. The orcs of slightly lower rank, upon noticing Li's arrival, promptly exited the tent to make room for her. Mu Nanchu observed all of this, her heart marveling at Li's esteemed position within the Blue Flood tribe. "Can I assist you in examining your wounds?" Li asked gently. Yunting replied affirmatively and allowed Li to approach and inspect his injuries. This was Mu Nanchu's first experience witnessing a shaman healing someone. She watched as Li's palm delicately covered the most severe wound on Ji Yunting's chest, a flickering emerald light shimmering in her palm. Mu Nanchu couldn't help but think that her botanical powers bore a striking resemblance in color to the shaman's mystical energy. Yet, she pondered whether the shaman's power could also be wielded as a lethal weapon. It was truly astonishing. Ji Yunting's wounds were healing at an incredible pace. At a look of astonishment crossed Li's gentle face. That's so. It seems my fate is not yet sealed," Ji Yunting remarked. "Though your wounds show signs of healing, one must not grow complacent. I have some shamanic herbs here for you. Take them, and after a few days, we can assess your recovery. If your condition improves significantly, I can plead with the Grand Shaman to treat your injuries thoroughly. Perhaps the energy you have lost may even return," Li said with palpable excitement, upon hearing that Ji Yunting had a chance of recovery. The orc warriors began to chatter animatedly. "Li, are you certain? Didn't the Grand Shaman say last time that it would be difficult for Ji Yunting's energy to return after it had vanished?" Ji Yunting asked incredulously. "Our Orcish energy is profoundly mysterious. When the Grand Shaman assessed Ji Yunting previously, there were indeed signs of depletion. But just now, while I was examining him, I distinctly sensed the fluctuations of energy within him." "That is splendid news. Ji Yunting, we can hunt together again soon," Ji Yunting exclaimed. As the orc warriors buzzed about Ji Yunting's energy, Mu Nanchu contemplated whether Ji Yunting had intentionally revealed this to Li, or if he was truly unable to conceal his ability to wield energy. However, with so many present, she dared not inquire. "Brother Yunting, you must recover swiftly. Ideally, by the time you're healed, you can reach second-tier orc status, allowing you to have little ones with Li. The High Priest has been urging Li to select a partner post-haste," Ji remarked, glancing at Mu Nanchu, who sat quietly in the corner, saying nothing as soon as Ji's words fell. All the orc warriors turned their attention to Mu Nanchu. Earlier that day, it seemed some of them had entertained thoughts about her. Some felt a sense of camaraderie with Ji Yunting and wished to watch over Mu Nanchu, while others, drawn by her basket-weaving skills and beauty, considered that if Ji Yunting were to perish, they wouldn't be at a loss to claim Mu Nanchu for themselves. Now that Ji Yunting was still alive, Ji's sudden mention of Mu Nanchu put the orc warriors in a somewhat awkward position. "What are you staring at? It is Ji Yunting's prerogative to choose his partner. It has nothing to do with me," Mu Nanchu said, her face darkening. Ji's earlier remarks seemed directed at her, intended to embarrass her. "How juvenile. It doesn't matter. Nanchu, you're my partner now," Ji Yunting stated plainly. Mu Nanchu wanted to retort, but found it difficult to do so at that moment. Such a personal matter was perhaps best left for a more private discussion between the two of them. You lot should disperse quickly. Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache, Ji Yunting interjected. With that diversion, Ji Yunting skillfully shifted the topic away from Ji's remarks. The orc warriors exchanged a few more words before dispersing. Ji, who had intended to tease Moon Nanchu further, was firmly escorted away by Li. With no one else present in the tent, Moon Nanchu's expression darkened to Ji Yunting. What Ji said earlier couldn't possibly be true. Could it? Li still hopes to have little ones with you. Seeing Moon Nanchu's anger, Ji Yunting felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. You are aware that Li is destined to become the Grand Shaman's heir. Yes, Moon Nanchu replied, her beautiful eyes fixated on Ji Yunting, her heart racing with anxiety. She was uncertain of what Ji Yunting would say next. Should he dare to express a desire for Li to bear his children? She would surely retaliate. Though her botanical powers were not yet fully realized, she felt confident against the weakened Ji Yunting that I knew you would find out. With such a close relationship with she, how could she not inform you of this? Ji Yunting said with a wry smile. In the orc tribe, the Grand Shaman held a uniquely significant position. Typically, they did not have a fixed partner. And even if they did, it was seldom just one that the rationale was simple. Orcs who became Grand Shamans were likely to produce offspring of exceptional quality, greatly increasing their chances of becoming high-tier orc warriors. In the Balon Forest, tribes with a surplus of high-tier warriors held considerable influence. Thus, nearly all tribes were in dire need of such warriors. Nanchu, I shall not father children with Li. The reason I concealed my ability to wield energy was to prevent this very situation. However, I no longer wish to hide it. If I continue to do so, I fear you may be harmed, Ji Yunting said earnestly. Today, Grandfather Ji had visited Ji Yunting and informed him of the unusual movements among the orc warriors in the tribe, including Ji Yunting's visit to seek out Moon Nanchu. Coupled with Moon Nanchu's unusual behavior the night before, Ji Yunting could no longer contain himself. Whether or not you have children with Li is not solely your decision. I heard from she that there's a nurturing pearl by the sacred lake that, if your health improves, the chieftain may wish for you and Li to touch the nurturing pearl together. What will you do if it lights up? Moon Nanchu inquired. Even Ji Yunting, no matter his prowess, could not deceive the nurturing pearl. This is where I would need your assistance, Ji Yunting said, casting a meaningful glance at Moon Nanchu. Me? How have I become involved in this? Moon Nanchu asked, perplexed that if I can completely control the energy within the sea of energy, when the time comes to touch the nurturing pearl, I can suppress the energy within the sea. And the pearl will not illuminate, Ji Yunting explained. And when will you be able to fully control the energy within the sea of energy? Moon Nanchu recalled clearly that before the summer hunt, Ji Yunting could only manage a small portion of the energy that he had been relentlessly training at the secret base to master fully. Now, with his severe injuries, even if he healed, it would take him at least a year or more to practice controlling the energy. In such a lengthy span, Moon Nanchu feared that the chieftain might forcibly send Ji Yunting and Li to the nurturing pearl for testing. Nanchu, have you noticed how much better my injuries have healed since last night? Ji Yunting gazed intently at her. Please, don't mention last night. That was merely an accident, Moon Nanchu said, feeling quite embarrassed. An accident, yes, but it also proved a crucial point, as long as I can evoke the shamanic power within you. The energy that has solidified in the sea of energy will surge forth, aiding in the healing of my wounds. Nanchu, when I returned to the Blue Flood tribe last night, you saw how gravely I was injured. I had barely a breath left. Yet, after what transpired, just look at how much I have healed, Ji Yunting reminded her. Helping you heal in such a manner. Dream on. Tomorrow, I will accompany she to gather herbs in the forest to expedite your recovery. Moon Nanchu said, somewhat awkwardly. Very well. Ji Yunting replied with a hint of disappointment. It seemed that to win his little partner's willing consent to bear children, he had quite a long journey ahead. More importantly, Moon Nanchu was far too clever for his tricks to succeed. This night began to fall. Moon Nanchu assumed that no one else would visit. However, when the bonfire was lit, Jia appeared, carrying a leaf-wrapped bundle to see Ji Yunting. Jia, how's your leg? It rained heavily last night. Does it still hurt? Moon Nanchu inquired as she approached. No, my leg is nearly healed, and I will no longer suffer from that affliction, Jia replied. Jia spoke. Jia possessed the divine powers of a shaman. and during her recuperation, she had been employing her shamanic abilities to heal herself, resulting in her leg injuries recovering far more swiftly than she had anticipated. "That is excellent," Mu Nanchu expressed with genuine delight. "Nanchu, I heard that Li and Ji visited today as well. Did Ji utter any sarcastic remarks?" Jia inquired. She intended to, but was halted by Li. Mu Nanchu replied candidly. "Li is quite formidable. You must exercise caution, Nanchu. Today, Jia come not only to deliver some herbal remedies to Ji Yunting, but also to share two pieces of news with Mu Nanchu. One being that Ji wished to become a partner with Ji Yao, and the other that Li had convinced the clan leader that as long as Ji Yunting regained his health, he would accompany him to the sacred lake for the testing of the fertility pearl. Originally, after Yunting's injury, the clan leader had discussed with Ji Feng about wanting him to have offspring with Li's young one. Yet within just a couple of days, Li had managed to alter the clan leader's mind. Given this capability, it seemed Li would not permit your existence. Jia sighed. Seated on the bed, both Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu wore expressions of confusion, even if the clan leader truly pressured Li to bear Ji Yunting's offspring. What concern was it of Mu Nanchu's? Despite Li's gentle demeanor, if she truly desired to bear Ji Yunting's child, she would certainly drive Nanchu away from his side, at least until she had fully exploited Ji Yunting's utility. Nanchu would not be allowed to remain close to him, Jia elaborated. Upon hearing Jia's words, Mu Nanchu instantly understood. It seemed Li was rather petty, wanting Ji Yunting entirely to herself, forbidding any others from intruding. Such jealousy was indeed profound. "Thank you, Jia. My injuries will not heal overnight. That I will find a way to resolve this matter," Ji Yunting remarked with a dark expression. Among the warrior beasts, there were no such convolutions. Disputes were settled through combat, and whoever emerged victorious held the power to speak. "What are your plans, Jia?" Mu Nanchu inquired of me. Jia was somewhat perplexed as to why Mu Nanchu would pose such a question. "You and Uncle Yao have missed many years together. While you are still young enough to bear children, you should hasten to be with him," Mu Nanchu suggested. Jia felt a bit embarrassed by Mu Nanchu's words, replying, "Ji is younger than I. Perhaps Yao prefers someone like her. Jia, there are some matters for which you must take the initiative. Perhaps Uncle Yao harbors feelings for you as well," Mu Nanchu encouraged. It is often said that those embroiled in a situation are oblivious, while observers see clearly. Though Mu Nanchu had spent little time with Jia and Ji Yao, she discerned from the words of Shi that during Jia's years of injury, Ji Yao had been very attentive to her. One might ask, if he did not care for her, why would Ji Yao go to such lengths to care for Jia in this harsh world of beasts? "After all these years, I have come to terms with it," Jia sighed. After spending only a brief time in the tent, she departed, her mind heavy with thoughts, even taking the wrong path home as night fell. Mu Nanchu could still faintly hear the sounds of the beasts in the square, kindling bonfires and singing. She lowered the tent's entrance curtain, securing it with stones, and lit a small oil lamp within the tent. Recently, the weather had turned cool, and she had enjoyed lighting a bonfire in the tent. But now that it had grown warmer, it was rather stifling to have a bonfire inside. A small oil lamp was far more convenient. The oil in the lamp was of an unknown animal fat, and once lit, it produced no thick black smoke, but rather a faint pleasant aroma. "Yunting, I am here to assist you with your injuries. Please sit still," Mu Nanchu said as she settled onto the bed. "Nanchu, how much more of your shamanic power can you wield now?" Ji Yunting asked, readily removing his animal skin shirt and tossing it aside. Sitting cross-legged before Mu Nanchu, clad only in a leather skirt. Upon witnessing Ji Yunting's boldness, Mu Nanchu felt her head spinning. She was unsure where to place her gaze, her mind repeatedly conjuring images of the leather skirt around Ji Yunting's waist. Heaven knows why such thoughts plagued her. Perhaps it was due to the knowledge that beasts did not have the habit of wearing undergarments. Oh heavens, I must be losing my mind, Mu Nanchu thought, wishing to slap herself, wondering how her mind had become filled with such inappropriate imagery. "What did you say?" she asked, awkwardly glancing at the newly lit oil lamp. Her entire face turning crimson, I inquired how much your shamanic power has increased. Ji Yunting remarked, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he observed Mu Nanchu's flushed cheeks. Under normal circumstances, oil lamps were never lit within the tent. Ji Yunting preferred bonfires, which, despite the arrival of summer, were necessary due to the dampness of the forest A bonfire inside the tent served to dispel moisture, whereas the small oil lamp was favored by those with partners. For female beasts often indulged in more frivolities than their warrior counterparts, enjoying to fill their tents with delightful scents. Naturally, when their partners caught a whiff of these fragrances, they would become more valiant, which was something they cherished. Ji Yunting was aware of this. Yet when he saw Mu Nanchu ignite the oil lamp, he refrained from commenting. After having consumed meat, Ji Yunting had no desire for a vegetarian meal now. The oil lamp burning for a while gave him hope that he might still enjoy meat later. Much more than before, Mu Nanchu replied, her palms glowing with verdant light, an abundance of plant energy swirling around her. Her heart, which had been racing moments ago, finally settled into tranquility. With a flick of her hand, she extinguished the oil lamp, allowing the green plant energy to illuminate the small space between her and Ji Yunting. Mu Nanchu let out a sigh of relief. She truly was losing her mind, questioning why she had felt the need to light the oil lamp when the darkness was so comforting. She would not see what she should not. Nor would Ji Yunting witness her embarrassment. I have also gained a considerable amount of energy. During the day, when they came to check on my injuries, I was able to conceal some energy. I am uncertain when the Grand Shaman will tend to my wounds, and I fear I may not be able to hide it then. Ji Yunting voiced, his tone tinged with concern. I have faith that you will find a solution. If all else fails, you can always touch the fertility pearl and let me bear you offspring. Mu Nanchu retorted fiercely. She had initially intended to place her hand on Ji Yunting's wound, but, upon his remark, withdrew her hand, channeling her plant energy to heal him instead. Yunting understood that Mu Nanchu was speaking out of frustration. If he were to truly have offspring with Li, it was likely that Mu Nanchu would leave him without a second thought. Nanchu, you are my partner. Aside from you, I will not allow any other beast to bear my offspring, Ji Yunting said softly. Me? Wait, Yunting, it would be best if we discuss this openly. Last night was merely an accident. I do not wish to be your partner. Our relationship is purely one of collaboration. Once I can fully control my energy, I will venture into the forest to find the black gold fruit. And once I do, we will be even, Mu Nanchu asserted. As she spoke these words, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her. As if something was amiss, she silently pondered, what was wrong with her? Was she enamored with Ji Yunting's charm? Had she developed feelings for him? Mu Nanchu tried to shake off the alarming thoughts. She had no desire to remain in the small Lan Jiao tribe to bear children. Her ambitions lay with the Yunjing kingdom, to reclaim what belonged to her. How could she allow herself to be bewitched by beauty and abandon her lofty goals? Very well, I understand. I shall await your black gold fruit, Ji Yunting muttered in a sullen tone. Ji Yunting's displeasure was palpable, and although Mu Nanchu heard it, she could not help but laugh, baffled as to why she did so. Quickly concealing her smile, that if the oil lamp were lit, Ji Yunting would certainly see her face oscillating between worry and sweet amusement. Despite repeatedly professing his feelings, Ji Yunting remained undeterred, contemplating that once Mu Nanchu procured the black gold fruit, their offspring would likely already be learning to hunt. Through Ji Yunting's influence, Mu Nanchu's plant abilities had indeed increased, though only marginally, even when she exhausted all her available plant energy to heal him. She could at most mend a single damaged meridian. At this rate, Ji Yunting's wounds would not heal anytime soon. Yunting, it is truly a challenge for you to survive, Mu Nanchu remarked, retracting her plant energy and gasping for breath. The overexertion of her abilities leaving her feeling utterly wretched. Ji Yunting's body was akin to a tattered doll, its meridians nearly all severed. His external injuries are relatively easy to treat, yet the restoration of these meridians proves to be an arduous task. Consuming a great deal of energy, Mu Nanchu is hesitant to unleash all her botanical powers upon Ji Yunting at once. Aiding in the repair of his meridians is no trivial endeavor. Were it not for the life-saving elixir you provided, I fear I would have perished on this journey. Having just undergone treatment with plant abilities, Ji Yunting felt a considerable relief wash over him. He lay on his side beside Mu Nanchu and continued, Nanchu, won't you lend me a hand? In a few days, the great shaman will surely come looking for me, and by then, my restored energy will be difficult to conceal. You are aware that the great shaman's son, Ji Feng, has always been at odds with me, that I dread the thought that if the great shaman discovers I am alive and my energy has returned, he may take drastic measures against me. Ji Yunting was not deceiving Mu Nanchu with his words. The power of the shaman Lizzie was not particularly formidable, making it relatively easy for him to mislead her. However, in the presence of the formidable great shaman, unless Ji Yunting could entirely master the sea of energy, he would not have the capability to keep his condition hidden. Fortunately, the situation was not so dire that he needed to rush the healing of his injuries. Even if the great shaman were to learn of his restored vitality, he could devise a way to mitigate the situation. But I cannot accept your method of healing, that Mu Nanchu stammered, reminded by Ji Yunting. She instantly recalled the events of the previous night when she lay in bed, too nervous to move, fearing that Ji Yunting might lose control and act inappropriately. Seeing Mu Nanchu reject him once more, Ji Yunting sighed softly and shifted the topic to something else. Once I have recovered for a couple more days, I shall venture into the forest to hunt and make tea. That time, I will strive to capture more small game to contribute to the tribe. I will forego this year's autumn hunt. I need to dedicate time to fully unleash my dormant energy. Having nearly perished during the last hunt, Ji Yunting had gained a newfound clarity. He resolved to live well henceforth. Not only for himself, but for Mu Nanchu as well. If he would die, Mu Nanchu would inevitably become another warrior's mate. With your current injuries, do you truly intend to hunt small game? It would be wiser for you to remain in the tribe. I have already made plans. Tomorrow, I will retrieve some thorns for you to weave into a basket to trade for meat in the tribe. We still have some rye in our secret base. If necessary, we can use it to barter for meat. That I will also gather some sweet treasures to see if we can amass enough to provide for the tribe. Mu Nanchu proposed. Even if we gather enough for the tribe, what shall we do in winter? Furthermore, there are not many beastmen in the tribe who can afford to use baskets. This is not a long-term solution. Ji Yunting pointed out. Then you cannot rush into the forest to hunt. You should at least wait until your external wounds have healed somewhat. With that gaping wound on your chest, you won't be leaving the tribe for at least 10 days to half a month. Mu Nanchu replied, somewhat exasperated. Why was Ji Yunting so careless with his own body? If he were to develop chronic ailments, he would regret it too late. Very well, I shall heed your advice and start weaving baskets in the tribe. The two lay in the darkness, exchanging words, and gradually, Mu Nanchu drifted into a light slumber, dreaming of a fluffy dog incessantly licking her face, which kept her from sleeping soundly. The following morning, Mu Nanchu returned to the secret base to gather thorns. But this time, she did not carry them alone. Just as she had dragged bundles of thorns to the edge of the sacred lake, Ji Yin arrived. Tea turned out Ji Yunting, fearing that Mu Nanchu might tire herself, had specifically asked Ji Yin to come and assist with the thorns. Ji Yin was a second-tier beastman warrior, and his strength was equivalent to that of 10 Mu Nanchus. Thank you, Brother Yin. Ji Yunting expressed his gratitude as Ji Yin helped him carry back the bundles of thorns. If Mu Nanchu had to carry these thorns, her shoulders would surely be bruised and bloodied. It's a trivial matter, Yunting. Your injuries have not yet fully healed. Perhaps you should wait a while before weaving baskets? Recently, I've been taking a few youngsters into the forest. Any game we catch, I will save some for you to deliver to the tribe. So you won't need to go hunting during the autumn, Ji Yin suggested. Brother Yin, you have already helped me immensely. I cannot ask for more of your game. You should save it for the little ones in winter. Ji Yunting replied. Ji Yin scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. So you've noticed my concern for the little ones. It must be true that I can hardly believe this is happening, and I was thinking of asking she to consult the shaman in a few days. Mu Nanchu, astonished, stepped forward and clasped Shi's hand, asking Shi, when did you discover you were expecting? My goodness, just yesterday you were gathering so many mushrooms in the forest. She shyly replied, I never noticed before, but last night I suddenly felt unwell. And Yin said I might be expecting. Nanchu, I plan to go mushroom hunting in the forest again today. Would you like to join me? She inquired. You just found out you're expecting. Shouldn't you rest more in the tribe? She shook her head with a smile and said, I am quite healthy. Even on the day of giving birth, I will not cease my work in that case. I will accompany you to gather mushrooms in the forest. The mushroom soup I made yesterday was simply delightful. I want to collect more mushrooms during this rainy season to dry for winter when there are no vegetables to eat. Having mushrooms would be quite nice. Mu Nanchu remarked. Indeed, the females in the tribe all love mushroom gathering. After a heavy rain, the forest is teeming with them, and one can never gather enough, she responded. Together, Mu Nanchu and she ventured into the forest to collect mushrooms. And Mu Nanchu observed that she truly did not regard herself as a pregnant woman. She climbed mountains and crossed rivers without missing a beat. When they encountered a small stream filled with fish, she even jumped in to catch a few. Her vigor shattered Mu Nanchu's preconceived notions of pregnancy. After gathering mushrooms for a while, they settled down on a small hillside to rest. She gently caressed her abdomen and said, Nanchu, you must work hard too. Hurry up and give Yunting a little one. I have heard that the beast god's messenger is set to descend upon the Lanbei forest in the coming years. With Yunting's potential, if you were to bear the beast god's messenger, you could walk proudly in the blue flood tribe. I have not yet decided whether to be with Yunting, Mu Nanchu replied honestly. What? Haven't you both become mates already? That was merely an accident. She, noticing Mu Nanchu's awkward demeanor, laughed and said, Nanchu, when Yunting participated in the summer hunt, did you not lose sleep at night? When he returned injured, did you not feel your mind go blank with worry? Mu Nanchu glanced at she, her expression one of disbelief. Have I guessed correctly? If this isn't affection, what is? She continued that I do not like Ji Yunting. He is merely handsome and possesses no other merit. Mu Nanchu insisted stubbornly that she laughed heartily and said, When I first noticed Yen, it was because he was handsome. His muscles are the most appealing. Mu Nanchu felt somewhat speechless, realizing that even in the Beastman tribe, females considered looks when choosing mates. Nanchu, look over there. There's a small patch of red mushrooms. They are far tastier than the white ones. Sitting on the hillside, she lifted her gaze to spot a large cluster of red mushrooms growing on a fallen tree. The vibrant color of the red mushrooms was striking, each cap appearing plump and succulent, making them look delicious. Yesterday, when I was gathering mushrooms, I picked a few red ones, and they certainly tasted even better, Mu Nanchu remarked, her mouth watering at the sight of so many red mushrooms. Let us hurry and gather them, she urged. The red mushrooms were limited to that small area. The two of them would not collect much, and if other female beastmen arrived, their share would dwindle even further. While they busily picked the red mushrooms, an irritating voice suddenly echoed from behind them that I discovered this patch of red mushrooms yesterday. Mu Nanchu, stop what you are doing and hand over the mushrooms you've collected. Ji, accompanied by 4 female beastmen, stood at the base of the hillside, speaking sternly. Mu Nanchu paused, feeling an eerie familiarity with Ji's words. Did Ji also grow up hearing the tale of the old wolf and the little lamb? Ji, do you not have any shame? This patch of red mushrooms likely hadn't even sprouted yesterday. Mu Nanchu hastened her movements, quickly gathering all the red mushrooms from the decayed wood into her backpack. What are you being so arrogant about, Mu Nanchu? Do you really think that with Ji Yunting awake you have someone to rely on? He is gravely injured, and even if he recovers, he will be of no use. When the time comes, Ji Yunting will undoubtedly sell you out to survive, she said, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. You know, I have heard that Ji Feng is also inquiring about you. He has lost 2 slaves, and if you were to fall into his hands, with your frail frame, how long do you think you could endure? Ji, before you worry about me, perhaps you should first consider your own situation. With your character, no orc warrior in the tribe would ever wish to be your partner. In a couple of years, you may very well become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Flood tribe. Mu Nanchu replied with an air of calmness. The animosity between Mu Nanchu and Ji was palpable, as they each targeted the other's vulnerabilities with unrelenting fervor. Ji, being one of the older female orcs without a partner in the Blue Flood tribe, was known for her domineering demeanor, which earned her the disdain of nearly all the other female orcs. This disdain led the orc warriors to keep their distance from her. If Ji continued to live aimlessly without finding a partner, she might become the first female orc in the tribe's history to remain unpartnered. Ji's face flushed with rage as Mu Nanchu struck a nerve, and she raised her fist, intending to strike Mu Nanchu. Ji, perhaps you should temper your aggression. Is there anything of substance you can do besides bullying the female orcs of the tribe? Ja, accompanied by several apprentice shaman, approached the mountain leisurely. They appeared to be out collecting herbs. with one of the apprentices carrying a basket already half filled with them. It seems your leg has truly healed. You're able to climb a mountain to gather herbs. But take care, Ja. If you slip and injure your other leg, it could be years before you recover, Ji remarked languidly. Casting a glance at Ji's comment about Moon Nanchu slipped out without thought, but upon seeing Ji's approach, she immediately regretted it. Have you forgotten the hardships you've endured at my hands? Jia retorted, swiftly tossing a small red medicinal ball that struck Ji squarely in the face. The ball burst upon impact, releasing a cloud of powder that coated Ji's skin. Oh, you dare lay a hand on me? Ji exclaimed, scratching at her face, which felt unbearably itchy. In the past, Jia had used this very powder on her, causing her to break out in red, itching rashes that would take time to subside. Even with the application of the chief shaman's ointment, fuming with rage, Ji charged toward Jia, determined to confront her. Fearing for Ji's safety, Moon Nanchu swiftly extended her leg, tripping Ji and sending her sprawling to the ground. Oh dear, Ji, how did you end up on the ground? Do watch your step next time. The forest floor is littered with filthy leaves. Get up quickly, Moon Nanchu said with a mocking tone. The fall had not been gentle, and Ji's beautiful animal skin skirt was now soiled with mud and decaying leaves, a foul odor wafting up to greet her. What are you standing around for? Help me up, Ji bellowed, her pride wounded. Having lost face, Ji was eager to leave, but as she departed, she shot a venomous glare at Jia, declaring, Jia, aren't you fond of Jiao? I shall soon be his partner. Jia remained silent, her expression unreadable. Ji, seeing that her words had failed to provoke a reaction, felt her sense of triumph wane. Jia, thank you, Moon Nanchu expressed sincerely. In that moment, Moon Nanchu finally understood why Ji feared Jia, with the latter's skillful use of toxic powders. Most female orcs would likely find it unbearable. Not at all, Nanchu. Would you and she like to accompany me for a stroll in the forest? Jia inquired. Absolutely, Jia. What herbs are you all seeking in the woods? Moon Nanchu responded with keen interest. She was intrigued by Jia's adeptness with poisons, recalling her own experiences in the apocalypse where she had only dealt with lethal plants directly, never having concocted poisons for use on others. Witnessing Ji's face, covered in rashes, sparked a desire within her to try her hand at creating some for herself, enhancing her safety while living in the Blue Flood tribe. I recall you were a shaman apprentice in the Snake Fox tribe. Weren't you? Jia asked. Yes, though I didn't excel in my studies and my knowledge of herbs is somewhat limited, Moon Nanchu admitted bashfully. Come, let me show you around and see how many herbs you can recognize. Jia suggested. As they wandered through the forest, Moon Nanchu noted that Jia's shamanic powers seemed to surpass her own botanical abilities significantly. Jia's speed in locating herbs was remarkable, as if she possessed an innate knowledge of where each plant thrived. This is bitter grass that, if you're feeling overheated, you can brew the dried leaves for tea or soup, and it's quite effective, Moon Nanchu stated, pulling up a palm-sized piece of bitter grass. In the apocalypse, bitter grass had only been a fraction of this size. She was astonished to see how it flourished in the Lanbei forest. Indeed, the soup made from bitter grass is quite palatable, Jia agreed. As they continued their exploration, Jia was increasingly amazed by the sheer number of herbs Moon Nanchu could identify, realizing that she was no ordinary apprentice shaman. Yet, Jia merely noted her surprise, as the Snake Fox tribe was renowned for its medical expertise in the Lanbei forest. Together, they roamed the woods, with Moon Nanchu collecting an abundance of herbs, most of which were intended for treating Ji Yunting's wounds. Although she claimed to be indifferent to whether Ji Yunting and Li would bear offspring, she was nonetheless willing to expend every effort to prevent such an occurrence. Upon returning from the forest, Jia suggested that Moon Nanchu accompany her home. Nanchu, take these medicinal herbs to Ji Yunting. His external wounds should heal swiftly, but whether he can awaken the energy sea again depends on his own abilities, Jia said, handing Moon Nanchu a large leafy bundle. Moon Nanchu understood the preciousness of the shamanic medicines Jia had provided and felt a twinge of guilt in accepting so much. Living alone, Jia didn't hunt, relying solely on the exchange of medicinal herbs for food. If she gave away her supply now, come winter, she might find herself short of provisions. Jia, I can't just take your medicinal herbs without something in return. Once Ji Yunting's wounds are on a mend, I will join him in the forest to hunt small game, and I promise to bring you an equivalent value of meat, Moon Nanchu stated earnestly. Nanchu, there's no need for such formality. These herbs aren't exceedingly rare. Just take them and use them as you see fit, without the need to repay me with meat, Jia replied, feigning nonchalance. Despite Jia's insistence, Mu Nanchu remained unconvinced, yet she recognized her pressing need for the medicines. The pill she had prepared for Ji Yunting had proven effective, but to expedite his recovery, additional shamanic herbs would undoubtedly enhance the results. Thank you, Jia. Ji Yunting, and I will always remember your kindness, Mu Nanchu said gratefully as she accepted the bundle from Jia's hands. Don't mention it. Just hurry back. Ji Yunting is waiting for you at home, Jia said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Mu Nanchu realized that Jia had taken Ji's words to heart. She pulled some red mushrooms from her backpack and offered them to Jia, saying, Jia, your happiness is something you must strive for. It will not simply come to you without effort. After all these years, I have let go, Jia sighed, waving farewell as she returned to her stone dwelling. With the shamanic herbs safely stored in her backpack, Mu Nanchu joyfully made her way home. As she neared her destination, she nearly collided with Ji Feng at a bend in the path. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention, Mu Nanchu said, genuinely contrite. Its you, Nanchu. Have you been out gathering mushrooms? Ji Feng, towering nearly 2 meters tall, had a clear view of the contents of her backpack. Yes, Mu Nanchu replied. Confused, she wondered why Ji Feng, with whom she had no prior interaction, was initiating conversation with her. Suddenly, she recalled Ji's earlier words in the forest. Could it be that Ji Feng had taken an interest in her? Before long, Mu Nanchu dismissed the thought entirely. The second-tier orcs within the tribe are indeed a unique breed, holding a position of considerable esteem that if they so desired, acquiring beautiful female orc slaves would pose no challenge. Moreover, Ji Feng is the eldest son of the Grand Shaman. Although she possesses beauty, her frail physique renders her seemingly delicate and vulnerable, leading Mu Nanchu to believe Ji Feng could not genuinely be enamored with her. So what, then, could be his true intentions? Having lived in the apocalypse for an extended period, Mu Nanchu's wariness was heightened. After a mere glance exchanged with Ji Feng, she had already contemplated the entirety of the situation. Seeing Mu Nanchu's reluctance to engage in conversation, Ji Feng smirked and continued, Nanchu, it would be wise for you not to return home just yet. Why? Mu Nanchu felt perplexed. Why would Ji Feng utter such words to her? With Li in Ji Yunting's tent, do you believe this is an opportune moment for you to go back? Ji Feng remarked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Li's name, Mu Nanchu's mind buzzed with confusion. Could it be that Li intended to bear Ji Yunting's child? Nanchu, do not be too disheartened. Li is destined to become the Grand Shaman, even if she were to bear Ji Yunting's offspring. She would not become his partner. Ji Feng consoled her like tea that moment. A chill surged from Mu Nanchu's feet to the crown of her head, her fingers clenched tightly around the hide of her skirt. Yet her arms trembled slightly. Mu Nanchu felt a wave of panic. She could not comprehend why she was so incensed. I want to go home. She endeavored to compose herself, refusing to believe Ji Yunting would suddenly acquiesce to the idea of having a child with Li. If you return now, you will only encounter sorrowful matters. Nanchu, why not come with me for a while and return later this afternoon? Ji Feng proposed. No need, Mu Nanchu replied, sidestepping Ji Feng as she continued on her path. Ji Feng was taken aback by Mu Nanchu's resolute nature and reached out to stop her. However, Mu Nanchu, small yet agile, swiftly maneuvered behind Ji Feng and dashed toward home. Perhaps she had run too swiftly. Or perhaps the wind was too fierce, but Mu Nanchu felt her eyes grow warm as something trickled down her cheek. Yunting, you have sustained injuries. Do not move about unnecessarily. I shall handle it. Li's gentle voice floated from within the tent, but Mu Nanchu froze outside, her feet feeling as though they were weighed down by lead. Just moments ago, she had sprinted like a fawn, yet now she could not muster the courage to take a single step forward. Li, do not move. Allow me to assist, Ji Yunting said. It is nothing. Yunting, is this the only blanket you have at home? If I cover myself with it, my feet are bound to stick out, Li chuckled softly. Mu Nanchu bit her lip tightly. She was considerably shorter than Li, and the blanket in the tent fit her just right. Mu Nanchu's mind was a whirlwind. She clenched her teeth, thinking that if Ji Yunting truly intended to have a child with Li, she would sever her bond with Ji Yunting at that very moment. Although her plant-based abilities were not fully developed, she could still survive in the forest. "I have returned," Nanchu declared, suppressing her sorrow as she lifted the hide at the entrance of the tent and strode in without hesitation. "Nanchu, you have returned," Ji Yunting exclaimed with palpable delight upon hearing Nanchu's voice. Nanchu had intended to catch Ji Yunting and Li in the act and unleash a torrent of accusations. But upon witnessing the scene before her, the words caught in her throat. Ji Yunting sat on the bed draped in a blanket, while he busily washed the mushrooms she had gathered the day prior, seemingly preparing to assist with lunch. "What is this? It is nothing like I had imagined. Yunting, it is so hot. Why are you covering yourself with a hide and shutting the tent door?" As she spoke, Nanchu felt herself returning to normal, the icy sensation that had enveloped her moments before dissipating entirely. "Last night, we did not start a fire in the tent, and it was damp. Ella mentioned that the humidity would hinder the healing of my wounds. So she intended to light a fire to drive out the moisture and induce a bit of perspiration." Ji Yunting explained. "Li, thank you, but I will take care of these tasks," Nanchu said, placing her burden at the entrance, her tone indifferent. Perhaps Nanchu's expression had been too sour, for Li chose not to linger, gracefully rising to her feet and addressing Ji Yunting. "Yunting, take care of yourself. I shall visit again soon. Nanchu, I have placed the medicinal herbs on the wooden table. Remember to change them for Yunting tonight," Li said as she cast a lingering glance at Nanchu before turning to leave. "Wasn't he able to get out of bed yesterday? Why is he unable to today?" Nanchu pulled the hide blanket off Ji Yunting with a fierce expression. Ji Yunting, observing Nanchu's disgruntled demeanor, could not suppress a slight smile as he explained. "Nanchu, my injuries have not healed entirely. Yesterday, I suppressed my pain to support you when I saw you being bullied by other female orcs." Although Ji Yunting appeared distant and aloof, he was quite perceptive. He understood that if he did not clarify matters with Nanchu today, she would likely spiral into unfounded suspicions. Having elucidated the situation, Ji Yunting eased Nanchu's mind considerably, though her words remained sharp. "I believe you, but it seems as if you have become utterly helpless since Li's arrival." Nanchu shot Ji Yunting a withering glance. Deftly retrieving the dried wild ginger she had prepared, she crushed the wild ginger in a stone mortar and placed it in a pot to boil. She thought that sweating out the moisture was far more troublesome than simply drinking a few bowls of ginger soup. However, in her vexation, Nanchu had no intention of sweetening the ginger soup with honey. She hoped it would be hot enough to scald Ji Yunting. "Nanchu, I speak only the truth. You are most aware of the state of my injuries." Ji Yunting said pointedly. "I am not aware," Nanchu replied, her irritation evident. Ji Yunting, witnessing Nanchu's annoyance over Li's visit, felt a surge of delight. It seemed she harbored some affection for him, albeit unacknowledged. It appeared he needed to exert more effort to win her over. While Nanchu prepared the ginger soup, she opened the pouch of medicinal herbs given to her by Jia, the faint energy emanating from the herbs indicating their considerable value. She carefully wrapped the herbs, pondering how to repay Jia for this kindness. "Nanchu, who provided you with those medicinal herbs?" Ji Yunting inquired, noticing Nanchu's conflicted expression. "They were given to us by Jia for free. I do not wish to take advantage of Jia's generosity. I am contemplating how to reciprocate this kindness," Nanchu explained. "Once I recover, I shall hunt to repay Jia." "You need not worry, Nanchu," Ji Yunting assured her. Though Ji Yunting's injuries had yet to heal completely, he sensed that the energy within him was gradually becoming more accessible, making it increasingly feasible for him to stealthily hunt the wild cattle in the future. "Very well. I hope your wounds heal swiftly," Nanchu replied. Nanchu chose not to disclose her encounter with Ji Feng upon her return to Ji Yunting. In the following days, Ji Feng's presence became inescapable. Whenever she found herself alone, she would frequently encounter him. The words Ji Feng spoke were invariably similar, alluding to Li and Ji Yunting's intention to have children, rendering her an inconsequential figure in their narrative. On one occasion, upon returning home, Nanchu saw Li bringing some rye to Ji Yunting, and her patience finally wore thin. Before Ji Yunting, she confronted Li, saying, "Li, Ji Yunting is my partner, and I will take excellent care of him. Why do you persist in wandering around here without purpose? Would it not be better to seek out your own partner? Nanchu, I have no intention of competing with you for Yunting. I have already spoken with the Grand Shaman. Once Yunting's injuries improve, he will personally come to assist him, and by the end of summer, when Yunting's wounds have healed considerably, I will seek to bear his child. As for you two, you may continue your lives together. I shall not interfere. Li stated matter factly. Nanchu felt as though she were on the verge of madness. Ji Yunting had claimed that there was nothing between him and Li, yet this was the very definition of something. Everything was laid out with such clarity, and she remained blissfully ignorant. You are indeed intent on having a child. Nanchu cast a fierce glare at Ji Yunting and Li, fully aware that if the Grand Shaman and the High Priest intervened, Ji Yunting would be powerless to resist. With her eyes reddened, Nanchu turned on her heel and dashed out of the tent. The mere thought of Ji Yunting engaging in shameful acts with Li nearly drove her to unleash her botanical powers in a murderous rage against Li. At that moment, Nanchu finally comprehended the significance Ji Yunting held in her heart. Tragically, her nascent love had come to an abrupt and unfulfilled end before Ji Yunting could muster a defense. Nanchu had already fled, leaving him in a state of frantic anxiety. Li, I never agreed to bear your offspring, he protested. Yunting, your words hold no weight. The High Priest has already consented, even without us touching the conception pearl. Li replied gently. Ji Yunting cast a resigned glance at Li before turning to pursue Nanchu. Nanchu wept and fled the tribe. Many beastmen bore witness to her distress. Yin observed Ji Yunting's somewhat clumsy sprint, and a smug smile crept onto his face. Ji Yunting had indeed kept his suspicions to himself. It appeared he favored Nanchu after all, and now that chaos had ensued, his desire to have offspring with Li would undoubtedly lead to turmoil. Ji Yunting, you have squandered your chance for a turnaround. Don't be envious when you see Li give birth to exceptionally gifted offspring, Ji Feng remarked lazily, having consumed numerous doses of shamanic medicine and the concoction prepared by Nanchu. Ji Yunting's external injuries had healed considerably. Though he could no longer run as swiftly as before, he was still capable of chasing after Nanchu. Nanchu, wait. Hear me out, Ji Yunting called, pursuing her until they reached the sacred lake, where he finally managed to intercept her. What is there to say? Li has made everything abundantly clear, Nanchu retorted fiercely, shaking off Ji Yunting's arm. What Li said does not reflect my intent, Ji Yunting insisted, grasping Nanchu's hand and gazing earnestly into her eyes. With her eyes still swollen from tears, Nanchu's face bore remnants of her sorrow. Nanchu, listen to me. You are my partner. And in this life, I acknowledge only you. Regardless of what anyone else says, I will never agree to bear offspring with Li. Yunting tenderly wiped the tears from Nanchu's cheeks, feeling a deep ache in his heart as he witnessed her distress. This was the first time he felt the bittersweet pangs of love's pain, a blend of sorrow and sweetness. I refuse to listen. All your words are lies. Ji Yunting, you deceitful brute, Nanchu shouted. Ji Yunting was merely a beastman warrior, utterly lacking the leverage to oppose the Grand Shaman and the High Priest. Ultimately, his reassurances were but empty platitudes to soothe her. Nanchu despised deceit above all. Having lived in constant trepidation during the apocalypse, she had hoped that by arriving in Lanbei Forest and meeting Ji Yunting, she could place her trust in him. Yet, what was the outcome? He was merely another purveyor of falsehoods. Nanchu, I am not deceiving you, Ji Yunting implored, his heart aching at the sight of her spiraling into despair. Without a second thought, he pressed his lips against hers, hoping to calm her incessant chatter. However, as his lips met hers, all rational thought vanished. He was consumed by a singular desire to claim her entirely as his own. Ji Yunting's sudden kiss caught Nanchu off guard, prompting her to resist vehemently. They stood by the sacred lake, and in a moment of unbalance, they both tumbled into the water. Initially frightened, Nanchu instinctively clung to Ji Yunting's waist. Even submerged, Ji Yunting showed no intention of releasing her. He continued to kiss her, nearly drawing the very air from her lungs. Just as Nanchu felt she might suffocate, Ji Yunting abruptly pulled her above the surface. It was then that Nanchu realized they had been transported to a hidden sanctuary. Gasping for breath, She felt the weight of her bee-skin skirt fly off into the nearby underbrush, her startled cries muffled by Ji Yunting's kiss. Dazed by the kiss, Nanchu's mind turned to mush. But a flicker of pain brought her back to her senses. "Stop!" she exclaimed, feeling as though she were ablaze. The intensity of Ji Yunting's kiss rendered her powerless to resist, and she could only whisper for mercy. "Nanchu, let me take care of everything," Ji Yunting murmured, nibbling at her collarbone in a low, husky voice. "But what about us?" Nanchu bit her lip, torn by conflicting emotions, though she acknowledged her feelings for Ji Yunting. The prospect of surrendering herself completely left her apprehensive. Ever since she discovered she might be the beast god's messenger, she had longed to visit Yunjing Kingdom. Moreover, she needed to understand the significance of her severed finger, which had been forcibly removed. If she became Ji Yunting's partner, would he be willing to leave his tribe and accompany her to Yunjing Kingdom? The uncertainties loomed large in her mind, leaving her hesitant to respond to Ji Yunting. "Nanchu, can you focus for just a moment?" Ji Yunting exclaimed, exasperated by her distraction at such a critical juncture. "It was you who first enticed me," Nanchu retorted, biting her lip as clarity dawned upon her. Once her botanical abilities were fully restored, she would ensure Ji Yunting remained by her side, protecting him on their journey to Yunjing Kingdom. With a sudden smile, she wrapped her fair arms around Ji Yunting's neck, teasingly declaring, "If you don't show a bit of skill, I might just mock you. Nanchu, even if you beg for mercy later, I shall not release you," Ji Yunting declared, feeling a surge of desire coursing through him, wishing he could consume Nanchu whole. Within the secret sanctuary, the sound of cascading waterfalls drowned out Nanchu's joyous exclamations. As she and Ji Yunting became lost in one another, the surrounding flora began to respond wildly to Nanchu's tumultuous botanical powers, growing with fervor. When Nanchu finally regained her composure and recognized the chaos unfolding around her, she stood in shock. The entire sanctuary was enveloped in a sea of blossoms, with purple bellflowers nearly carpeting the cliffside. Beneath her was a lush expanse of verdant mist grass, its velvety texture reminiscent of silk. While towering shrubs loomed nearby, as she glanced upward, Nanchu caught sight of her bee-skin skirt dangling high among the foliage. "Ji Yunting, I'm going to kill you," she exclaimed, mortified at the absurdity of the situation. How had their quarrel devolved into this tangled mess of greenery? "Ah, so you still have some strength left. It seems I wasn't quite vigorous enough earlier," Ji Yunting teased, observing Nanchu's flustered state. In a hasty retreat, she pulled her legs close, glaring at him. "I'm exhausted. Hurry and retrieve my bee-skin skirt." Oh, Ji Yunting glanced at the skirt ensnared high above. With a sudden leap, he effortlessly retrieved it. However, if he could only don the bee-skin garment himself, it would be perfect. Without it, Ji Yunting appeared rather scandalous to Nanchu's eyes. Had her injuries completely healed? She inquired, hastily fastening her skirt, striving to maintain an air of composure. "I've always said it is only you who can heal my wounds," Ji Yunting replied, somewhat smugly. In that moment, he felt entirely restored, although the energies within him were not yet fully under his control. They had significantly increased since the onset of the summer hunt. Furthermore, these energies were far more potent than those he had previously wielded. Nanchu assessed her own botanical powers and sensed a notable enhancement. She extended her hand, releasing a myriad of emerald lights that swirled around Ji Yunting, healing his injuries and restoring his severed tendons to their former state. Astonished, Nanchu wondered if this miraculous recovery was a result of their earlier intimate encounter. What other astonishing properties did the black gold fruit possess? "How do we leave this place?" she asked, feeling increasingly cramped in the plant-laden sanctuary, her proximity to Ji Yunting making her uncomfortably aware of the heat radiating from her body. "Come, I will take you somewhere," he responded. Ji Yunting grasped Nanchu's hand, and although she attempted to evade him, she ultimately allowed herself to be led. The little sacred lake was not accessible to just anyone. There were always orc warriors stationed to guard it. Ji Yunting guided Nanchu deeper into the secret base, carefully avoiding the patrolling orc soldiers until they entered a cavern. Inside the cave, an emptiness prevailed, with a sacrificial altar positioned in the center. Upon the altar rested a pearl, roughly the size of a watermelon. Its luster was remarkable, and one could faintly perceive iridescent hues dancing upon its surface. "Is this the nurturing pearl?" Nanchu inquired. "Indeed. Place your hand upon it," Ji Yunting instructed, placing Nanchu's right hand alongside his left upon the pearl. As their hands made contact, the previously subtle glimmers erupted into a brilliant display, illuminating the entire cavern. Startled, Nanchu quickly withdrew her hand, and the nurturing pearl returned to its tranquil state. "Nanchu, you see, we are truly the perfect match," Ji Yunting remarked with a hint of excitement. Ever since he witnessed Nanchu summon herbs, he had been preoccupied with the nurturing pearl. He had intended to wait a while longer before bringing her, but fate had conspired for their early arrival. "But my shamanic powers must remain concealed," she retorted. She could not disclose to the high priest that she and Ji Yunting could activate the nurturing pearl, for that would complicate matters concerning Ji Yunting and Li. Ji Yunting gently kissed Nanchu's hand and whispered, "Nanchu, if you apply yourself, I believe it won't be long before the energy within me fully revives. At that point, I can suppress my energy." Feigning that it has yet to awaken, "I am certain that even if the high priest wishes for Li and me to produce offspring, the clan leader would not consent." "Apply myself." The moment the words left Nanchu's lips, she realized their implication, her cheeks flushing crimson as she scolded. "This matter is not to be mentioned again. I merely spoke the truth," Ji Yunting replied shamelessly, leaning closer to plant a kiss on her blushing face. He lowered his voice. "In the future, do not run off without listening to my explanations. What if you encounter a rogue orc on your own?" "Understood. Let us return swiftly," Nanchu said, somewhat awkwardly. The pair retraced their steps to the secret base, where Ji Yunting produced a bone knife and, as if slicing vegetables, cleanly severed all the plants that Nanchu had cultivated. "Goodness, why are there so many black rye?" Nanchu exclaimed, astonished, standing amidst towering stalks of black rye. "Nanchu, do you see? Your shamanic powers surpass even those of the high shaman. You should not squander such remarkable abilities," Ji Yunting muttered while cutting down the rye. "You'd best be quiet. If I hear you mention this again, I will cut out your tongue," Nanchu threatened through gritted teeth. All right, I won't say another word," Ji Yunting conceded, sensing that his teasing might genuinely upset her, and quickly focused on his task, with her ears free from distraction. Nanchu found a large grass bag and filled it with black rye ears, roughly the size of her arm, preparing to take it back to the tribe under the cover of night. As she gathered the rye, Nanchu pondered how her plant manipulation abilities seemed significantly enhanced compared to the post-apocalyptic era. She could now not only summon plants, but also alter their size. Was this a sign of her advancement? When Ji Yunting pursued Nanchu, many orcs witnessed the event and began to discuss him, speculating on his remarkable resilience after sustaining such grave injuries. Some even wondered if Ji Yunting might be the messenger of the beast god. Li, have you assessed Yunting's injuries? Has the energy within him revived? The high shaman, Ji Shuang, inquired, having caught wind of the situation. Although he had intended to visit Ji Yunting personally, he felt that doing so might be somewhat humiliating for him. With the shamanic medicine provided by the high shaman, Yunting's wounds have healed to a considerable extent, but I have not sensed a significant resurgence of energy within him. He likely requires more time to recover. Li responded. "Li, do not harbor excessive hopes for Yunting. Even if his energy were to awaken, it does not guarantee he can ascend to a second-tier beastman. I have never heard of a sub-beastman regaining their energy after losing it." The high shaman cautioned. "That I understand, great shaman," Li said, lowering his head slightly. "Feng will soon enter the trials at Little Sacred Lake. Li, I hope you make the right decision when Feng breaks through to the third-tier beastman," the high shaman added. I felt a jolt at the high shaman's words. Ji Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, potentially becoming the youngest third-tier beastman warrior in the Blue Flood tribe within a century. "That I will give it serious consideration," Li replied. In the past, Li might not have regarded the third-tier beastman warriors with much importance. She would have pursued her feelings for Ji Yunting, desiring to bear his offspring. However, after her visit to Yunjing country, she had witnessed a civilization far more advanced than her own tribe. She no longer wished to spend her entire life in the confines of the Blue Flood tribe as a so-called high shaman. She yearned to leave and live in Yunjing country. The only way to achieve that was to align herself with a powerful individual. Previously, she had admired Ji Yunting, believing him to be the strongest, and thought that one day he would become a third-tier beastman warrior and take her to Yunjing country. Reflecting on Ji Yunting's pursuit of Nanchu, Li felt a twinge of bitterness. Perhaps from the moment she set foot in Yunjing country, they had begun to drift apart. Reminded by the high shaman, Li no longer sought to visit Ji Yunting. Instead, she grew closer to Ji Feng, who accompanied her while she foraged for herbs on the mountain. Ji Yunting's friends, including Ji Yunting, came to visit him again, sharing the latest news. Yunting, are you foolish? Li has been so attentive to you. Yet you failed to seize the opportunity. Now she's been taken away by Ji Feng. Ji Yunting lamented. Exasperated, it was not only Ji Yunting who believed Ji Yunting's oversight of Li to be a significant loss. It seemed that all the orcs in the Blue Flood tribe shared this sentiment. Them. Nanchu, with her delicate demeanor, was no match for Li. We simply lack fate, Ji Yunting replied with a raised brow. What do you mean lack fate? Your injuries have healed, haven't they? Go and flatter Li. Perhaps a bold approach will win her over, and if she bears your offspring, you won't have to participate in the hunting season. Ji Yunting suggested. Ji Yunting's intentions were good. He wished for Ji Yunting, who aspired to become a sub-beastman, to survive. After all, Ji Yunting had nearly lost his life during a summer hunt. The autumn hunt still lay ahead. And luck could not be expected to favor Ji Yunting every time. Yunting, rest assured, I have my own plans, Ji Yunting assured him, patting his shoulder. You seem to be bewitched by beauty, Ji Yunting retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ji Yunting marked Nanchu with his scent, signaling to all orc warriors that she was his, just as his form bore the unique fragrance of Nanchu. His friends were well aware of the implications of this. Now recovered, Ji Yunting moved discreetly within the tribe. When orc warriors inquired about his condition, he merely attributed his recovery to the efficacy of the high shaman's medicine avoid drawing undue attention. Ji Yunting refrained from hunting for the first few days, instead spending his time weaving baskets to trade for meat and food. Many orc warriors in the Blue Flood tribe felt a sense of regret for Ji Yunting. If he had secured Li's affections, he would not need to labor for food. One evening, as Nanchu and Ji Yunting sat at the entrance of their tent weaving baskets and chatting, Nanchu remarked, Yunting, it has been nearly half a month since you returned from your injury. Why have neither your father nor mother come to see you? Nanchu asked curiously. Today, while Nanchu and she went out to gather sweet treasures, they encountered Ji Xiaoyu. She slightly tilted her chin, haughtily passing by as if she did not recognize them, not even sparing a glance. Upon seeing Ji Xiaoyu, Nanchu suddenly recalled that Ji Yunting, in addition to having a circle of friends, also had a family. Even though their relationship was not particularly warm, they would surely come to check on him after he was injured and nearly lost his life. Unfortunately, not only did they not come to see him, but they did not even utter a word of concern, and why father has never favored me. Ji Yunting said expressionlessly, I suppose if I were to die upon my return, he would scarcely cast a glance my way. That I just don't understand why he treats you this way when you are his own flesh and blood, not some stray picked up from the forest. Nanchu retorted indignantly. He must have doubts about my being his biological child. Ji Yunting replied with a bitter smile. He did not hesitate to share the matters concerning his father and mother with Nanchu. Ji Yunting had always been looked down upon by Ji Zheng, largely due to rumors surrounding Ji Yao and his mother, Haizhu. Ji Zheng had long believed that Haizhu had feelings for Ji Yao. Thinking that he had used improper means to make her his partner, Ji Yunting became aware of this when he was very young, during the times Ji Zheng would beat him. His mother had also succumbed to despair because of this. Are these merely rumors? Nanchu inquired. They are likely closer to the truth than not. Several times during my childhood, I was beaten severely by my father, and it was Uncle Yao who came to my aid. He must have felt a sense of affection for my mother as well, Ji Yunting explained. Over the years, Ji Yao had consistently supported Ji Yunting, creating a conflict within Ji Yunting's heart. On one hand, he felt grateful for Ji Yao's care. On the other, he believed Ji Yao also bore some responsibility for the rift between him and Ji Zheng. I see now. Your father, after taking your mother away from Uncle Yao, has begun to harbor suspicions. Where was he all this time? Truly despicable, Nanchu muttered. I have heard that Jia also had affections for Uncle Yao back in the day. Alas, neither Jia nor Uncle Yao has found a partner over the years. I sincerely hope they can be together, Ji Yunting remarked. Regardless of what had transpired in the past, Ji Yunting still wished for Ji Yao to let bygones be bygones. I heard from Shi that the clan leader approached Uncle Yao, expressing a desire for Ji and Uncle Yao to become partners, Nanchu said. She also wished to play matchmaker for Ji Yao and Jia. The last time Jia visited, she had mentioned this to her, but it seemed Jia had not taken any steps, remaining passive and observant. Has Uncle Yao agreed? Ji Yunting inquired. Not yet, but if this drags on, Uncle Yao might find it difficult to resist the clan leader's persuasion. After all, he is not getting any younger. He is an exceptionally talented second-tier beastman warrior in the tribe. If the high priest issues a decree, even if Uncle Yao does not wish to be with Ji, he would likely have to comply and quickly produce offspring. The matter of the beast goddess envoy had somehow spread throughout the Lan Jiao tribe, with many beastman warriors disregarding whether it was the best time to conceive, busying themselves at home, hoping their partners would bear them a beast god envoy as the clan leader. Ji Yu was somewhat anxious. He certainly would not afford Ji Yao much time to contemplate. Jia and Uncle Yao have missed each other for so many years. They cannot afford to miss another chance. Yunting, I will go speak to Uncle Yao about this, Nanchu declared. Seeing Nanchu's fervent demeanor, Ji Yunting felt somewhat helpless. Let us wait until tomorrow. It's late tonight. Haha, I am too impatient. After Ji boasted about this matter in front of Jia. Although Jia did not show it, she seemed distracted while gathering herbs, even picking the wrong ones yesterday. That I believe she must be thinking of Uncle Yao, Nanchu remarked as they conversed. Light rain began to fall from the sky. Nanchu reached out to catch the raindrops from outside the tent, saying, tomorrow we can go pick red mushrooms again. Yunting, after I gather the mushrooms, I will go find Uncle Yao. The reason Nanchu was so eager to unite Ji Yao and Jia was that she had her own little scheme. After all, she was always flaunting her partner as the mightiest beastman warrior in the tribe. She wanted to see her face when Ji Yao and Jia got together. The following morning, as the sun just peeked over the horizon, Nanchu set out with Shi to gather mushrooms. By the afternoon, she returned with a basket full of red mushrooms, boldly heading towards Ji Yao's dwelling. Uncle Yao, I brought you some mushrooms, Nanchu called out in front of Ji Yao's stone house. Ji Yao had been training beastman warriors all day and was just returning when he saw Nanchu bringing mushrooms, looking somewhat surprised. Nanchu, come in, Ji Yao said, opening the door. This was Nanchu's first time entering Ji Yao's home, and the furnishings were as minimalist as Jia's, embodying simplicity in its purest form. She placed the mushrooms on the stone table and got straight to the point. Uncle Yao, I didn't come just to deliver mushrooms today. Speak then. What is it you need? Ji Yao smiled. I heard that Ji and you are about to become partners. Nanchu asked. That is indeed the case. I am still considering it and have not yet agreed. Ji Yao replied. Uncle Yao, there is something I do not understand. You and Jia have liked each other for so many years. Why do you not make Jia your partner, but choose Ji instead? Nanchu questioned bluntly. Ji Yao was taken aback by Nanchu's rapid-fire questioning, clearly bewildered. Nanchu, who told you that Jia likes me? Does it really take someone to tell me? Anyone with eyes can see that, Nanchu stated, perplexed. That's impossible. Back then, I wanted Jia to be my partner, and even had Ji Wu Shuang help me deliver a precious chicken to her. But she rejected me. Ji Yao lamented. Ji Wu Shuang advised me to pursue Haizhu, saying that Jia would surely feel jealous if she saw me with another female beastman. Yet even then, Jia did not spare me a second glance. Ji Yao expressed, pained. Uncle Yao, there must be a misunderstanding between you and J. It is certain that she truly likes you. You should tell her what you just said. Whatever the misunderstanding is, once you both talk it out, you will surely understand. Nanchu encouraged, hearing the name of the great shaman. Nanchu suspected that this matter had been meddled with by him. Why the great shaman would prevent Jia and Ji Yao from being together remained a mystery. All right, I will go find Jia, Ji Yao said, his hands trembling with excitement. He had been longing for Jia all these years, believing she had despised him. Uncle Yao, you can do it. Both of you possess formidable talents. Any offspring you have will undoubtedly inherit great potential. Mu Nanchu cheered. Ji Yao smiled, taking the red mushrooms that Mu Nanchu had brought and striding towards Jia's direction. Jia, who was in her stone house preparing dinner, was taken aback when she saw Ji Yao approaching with a basket of red mushrooms. Mu Nanchu returned to her tent, exhilarated, and shared Ji Yao's situation with Ji Yunting. Yunting, I can't shake the feeling that the rumors about your mother and Uncle Yao back then were not entirely true. From the look on Uncle Yao's face today, it seems he has always had feelings for Jias, she spoke. Mu Nanchu eagerly savored the mushroom soup that Ji Yunting had prepared. Ji Yunting, who was serving himself some soup, froze, his expression one of shock. If Uncle Yao did not have feelings for my mother, why has he cared for me all these years? Ji Yunting asked in a low voice. Perhaps Uncle Yao feels guilty. His sudden affection towards your mother may have caused issues in her relationship with your father, ultimately leading to her demise. Mu Nanchu speculated uncertainly. I must ask Uncle Yao about this tomorrow. Ji Yunting remarked. Ji Yunting had always harbored a glimmer of hope for his father, Ji Zheng, wishing that he would treat him with the same affection he extended to Ji Yunting. For an extended period, he endured Ji Zheng's oppression, believing that if he became a formidable beast warrior and brought back more meat, Ji Zheng would eventually show him kindness. However, this time, after sustaining an injury, Ji Zheng didn't even spare him a glance, which shattered Ji Yunting's hopes completely. And no matter how hard he tried, he felt it was futile. Ji Zheng would never come to like him. He could never comprehend why Ji Zheng treated him so harshly, as both were his sons. Yet Ji Zheng regarded him as a lowly slave. Upon learning about the situation with Ji Yao and Jia, he sensed that perhaps once Ji Yao and Jia resolved their issues, he might finally understand why his father harbored such disdain for him. The following morning, before Mu Nanchu and she had set out, Jia and Ji Yao came to find her, seeing Yao carrying a basket of red mushrooms to see me. I knew this was definitely Nanchu's suggestion, Jia said with a smile. Mu Nanchu observed the tightly clasped hands of Jia and Yao, her heart swelling with delight. It seemed that Ji Yao had reconciled with Jia the previous night, and they were now together. Jia, congratulations on being with Uncle Yao. Mu Nanchu exclaimed joyfully. We almost missed each other for a lifetime. Nanchu, Yunting, thank you both, Ji Yao said, somewhat bashfully. As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded by emotions. Both Ji Yao and Jia believed the other did not harbor any feelings, thinking their affections were unreciprocated, unaware that they were indeed fond of each other. Mu Nanchu, pondering how to unravel Ji Yunting's emotional turmoil, inquired about Ji Yao and Haiju. Ji Yao recounted what he knew about the events following his hasty departure the previous day. It turned out that Haiju had come to the Blue Dragon tribe with a merchant caravan from a distant clan. She possessed a pair of azure eyes, captivating the beast warriors of the Blue Dragon tribe, many of whom pursued her. When Ji Yao was younger, he thought that if he pursued Haiju, Jia would surely feel jealous, thus breaking the barrier between them. Who could have imagined that Jia would not only remain unjealous, but would walk away instead? Later, Haiju inadvertently consumed wild fruit and became Ji Zheng's partner. Ji Yao attempted to win her back, but every time he faced Jia's indifferent gaze, his courage would dissipate. Over time, he chose to silently guard Jia's side, weary of explaining the events of the past. Uncle Yao, why did Ji Wushuang interfere with you and Jia? Your union should not have concerned him at all. Mu Nanchu asked, puzzled that Ji Wushuang was exceedingly clever. He would not engage in meaningless actions. At that time, Jia was competing with him for the title of Grand Shaman. Due to my circumstances, Jia was ill-prepared and distracted, leading to her being pushed off a cliff by Ji. Had Jia been in good spirits, Ji could never have harmed her. Furthermore, Ji Wushuang must have had feelings for Haiju as well. But back then, Haiju's affections lay with Zheng. I once considered Zheng a friend, and under Ji Wushuang's deceitful influence, I attempted to ingratiate myself with Haiju, creating a rift between her and Zheng. According to Ji Wushuang's plan, I was to make Haiju despise Zheng, but he underestimated Zheng's shamelessness, who employed vile means to ensure Haiju bore Yunting, compelling her to become Zheng's partner. Yunting listened. The pieces finally fell into place, revealing why his father had consistently shown him disdain over the years, often belittling him as an unknown bastard. It was no easy task for female beast warriors to bear offspring. Some couples would remain together for years without producing any young, like Yin and Shi, who had only just conceived after several years. In fact, some female beast warriors might never bear children in their lifetime, making Haiju's singular success nearly impossible. Thus, Ji Zheng harbored doubts about Ji Yunting that it seems that the divisive tactics of Ji Wushuang's family are a hereditary trait. Mu Nanchu remarked. What do you mean by that? Jia asked, somewhat puzzled that a few days ago, Ji Feng persistently harassed me, claiming that Li and Yunting would become partners, urging me not to waste time on Yunting. Initially, I thought Ji Feng had ulterior motives towards me, but upon reflection, it was clear he was trying to sow discord, aiming to disrupt Yunting and Li's bond to pave the way for himself and Li. Mu Nanchu explained, Nanchu, why haven't he? I heard you mention Ji Feng approached you. Ji Yunting interjected, clearly anxious. You are unwell? Why would I burden you with such troubling news? Besides, I ignored him, and he ceased his attempts. Mu Nanchu replied indifferently, in the future, should anything like this arise, you must inform me. Ji Yunting insisted, gently ruffling Mu Nanchu's hair. With past grievances clarified, the burden that had weighed upon Ji Yunting's heart was finally lifted, granting him a sense of relief. Whether Ji Zheng was kind to him or not seemed inconsequential when considering how he treated his mother. Observing the despondent expression on Ji Yunting's cold visage, Mu Nanchu stepped forward to console him. Yunting, sometimes letting go could be a blessing. In truth, Mu Nanchu felt a sense of happiness at Ji Yunting's complete release from familial ties. After all, she intended to take Ji Yunting away, and it would be for the best if he had no lingering attachments. Yunting, you should be wary of Ji Feng. I fear he may act against you now that he sees you recovering. Jiao cautioned. If it weren't for Ji Feng's constant scheming, Ji Yunting would not have found himself in such dire straits. Uncle Yao, I've already faced death once. I will not allow myself to fall into peril again. Ji Yunting stated earnestly. Previously, he had been alone, truly indifferent to life and death. But now, with Mu Nanchu in his life, he felt a sense of responsibility. He would cherish his life more, not merely for himself, but also for Mu Nanchu. Very well, Yunting, I believe in you. You will rise once more. Even without energy, your combat skills alone will suffice to sustain you and Nanchu. Ji Yao encouraged. Thank you, Uncle Yao. I will strive to do my best. Ji Yunting replied solemnly, gazing earnestly at Ji Yao. The closeness between Li and Ji Feng was evident to all. Just days prior, when Ji Yunting had first awakened, Li had been visiting Ji Yunting's tent almost every other day. The sudden shift in her affections clearly pointed to something amiss concerning Ji Yunting. There were even rumors circulating within the Blue Dragon tribe that Ji Yunting's injuries were so severe that he may never be able to hunt again. Ji Yunting played into these rumors, not rushing to hunt, but instead dutifully weaving his basket to exchange for meat with the tribe leader. He did not seek choice cuts, opting instead for the cheapest meat, often with large bones attached. Thus, the beast warriors of the Blue Dragon tribe became increasingly convinced that Ji Yunting was done for. Initially, those who had been friendly with him still came to check on him, asking if he needed assistance. But as time wore on, the visits dwindled, leaving only Ji Yin and Ji Yao still showing concern. Yunting, didn't you say the Grand Shaman would come to treat you? Your external injuries seem to be healing nicely. Why hasn't the Grand Shaman arrived? Mu Nanchu inquired, a note of worry in her voice. Although Li had stopped visiting Ji Yunting, Mu Nanchu remained uneasy. Should Ji Wushuang come to tend to Ji Yunting, the truth of his energy recovery could not remain hidden. The Grand Shaman likely does not take me seriously. Perhaps he believes that even if my energy returns, it will not be sufficient for me to advance to a second-tier beast warrior, Ji Yunting replied, raising an eyebrow. In truth, Ji Yunting had anticipated that the Grand Shaman would not come personally unless Li genuinely discovered that he could once again advance to a second-tier beast warrior. Otherwise, the Grand Shaman would not easily come to treat his wounds. His constant feigning of illness towards Mu Nanchu was merely a ploy to encourage her to utilize the alternative energy of the black gold fruit to aid his recovery. Mu Nanchu, not being naive, quickly discerned Ji Yunting's cheerful demeanor and realized what was afoot. She shot him a fierce glare, clearly displeased, saying, "If you dare deceive me again, I will pluck your scales off one by one." "All right, I was wrong this time. I won't keep anything from you again," Ji Yunting hastily reassured her, sensing her genuine anger. "Enough with your banter. We cannot simply weave baskets. We must procure some meat. We need to deliver 500 pounds to the tribe before the autumn hunt begins. And with summer already more than half over, we must plan how to acquire that meat," that Nanchu inquired. Ji Yunting had been recuperating for nearly a month, and with the days spent weaving baskets, half of the summer had already slipped by. Yet within their tent, they could only muster a meager amount of meat obtained through bartering baskets. A far cry from the 500 pounds they required. There is no need to worry that in a few days, I plan to hunt a couple of wild bulls. Not only will we be able to provide for the tribe, but we should also have enough meat to see us through the winter, Ji Yunting declared. Nanchu was acutely aware that the winter in Lan Bei Forest could last for at least 4 months, during which heavy snow would blanket the mountains, rendering hunting nearly impossible and leaving them without wild fruits or vegetables. To survive the winter, they would need to rely on provisions gathered during the other 3 seasons. "The rye grains I hastened to grow turned out to be excessively large. I intend to grind them all into flour. This should sustain us for a while during winter. If it proves insufficient, I can always return to the secret base to cultivate more," Nanchu added. During winter, she could cultivate edible grains and vegetables, but meat was beyond her capabilities. After some contemplation, she resolved to venture out and hunt smaller game, such as sharp-toothed rabbits, bear rabbits, and delectable pearl chickens. Moreover, if she could catch some fish from the sacred lake to dry in a fish jerky, both she and Ji Yunting would enjoy a comfortable winter. "Yunting, we also need to barter for more animal hides. The winter is exceptionally frigid, and a single animal hide blanket in our tent will surely not suffice," Nanchu continued. Though it was the height of summer and somewhat warm, her animal hide skirt was barely tolerable. Come winter, with such cold, she would find it impossible to step outside clad in only that I understand. "Nanchu, that do not fret. I will devise another solution that I will ensure that you do not suffer from the cold during winter," Ji Yunting said earnestly. Even if he had to endure the chill himself, he would not permit Nanchu to suffer alongside him. They meticulously planned everything, but the others were unaware. She, in her fear that Nanchu's food stores would run low, incessantly urged her to forage for sweet treasures and dig up white and red roots. Sometimes, seeing Nanchu gather too little, she would even offer to assist her, and Nanchu silently accepted she's kindness, yet calculated that by winter, she would likely give birth to cubs, and she would need to gather plenty of sweet treasure seeds. Having witnessed the rapid growth of the orc cubs, which matured far quicker than ordinary human children, she knew that within just over a month, they would be teething and able to consume soft, sweet treasure seeds. Initially, Nanchu contemplated capturing a blackhorn sheep to keep by the tent, so when the sheep gave birth to lambs in winter, she could provide milk for she's cubs. Regrettably, Ji Yunting forbade her, arguing that even if she brought back a blackhorn sheep, it would be difficult to keep safe, as a moment's inattention could lead to it being stolen that moment. Nanchu realized that the orcs in the tribe were far more cunning than she had anticipated. While some were benevolent, others, like Jiwu Shuang, were exceedingly wicked, possessing a cunning that was formidable. Although Nanchu initially wished to teach the orcs in the tribe how to raise blackhorn sheep, the injury to Ji Yunting and the indifference of most others left her feeling disheartened. They showed no concern for her or Ji Yunting's well-being, so why should she willingly engage in thankless tasks? If the blackhorn sheep she raised perished, it would surely lead to another uproar. After much deliberation, Nanchu decided to wait a while longer. If the Lan Jiao tribe could indeed accommodate her and Ji Yunting, she could impart some of her life skills to the orcs before departing. Daily, Nanchu ventured out to gather food, and one day, Ji Yunting intercepted her on her way back to the tribe. "Nanchu, have you been digging up white roots again? They are so unpalatable. How can you possibly eat them?" he asked. "I love them. What business is it of yours?" Nanchu retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Ji Yunting approached to dissuade her, asserting that with Ji Yunting incapacitated, remaining by his side would only bring her hardship. She had heard such sentiments too often recently. They were becoming tiresome. "Nanchu, why are you so stubborn? I only want what is best for you by inviting you to join me." Ji Yunting insisted shamelessly. With summer nearly gone, Ji Yunting had only woven a handful of baskets, and it was clear they would not have sufficient meat for the autumn hunt. He would have no choice but to participate in the hunt, while she risked becoming a slave within the tribe. You are aware of the fate that awaits slaves in our tribe, aren't you? Ji Yunting provocatively mentioned the slaves of the Lan Jiao tribe, knowing it would infuriate Nanchu, who despised being referred to as a slave. Upon hearing Ji Yunting mention slaves, Nanchu's expression darkened considerably. Not only did the Lan Jiao tribe regard their slaves with disdain, but other tribes did as well. Slaves lived separately from the orcs, lacking even tents, as all orc slaves were confined to a massive grass hut. In times of hunting, they served as bait, and in times of war, they were mere cannon fodder. When there was no conflict, they labored incessantly, and no matter how much food they gathered, they could only consume a meager portion. Nanchu had witnessed the plight of the orc slaves in the Lan Jiao tribe. Their existence was worse than that of the wild beasts in the forest. Ji Yunting. You need not threaten me. Yunting will protect me. You need not worry about whether I will become a slave, Nanchu replied with calm assurance. Even if Ji Yunting failed to capture the two wild bulls, she had her own means of acquiring meat. Her tent contained ample food that could be traded for meat. If necessary, she could cultivate more food at the secret base. Seeing that Nanchu was unfazed, Ji Yunting reached out, attempting to encircle her waist, hoping to compel her into submission through force. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar in the tribe. As long as he was sufficiently powerful, even the mightiest female orc would eventually yield to him. Nanchu was taken aback by Ji Yunting's audacity and his willingness to resort to violence in an instant. As he reached for her, Nanchu jabbed the acupoint on his arm forcefully and kicked him in a vital area. Ji Yunting emitted a howl akin to a wounded pig, curling up on the ground like a shrimp. The commotion startled the orcs who had been watching nearby. Even some orc warriors flinched at the sight of Ji Yunting writhing in pain. Instinctively retreating a step while shielding their own vulnerabilities, that Nanchu's kick was indeed fierce. Ji Yunting was a second-tier orc warrior, and even if a wild beast had torn a gaping wound in him, he should not have been in such agony. Keep your distance from me in the future. I am not someone to be trifled with, and Nanchu shouted loudly. Ji Yunting attempted to speak, but the pain in his vital area was excruciating, rendering him unable to utter anything but a pained wail. He couldn't form a single coherent sentence. Previously, Nanchu had fought with other orcs in the tribe, and the orcs were well aware of her fiery temperament. However, this time, Nanchu had once again redefined their perception of her within the Blue Flood tribe. From now on, anyone who encountered Nanchu would no longer be deceived by her gentle and pitiable appearance. She could easily knock down a second-tier orc warrior with a single kick. Despite her fierce demeanor, the orcs of the Blue Flood tribe did not abandon their aspirations to possess her. In fact, even more orc warriors desired to become Nanchu's partner. Ji Yunting only learned of this matter the following day, and he was nearly overwhelmed with rage. He immediately set aside the thorn basket in his hands and went out with Nanchu to forage for food. Ji Yunting's external injuries were nearly healed, and as he and Nanchu searched for sustenance in the forest, many of the orc warriors felt too embarrassed to approach her. After all, they had fought alongside Ji Yunting before. Even if they secretly wished to possess Nanchu, they would not dare speak of such shameful thoughts in Ji Yunting's presence. One day, Nanchu and Ji Yunting each carried a large bamboo basket to the sacred lake to catch fish. Although the orcs of the Blue Flood tribe guarded the vast expanse of the sacred lake, they were not fond of consuming the fish within it. Firstly, the fish in the sacred lake had numerous bones, and the orcs were not skilled at spitting them out, which made them prone to choking. Furthermore, the taste of the fish was quite unpleasant. Any orc capable of finding a decent meal would avoid the fish from the sacred lake. Secondly, the fish were exceedingly cunning, making them difficult to catch. Even orc warriors sometimes struggled to reel in a sizable catch. The fish in the sacred lake were not overrun by predators, and Nanchu vaguely recalled an incident where she inadvertently poisoned many fish while attempting to catch pearl hens. Thus, taking advantage of the early autumn when the water was still relatively warm and the fish were plump, Nanchu sought to catch more fish to dry for the winter. The hemp fruit was quite easy to find, and Nanchu employed the same method as before, using the hemp fruit to catch a dozen or so pearl hens. She then discarded the hens' entrails into the sacred lake, and shortly thereafter, various fish of all sizes began to surface. Ji Yunting leaped into the sacred lake, specifically picking out the larger fish, and before long, both baskets were filled to the brim, noticing that there were still plenty of fish swimming on the lake surface. Nanchu was reluctant to leave and instructed Ji Yunting to deposit all the fish on the shore. She proceeded to gut and clean all the fish by the water's edge, then strung up the ones she couldn't carry with grass rope, allowing Ji Yunting to take them back to the tribe. As Nanchu and Ji Yunting busily worked, a mocking laughter echoed from afar. Nanchu, are you so hard up for food that you're resorting to dead fish from the sacred lake? Be careful not to choke on the bones. Upon hearing the voice, Nanchu recognized it immediately. She stood up and looked toward Ji, replying nonchalantly, "You should mind your own business. How I live my life is of no concern to you, Ditto. You're almost starving, yet you still have such a sharp tongue." Ji continued, observing Ji Yunting fishing in the sacred lake. Nanchu, don't think that just because you've ruined my relationship with Ji Yao, you can feel smug about it. You can't even afford a meal. And Jia hasn't given you any meat. Just wait until the leaves turn yellow and the autumn hunt begins. When the time comes, if you and Ji Yunting can't provide meat to the tribe, your fate will surely be dire. Nanchu was not angered by Ji's words. She merely scoffed and replied, "Stop worrying about me and making snide remarks. My future is none of your business. And we shall see who ends up laughing at whom." With that, Nanchu resumed her task of cleaning the fish, no longer engaging with Ji. Seeing that Nanchu remained unfazed, Ji's fury deepened. Just as she was about to hurl another insult at Nanchu, a sudden, resounding roar echoed from a distance. A brilliant golden light shot from the depths of the sacred lake, and Ji exclaimed with delight. Ji Feng has advanced to a third-tier orc. Haha, Li's choice was indeed correct. Ji Yunting can't possibly compare to Ji Feng, who is only good for his looks. Nanchu, just wait and see. Once Li bears the beast god's messenger and becomes a great shaman, I'll ensure you end up in the grass huts where the slaves reside, reduced to a mere public slave of the tribe. At that point, I'll be eager to see if you can maintain that sharp tongue of yours." Ji proclaimed triumphantly. Ji had flaunted her superiority before Nanchu for quite some time, believing Nanchu to be oblivious to the significance of a third-tier orc. Losing interest in Nanchu, she gleefully returned to the tribe, eager to celebrate Ji Feng's advancement, hoping for a feast of roasted venison that night. In the sacred lake, Ji Yunting, noticing the golden light emanating from the depths, felt a surge of energy within the energy sea, as if it had been stirred by something. He tossed the large fish he had caught onto the shore and said to Nanchu, "Nanchu, I'll dive back into the lake to catch a few more big fish. Stay put and don't wander off. Isn't it unnecessary to use the hemp fruit? Those big fish are slippery and hard to catch." Nanchu cautioned. "Nanchu, you underestimate me," Ji Yunting replied with a smirk, flipping and diving into the depths of the sacred lake. The recent surge of energy from Ji Feng's advancement had affected Ji Yunting, prompting him to release energy from the sea. Unable to contain himself, he transformed into a massive blue dragon. The sudden transformation filled Ji Yunting with joy. He had thought he would need to wait until next year to undergo this change again. As he felt his power surge, his senses sharpened dramatically. He faintly perceived Ji Feng and leaned near the pearl area and caught a whiff of a sweet, enticing scent that left him feeling restless, nearly compelling him to burst forth from the water and pin Nanchu down on the soft, misty grass. Ji Yunting cursed Ji Feng in his heart for being a beast. Just after advancing to third-tier orc, he was already taking advantage of Li. Wasn't this a deliberate torment? Unable to pin Nanchu down, Ji Yunting could only focus on gathering the excess energy in his claws to battle with a large fish in the sacred lake. The depths of the sacred lake were dark as night, but this did not hinder Ji Yunting's ability to catch fish. Before long, Nanchu, waiting on the shore, saw 6 fish, roughly her size, tossed onto the bank. With a splash, Ji Yunting emerged from the sacred lake, wiping the water from his face, and grinned at Nanchu, asking, "Are these fish enough for us to eat this winter?" Nanchu stared, dumbfounded, at the large fish, unsure of what to say. Had she known Ji Yunting possessed such abilities, she would have bothered with the hemp fruit. "Get up here quickly. Why have you suddenly become so powerful today? Are you hiding something from me? She questioned, her expression frosty. I'll tell you tonight, but first, let us figure out how to transport these fish back to the tribe. Yunting leaped onto the shore, standing firmly beside Mu Nanchu. With this display of prowess, anyone who dared to call him a sub-orc would surely have their eyes gouged out by Mu Nanchu. Yunting and Mu Nanchu returned to the tribe with the fish. Many orcs took notice that it seemed Ji Yunting's energy had not yet returned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the sacred lake to catch such unpalatable fish for sustenance that he is not planning to hand these fish over to the tribe as a contribution. Is he? One orc asked anxiously. That is unlikely. The chief isn't blind. If he needs these fish, then another orc mused. Look, doesn't Mu Nanchu seem to have become much more beautiful than when she first arrived at the tribe? Aside from food, the orc warriors were also concerned about the tribe's attractive female orcs that it seems. So, Mu Nanchu appears to have gained a bit of weight. She looks much healthier overall. An orc warrior swallowed hard and spoke. At this moment, Mu Nanchu's delicate, fair face appeared exceptionally beautiful and charming. The white snow fox fur dress she wore seemed a tad snug, revealing her fair thighs, while the bodice clung tightly, accentuating her alluring figure. Typically, Mu Nanchu moved with the swiftness of the wind, and the orc warriors of the tribe did not regard her with much esteem. However, today, burdened with a considerable catch of fish, she appeared somewhat strained. Her steps slowed considerably, which drew the attention of the orc warriors, allowing them to scrutinize her properly. Yunting's energy had awakened significantly. Even in his half-beast form, his senses had sharpened considerably. Upon sensing the predatory gazes of the orc warriors, he positioned his robust frame protectively in front of Mu Nanchu and glared fiercely at the onlookers. Ji Yunting, you are merely a sub-beast now and cannot protect Mu Nanchu. If you were wise, you would relinquish her. Perhaps you could barter her for some meat, allowing you to forego participation in this autumn's hunting season. Ji Yu's gaze was almost glued to Mu Nanchu, unwilling to divert his eyes even when obstructed by the fish. Even as a sub-beast, you are no match for me, Ji Yunting retorted without hesitation. Ji Yu clenched his teeth in frustration, yet his desire for Mu Nanchu compelled him to continue the discourse. Ji Yunting, do not be so hasty to reject my proposal. Allow me to suggest this. I will offer you 500 pounds of meat in exchange for Mu Nanchu. If you agree now, you can collect the meat from my home at once. Ji Yu proclaimed with considerable pride. Having witnessed Ji Yunting consume the fish from the sacred lake, Ji Yu was confident that this time, Ji Yunting would not refuse his generous offer. 500 pounds, you say? I will offer 600. Mu Nanchu is a female of the Snake Fox tribe, and her beauty is unparalleled. 500 pounds is simply insufficient. An orc warrior called out. Upon hearing another warrior vying for Mu Nanchu, Ji Yu's heart seethed with rage. He had coveted her since her arrival at the Blue Flood tribe. How dare these lowlifes contend with him for her? I will offer 700 pounds of meat. Who dares to compete with me? My brother just advanced to a third-tier warrior today. The meat in my household will be plentiful. If you wish to contest for her, consider whether you are worthy. Ji Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding orc warriors. His declaration. The onlooking warriors fell silent, deterred from raising their bids. Yunting watched this farce unfold, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just as he was about to erupt, Mu Nanchu grasped his arm, saying, Yunting, let us not engage with them. We have much to attend to today. Without even glancing at Ji Yu, Mu Nanchu remained steadfast beside Ji Yunting, viewing Ji Yu as an inconsequential figure, and conversing with him felt like a waste of time. Very well, let us return, Ji Yunting soothed, patting Mu Nanchu's hand gently. Ji Yu, cease your foolish fantasies. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow Mu Nanchu to remain in this world. She belongs solely to me, Ji Yunting. No one else shall lay claim to her. Ji Yunting glared fiercely at Ji Yu, his resolve unwavering. The other orcs dared not utter further disrespectful words, resigning themselves to watch Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu depart together. Once they had left, the orcs reflected on the fact that Ji Yunting was now merely a sub-beast, no longer the formidable second-tier warrior he once was. There was no reason for them to fear him. Yet, they could not shake the feeling of intimidation he had instilled moments before. What an enigma! The orc warriors concluded that their apprehension stemmed from Ji Yunting's past prowess, which had left them with lingering psychological scars. No one doubted that Ji Yunting's strength had indeed surged, for although he suppressed the energy within him, he could not entirely mask the aura he exuded. Yunting and Mu Nanchu returned home with their catch. But Mu Nanchu gazed at the sizable fish and the meager jar of salt with concern. Preparing dried fish required a substantial amount of salt, and this tiny quantity would be utterly insufficient. Yunting, even for making lightly cured fish, a minimum amount of salt is necessary. This will certainly not suffice. Do you have any means of procuring more salt? Mu Nanchu inquired. Our tribe does not produce salt in abundance. Typically, it is during the autumn that trading caravans from other tribes come through, that we exchange meat for other goods, but at present, we are unlikely to obtain any salt, Ji Yunting replied. What does our tribe produce abundantly? Meat. Our orc warriors are exceptionally strong, and each year they contribute a significant amount of meat to the tribe. This meat is dried to prepare for the arrival of trading caravans from other tribes. Ji Yunting explained, we too require salt for making dried meat. Perhaps you could see if you can barter for some? Mu Nanchu suggested. Ji Yunting shook his head. Salt was a precious commodity, and the tribe rarely traded it among its own. Everyone would stockpile enough for the year when the caravans from other tribes arrived in the autumn. With Ji Yunting's response, Mu Nanchu grasped that if she wished to turn the fish into dried fare, it would be up to her to devise a solution. Yunting, is there salt grass in the forest? Mu Nanchu queried. Having roamed various parts of the forest, she had yet to encounter any salt grass. What is salt grass? Ji Yunting asked, somewhat perplexed. Mu Nanchu pondered for a moment before extending her palm, revealing a purplish-red plant that slowly appeared in her hand. This is salt grass. It has a somewhat bitter taste. But sometimes herbivores consume it. Mu Nanchu offered the salt grass to Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting examined the salt grass closely, stating, I have seen this plant before, just outside the valley near the greedy wolf tribe. The area is sparse in trees, and few plants grow there. Yet this salt grass thrives abundantly. That is splendid news. We shall gather some salt grass first thing tomorrow morning. I will teach you how to make salt blocks. Those made from salt grass taste far superior to the inferior salt we currently consume. Mu Nanchu exclaimed joyfully. The valley is near the greedy wolf tribe. I could manage it alone, but if you accompany me. Ji Yunting's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. If Mu Nanchu followed, she would only hinder him, and should they encounter the orc warriors of the greedy wolf tribe, he would need to divide his attention to protect her. Do not underestimate me. You caught so many large fish at the sacred lake today, yet you have yet to explain how that came to be. Mu Nanchu pressed the mention of his energy. A flicker of excitement crossed Ji Yunting's face. Come, I will take you to my secret base where you can witness my energy. Mu Nanchu was inexplicably drawn as Ji Yunting led her to his secret base. He shed his upper garments, standing bare-chested beneath the waterfall. As he threw punches with increasing speed, the cascading water above him ceased its descent, parting to flow around him into the stream below. Noticing Mu Nanchu's rapt attention, Ji Yunting subtly released a thread of energy to influence her. When he saw the astonishment etched across her face, a smile spread across his own. The slave contract was not signed in vain. Today, Ji Yunting's energy sea had been significantly bolstered by Ji Feng's advancement, allowing him to control his energy with greater ease, especially as he sought to affect Mu Nanchu. Suddenly, the plant-based powers within Mu Nanchu surged, prompting her to hastily begin cultivating rye and other plants within the secret base. She particularly enjoyed red roots, and as she cultivated the plants, roots thicker than barrels grew wildly within the hidden space. Ji Yunting gauged the energy reserves within Mu Nanchu's body, and when he sensed her energy nearing depletion, he finally paused his training. Yunting, how has your energy advanced so greatly? Mu Nanchu asked, her eyes wide with surprise as she surveyed the abundant crops of rye and red roots around them. Ji Feng advanced to a third-tier warrior today, and while I was at the sacred lake, his progression had some influence on the energy in my sea. However, my energy remains somewhat unstable. Nanchu, could you assist me in calming the erratic energy within me? Ji Yunting's expression bore a hint of vulnerability. Then Nanchu initially thought Ji Yunting was merely reacting to Ji Feng's advancement, which left him unable to control his energy. She readily agreed, saying, "When I released my energy earlier, I did not exert much control. My energy reserves are limited, so I am unsure if I can help. It matters not. Whatever energy you have left will suffice." Ji Yunting spoke with urgency. This moment. Nanchu was completely unaware that her simplistic, naive mind had already fallen into the trap of a ravenous wolf. The two sat cross-legged amidst the crimson vines, facing each other, as Nanchu placed her hands upon Ji Yunting's chest. Verdant energy surged from her palms, swiftly enveloping Ji Yunting in a cocoon of emerald light. Her hands were cool to the touch, and as she sensed the heat radiating from his skin, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. They had long since shared intimate moments. Although she had consistently evaded the implications, the scenes of their togetherness perpetually flickered through her mind. Just as Nanchu was lost in her thoughts, Ji Yunting's restless hands drew her into his embrace. "Nanchu, your method of channeling energy is far too slow. Perhaps we should consider a different approach." In an instant, Nanchu comprehended Ji Yunting's meaning. Just as she prepared to refuse, his warm lips descended upon hers. Within the secret base, already teeming with flora, an explosion of emerald energy erupted once more, filling the space with an abundance of plants, blocking out the sun entirely. By the time Nanchu regained her senses, she found herself reclining on the moist grass, utterly exhausted, yet her reservoir of plant abilities felt remarkably enriched. After 2 cycles of depleting and refilling her energy reservoir, her control over the botanical powers had significantly increased. "Ji Yunting, you rascal, can you not show some decorum? Must you always choose our secret base for such encounters?" Nanchu exclaimed weakly. Ji Yunting, having satisfied his hunger, remained unfazed by her ire. "Does that mean as long as we are in the tent, you will assist me with my energy channels every day?" he inquired, unabashedly moving closer to her. "Dream on," she retorted, shoving him aside with annoyance. Ji Yunting's vigor was overwhelming. Her petite frame could scarcely withstand it. Her swift rejection only drew laughter from him as he grasped her hand and gently pressed it to his lips. "I too wish to be in the tent, but our energy fluctuations are simply too intense. I wouldn't dare risk it." "Then be more compliant and refrain from your incessant scheming," Nanchu huffed, attempting to retract her fingers, only to find them firmly held in his grasp. "Nanchu, I am your partner. Is it inappropriate for me to have desires for you? Moreover, every time we come together, our energies experience significant enhancement. It is not my fault. You desire salt grass, yet the beastmen warriors of the greedy wolf tribe possess acute senses. The moment we draw near their valley, they will undoubtedly detect us. Your shaman powers can summon plants, and as your shaman abilities flourish, the quantity of salt grass you can summon will increase, allowing us to avoid the dangers of the greedy wolf tribe." Nanchu gazed skyward in silence, realizing that Ji Yunting had been observant of her every move despite his usual silence, and he indeed had a knack for weaving excuses, making it seem as though his actions were for her benefit. "Enough with your trivial chatter. Dare not to act without my consent, or I shall make you pay dearly," she warned fiercely. Though Nanchu's threats were fierce, Ji Yunting felt a sweetness within his heart, thinking to himself that today he had also acted without her permission, yet she had still succumbed to him. Having crossed that threshold once, would there not be more occasions to follow? Suddenly, Ji Yunting found himself anticipating when Nanchu might grant him a little one of their own. "I will go tend to a fire. You can summon the salt grass and see what you can gather. If it proves too abundant, we can simply forego returning tonight," Ji Yunting suggested that moment. Nanchu realized that the sun had already begun its descent, and through the dense vines, she could catch a glimpse of the sunset-esque glow. With a swift kick, she sent Ji Yunting tumbling from the moist grass. "I'm cold. Hurry and start the fire," she urged. Ji Yunting looked at her, noticing her cheeks flushed nearly crimson, and he wondered when his little partner might show him a touch of tenderness. He felt an overwhelming desire to pounce on her and take a hearty bite. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that it was best to tread carefully. Should he provoke Nanchu, she had an exceptionally vengeful nature. Dressed in her animal skin skirt, Mu Nanchu watched as Ji Yunting dutifully went about starting the fire. And truthfully, a sweet feeling blossomed within her. Just moments ago, while she had been lamenting Yunting's frequent visits to the secret base, a fleeting moment of clarity washed over her, as if time itself had unraveled. She felt transported back to her youth, recalling how the boys in her class had secretly harbored feelings for her, inviting her out for playful escapades on one fateful afternoon beneath the grand tree on the playground. A boy had stolen a kiss from her. Though she could no longer recall his name or visage, the sensation of that heart flutter was forever etched in her memory. In that instant, she experienced a surge of that same sweet, exhilarating feeling, stronger than ever. Mu Nanchu realized that she had genuinely developed feelings for Ji Yunting. With remarkable strength, Ji Yunting quickly cleared a space within the secret base. Igniting a fire with ease, he gathered smaller pieces of the enormous crimson roots, slicing them with a bone knife and placing them by the fire to roast slowly. Having both exerted considerable energy earlier, they required sustenance to replenish their strength. Nanchu, wait here. I shall venture out to see if I can hunt a few small creatures, Ji Yunting announced. Mu Nanchu yawned, leaning languidly against the massive crimson root. Go ahead, just ensure you don't wander off before I return. The forest at night is perilous, Ji Yunting cautioned. I know. You certainly could be tedious, Mu Nanchu replied with exasperation. As Ji Yunting departed the secret base, Mu Nanchu examined her energy reservoir, which brimmed with plant abilities. She marveled quietly, realizing how astonishingly potent the black gold fruit was when combined with the effects of the slave contract. The founding emperor of the Yunjing kingdom had consumed black gold fruit alongside his empress. And as Ji Yunting's grandfather had recounted, their powers were formidable indeed. As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Nanchu instinctively raised her right hand, pondering the origins of the individual who had taken her little finger. If that severed digit bore any special mark, she would undoubtedly be recognized as the beast god's messenger. Gazing at her right hand, she felt an increasing number of emerald light points coalesce. As clusters of salt grass erupted from her palm, as if they were free for the taking, Mu Nanchu mused that had her little finger not been lost, her plant abilities might have been even more formidable. When Ji Yunting returned with a stone jar and 2 guinea fowls, he was taken aback to find that a small mountain of salt grass had accumulated behind Mu Nanchu. Unfazed, she continued pouring more salt grass from her hand while leisurely munching on roasted crimson root with her left. Nanchu, what do you plan to do with all this salt grass? Ji Yunting inquired, astonished. After we finish dinner, I'll teach you how to brew salt grass, Mu Nanchu replied. That Ji Yunting placed the guinea fowls into the stone jar. Setting it over the fire to simmer slowly, he added a handful of wild onions and ginger, which he had foraged, along with a pinch of salt from his pocket. While the guinea fowl cooked, Mu Nanchu directed Ji Yunting to slice the crimson roots she had summoned into palm-sized pieces for drying on the thorns of the secret base. Though Ji Yunting was immensely strong and found the task easy, the sheer volume of roots was overwhelming. By the time the guinea fowl was fully cooked, he had only managed to cut a fifth of the total. Nanchu, can you not cut them larger? These tiny pieces are such a hassle, Ji Yunting asked, somewhat exasperated. They must not be too thick or they won't dry properly, Mu Nanchu replied candidly. That can't be true. The winds here in the secret base are strong after autumn sets in. Even 2 fingers thick slices will dry within 3 to 4 days, Ji Yunting insisted. That's so. Then feel free to cut them larger. I was merely concerned they might spoil if too thick. Mu Nanchu spoke. After the 2 finished their dinner, Mu Nanchu thoroughly cleaned the stone jar, filled it with water, and tossed in the salt grass to simmer slowly. It didn't take long to brew the fresh salt grass. And while it was still tender, Mu Nanchu fashioned a makeshift strainer from thin brambles to scoop out the softened salt grass. Yunting watched with immense curiosity as Mu Nanchu continuously boiled and extracted the salt grass. Utterly perplexed about how she would ultimately obtain salt blocks, after estimating the quantity of salt grass, Mu Nanchu fished out the leaves and stems from the stone pot and ceased to add more. She reduced the flames of the campfire, allowing the slightly yellowing salt grass water to simmer gently. Yunting, please craft a bamboo tube for me, which I will use to store the salt later. Mu Nanchu instructed. Ji Yunting glanced at the stone pot, which was gradually drying out, revealing a thick layer of white powder at the bottom. Pointing to it, he inquired, "Nanchu, is this salt?" "Yes, we'll roast it a bit more. And I'll let you taste it to see whether my salt is superior to the salt blocks from the tribe." Nanchu replied with a cheerful smile. Ji Yunting earnestly responded, "It is certain that the salt made by Nanchu is better." Nanchu found Ji Yunting's unwavering faith in her endearing. He was like a little puppy by her side, believing in her completely. The small bamboo tube was quickly whittled down, and Ji Yunting, following Nanchu's guidance, removed the stone pot from the fire. He carefully scraped the white powder off the pot's walls with a small bamboo board and collected it into the bamboo tube. After gathering all the powder, he refilled the stone pot with water and resumed simmering the salt grass. The salt just placed into the bamboo tube was still warm, but Ji Yunting could hardly contain his eagerness and tasted a little. The fine salt powder touched his tongue, revealing a subtle saltiness devoid of any bitterness, vastly superior to the tribe's salt blocks. "Nanchu, how did you learn to make salt from salt grass?" "I haven't heard that the Snake Fox tribe produces salt," Ji Yunting asked curiously. Salt is an extremely crucial resource in the forest. Many tribes thrive due to abundant salt, while others face annihilation because of it. For salt, beastmen warriors would fight fiercely. The Snake Fox tribe does not produce salt grass. And even if we knew of such a method, we would be unable to make salt. We certainly wouldn't venture near the greedy wolf tribe to gather salt grass, Nanchu elaborated. Dense forests are not conducive to the growth of rock grass. Currently, the only known area is near the greedy wolf tribe. The Snake Fox tribe would not recklessly risk their lives to collect salt grass there. Ji Yunting contemplated her words and found them quite reasonable. The amount of salt grass required to produce even that one bamboo tube of salt was considerable. While it might be feasible to gather a small amount from the greedy wolf tribe, large quantities would easily expose them, and the beastmen warriors within the tribe were not to be trifled with. Thus, it seemed more practical to utilize the tribe's food and trade for salt blocks with other tribes. The amount of salt grass that Nanchu had summoned was indeed substantial. Ji Yunting replaced it with a larger stone pot and continued simmering until midnight, transforming all the salt grass into salt powder. "This should be sufficient for us to cure the fish," Ji Yunting remarked, glancing at the bamboo tube filled with salt powder, which held approximately a dozen portions. "That should suffice. Let us return to the tribe tonight. Although we have a campfire here, it's still rather chilly," Nanchu suggested. It was only the onset of autumn, yet the autumn breeze sweeping through the forest at night brought a distinct chill, making Nanchu feel that her bee-skin skirt was somewhat insufficient. Ji Yunting approached and took Nanchu's hand, noticing her fingers were slightly cold. "Tomorrow, I will take the backpack and trade for some bee skins to help you make a new skirt," he said. "Let us gather more bee skins. We only have one bee skin blanket at home, and I fear it won't be enough in winter," Nanchu agreed. The two, carrying the pouch filled with salt powder, strolled back to the tribe. Even from a distance, Nanchu could hear the sounds of singing and dancing from within the tribe, suddenly recalling that today was the celebration of Ji Feng advancing to a third-tier beastman warrior. A massive bonfire was lit in the center of the tribe's square, where beastman warriors were gathered, joyfully singing and dancing. Nanchu and Ji Yunting, observing the bonfire, did not approach but instead discreetly circled back to their tent. "Nanchu, I will hasten the recovery of all my energy and advance to a third-tier beastman as soon as possible. That I promise that no beastman will ever bully you again," Ji Yunting said somewhat awkwardly. As Nanchu was arranging the salt powder, she realized that Ji Yunting was concerned she might misinterpret his words. With a radiant smile, she replied, "I do not mind such matters." She refrained from voicing the rest. Even if Ji Yunting could not advance to a third-tier beastman, she believed that with her presence, all difficulties could be resolved. Once her plan abilities were fully activated, she was confident that she would not fear even a third-tier beastman. The following morning, Nanchu rose early and meticulously applied the salt powder onto the fish, hanging it on vines to dry. Yunting practiced his punches beside her while watching her work. As they busily toiled, they suddenly heard the approaching footsteps of a beastman, and they instinctively looked up to see Ji Zheng ambling towards them leisurely, hands behind his back, and Nanchu wondered what matter Ji Zheng could possibly be seeking them for. But even without thinking deeply, She knew he likely bore no good news. Yunting, why are you catching such unpalatable fish? Ji Yunting frowned at the strong fishy odor wafting towards him, thinking that the rumors were indeed true. Ji Yunting and Nanchu must be in dire straits, resorting to catching such undesirable fish. Father, what do you need from me? Ji Yunting replied straightforwardly. Let us discuss it inside, Ji Yunting said after glancing at the fish coated in salt powder within Nanchu's wooden basin. You truly do not know how to live. With this salt, wouldn't it be better to trade for meat? Using it to cure fish is such a waste. Neither Ji Yunting nor Nanchu offered any further explanations. Ji Yunting's disdain for fish did not equate to the fish being inedible. The three proceeded into the tent, where Ji Yunting directly addressed Ji Yunting. Yunting, you have now become a sub-beastman, and there is no possibility of changing that. I could easily disregard you. But you are my son. How could I, as your father, neglect you? As the autumn hunting season approaches, I truly feel reluctant to let you participate in the hunt. But these are the tribe's rules, and I cannot easily disclose this. That I thought I might help you by providing some meat to the tribe, thereby exempting you from this year's autumn hunt. However, all the meat at home was earned by Yunting at the cost of his life. It wouldn't be fair for me to give it to you, Ji Yunting continued, looking somewhat troubled. Nanchu sensed an ominous feeling creeping in as Ji Yunting rambled on, suspecting he intended to ask Ji Yunting for something or to make him do something. Father, I do not require you to provide meat for me. I will find a way to procure it for the tribe myself, Ji Yunting replied calmly. How can a sub-beastman like you possibly procure so much meat? Yunting, I understand that you feel I am biased towards you and have harbored resentment all these years. But I too have my difficulties, Ji Yunting said, his expression revealing his discomfort. Ji Yunting scoffed, I wonder what difficulties could justify your bias. Ji Yunting, seeing Ji Yunting's disdainful demeanor, was not angered but instead began recounting the tale of Ji Yunting's mother. In Ji Yunting's words, Ji Yunting's mother, Haiju, was once a slave within a merchant caravan. She sought a way out while the caravan temporarily camped outside the Blue Flood tribe, hoping that a warrior from the tribe would take a liking to her and rescue her. Ultimately, Ji Yunting won Haiju's heart and soon had her bearing his child. However, Ji Yunting suspected that the timing of Ji Yunting's birth was not right. He believed that Haiju was already pregnant when she arrived at the Blue Flood tribe. This suspicion led to a complex mix of love and resentment towards Ji Yunting. Yunting, your father truly loved your mother, but you know well that the warriors of the Blue Flood tribe are exceedingly loyal. How could I bear to tolerate her betrayal? Later, your mother lived unhappily within the tribe, her days filled with melancholy. I feared for her spirits, so I took her to the forest for solace. Yet in a moment of unguardedness, she used a poisonous herb to render me unconscious and fled. You speak falsely. My mother clearly succumbed to illness, retorted Ji Yunting, astonished to hear Ji Yunting speak of his mother in such a manner. Instinctively sensing that Ji Yunting was deceiving him, I spoke thus for the sake of my dignity. How could I reveal to my kin that I was betrayed by my own partner, especially by a mere slave? Ji Yunting exclaimed vehemently. How can this be? Father, if you claim my mother was a slave, did you sign a slave contract with her? Ji Yunting could hardly believe Ji Yunting's words. How could his mother possibly be a slave? In those days, I cherished your mother to the extent of offering my life for her. How could I have signed such a contract? If you doubt my words, you may consult your grandfather. He knows all the details, Ji Yunting replied. With this revelation, both Ji Yunting and Nanchu felt compelled to accept the truth of Ji Yunting's words. And no wonder when Ji Yao and Jia mentioned Haiju. They only briefly referenced her name without delving into specifics. They too must have known that Haiju did not perish in the Lanjiao tribe, but rather escaped. Yet, how could a frail female venture alone into the forest? Wasn't that akin to courting death? Father, are you telling me this to imply that I should no longer call you father? Ji Yunting said, his voice tinged with anguish. Though Ji Yunting had inflicted much pain upon Ji Yunting, he still addressed him as father, for in his heart, Ji Yunting was at least the one who had given him life. Now, however, it seemed they might share no blood relation at all, leaving him unsure of his origins. No, Yunting, if you are not your father's child, your beastly form is still that of the Lanjiao, which surely cannot be mistaken. Nanchu suddenly interjected, Ji Yunting then added, "Our Jiao clan comprises numerous tribes. The Lan Jiao tribe is merely a minor branch among many in the forest." With this assertion, it became increasingly clear that Ji Yunting was not Ji Zhang's biological son. Nanchu thought to himself how despicable Ji Yunting was for harboring such a secret for so long. Why could he not continue to conceal it, especially at Ji Yunting's lowest point? Was this not akin to driving a knife into Ji Yunting's heart? What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly, Ji Yunting said wearily. Yunting, I only wish for your well-being. Your current life with Nanchu is a burden. I have arranged with Yunting to provide you with 500 jin of meat. In exchange for Nanchu, the debt of care over these years will be settled. And once you relinquish Nanchu to Yunting, we shall no longer be father and son, and I shall cease to be your father. Ji Yunting declared. Ji Yunting was taken aback, incredulous that Ji Yunting would say such things. It was all for Yunting, proving his blood relationship. Uncle Zheng, I fear I cannot comply with your wishes. Nanchu is my partner, and I will not part with her, Ji Yunting stated resolutely. Since Ji Yunting had no desire for him as a son, Ji Yunting would no longer call him father. Ji Zhang's expression darkened at Ji Yunting's refusal to part with Nanchu. You are not my son. I have wasted much food to sustain you over the years. I wonder how you intend to settle this debt, he said sharply. Nanchu, overhearing Ji Zhang's words, found the situation amusing. This was Ji Yunting's adoptive father, yet he was calculating the cost of the food he had consumed. Why did he not consider how much game Ji Yunting had brought home for their family? Ji Yunting had been hunting with the hunting party since he was very young. Uncle Zheng, how much food do you claim I owe you? Once the autumn hunt concludes, I shall repay you in full. Ji Yunting replied with a cold demeanor. Yunting, why must you sever ties with me? You are merely a sub-beastman now. Surviving alone is difficult enough, and why burden yourself with Nanchu? If you participate in the autumn hunt, Nanchu, left alone in the tribe, may well become someone else's partner, Ji Yunting asserted bluntly. This is my affair. You need not concern yourself. Uncle Zheng, Ji Yunting, seeing Ji Yunting's obstinance, said, Very well, since you insist, let us account for how much food you have consumed over the years. With that, Ji Yunting began to enumerate the meat Ji Yunting had eaten, the deer blood he had drunk, and the wild vegetables he had consumed. He even accounted for the medicinal herbs Ji Yunting had taken when ill, ultimately declaring that Ji Yunting owed him 500 jin of meat, thereby settling their debt of care. Ji Yunting, steadfast, did not engage in haggling with Ji Yunting, but simply agreed to the demand. Yunting, have you truly considered this? 500 jin of meat is no trifling matter. You would be better off giving Nanchu to Yunting, keeping the meat to survive the winter. Who knows, you might even become a beastman warrior next year. But if you cannot endure this winter, you will have no hope left, Ji Yunting insisted stubbornly. Regrettably, Ji Yunting was disinterested in hearing more. As Ji Yunting droned on, he resolutely stated, I will not part with Nanchu for anyone. You may await your 500 jin of meat. Now, I ask you to leave my tent. I no longer wish to see you. Having issued his dismissal, Ji Yunting pulled the flap of the tent closed. Shutting Ji Yunting out. Ji Yunting, standing outside, scoffed and turned away, believing that Ji Yunting, now a sub-beastman, had forfeited his chance to exchange meat for Nanchu and owed him 500 jin of meat. Such unwise decisions would only hasten Ji Yunting's demise, and in the end, Nanchu would surely belong to Yunting. Inside the tent, Moon Nanchu observed Yunting trembling with anger and gently embraced his waist. Attempting to console him, Yunting, do not be upset. You should feel elated. Ji Yunting is not your biological father. All the harm he has caused you came from a stranger. If your true father were here, he would never harm you in the slightest. Thank you, Nanchu. I understand it is just that I called Ji Yunting father for so many years. Now he suddenly reveals he is not my father, and I find it difficult to accept, Ji Yunting replied. His expression wouldn't. Ji Yunting was not one to easily express his inner feelings. Though he was hurt by Ji Yunting, he merely sat on the edge of the bed, seething in silence, withholding harsh words. The more he restrained himself, the more distressed Moon Nanchu felt. Yunting, you must pull yourself together. Perhaps your mother is still alive, that if given the chance, we could seek her together. I sense there is something amiss in this matter. Why would your mother, a frail female beastman, flee the Lan Jiao tribe after giving birth? This is truly perplexing, Moon Nanchu articulated. Typically, a female beastman would never easily abandon her offspring after childbirth. Even in dire circumstances, she would keep her young close rather than leave them in a foreign tribe while entering the forest alone. As Moon Nanchu reminded him, Ji Yunting, who had been lost in thought, suddenly brightened, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Moon Nanchu. Nanchu, do you truly think my mother might still be alive? I feel she must be, if she were aware that entering the forest meant certain death. She would never have easily forsaken me to venture alone. This indicates she possessed the means to protect herself after entering the forest, but there must have been other matters requiring her attention, compelling her to leave me in the Lan Jiao tribe, for it was the most suitable place for a young one like me to grow. Gu Nanchu thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Yunting pondered for a moment. Finding merit in Moon Nanchu's words, he resolved to swiftly regain his strength. Once he ascended to the third tier of orc warriors, he could venture through the forest alone, perhaps uncovering some news about his mother. Energized, Ji Yunting grasped Moon Nanchu's hand and dashed towards their secret base that a portion of the energy within him remained temporarily inaccessible. Yet he hoped that with the passage of winter, he could harness it all, making the advancement to a third-tier orc warrior imminent. Watching Ji Yunting exert himself beneath the waterfall, Moon Nanchu couldn't help but smile, appreciating the vibrant spirit of the Ji Yunting she adored. She wished for his face to be forever free of sorrow. Sitting amidst the lush grass, she gazed at the bare-chested Ji Yunting throwing punches, reflecting on her excellent taste. His handsome visage and enviable physique were undeniably captivating. Perhaps Moon Nanchu's gaze was too fervent, as Ji Yunting suddenly ceased his training and approached her, enveloping her in his arms. Come, Nanchu, let us go hunting together. Your white bee-skin skirt appears a tad snug. I shall help you hunt a few fire foxes, and you will look splendid in a beautiful fire fox fur skirt. Startled by Ji Yunting's sudden embrace, Moon Nanchu inquired, Did you not mention trading with the tribe? Why have you decided to hunt personally? The fire fox pelts are scarce in the tribe. It seems we may not be able to trade for them, Ji Yunting replied. Though Moon Nanchu was uncertain why Ji Yunting had chosen to reveal his intentions, she was undeterred by the thought of the orcs from the Blue Dragon tribe, discovering that Ji Yunting had regained some energy. Now, even if they ventured into the forest alone, they possessed the means to protect themselves. Should anyone threaten them, they could still resist. That, of course, spending a long winter in the Blue Dragon tribe will be most advantageous. All right, where shall we hunt fire foxes? We must prepare weapons, of course. Are we to catch them with our bare hands? We'll craft a few black bamboo spears, using the tips made from black hair bamboo. Nanchu, are you familiar with black hair bamboo? Ji Yunting asked. I could see that moment. Moon Nanchu realized Ji Yunting's plan. The resilient black hair bamboo was notoriously difficult to find in the forest. Often, the orc warriors from the entire tribe would venture out to hunt, yet they might not encounter even a few stalks of black hair bamboo. However, Moon Nanchu possessed the shamanic ability to accelerate plant growth. As long as her energy was sufficient, she could easily summon as much black hair bamboo as she desired. After a moment of contemplation, Moon Nanchu recalled some fragments of information about black hair bamboo. She extended her palm, gathering verdant energy within it. A small stalk of black hair bamboo sprouted, growing rapidly as the emerald energy intensified. In the blink of an eye, a 2-meter-tall stalk of black hair bamboo rested in her hand, adorned with black specks, just as its name suggested. Despite its considerable length, the black hair bamboo was surprisingly lightweight. Moon Nanchu examined it curiously, asking, How can such bamboo be fashioned into spear tips? The firefox's hide is exceptionally tough. Ji Yunting took the black hair bamboo and struck it forcefully with his bone knife. To Moon Nanchu's astonishment, the bamboo remained unscathed, save for a faint white mark left by the blade. Staring at the white mark in disbelief, Moon Nanchu marveled. It was her first encounter with such resilient bamboo. What kind of knife will you use to shape it into spear tips? She questioned. Puzzled, I have something to show you, Ji Yunting said, pulling Moon Nanchu into the secret base. In the narrow cave, he measured the length of the wall with his hand, and after counting 20 strides, he used his bone knife to carve out a hole the size of a watermelon. Yet, despite his efforts, nothing emerged from the excavation. How strange. Where could the items I buried have gone? Ji Yunting muttered. Perplexed, inquiring further, Nanchu learned that Ji Yunting had buried 2 tusks from when he was a child. To her surprise, this had occurred a decade ago. Yunting, how large were your hands 10 years ago? Nanchu prompted, but Ji Yunting paused, glancing at his palm that a decade prior. He had been a mere youth, and now he had grown as robust as a young bull, his hands having nearly doubled in size. How could I have forgotten this? He exclaimed, stepping back a bit. With just a few more digs, he unearthed the pair of tusks he had shed at the Blue Dragon Orc warriors, shed a pair of tusks before reaching adulthood. Many Orc warriors, lacking exceptional talent, never acquire sharp bone knives in their lifetime and must rely on their tusks for crafting them, Ji Yunting explained, presenting his tusks to Nanchu for inspection. The tusks were nearly the size of her palm, featuring razor-sharp edges. Nanchu took one and drew it across the black hair bamboo, leaving a deep gash in the unyielding material. Your childhood tusks were remarkably sharp. Nanchu remarked with admiration that my current tusks are 100 times sharper. But there is a drawback. I can only reveal them after transforming. Fire foxes are cunning creatures, and in my beast form, I am considerably larger. Even if a fire fox cannot escape, a single swipe from my paw would likely crush it, Ji Yunting elaborated. After retrieving his tusks, Ji Yunting carved a wooden handle for ease of use. He skillfully engraved beautiful patterns on the handle with his bone knife. One adorned with flowers was meant for Nanchu, while another depicted an abstract dragon, representing Ji Yunting himself, with the tusk daggers ready. Ji Yunting fashioned the black hair bamboo into segments, shaping them into spear tips and affixing them to the wooden shafts. Nanchu assessed the crafted spears, noting that they measured just over a meter in length. She questioned, how will such small spears help us catch fire foxes? Nanchu, I will pursue the fire foxes, and you simply need to hand me the black bamboo spears. Fire foxes are swift, so keep up with me. If you find it difficult to maintain pace, just shout. And please, Nanchu, do not stray from my side. Being alone in the forest is perilous, Ji Yunting cautioned. Rest assured my speed is commendable, and I can certainly keep up with you. Nanchu assured him, and Nanchu summoned 2 more stalks of black hair bamboo, and Ji Yunting crafted a total of over 20 spears, placing them in a backpack for Nanchu to carry. He kept only 5 for himself, as this was the maximum weight that would not hinder his speed. By the time they finished preparing their weapons, it was already afternoon. Yunting considered that they might not succeed in hunting fire foxes that day. But he could explore the forest with Nanchu, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter other small prey, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. The autumn forest was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, and as they walked side by side, the rustling sound echoed, causing the more perceptive small creatures to scurry away. After wandering for some time, they had yet to spot even a single pearl chicken. Yunting, during the autumn hunt, do you only pursue large beasts? What of smaller prey such as pearl chickens, bear rabbits, or wild deer? Do you disregard them? Nanchu inquired. Indeed, as autumn arrives, the large beasts in the forest grow plump and well-fed. By hunting them, our tribe's orcs can securely endure the winter. Pursuing smaller prey not only wastes time, but also fails to provide enough sustenance for the orcs in our tribe, Ji Yunting explained. Having found no small prey, they set aside the black bamboo spears and meandered through the forest. Not long after, Nanchu stumbled upon a cluster of glossy black fruits on a dead tree trunk. Excited, she approached and tugged at Ji Yunting's arm, exclaiming, though we have not encountered any fire foxes today, we have discovered purple pearls. Our luck is extraordinary. Despite the pleasant-sounding name, purple pearls were indeed poisonous fruits. Their effects were rather peculiar. A single small fruit could incapacitate an enormous creature like an elephant, but the effect was short-lived, typically wearing off after half an hour. Yunting, we could apply the juice of the purple pearls to the black bamboo spears. If we encounter suitable prey, piercing their skin would allow us to hunt even the mightiest of beasts, Nanchu proposed, and Nanchu began. Although the effect of the purple pearl merely induces a fleeting state of dizziness in its prey. If utilized adeptly, it proves to be exceedingly advantageous for the orc warriors residing within the forest, at the very least, during the pursuit of larger game. The presence of the purple pearl can significantly reduce the mortality rate among the orc warriors. Given the remarkable efficacy of the purple pearl, what method shall we employ to harvest it? If one is not careful, Extracting the juice could result in self-induced poisoning. Ji Yunting inquired, as long as there are no open wounds on one's body. The juice of the purple pearl will not permeate the skin, thus rendering it an excellent tool for hunting, Nanchu explained. When pursuing large prey, it is common for a group of orc warriors to venture forth together. Inflicting damage upon their quarry is astonishingly effortless. A mere sprinkle of purple pearl juice upon the wounds of their prey can incapacitate even the most formidable beasts, at which point the prey becomes an easy target for the orc warriors. Nanchu gathered all the purple pearls and placed them into a bamboo tube. She then retrieved the black bamboo spear that Ji Yunting had slung across his back and coated it with the juice of the purple pearls. The faint purple hue appeared quite beautiful. Who would have imagined that such a gentle shade could harbor such formidable power? As twilight descended, Ji Yunting and Nanchu dared not linger in the forest for long. They returned to the tribe together before the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon entering their tent, they chanced upon Shi, who was quietly weeping at the entrance. Seeing Shi in distress, Nanchu approached and asked, "Shi, what troubles you? Who has wronged you?" Nanchu. Earlier Yin expressed his intention to join the other orcs in the autumn hunt, but with my condition, how can I manage without him at home? She responded, "Has the tribe already set the date for the autumn hunt?" She nodded slightly. Last night, the chieftain announced it in the square, instructing everyone to submit their meat within 10 days. The autumn hunt will be organized thereafter. However, with Ji Feng, who has just advanced to a third-tier orc warrior, leading the team, it should be somewhat safer. Yet I cannot help but worry about why, and as she spoke of Yin, her eyes brimmed with tears. Each year, some orc warriors fail to return from the hunting expeditions, especially during the autumn hunt, where the beasts they must contend with are particularly robust. Often, even 4 or 5 second-tier orc warriors struggle to subdue them. Yin is a second-tier orc, and every hunt sees him charging into the fray at the forefront. Since becoming pregnant, she had become increasingly sentimental, yearning for Yin to remain by her side and refrain from participating in the perilous autumn hunt. Nanchu empathized deeply with Shi's feelings and gently reassured her, "There will be a solution. As for Yin, I have harvested a considerable amount of red roots. This evening, we can invite Yin to our tent for roasted red roots." Yin has gone to assist the tribe. "Many orcs are delivering meat to the chieftain today," she remarked. "Do not fret. There will always be a way to resolve this," Ji Yunting added as well. As they spoke, Ji Yunting and Nanchu exchanged a glance, both contemplating a singular notion. Perhaps, before the autumn hunt commenced, Shi and Yin, along with a few trusted friends, could venture into the forest to test their luck. With the purple pearls in their possession, even the larger beasts could be manageable. As the sun began to set, Yin and Ji Yao returned to the tent. Nanchu and she had already kindled a fire within, roasting a generous number of red roots. These roots, cultivated secretly by Nanchu, were substantial in size and cut into palm-sized pieces. Nanchu spread a layer of grease on a thin stone slab, placing the cut red roots upon it to roast slowly, resulting in a more delectable flavor. "Wow, it smells wonderful," Yin exclaimed upon entering the tent, unable to contain his delight that you've returned just in time. "They are freshly roasted. Come, try some," Nanchu warmly invited. "And there's delicious mushroom soup as well," she chimed in. During the summer, Nanchu had gathered a substantial amount of mushrooms. Unable to consume them all, she dried and stored them. When it came time to eat, she could simply toss them into the pot without soaking, adding a bit of shredded meat to create a delightful mushroom soup. As everyone settled down, they began to discuss the happenings within the tribe over dinner. Today, the chieftain urged everyone to hasten their meat submissions, yet I observed that most orc warriors are unable to provide sufficient quantities. A few orc warriors I'm acquainted with have already registered, preparing to hunt during the autumn hunt, Ji Yao remarked. "The autumn hunt is perilous, but the bounty is also substantial. The meat obtained during this season surpasses that of the summer hunt. Most orc warriors opt to take a chance during the autumn hunt, for if they survive, their families can comfortably endure the winter." "Uncle Yao, I have a proposal for you," Ji Yunting interjected, placing a small jar of purple pearls on the table, elaborating on their medicinal properties. "Uncle Yao, Brother Yin, you are both second-tier orcs. If we harness the unique properties of the purple pearls, there would be no need to wait for the autumn hunt." We could venture into the forest now to hunt even more ferocious beasts, perhaps even seeking out the wild cattle that Ji Yao, well-versed in various matters, had never before encountered such a potent poison capable of rendering ferocious beasts unconscious. Skeptical, he asked, is the efficacy of this purple pearl truly that remarkable? Tomorrow, I will venture into the forest to hunt a few firefoxes for Nanchu. You will soon witness the power of the purple pearl. Ji Yunting stated earnestly. Though Ji Yunting had yet to utilize the purple pearls for hunting, he held steadfast faith in Mu Nanchu's words. Ji Yao nodded slightly, declaring, if it proves feasible. The day after tomorrow, we shall assemble a small team and attempt to hunt 2 wild cattle. While Ji Yao could not guarantee the successful capture of other prey, he was confident that he and a few second-tier orcs could manage to hunt a wild cattle. Very well, our time is limited. Tomorrow, after I test the efficacy of the purple pearls, I will also scout the forest for any wild cattle herds nearby, Ji Yunting concluded. While wild cattle possess excellent meat quality, they tend to be social creatures, making it challenging for orc warriors to hunt them at times. Provoking a herd of wild cattle could result in greater casualties than hunting other ferocious beasts. Listening to the conversation, she felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her, that if they could utilize the purple pearls to hunt large game, Yin would not need to participate in the autumn hunt, which would be a tremendous relief for her. She lowered her gaze slightly, gently caressing her noticeably rounded belly, whispering to herself, "Little one, you must grow quickly. Your father is working so hard for you. You cannot disappoint him." As Ji Yunting accompanied Ji Yao out, he relayed the information shared by Ji Zheng. "Uncle Yao, these past few days I've felt a profound sense of anguish that I once harbored such hatred for Feng Lan and the Shihu clan, believing they were responsible for my mother's departure. Yet now I realize that it may have been Ji Zheng who forced her away." As Ji Yunting spoke, he wished he could tear Ji Zheng apart. For it was his web of lies that had ensnared him in a life filled with hatred, nearly causing him to miss his chance with Mu Nanchu. After Ji Zheng's repeated lies, Ji Yunting had begun to piece together fragments of the truth. It was likely that Ji Zheng had committed an unforgivable act, prompting his mother to leave without hesitation. "Yunting, since Ji Zheng has shown such a lack of conscience, there is no need for you to grieve that I end this hunt. Let us strive harder to reclaim the flesh and bones you owe him, and thereafter you shall sever ties with him," Ji Yao comforted. "Yes, Uncle Yao. I will do my utmost point one day. I will earn the respect of those who once looked down upon me." The following morning, Mu Nanchu and Ji Yunting prepared their weapons and set out early. Today, they aimed to journey deep into the forest, toward a valley known as Fox Hill, which was known for its abundance of fire foxes. Yunting speculated that with a stroke of good fortune, they could easily hunt 10 or 8 of them. Nanchu's pace could not be compared to Ji Yunting's, as the distance was considerable. Once they exited the frequently traversed areas of the Blue Flood tribe, Ji Yunting transformed into his beast form, allowing Mu Nanchu to ride upon his back as they continued their journey. This marked the first time Mu Nanchu experienced such intimacy with Ji Yunting in his beast form. Sitting upon his back, she gently caressed the resilient scales along his spine, her heart filled with joy. "Nanchu, if you continue to stroke my back, I might just devour you right now," Ji Yunting teased. Ji Yunting spoke menacingly. However, Mu Nanchu felt no fear towards Ji Yunting. Instead, she burst into a peal of laughter and asked, "Yunting, what is the highest rank among the Jiren clan?" "The highest among the beast warriors reaches the 9th tier. I have heard that there were once formidable 9th tier beast warriors among the Jiren, whose beastly forms transformed into dragons upon advancement. You know what a dragon is." As Ji Yunting raced through the forest, he inquired, "I have a vague impression, but I am uncertain of the prowess of the Jiren's dragon form," Mu Nanchu replied. "It is said that dragons possess inexhaustible energy, and their claws are exceedingly sharp. Even the fiercest black-toothed tiger in the forest stands no chance against the dragon's claws. They're the true rulers of the woods, endowed with boundless life," Ji Yunting said, filled with longing. "Have dragons ever appeared in the forest?" "It seems they did before the establishment of the Yunjing kingdom, but they vanished afterward," Ji Yunting replied. As the two engaged in casual conversation, time passed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the Fox Hill. The so-called Fox Hill is a hilly terrain nestled within a Grand Canyon. Standing at the edge of the canyon, Nanchu and Ji Yunting gazed out at the undulating hills that stretched infinitely before them. This topography was a sight Nanchu had never encountered before. The valley was densely populated with trees, towering to heights akin to sheer cliffs. It was from these colossal trunks that Nanchu and Ji Yunting descended into the canyon. Yunting, how do we catch a firefox? There isn't even a path here. Upon entering the valley, surrounded by waist-high wild grass and shrubs, Nanchu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of where to proceed. Firefoxes are notoriously clean creatures. They typically reside atop the hills. Let us ascend the small hill first, Ji Yunting suggested. The nearest hill was not particularly tall, and as the two pushed through the thick underbrush, they slowly made their way up. Upon reaching the midpoint of the hill, Ji Yunting suddenly halted, and with a swift motion, his black bamboo spear flew into the underbrush. Nanchu vaguely heard a scream from the grass, followed by silence. She rushed into the foliage, only to find a firefox. Over a meter long, impaled through the throat by Ji Yunting's spear, lifeless on the ground. Stunned by the brutal demise of the firefox, both were momentarily speechless. Nanchu looked at Ji Yunting, then at the firefox, and hesitantly asked, "Yunting, do you still need the purple pearls? It seems you may not require them after all." Ji Yunting smirked, suddenly embracing Nanchu and whispering, "Nanchu, thank you," before she could react. Ji Yunting kissed her lips. "Ugh, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you keep kissing me?" Nanchu protested, playfully pounding his solid chest. What was his issue? He kissed her whenever he was happy. And that restless hand of his, where did it think it was going? Both Ji Yunting and Nanchu understood that the black gold fruit not only healed wounds, but also augmented their energy. However, they had not anticipated such remarkable effects. Currently, Ji Yunting could only tap into 23 units of energy from his energy C. Yet even with this limited power, he had just effortlessly felled a firefox over a meter long, a feat he could not have accomplished even at the peak of his second-tier beast warrior stage. If he could fully harness the energy in his energy C, how formidable would his power become? The energy C was an enigmatic realm. Utilizing energy was not as straightforward as 21-3. It was possible that when Ji Yunting mastered the energy C, his power could double. The mere thought sent shivers down Nanchu's spine. After Ji Yunting had thoroughly kissed Nanchu's lips until they were flushed, he reluctantly released her, eye in his eyes. All of this was thanks to Nanchu. Had she not healed his wounds, even with the black gold fruit, he likely would not have lived to this moment. All right, let us quickly place the firefox in the backpack and proceed. If we can hunt 2 firefoxes this morning, we shall find a place to rest. Climbing this hill has left my legs quite weary, Nanchu said. Nanchu initially believed all firefoxes were similar in size to the one they had just captured, but when she saw one the size of a small goat ambush them, she could hardly believe her eyes. Is there truly a fox of such size in this world? Nanchu, be cautious. Firefoxes are incredibly swift. Do not let it harm you, Ji Yunting cautioned. Just as he finished speaking, his black bamboo spear flew forth, but this time he did not manage to slay the firefox with a single thrust. As he had mentioned, firefoxes were remarkably agile, and it rolled to evade the spear hurled by Ji Yunting. The firefox was astute. After a single encounter, it realized Ji Yunting was a formidable opponent and prepared to flee. Ji Yunting would not let such a prime target escape easily. With 2 swift sounds of slicing air, he launched 2 black bamboo spears in quick succession. One spear blocked the firefox's path, prompting it to retreat, just as the other spear swooped in to pierce its neck, killing it instantly. Watching Ji Yunting's fluid movements and his keen predictive abilities, Nanchu couldn't help but marvel internally. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed that a beast warrior clad in animal skins, living in an ancient forest, possessed such extraordinary skills. Yunting, why is there such a significant size disparity between the 2 firefoxes? Nanchu approached and lifted the slain firefox, noticing its considerable weight. The previous one was a juvenile. Firefoxes tend to be quite aggressive. Usually, adult firefoxes will attack lone beast warriors like us, just as the one did earlier. Thus, female beast warriors seldom venture beyond the territory of the Blue Jiren tribe. The forest is fraught with dangers, and without formidable energy, one could easily fall prey to other beasts, Ji Yunting explained. The two decided against continuing up the hill and instead turned back down. Seeking a spot near a stream to rest, Ji Yunting adeptly gathered wood to create a campfire, hanging the larger fire fox from a tree branch. With a sharp-fanged dagger, he swiftly skinned the fox. The meat of the fire fox is quite delectable. We shall roast a generous portion shortly, Ji Yunting remarked as he prepared the meat. Indeed, it appears to have a lot of lean meat, Nanchu said, swallowing her saliva. After a busy morning, she was beginning to feel hungry. Once the larger fire fox was skinned and prepared, Ji Yunting sliced the meat into 4 substantial pieces, seasoning one hind leg with salt before placing it over the campfire to roast. Concerned about any potential gamey flavor, Nanchu foraged for some wild garlic and wild onions by the stream, mashing them to spread over the fox meat. In no time, the freshly roasted meat began to exude a rich aroma, causing Nanchu's stomach to grumble with hunger. She could hardly resist the temptation to take a bite. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. With the fox meat still cooking, Ji Yunting took the opportunity to clean the smaller fire fox. He laid out 2 pieces of fox skin on the grass, scrutinizing them for a while before saying, "If we can hunt 5 or 6 large fire foxes, I could make you a warm red fox fur skirt for the winter, if there are any leftovers. I would also fashion you a pair of fox fur boots." Ji Yunting had previously seen the chieftain's mate wearing a pair of fox fur boots, and he had heard they kept one warm even while walking on thick snow in winter. "But don't just make for me. What about you?" Nanchu said, beaming as she looked at Ji Yunting. "I am not suited to wear a red fox fur skirt," Ji Yunting replied, "but you could hunt foxes of other colors." Seeing Nanchu's innocent and adorable demeanor, Ji Yunting felt an overwhelming fondness. Beast warriors do not require such fine pelts. Once Uncle Yao and Brother Yin and I hunt some wild bulls, I will simply wear a skirt made of wild bull hide in the winter. Wild bull hide is far more durable than fox fur. Initially, Nanchu did not understand why Ji Yunting insisted on wearing a wild bull skirt, but after spending most of the afternoon without encountering another fox, she realized that hunting foxes was no easy task. "Yunting, let us return to the tribe," Nanchu suggested, noticing the day was growing late. "We have yet to test the efficacy of the purple pearls, and the time to deliver meat to the tribe is running short. If we delay another day, we may not have sufficient game to present." Even if Ji Yunting, Ji Yao, and Ji Yin ventured out together to hunt beasts, each of them had their own companions, and the task of hunting at least 4 or 5 wild cattle placed a considerable burden on the 3 of them if they failed to encounter a solitary wild cattle. It was entirely possible that they would return empty-handed after an entire day of effort. As the sun began to dip towards the west, Nanchu remarked that they had not come across any beasts throughout the afternoon. It was far too perilous to test the efficacy of the purple pearls potion after the sun had set while making their way back to the tribe. Considering Nanchu's safety, Ji Yunting ultimately decided to head towards the Blue Flood tribe. However, as they proceeded towards the Blue Flood tribe, Ji Yunting refrained from transforming and instead walked slowly alongside Nanchu on their return journey. He pondered that perhaps they might encounter an unwary beast on their way back, allowing him to test the effects of the purple pearls potion. As the two walked side by side through the dense forest, Nanchu discreetly unleashed her plant-based abilities, keeping a vigilant watch for any large beasts in the vicinity. The forest was abundant with vegetation, and utilizing her plant powers, she could command the flora within 100 meters to serve as her eyes, alerting her to all movements around them. Initially, only small creatures surrounded them, but as darkness descended, slightly larger beasts began to stealthily trail the pair. That moment, Ji Yunting suppressed all his energy within the ocean of energy, revealing not a trace, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from Nanchu in the eyes of the beasts. The larger the beast, the more astute it became. Sensing no energy fluctuations emanating from Ji Yunting, they began to stir restlessly. Feigning nonchalance, Nanchu lowered her voice and whispered to Ji Yunting, "Yunting, there is a pitch-black wild wolf following us from behind, its size comparable to that of a wild cattle. Its paws treading silently upon the snow, and its eyes are golden." That was the Amo Yun wolf, known for its sharp claws and fangs, a rather formidable opponent that It seemed that the purple pearl would indeed have its practical application today. Ji Yunting's expression remained impassive as he replied, "You must be cautious. This Mo-Yun wolf, given its considerable size, likely holds a significant status within its pack that we need to dispatch it swiftly. If we attract the entire wolf pack, escaping will become exceedingly difficult," Nanchu cautioned. Wolves in the forest, regardless of their species, were social creatures. The Mo-Yun wolf trailing behind them was likely out scouting, perceiving the two as non-threatening, and was thus attempting to stealthily follow, hoping to ambush them when they least expected it. While Ji Yunting and Nanchu exchanged little in conversation, they advanced in silence. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that they had emerged from the dense foliage and were now walking along the bank of a relatively wide stream. The thick forest was ill-suited for throwing the black bamboo spear. Should a critical moment arise, and the spear were to be obstructed by the trees, it could cost them their lives. The two revealed their backs to the Mo-Yun wolf. Yet Nanchu had the plants serving as her eyes, keeping her informed of every movement the wolf made. Suddenly, Nanchu cried out, "Yunting, watch your back." Even before her voice had faded, Ji Yunting had swiftly drawn the black bamboo spear from behind and hurled it towards the Mo-Yun wolf. Everything transpired too rapidly. By the time Nanchu turned to glance behind her, she spotted the massive Mo-Yun wolf, its shoulder impaled by the black bamboo spear, just 10 meters away amidst the low bushes. The wolf, startled by the spear, quickly assessed the situation and, upon realizing it was merely an ordinary black bamboo spear, regarded it with disdain in its golden eyes. The Mo-Yun wolf did not rush to attack Yunting and Nanchu, but rather took its time to remove the spear from its shoulder with its jaws. Observing the wolf's actions, Nanchu felt an involuntary shock. She had just been looked down upon by a wolf, which seemed utterly absurd, indicating that this creature possessed considerable intelligence. The Mo-Yun wolf discarded the black bamboo spear onto the ground and was about to snarl menacingly at Ji Yunting and Nanchu. Suddenly, its body swayed and collapsed onto the ground, lifeless in the distance. Ji Yunting clutched the black bamboo spear tightly, his palms slick with sweat after the brief exchange. He had nearly feared that the purple pearl's toxicity would fail to incapacitate the Mo-Yun wolf. Had that been the case, he and the wolf would have likely engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle. It appeared that the beasts of the forest possessed remarkable physical prowess. When we return to the tribe, we should apply more of the purple pearl juice to the spearhead, Nanchu suggested. As Nanchu approached to inspect the Mo-Yun wolf's wound, she noted a small injury no larger than a fingernail beneath its sleek black fur. Goodness, how resilient is the Mo-Yun wolf's hide. The black bamboo spear is exceptionally sharp, and yet, despite your considerable strength, it barely broke the skin that if an ordinary beastman warrior were to confront the Mo-Yun wolf, the odds of survival would be slim. Indeed, during our autumn hunting season, we encountered a pack of Mo-Yun wolves. It took more than 20 second-tier beastman warriors, all transformed, to drive them away, and even then, we suffered significant casualties, Ji Yunting recounted. As he spoke, his fong dagger was already plunged in the Mo-Yun wolf's throat, and torrents of blood gushed forth. In no time, the poisoned Mo-Yun wolf breathed its last. Having tested the potency of the purple pearl, Ji Yunting wasted no time. He hoisted both Nanchu and the Mo-Yun wolf onto his transformed back and sprinted towards the secret base at the Holy Lake. For the moment, the Mo-Yun wolf was not suitable to be brought back to the tribe. He needed to confer with Ji Yao before making further plans. Once at the secret base, they skinned the Mo-Yun wolf and hung the meat to dry within the cave. By the time they returned to the secret base, night had long since fallen. "Nanchu, you're back. I was so worried." Upon hearing movement from Nanchu's tent, she hurriedly emerged. Alongside her came Ji Yao and Ji Yin. With an excited smile on her face, Nanchu said, "Come into the tent. I have something wonderful to show you." The group, filled with curiosity, followed Nanchu into the tent. While Ji Yunting deftly kindled a campfire, Nanchu retrieved 2 firefox pelts and some fox meat from her backpack, then unwrapped a leaf bundle to reveal 4 exceptionally fresh fangs nestled within. "This is our harvest for the day." The firefoxes did not surprise Ji Yao and Ji Yin, as they knew that with Ji Yunting's capabilities, he could have hunted them even without the purple pearl. However, the four fangs in Mu Nanchu's hands were an entirely different matter. Are these the fangs of the Mo Yun wolf? Ji Yao inquired after examining one closely. Yes, these are the fangs we harvested from the Mo Yun wolf today. Mu Nanchu replied animatedly, recounting in vivid detail their encounter with the beast. It seems that tomorrow, the three of us can go hunt the wild cattle that Ji Yao stated. That should be feasible, but not just the three of you. It should be the four of us that I can assist as well, Mu Nanchu insisted earnestly. Her plan abilities were indeed quite formidable in tracking prey. Nanchu, we're going to hunt large beasts, which is extremely dangerous. It will be better for you to stay in the tribe with Ji Yao chuckled. Uncle Yao, while you hunt the beasts, I can stand by with the black bamboo spear. Moreover, I'm small in stature. Once you injure the beast, I can swiftly insert the spear into its wound, Mu Nanchu argued. Mu Nanchu spoke earnestly. The three orc warriors present wore expressions of disbelief, assuming that Mu Nanchu's words were merely an excuse to accompany them on a hunting expedition. Noticing their skepticism, Mu Nanchu casually seized a black bamboo spear and exited the tent. Not far from their tent stood a dilapidated wooden stake, long abandoned and on the verge of decay. Mu Nanchu hurled the black bamboo spear with a swift motion. A loud thud resonated as the spear embedded itself firmly into the stake, piercing deeply enough to splinter the wood into fragments. Ji Yao, who had long trained the orc warriors of the tribe, recognized that Mu Nanchu possessed genuine skill. Her physical strength might not have been substantial, but her clever technique allowed her to amplify her power significantly in a short span, a feat that would typically require 7 or 8 years of training. However, given Mu Nanchu's age, it seemed implausible that she could have trained for so long, leading Ji Yao to suspect she must have had an exceptionally skilled mentor in her past. Ji Yao approached and extracted the black bamboo spear, observing in astonishment as the stake, which had appeared merely cracked moments ago, shattered completely. Well, since Nanchu is eager to join, let us set out together at dawn tomorrow. We will first seek out a solitary wild bull to test our prowess, perhaps employing the purple pearl to hunt more efficiently, Ji Yao declared. With Ji Yao's endorsement, it was clear he acknowledged Mu Nanchu's capabilities, leaving Ji Yunting with no choice but to swallow his objections. Once Ji Yao and his companions departed, Ji Yunting grasped Mu Nanchu's hand. His face darkened with concern. Nanchu, do you comprehend the dangers of hunting in autumn? With your limited skills, venturing into the forest would only serve to provide food for the beasts. Seeing Ji Yunting's anxious demeanor filled Mu Nanchu with warmth. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, I almost forgot to mention, my shamanic powers not only enable me to foster various plants, but also allow me to communicate with the flora of the forest. Yunting gazed at her in astonishment, ready to speak, but Mu Nanchu silenced him with a finger on his lips. The fact that the Mo Yun wolves were trailing us today was revealed to me by the plants in the forest. You must keep this a secret, Yunting. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Ji Yunting found himself speechless. Even the great shaman of the Lan Jiao tribe lacked such abilities, if it weren't for the absence of a beast god mark on Mu Nanchu's finger, and the realization that she was not an orc warrior. He might have momentarily suspected she was a messenger of the beast god. Isn't it astonishing? I was quite taken aback when I first learned of it. The Heijin fruit truly is a divine object, granting me such formidable powers, Mu Nanchu fabricated. If she were to reveal that this was merely an attribute of her botanical abilities, Ji Yunting would likely perceive her as a monster. However, attributing all inexplicable phenomena to the Heijin fruit rendered the situation far more plausible. The Heijin fruit is indeed extraordinary. Nanchu, as we embark on our hunting venture tomorrow, could you possibly enhance the energy from the ocean of energy? This way, we might ensure greater safety during our hunt, Ji Yunting implored, his face a mask of earnestness. Mu Nanchu had already been deceived by Ji Yunting once. She found no merit in his ploy of feigning vulnerability to manipulate her. Wrapping herself in a fur blanket, she replied with a smirk, Last-minute preparations seldom yield favorable results. I suggest we retire early to replenish our strength for tomorrow's hunt. As for other matters, do not harbor any illusions. After accompanying Ji Yunting on a tour of Fox Hill that day, Mu Nanchu felt utterly exhausted and soon succumbed to slumber. The night in the Lan Jiao tribe was somewhat chilly. Despite the campfire's warmth, Mu Nanchu felt a distinct chill, instinctively seeking warmth in her sleep. Meanwhile, Ji Yunting sat on the bed, channeling his energy, and watched as Mu Nanchu inched closer to him, a smile gracing his lips. "You initiated this, so you can't blame me," he teased. As Mu Nanchu dozed in a haze, she sensed Ji Yunting's presence enveloping her. Yet regardless of his ministrations, their energies remained contained. In her dreams, Mu Nanchu vaguely pondered whether this was the oppressive force of that accursed slave contract. Ji Yunting could now freely control the release of energy, which seemed excessively far-fetched. Lost in her thoughts, Mu Nanchu's mind was soon overtaken by other matters, and when she regained consciousness, it was already the break of dawn. "Ji Yunting, you scoundrel, pray tell, when did you acquire the ability to control my energy?" she exclaimed upon waking, instantly recalling the matter. She reached out to tug at Ji Yunting's ear, wishing she could wrench it off. During their time at the secret base, Ji Yunting must have already been capable of controlling her energy. Otherwise, how could he have timed things so perfectly, exploiting her energy depletion while making claims of restoring her energy? Utter nonsense. Ji Yunting winced at her grasp on his ear, but remained obstinate. "Nanchu, easy now. I truly don't know how it happened. Last night, I simply focused on not allowing the energy to leak, and then—" Ji Yunting began, flipping Mu Nanchu beneath him, but he refrained from elaborating further, allowing his actions to speak for themselves. Just as Ji Yunting was about to take things further, a voice called from outside the tent. "Nanchu, are you up yet?" Flushed from Ji Yunting's kiss, Mu Nanchu pushed him away, declaring, "I'm awake." She adjusted her fur skirt and glanced at Ji Yunting, who wore a sorrowful expression, urging him, "Hurry and put on your fur skirt. We have much to attend to today." Ji Yao, eager to secure more game, had brought ample provisions and medicinal powders, while Jia had accompanied him as well. "Nanchu, I've heard everything from Yao. Please be cautious during the hunt. Life is precious, and whatever occurs, prioritize your safety," Jia advised earnestly. "Rest assured, we shall all return safely," Mu Nanchu promised. The group, laden with woven baskets, stepped into the first rays of morning light as they exited the tent area. Upon reaching the plaza of the Lan Jiao tribe, they noticed several orcs scattered about, some familiar faces approaching to inquire about their plans. Xiao did not withhold information, readily sharing their intent to hunt wild bulls. The orc warriors gathered around Ji Yao couldn't help but glance toward Ji Yunting, with one bold warrior remarking, "Uncle Yao, given your prowess, providing sufficient meat for the tribe should pose no problem. Why risk taking a half-beast like him into the forest?" Their words dripped with disdain, clearly regarding Ji Yunting as a burden. "Yunting is not as weak as you presume. That's all I shall say for now. You will understand in due time," Ji Yao retorted. With their urgency to enter the forest, they had no time to explain themselves to the orc warriors. Even if they did, it was likely that the warriors would remain skeptical of Ji Yunting. Once they succeeded in hunting the wild bulls, they could clarify the situation, and the presence of wild bull meat would lend credence to their claims. Amidst the clamor of the plaza, Mu Nanchu pulled Ji Yunting away, eager to escape before he overheard any unsavory remarks. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they were intercepted by Li. "Yunting, could you refrain from hunting in the forest? Your energy currently cannot enable your beast transformation, leaving you vulnerable. Entering the fray like this is tantamount to courting death," Li said, her expression troubled. Mu Nanchu glared at Li for blocking their path and couldn't resist taunting. "Li, I hear you've been spending time with Ji-Phone." Li, undeterred by Mu Nanchu's comment, replied earnestly, "Nanchu, Yunting and I have grown up together as the best of friend. As a friend, I cannot stand by and watch him recklessly endanger his life." Mu Nan's initial reaction was a subtle sneer. Li's words were truly eloquent. If she genuinely intended to offer kind advice as a friend, she would not have expressed anger. However, Li's recent actions hardly reflected a friendship towards Ji Yunting, an admirer. Li's behavior was even more inadequate. After Ji Yunting's serious injury healed, Li, upon noticing Ji Yunting's lack of restored energy, swiftly turned to embrace Ji-Phone. Now, she approached Ji Yunting under the guise of concern. To put it plainly, Li wished to maintain the facade of a virtuous woman while secretly desiring to be a mistress. Deep down, she likely harbored feelings for Ji Yunting, yet she was unwilling to accept a relationship with him. An inferior beast man, while simultaneously reluctant to see him meet a grim fate. Thus, she shamelessly obstructed Ji Yunting from entering the forest to hunt. Emunin found it hard to tolerate such indecisiveness. She mused that in this world, there were no perfect solutions, and Li's wavering would only lead to her own suffering. Li, there is no need for you to advise me further. I require ample meat. And thus I must venture out to hunt, Ji Yunting declared. Yunting, I have a way to assist you, Li replied eagerly, producing a tender green herb from her animal hide pouch. This is fritillaria, easily gathered in the forest. Yunting, please refrain from hunting in the forest. Simply rely on collecting fritillaria and exchanging it in the tribe for meat. It will suffice for your sustenance. I urged fervently. The demand for herbs in the Beastman tribe was high. Yet few beastmen possessed knowledge of them. Why personally presenting fritillaria to Ji Yunting and instructing him to gather it, Li was risking reprimand from the shaman. The knowledge of medicinal herbs was not something just any beastman could acquire. Only select individuals were permitted to learn under the great shaman and the shamans. Those who attempted to learn without authorization would face execution by the great shaman, Ji Yunting, however, did not accept the fritillaria from Li's hand. Thank you, Li, but I'm a beastman warrior, not a female beastman. My battlefield lies within the forest, not in gathering food and herbs like a female beastman. He stated plainly to I wish to say more. But Ji Feng approached briskly, causing her to conceal the fritillaria. This moment, she would not dare to provoke Ji Feng. Yunnan, with her forthright nature, could hardly bear Li's indecisiveness. She seized Ji Yunting and moved forward, unwilling to utter another word to Li. Watching Mu Nan pull Ji Yunting away, Li bit her lip in frustration, feeling an intense hatred. She thought to herself, what could a Navi little female like Mu Nan possibly understand? The forest is fraught with danger. Even beastmen capable of transforming into their beast forms do not dare to tread lightly into the woods. Yet Mu Nan cheerfully drags Ji Yunting towards certain death. At this moment, however, Li could do nothing to stop Ji Yunting. She could only silently pray for the protection of the beast god, hoping no wild creatures would harm him. News of Ji Yunting, alongside Ji Yao and Ji Yin, entering the forest to hunt spread rapidly through the tribe. The most delighted were Ji Wushuang and Ji Feng, who had woven a web around Ji Yunting for years, now finally anticipating the demise of their prey. Feng, you're now the only beastman warrior in the Blue Jiao tribe who can rival Ji Yu, Ji Wushuang lamented. Yes, father, I have not disappointed you. Indeed, Feng, there are even more pressing matters at hand. You must quickly mate with Li to bear several offspring, should the messenger of the beast god truly descend upon our Blue Jiao tribe. You may yet become the ruler of the Yunjing kingdom. Ji Wushuang stated mysteriously. Ji Feng was taken aback by Ji Wushuang's words. He had never contemplated going to the Yunjing kingdom, let alone becoming its ruler. Feng, do not dwell on this matter for now. Once your offspring are born, I shall speak to you further, Ji Wushuang added enigmatically. Ji Feng nodded slightly, not taking Ji Wushuang's words to heart. For all of this hinged on one condition: the birth of a beastman messenger. That was a matter of luck, and he dared not guarantee that his offspring would be the messenger. Under the watchful eyes of all the beastmen, Ji Yunting's figure vanished into the depths of the forest. Though their party included 2 second-tier beastman warriors, the presence of Ji Yunting, an inferior beastman, and Mu Nan, a female beastman, led nearly the entire beastman tribe to regard them with skepticism. They believed that the seemingly defenseless Ji Yunting and Mu Nan were undoubtedly doomed on this expedition. As the underestimated group followed Ji Yao deeper into the forest, once they exited the territory of the Blue Jiao tribe, he and Jian let out a great roar and transformed into the large, formidable Blue Jiao. Ji Yao was well acquainted with the various prey movements surrounding the Blue Jiao tribe and stated, "There's a herd of wild cattle nearby. Keep your wits about you while we travel." "All right, Mu Nan, climb onto my back," Ji Yunting said. As his voice fell, he too transformed into his beast form. Ji Yunting's sudden transformation startled Ji Yao, and Ji Yin. Ji Yao, brimming with excitement, asked, "Yunting, have you regained your energy?" "I regained it a couple of days ago, thanks to you and Jia for the medicinal herbs. Otherwise, my wounds would not have healed so swiftly," Ji Yunting replied with joy, flicking his tail, which struck the ground with a thunderous sound, signaling the vitality coursing through him. That's wonderful. Does your energy now reach that of a second-tier beastman? Ji Yao inquired. Almost, Ji Yunting replied. Hearing Ji Yunting's prompt response, Ji Yao thought that his energy had likely revived even stronger than before. This hunting expedition might indeed prove to be a wise choice. As they spoke, the three imposing blue Jiao beastmen moved in unison, the morning light filtering through the leaves onto their hardened scales. Ji Yunting, with his striking blue eyes, addressed Mu Nan. Nan, climb on my back. Yunan grasped the protrusions on Ji Yunting's forearm and deftly ascended onto his back. Hold on tight. We're off, Ji Yunting bellowed, darting forward like a sharpened blade. Under Ji Yao's guidance, they soon discovered a sizable herd of wild cattle. Appearing to number over 100, the three beastman warriors were adept at hunting, quickly devising a strategy to capture the wild cattle based on the terrain. This prairie featured a trench over a meter deep, filled with verdant weeds, and adult wild cattle, if it fell into the trench, could easily leap out. However, Ji Yunting cleverly concealed his black bamboo spear within the trench. Should a heavy wild cattle fall in, it would surely be pierced by the spear, making it difficult for them to escape. Uncle Yao, let me and Brother Yin drive the wild cattle. Ji Yunting suggested that Ji Yunting and Ji Yin were younger and swifter, and though Ji Yao was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed aging. His reflexes not as sharp as those of the younger beastmen. Very well, I will hide on this side of the trench. As soon as a wild cattle collapses, I will drag it out and secure it. Ji Yao agreed. Ji Yao remarked. Although the wild bulls are herbivorous, their sense of smell is exceedingly acute. If they catch the scent of their companion's blood, a commotion will undoubtedly ensue among the herd, making it significantly more challenging to hunt them thereafter. After the group devised their plan, Ji Yunting and Ji Yin transformed into their beast forms and charged into the midst of the wild bulls. They pursued the herd, and after a brief chase, a small group of 6 or 7 wild bulls was cornered near a concealed ravine. Mature wild bulls frequently roam this area. They are aware of the ravine and can leap over it. However, the younger ones, lacking experience, would fall heavily into the ravine in the ensuing chaos. 2 wild bulls had their legs pierced by black bamboo spears and fainted within mere breaths. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Yao hastily dragged the 2 bulls out of the ravine, initially intending to conceal them in the tall grass to finish them off. Yet, Mu Nanchu felt this was unsafe. If the wild bull king detected the scent of blood, it would incite panic, complicating any subsequent attempts to capture more bulls. Immediately, Mu Nanchu utilized her plant-based abilities, and countless vines swiftly enveloped the 2 robust wild bulls. From a distance, it appeared as though 2 large piles of grass had been placed there. Ji Yao, astonished by Mu Nanchu's control over the vines, felt his jaw nearly drop to the ground. The surprises bestowed upon him by Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu today were simply overwhelming. However, at this critical juncture, Ji Yao had no time to inquire further. He and Mu Nanchu hurriedly repositioned the black bamboo spears in the ravine. Ji Yao whistled, prompting Ji Yunting and Ji Yin to resume driving the wild bulls. They were cautious not to drive too many at once, gradually herding 5 or 6, then 7 or 8. Although the 4 beastmen were collaborating for the first time, their synergy was remarkable. Had other beastmen warriors witnessed their cooperation, they would surely have been left agape. Previously, when hunting wild bulls, several beastmen would work together, capturing them one by one. The initial bulls were relatively easy to hunt, but as they progressed, the wild bull king would organize a counterattack. The strength of the wild bulls was formidable, and even the beastmen warriors dared not confront them directly. A single hunting expedition was exhausting. Today, however, it was astonishing that just 2 beastmen could stealthily eliminate the wild bulls. By noon, Ji Yunting and his companions had already hunted 6 wild bulls. Due to the bulls' considerable size, they were hesitant to hunt more and decided to return with these 6 first. Nanchu, are the wild bulls ensnared by the vines still alive? Ji Yunting inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. After their recent exertions, both he and Ji Yin were soaked. They are still alive if the blood is not drained. The meat will be unpalatable, Mu Nanchu cautioned. But how will we transport the wild bulls back? If the vines were to loosen, the lively bulls would escape, Ji Yunting said. Nanchu pondered for a moment and responded. I could summon a plant to drain the blood from the bulls, but doing so would prevent me from utilizing the plants as my eyes on the way back to the tribe. After weighing the pros and cons, Ji Yunting decided it was best for Nanchu to eliminate the bulls first. The wild bull's sense of smell was too keen. If all 6 bulls were drained of blood, the wild bull king would undoubtedly detect it, and they would find themselves pursued rather than the hunter, and Nanchu's plant abilities were not limited to mere growth. Otherwise, she would not have achieved her status as a formidable warrior in the apocalypse. Her abilities were primarily to summon powerful plants to aid her in battle. In the past, she commanded 5 significant plants, with the bloodsucker fairy being her favorite. However, summoning combat plants consumed a considerable amount of energy. And given Nanchu's current reserves, she could only summon lower-tier plants. She raised her palms slightly, gathering emerald light, and a small green vine plant materialized in her hand. The first-level bloodsucker fairy could only grow 5 to 6 meters long. The seemingly delicate vine bore a cluster of vivid red flowers. With a flick of her hand, the vine sprang to life, swiftly attaching itself to one of the wild bulls. The once vibrant green vine transformed into a pale red at a visible rate upon contact with the bull. Once the bloodsucker fairy drained the blood from the 6 wild bulls, it had grown into a dark red vine over 10 meters long, with flowers radiating a deep crimson glow, exuding an alluringly sinister beauty. Ji Yunting, and Ji Yin watched in astonishment as the satiated bloodsucker fairy returned to Nanchu's hand, nuzzling against her palm. The day's events were utterly surreal, though Ji Yunting was somewhat accustomed to Nanchu's formidable shamanic powers. Ji Yao and Ji Yin remained oblivious, having always perceived her as a delicate female of the Snake Fox tribe. The strength she exhibited now was entirely at odds with their previous assumptions of her fragility. Nanchu, did you just employ the shamanic powers of the Snake Fox tribe? Ji Yao asked, perplexed. Indeed, my shamanic powers were suddenly awakened after Yunting was injured, Nanchu fabricated. She had prepared this explanation, presenting herself as a fortunate individual whose powers were triggered by overwhelming sorrow. She recalled that she had mentioned similar occurrences in the tribe's history. I see. Ji Yao expressed no further doubt. In the tribe, the ways in which young beastmen awakened their powers were diverse. And Nanchu's experience was not particularly unusual. Nanchu, it would be wise to keep your shamanic powers a secret from the others in the tribe for now. You can reveal it to them when the time is right. Ji Yao advised. If Nanchu's powers were exposed now, Ji Yunting would be unable to protect her. The outcome could lead to her being forcibly taken by more powerful warriors of the tribe as their mate, potentially resulting in Ji Yunting's demise. Uncle Yao, I understand. For the time being, I will tell the tribe about the purple pearls and claim to be an apprentice of the Snake Fox tribe shaman. Knowledgeable about rare herbs, which should not raise suspicion, Nanchu replied earnestly. Her plant abilities could still serve as a shield for her shamanic powers for now, once her plant abilities fully manifested. The excuse of being a shaman apprentice might not suffice. However, Nanchu was not afraid. When she could utilize her plant abilities freely, she would no longer need to rely on any tribe, but could live freely in the forest, even establishing her own tribe. And what about Yunting's transformation? Ji Yao then turned his gaze to Ji Yunting. I shall not conceal this any longer. Ji Yunting replied earnestly. Autumn had already arrived. He could no longer hide his abilities. He needed to hunt a substantial amount of game to prepare for the lengthy winter ahead. It was unreasonable to expect Nanchu to produce food for the winter, after agreeing on a story for their return to the tribe. The 4 transformed and carried the 6 wild bulls back as they approached the tribe. Lin Huan's energy could not enable the forest plants to serve as her eyes to scout for any lurking predators. Yet, observing the nonchalant demeanor of Ji Yunting and the others, she wondered if one among them possessed heightened senses, capable of accurately detecting the presence of ferocious beasts. Just then, Ji Yin, running ahead, suddenly halted. I sent the White Lion tribe nearby. They have likely hunted in this vicinity. It would be prudent to avoid them. He spoke gravely. It seems the White Lion tribe has commenced their autumn hunting earlier than we have. Ji Yunting noted, I heard from the high priest that this year's autumn is shorter and winter longer, necessitating more game to be hunted. Ji Yao added, but a lengthy winter posed challenges for the Beastmen tribe, as it signified food shortages and difficulties in nurturing the newly born young, and led the group on a slightly longer route back to the tribe. Night had already fallen by the time they arrived. A large bonfire had been ignited in the square, with several Beastmen warriors gathered around, discussing plans for the upcoming autumn hunt. The sudden appearance of Ji Yao and the other Beastmen startled the warriors in the square. Ji Yao, a familiar orc warrior, rose to greet Ji Yao that moment. They noticed the three blue flood beasts bearing the robust wild bulls on their backs. Nanchu leaped down from Ji Yunting's back and stood to the side. The three of them discarded the wild bulls onto the ground. Ji Yao, how did you manage to hunt down 6 wild bulls? The orc warriors gathered around, hardly believing their eyes. 6 adult wild bulls. Even during organized hunts in the tribe, they had never captured so many at once. That moment. All the orc warriors focused solely on Ji Yao, oblivious to Ji Yunting, who stood among the 2 blue flood beasts behind him. A keen-eyed orc warrior spotted Nanchu standing alone to the side and was instantly struck with intrigue, particularly Ji Yu, who had long harbored feelings for Nanchu. Seeing her return alone, without Ji Yunting, he secretly rejoiced, thinking that his opportunity had finally arrived. However, Ji Yu did not want to appear too overtly pleased. He feigned concern and said, "Uncle Yao, where's Yunting? He has been trampled to death by a wild bull while hunting." "Has he?" Ji Yu's words dripped with disdain. The wild bulls Ji Yao and his group had brought back were no small feat, with the smallest weighing at least 500 to 600 pounds. And the largest appearing to be nearly 1,000, a wild bull of that size could easily crush a sub-orc to death on the spot. Hearing Ji Yu's remarks, Nanchu shot him a fierce glare and replied, "Rest assured, even if you were to die, Yunting would be just fine." Ji Yao, upon witnessing Nanchu's fierce demeanor, felt not intimidated but rather amused, and moved closer to her. However, just as he took a couple of steps forward, a wild bull suddenly fell from the sky, landing not far from his feet. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, he might have been knocked down by the bull. Yunting threw the wild bull off his back and resumed his human form. "Ji Yu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm alive and well." Ji Yu was taken aback, looking at Ji Yunting in disbelief. Ji Yunting, you're still alive? Wait, you can actually beastify. Beastification was the most significant distinction between sub-orcs and orc warriors. Ji Yunting's ability to beastify indicated that he was now at least a first-tier orc warrior. Today, the energy I had lost suddenly returned. "Surprising, I sent it," Ji Yunting said expressionlessly. The orc warriors finally recognized Ji Yunting and began inquiring how he had regained his energy. The square became a flurry of activity. Ji Yao called out, "We'll talk about that later. Have you seen Uncle Mu or the chief?" The arrival of Ji Yao and his group with 6 wild bulls stirred the entire orc tribe. Ji Yu, accompanied by a group of orc warriors, hurried over to the square, glancing at the wild bulls on the ground, and exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "I heard Yunting can beastify now." Beside him, Nanchu couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly, realizing that Ji Yu was indeed a person of exceptional emotional intelligence, capable of becoming the chief. Though Ji Yu was eager to inquire about the origin of the wild bulls. He first asked about Ji Yunting's condition. His approach warmed the hearts of the orcs present, demonstrating that their chief always prioritized the well-being of the tribe's members. Yunting nodded slightly and explained, "Today, while hunting the wild bulls, I encountered some perilous situations. Initially, I could only sense a little energy, but suddenly it increased significantly. However, I am still just a first-tier orc." "That's wonderful, Yunting. You're doing great. Keep it up. And who knows, you might become a 3rd-tier orc one day." Ji Yu encouraged, patting Ji Yunting's shoulder. Ji Yu watched Ji Yu's treatment of Ji Yunting with seething jealousy. He had remained at the 1st tier for many years, while many of his peers had already advanced to the 2nd tier. Now that Ji Yunting had transformed into a sub-orc and reverted to the 1st tier, if he advanced to become a 2nd-tier orc in the future, it would be a significant blow to Ji Yu's pride. Consumed by jealousy, Ji Yu wished he could tear Ji Yunting apart to ensure he could never advance to a 2nd-tier orc. Alas, it remained a mere fantasy, for he was no match for Ji Yunting without using energy. After inquiring about Ji Yunting, Ji Yu finally turned his attention to the wild bulls, Ji Yunting did not conceal the method of hunting the bulls, but omitted mentioning Nanchu's use of the blood-sucking plant to drain their blood. He merely stated that they encountered a blood-sucking plant, which facilitated the successful hunt of the 6 wild bulls. We were fortunate. Had we not encountered that blood-sucking plant, we wouldn't have been able to hunt so many wild bulls. The wild bulls have an incredible sense of smell, Ji Yunting explained. Ji Yunting spoke. He gestured for everyone to observe the wounds on the bull's neck, revealing a deep circle of bloody punctures. Quite a gruesome sight this moment. All the orc warriors believed his account. Is this herb called purple pearl still available? Ji Yu inquired. While asking, he glanced at Ji Wushuang beside him, noting her shake of the head, which confirmed his suspicion that she was also unaware of the miraculous purple pearl. There's a bit left, but if the chief wishes, I can go to the forest to gather more. Nanchu replied, pulling out a bamboo tube from her backpack. Inside was half a tube of purple pearl juice, while sufficient for Nanchu and her companions to use in hunting beasts. It would be inadequate for the entire tribe. As Nanchu showcased the purple pearl juice, she also presented the black bamboo spear for Ji Yu to see, which was generously smeared with the juice. Nanchu, tomorrow morning I will send someone to accompany you to the forest to seek out purple pearls and black bamboo. With these resources, we will surely have an abundant harvest in this year's autumn hunt. And the orc tribe will no longer have to worry about food during the long winter, Ji Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Nanchu scoffed internally, realizing he intended to exploit her purple pearls without offering anything in return. Before Nanchu could refute Ji Yu, Ji Yunting stepped forward. Chief, I have something to say. Ji Yunting took the black bamboo spear from Ji Yu's hands and placed it in Nanchu's backpack. Then concealed Nanchu behind him. Yunting, please speak your mind, Ji Yu said with a smile that Ji Yu had intended to manipulate Nanchu without offering any benefits, expecting her to lead the way into the forest for the purple pearls. Such a proposition was absurd that Ji Wushuang guarded even the most ordinary herbs closely, so how could they expect to receive the precious purple pearls without compensation? Chief, Nanchu hails from the Snake Fox tribe, where she trained as a witch's apprentice and possesses knowledge of herbs that differ from ours. These resources are extremely valuable and should not be given freely to our tribe. Ji Yunting stated. What do you mean by that? Ji Yu's expression darkened. Nanchu can assist the tribe in locating purple pearls, but this year, the 2 of us should be exempt from delivering meat to the tribe as compensation. Ji Yunting asserted. Ji Yu felt a surge of frustration. They were expected to contribute considerable meat to the tribe, yet compared to the allure of the purple pearls, the meat seemed trivial. After a brief pause, Ji Yu gritted his teeth and said, the purple pearls belong to Nanchu, and while the tribe can waive her meat contribution, why should yours be exempt, Yunting? Your energy has returned. Shouldn't you contribute more to the tribe? Ji Yunting shook his head with a smile and continued. Without my protection, how could Nanchu venture into the forest to seek the purple pearls? Chief, you wouldn't send other orc warriors to accompany her, would you? As Nanchu's partner, I cannot trust any other orc warriors to be near her. Once the existence of the purple pearls was revealed, Nanchu's status within the Blue Flood tribe would soar, especially among the second-tier orcs who, relying on their higher rank, would shamelessly pursue her. At that point, Ji Yunting would likely face challenges from other orc warriors of similar rank. Given his sacrifices, the mere hundreds of pounds of meat seemed insignificant. He was already fortunate not to be demanding meat from Ji Yu. Ji Yu was about to negotiate further when the high priest, Ji Mun, interjected. Very well. Let us proceed, as Yunting suggested. Nanchu will seek out enough purple pearl for the tribe. And this year, you both will be exempt from delivering meat. Ji Mu Yun decisively announced that Ji Feng should bring more orc warriors tomorrow to search for black bamboo in the forest, which would be used to craft black bamboo spears. Ji Yunting and his companions had returned with 6 barbarian bulls. According to the tribe's customs, they would offer a small portion of the meat to the clan and keep the remainder for themselves. Jiao originally intended for Ji Yunting and Nanchu to each take 2 bulls, but Ji Yunting declined, as they had already fulfilled their meat quota for the tribe this year. While Jiao and Ji Yin had not, if each of them only took 1 bull, it would likely not suffice for their contributions to the tribe. Ultimately, Ji Yunting and Nanchu accepted only 2 bulls. The combined weight of the two bulls exceeded 1,000 pounds, and rather than hurriedly dragging them back to the tent, Ji Yunting meticulously skinned and cleaned them in front of the gathered crowd. Once he finished preparing the bulls, Ji Yunting turned seriously towards Ji Yu and said, "Great priest, tribe leader, Uncle Mu, since you are all present, I kindly ask you to witness this. I have come to an agreement with Ji Zheng. I shall give him 500 pounds of bone-in meat. From now on, we shall no longer be father and son, nor shall we have any further relations in the future, regardless of what occurs. We shall not seek each other out. Today, I will deliver the 500 pounds of meat to Ji Zheng, and Uncle Mu, I request your assistance in verifying the weight, lest he later deny his obligation." Ji Zheng's family had arrived when Ji Yunting returned with the bulls, but Ji Yunting felt a pang of regret upon discovering that Nanchu was a formidable apprentice healer from the Serpent Fox clan. Had he known of her prowess, he would have forcibly taken her away when Ji Yunting was gravely injured, thus ensuring that he would now stand triumphantly in the square. However, at this moment, Ji Yunting had no intention of provoking Ji Yunting. His energy had a chance of fully recovering, and if he could ascend to a second-tier orc, he would become an asset to the family. Furthermore, since Nanchu was Ji Yunting's partner, keeping them both close would alleviate much of the pressure on his shoulders, allowing him to potentially forego participating in the autumn hunt. "Yunting, what nonsense are you speaking? Although your father is somewhat strict with you, he is still your father. When you were young, he risked his life to hunt in order to raise you." Ji Yunting interjected. He was so preoccupied with trying to placate Ji Yunting that he failed to notice Ji Zheng standing silently, not moving or speaking. A most unusual occurrence that it is not that I disregard Ji Zheng's past kindness in raising me. Rather, he is the one who has insisted on severing our ties, Ji Yunting replied, directing his gaze at Ji Zheng. Given that the matter was now laid bare, Ji Yunting believed Ji Zheng would not retract his words. Yet, he underestimated Ji Zheng's audacity. After a prolonged silence, Ji Zheng suddenly spoke. "Yunting, I only spoke those words in a moment of anger. Your father was concerned when he saw you become a sub-orc and could no longer support Nanchu. He wanted to lessen your burdens, which is why he advised you to let her go. Had you informed me sooner that Nanchu was an apprentice healer from the Serpent Fox clan, well-versed in herbs unknown to our tribe, I would have gladly assisted you. Alas, Yunting, are you still upset over my suggestion that you move out?" Ji Yunting stared at Ji Zheng in disbelief. Finding the absurdity of Ji Zheng's statements laughable, Ji Zheng had begun to twist the truth, and he realized that further discussion would be futile. He preferred to expose the underlying issues and see how Ji Zheng would respond. "Ji Zheng, since I share no blood relation with you, why must you insist on dragging me into your life?" Ji Yunting declared, his words exploding among the orc crowd like drops of water in a hot oil pot. "What do you mean, Yunting?" Jiao asked in surprise. With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, Ji Yunting resolved to reveal the entire situation regarding Haizhu and Ji Zheng to everyone present. "Yunting, be quiet. You are your mother's child. How can you speak so about her?" Ji Zheng bellowed, desperate to prevent Ji Yunting from divulging the complete truth, which would be profoundly embarrassing for him. "If my mother knew how harshly you have treated me all these years, she would surely be heartbroken, for she once placed her utmost trust in you," Ji Yunting retorted without reservation. When Haizhu chose Ji Zheng, it was based on trust, and when she later had to leave due to other matters, it was with the same trust in Ji Zheng. Otherwise, she would never have entrusted her child to him. Unfortunately, Ji Zheng was a man of false kindness, having been involved with Feng Lan from the Serpent Fox clan shortly after Haizhu gave birth to Ji Yunting, with his own biological child. How could he possibly care for Ji Yunting? Each time he looked at Ji Yunting, he was reminded of Haizhu's past relationships before him. The extent of Ji Zheng's affection for Haizhu back then was mirrored in his disdain for Ji Yunting. Had Ji Yunting not borne some resemblance to Haizhu, he might have already met with a fatal end. However, in light of his own interests, Ji Zheng was willing to play the role of a benevolent father. Ji Zheng's face flushed with anger as he finally shouted, "Yunting, have we not shared a father-son bond over the years? Do you truly feel no paternal affection towards me?" Such a question from Ji Zheng only elicited laughter from Ji Yunting. When he was gravely injured, not a single member of Ji Zheng's family came to check on him. When he lost his energy and could not transform into a beast, becoming a sub-orc. and faced the prospect of being unable to participate in the autumn hunt, Ji Yunting had not even offered a word of concern. Given Ji Yunting's treatment of him, how could he speak of father-son affection? Yunting, your father may have a harsh temperament, but you are still father and son, that he sometimes speaks in an unkind manner. As a son, you should be more accommodating. Feng Lan interjected, gently grasping Ji Yunting's arm and looking at Ji Yunting with tenderness. Ji Yunting could raise his voice against Ji Yunting, but he had always found himself at a disadvantage when faced with Feng Lan's soft-spoken demeanor, though she rarely spoke and maintained a cheerful facade. She could wield her words as weapons, previously allowing everyone to believe that Ji Yunting was opposing Ji Yunting due to his mother's influence. Now, she laid the blame for the day's events squarely on Ji Yunting's supposed volatility, leading the orc warriors to believe that Ji Yunting sought to distance himself from Ji Yunting due to past grievances. The surrounding orc warriors, swayed by Ji Yunting and Feng Lan's narrative, began to voice their opinions, one stating, "Yunting, your father supports the entire family, which is no easy task. With 3 little ones at home, as the eldest, it is only natural for you to endure some hardships. However, you must not claim that you are no longer your father's son over trifles." Another, an older warrior, added, "Indeed, if all adult orcs behaved as you do, we seasoned veterans would have no place to stand." Listening to the warriors unite against him, Ji Yunting felt a surge of frustration rising within him, wishing he could obliterate those who could not discern right from wrong. Sensing the shift in Ji Yunting's energy, Nanchu quickly stepped forward, grasping the nearly explosive Ji Yunting, her cool hand providing a grounding contrast to his heated palm. "Yunting, do not let anger consume you. Some people possess hearts as venomous as a serpent's. They may feign concern for your well-being while secretly wishing you harm, as you have seen through them too." "Nanchu," Ji Yunting replied with a bitter smile, "that I recognized their true nature on my first day in the Blue Flood tribe." Nanchu continued, her grip on Ji Yunting firm, fearful that in his rage, he might reveal his hidden strength. The square was in tumult, with numerous orc warriors whispering among themselves about the discord between Ji Yunting and Ji Yunting. Observing the chaos, Ji Yu cleared his throat and declared, "All right, everyone disperse. The autumn hunt is nearing. Return to your tents and rest, for once it begins, it will be hard to catch up on sleep." Tribe leader, Nanchu gently interjected, "There is someone who can attest that what Yunting has said today is indeed true." Ji Yu furrowed his brow, reluctantly asking, "Who?" "Yunting's grandfather," she replied. Nanchu began to speak. She recalled that when Ji Yunting had mentioned this matter to her, he had alluded to it being reminiscent of the events surrounding Haiju, which Ji Grandpa was also aware of. Otherwise, he would not possess the soul restraining pearl left by Haiju. As soon as Nanchu finished her words, the elderly Ji Grandpa approached slowly with deliberate steps. "Zheng, given the current circumstances, it would be wise for you to refrain from any further actions. You should have treated Yunting better long before this day arrived. Though Yunting is not related to you by blood, he has grown up by your side. A little more kindness from you might have prevented the situation we face today." Ji Grandpa sighed. That Ji Grandpa held a certain esteem within the Blue Flood tribe, and with his assertion, it became more or less certain that Ji Yunting was not the son of Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting's face was a picture of displeasure, having been undermined by his own father. He snorted coldly, saying, "No matter what, Yunting is the one I raised. Now that he has gained some independence, he no longer wishes to concern himself with this family. It is not as if this is a favorable arrangement." Watching Ji Yunting stir up trouble, Nanchu felt a wave of emotion. Thankfully, Ji Yunting had come to his senses and decided to distance himself from Ji Yunting. Had they continued to thrive, she could only imagine how Ji Yunting would have made a fuss at Zheng. "Do you dare to speak of the past in my presence? Do you wish for me to expose all your secrets before you relent?" Ji Grandpa said, clearly agitated. Since Haiju's departure, Ji Yunting had been responsible for their livelihood. At that time, Ji Grandpa was still quite robust, and nearly all the little meat they had found its way into Ji Yunting's stomach. Had he not occasionally given Ji Yunting something good to eat, Ji Grandpa feared he would not have lived to see the day when energy could be awakened. Now, with Ji Yunting shamelessly claiming to have raised Ji Yunting, Ji Grandpa was filled with an urge to give him a thorough beating. Yet Ji Yunting still harbored a measure of fear towards Ji Grandpa. Gritting his teeth, he coldly replied, "Since you cannot bear to see me live well, then you may go live with Ji Yunting." Turning to Ji Yunting, he continued, "Ji Yunting, give me 500 pounds of meat with bones. From this day forth, we shall have no relations whatsoever." 500 pounds of meat was no small amount. The smaller wild bull Ji Yunting had received, after removing the internal organs and skin, yielded less than 500 pounds of meat. He had to cut additional portions from another bull to meet the demand. All the meat was weighed by Ji Mu before being handed to Ji Zheng, ensuring that Ji Zheng could not later claim it was insufficient. Feng Lan had initially intended to mediate, but seeing Ji Yunting's unyielding demeanor, she abandoned the thought and joined Ji Zheng in taking away the wild bull meat. As Ji Zheng's family departed, the weight that had pressed upon Ji Yunting's heart lifted, leaving him considerably more at ease. "Grandfather, let us return home. I shall prepare roasted beef for you," Ji Yunting exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Good," Ji Grandpa replied. After chastising Ji Zheng, he felt a heaviness within, but seeing Ji Yunting's smiling face, he found solace. After all these years, he had finally lived up to Haiju's wishes. Though he had not made Ji Yunting extraordinarily powerful, at the very least, he was alive and well. Ji Yunting carried the remaining wild bull meat, leading Mu Nanchu and Ji Grandpa back to his tent. However, the orcs in the square did not disperse. The recent extraordinary events in Ji Yunting's life had sparked much gossip among them, particularly among those orc warriors who had previously clashed with Mu Nanchu. Seeing her now knowledgeable about numerous herbs filled them with regret. Had they known earlier just how formidable Mu Nanchu was, they would have used every means at their disposal to capture her. I stood among the crowd, observing Ji Yunting protectively shielding Mu Nanchu, her heart heavy with sorrow. She thought to herself how she wished Ji Yunting had awakened his energy sooner. Had he done so, she would not have found herself in the arms of Ji Feng. She placed a hand on her abdomen, her beautiful eyes gazing into the roaring bonfire. If Ji Feng could not make her pregnant with a child before winter this year, perhaps she could seek out Ji Yunting. It was not uncommon for orc warriors to lose their energy due to injuries. Yet Ji Yunting was unique in having regained his energy after such a loss. Mu Nanchu had promised Ji Yu she would help him find the purple pearl, and early the next morning, after a brief rest, Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu set off once more. They departed the tribe. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and many orcs greeted them as they walked through the village. Mu Nanchu felt an indescribable sensation in her heart as she faced the orcs' stark reality. This feeling left her quite unsettled, almost as if she were in a post-apocalyptic world. Once they had exited the Blue Flood tribe, Mu Nanchu softly inquired, "Yunting, why are the orcs in the tribe so pragmatic? When we were weak, they looked down on us, barely acknowledging us. But now that we possess strength, they act as if nothing has happened and seek to befriend us." Ji Yunting shrugged, his expression impassive. In the Blue Flood tribe, power is paramount. Those with the strongest fists hold the most influence. Especially in times of extreme food scarcity, the strong may even demand that elderly orcs venture alone into the forest to save provisions for their survival. However, I've heard from the traveling merchants that our Blue Flood tribe is seemingly more ruthless than others. Your Snake Fox clan does not seem to suffer in such a manner. It appears you excel in herb gathering and potion making, managing to exchange enough herbs each year to feed all the orcs in your tribe. The competition within the orc tribes was exceedingly fierce. Mu Nanchu recalled hearing that if a newborn cub was weak, it might be abandoned by its mother. The frail cubs required significantly more care, and female orcs, burdened with the need to care for their young while also foraging for food, were often compelled by necessity to forsake their weaker offspring. This train of thought led Mu Nanchu to remember the day Ji Yunting had rescued her. When she had been exceedingly frail, appearing as if she could not survive, Ji Yunting must have faced immense pressure at that time. Had she not thrived, he would not only have lost a precious black gold fruit, but also wasted valuable food. The warm morning sunlight filtered through the forest's yellowing leaves, casting a glow upon Ji Yunting's cool, handsome-faced. Mu Nanchu sighed inwardly, marveling at how endlessly captivating Ji Yunting's visage was. Truly, he was extraordinarily handsome. "Nanchu, look at how the leaves are falling in the forest." Ji Yunting suddenly halted, gazing toward a distant hill where the leaves had turned a brilliant red. creating a strikingly beautiful scene. Unbeknownst to them, autumn had deepened. Mu Nanchu pondered the provisions in their tent, which seemed insufficient for the long winter ahead. They would need to gather more food. Once they entered the forest, Ji Yunting's keen instincts alerted him to someone trailing them. "Nanchu, have you sensed that someone is following us?" he asked. Nanchu nodded slightly. "There are quite a few, about 6 second-tier orcs." Ji Yunting chuckled. "It seems the tribe leader is quite eager to discover what the purple pearl truly is. It won't be easy for them to catch up to us." Nanchu smirked, her palm filled with a cluster of stinky herbs. Orcs typically relied on their sense of smell to track. As long as they masked their unique scents, even third-tier orcs posed no threat. Ji Yunting watched Mu Nanchu with an amused expression as she wielded the pungent herbs. He wondered how the pursuers would react to such an overwhelming stench. Under the cover of the foul herbs, Ji Yunting and Mu Nanchu swiftly evaded the orcs from the Blue Flood tribe. They followed a narrow stream upstream in search of the dead giant tree. As they sought the purple pearl, they engaged in light conversation. Ji Yunting inquired about Mu Nanchu's ability to summon plants. Mu Nanchu, not wishing to conceal anything, explained the general nature of her plant-based powers to him. "So, the purple pearl belongs to the 5th tier of plants, and you were unable to summon it at that time?" Ji Yunting asked. "Indeed, the plant abilities I can currently wield only allow me to summon 4th-tier common plants. The combat plant, Blood-Sucking Fairy, which I summoned that day, was merely 1st tier, yet it drained all my energy." Mu Nanchu replied. Mu Nanchu explained. Her botanical abilities were as diverse as they were intricate, encompassing 9 major classifications of plants, each further subdivided according to the rarity of individual species. Different plants possessed varying levels and capacities. Such complexities were beyond her ability to elaborate for Ji Yunting. She could only provide a general overview to leave a lasting impression. "You mentioned that the blood-sucking fairy can cultivate high-level plants. What does that entail?" Ji Yunting inquired further. "The blood-sucking fairy drained the life force of 6 fierce bulls last time. I estimate that if it consumes another 10 or so, it could advance to the 2nd level. However, with my current energy reserves, summoning a 2nd-level blood-sucking fairy is beyond my reach. Therefore, I am not in a hurry for it to evolve," Mu Nanchu elaborated. The concept of plant evolution was entirely new to Ji Yunting, who listened intently, eager for Mu Nanchu to summon plants he had never encountered before. The Serpent Fox tribe must regret discarding such a formidable female beastman like you. Their loss is substantial. I wonder if they will feel remorseful upon encountering you, capable of summoning a 9th-level blood-sucking fairy. Ji Yunting remarked with a sense of pride. He felt exceptionally fortunate to have discovered the legendary black gold fruit in the forest. Along with the remarkable Mu Nanchu. You think 9th-level blood-sucking fairies are common?" Mu Nanchu retorted, slightly exasperated. Even at the peak of her powers during the apocalypse, she refrained from summoning a 9th-level blood-sucking fairy in battle. Plants at the 9th level possess their own intelligence. If my energy or blood levels were to deplete during combat, there's a significant risk of being backfired upon by a 9th-level plant. Therefore, unless I can completely master a 9th-level plant, I generally refrain from summoning them. As they conversed, they continued along the stream, and after an entire morning's walk, they stumbled upon a colossal tree that had been lying there for an indeterminate number of years. The tree's diameter spanned 5 to 6 meters, remaining an imposing sight even in its fallen state. Mu Nanchu approached and gently caressed the withered trunk, exclaiming, "This tree has been dead for over a century. Yet it is not completely decayed." Mu Nanchu circled the giant tree, examining it closely. Various mushrooms thrived upon its bark, and small shrubs sprouted in certain areas, while signs of small animals living beneath the tree were evident. "Yunting, come and look. There's a small patch of purple pearls here," Mu Nanchu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The purple pearls had rigorous growth requirements. They would not flourish in unclean environments. Scattered among the tree's canopy were a few purple pearls, most of which had already ripened. Mu Nanchu and Ji Yunting retrieved their prepared bamboo tubes and began to harvest them one by one. Harvesting purple pearls required precision. Mu Nanchu managed to avoid crushing any, but Ji Yunting was less fortunate, squishing 9 out of 10, with the last one completely obliterated. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Nanchu suggested. Yunting, it's almost noon. Why don't you prepare our lunch while I finish picking? Ji Yunting glanced at the purple juice staining his fingers and nodded. I'll go catch a few pearl chickens for you. By the way, Nanchu, are pearl chickens small enough for me to use the black bamboo spear? He worried that the chickens might be too tiny, leaving too much toxin from the purple pearls in the meat, leading to a comical mishap where they both succumbed to the poison after consuming the chickens. Not to worry. The effects of the purple pearls are potent, but dissipate quickly. By the time you catch and clean the pearl chickens, the potency will likely have faded, Nanchu reassured him. Hearing that the black bamboo spear could be used to hunt pearl chickens filled Ji Yunting with joy, knowing how swiftly the chickens could dart away, making it cumbersome to catch them barehanded. Ji Yunting washed his hands in the stream, but upon doing so, he was astonished to find that every fish in the water had been poisoned by the purple pearls. Floating belly up, stunned, he stared at his hands, realizing this was not intentional. After Nanchu finished harvesting the purple pearls from the tree's crown, she assessed the quantity, concluding that it was insufficient for the tribe's autumn hunting needs. She circled the colossal tree once more, but found no additional purple pearls. Returning to the tree crown, the purple pearl trees were perennial shrubs. Each winter, they would be reduced to bare trunks, devoid of leaves. Bright green light began to coalesce in Nanchu's palms as countless botanical energies descended upon the barren branches of the purple pearl tree. The once yellowing and withered tree gradually regained vitality. The branches transformed into a vibrant green, and as more botanical energy enveloped them, the dead leaves fell away, making way for tender new shoots. The slow growth of the new leaves astonished Nanchu. Such was the power of high-level plants that even nurturing them consumed a considerable amount of her botanical energy. As time passed, the purple pearl tree began to sprout and bear fruit once more, with the green fruits swiftly transforming into a deep purple hue. Nanchu expended nearly half of her botanical energy to stimulate the growth of the purple pearls. Exhausted, she leaned against the trunk, breathing heavily, contemplating how Ji Yunting had merely questioned about Ji Yu's consumption of 1,000 pounds of meat while she felt she had suffered a significant loss. Nanchu, are you all right? Ji Yunting approached, having caught 2 pearl chickens and a bear rabbit, noticing her fatigue and the sweat beading on her forehead. It's nothing serious. I just used a lot of energy to stimulate the purple pearls. And now I feel somewhat drained, Nanchu explained. Really? Ji Yunting gazed in disbelief at the small shrub, now laden with purple pearls, and Nanchu clarified. While I cannot summon purple pearls, I can use my energy to stimulate the growth of those already present, thereby reducing energy expenditure. Ji Yunting, quick-witted, recalled that Nanchu had previously stimulated the growth of rye when her energy was low. He eagerly asked, can you stimulate the growth of black gold fruits as well? I remember where we found them last time. Nanchu smiled wryly and replied, black gold fruits are no ordinary items. Even if I can't buy them day in and day out, continuously harvesting, the botanical energy I could muster would likely not suffice to mature them quickly. That if they could be easily stimulated, they wouldn't be regarded as the sacred healing herb. Ji Yunting, undeterred, pressed on, we could give it a try. Trying is indeed an option. However, whether or not I can successfully stimulate the black gold fruits remains uncertain, Nanchu conceded. All right, if we cannot succeed, we can wait a couple of years until your energy is abundant enough to attempt again. Ji Yunting suggested that let's plan to try next spring, that we should prepare properly. We wouldn't want others to snatch away the precious black gold fruits we managed to cultivate, Nanchu advised. The black gold fruit, akin to ginseng, was a perennial plant. Before bearing fruit, its stems and leaves were annual, shedding completely in autumn, leaving only the roots buried in the soil that it would not sprout again until the following spring, blooming and fruiting anew. The maturation time for the black gold fruit was unpredictable, sometimes taking years, and at other times, even decades. The numerous uncertainties surrounding its maturation were the primary reasons for its rarity. Very well. The moment spring arrives next year, we will guard the black gold fruit. Ji Yunting agreed. Ji Yunting spoke earnestly. The last time he consumed a black gold fruit, the energy within him had significantly increased. If he were to consume half of another, not only would he likely re-enter the second tier, but even the third tier could be within reach. Ji Yunting contemplated augmenting his martial prowess. while Mu Nanchu was preoccupied with the slave contract she had signed with him that if she could induce the growth of another black gold fruit, she could free herself from the bond that tethered them. After resting for a while, Mu Nanchu set off to gather purple pearls, while Ji Yunting kindled a fire by the stream, preparing their lunch. Using her plant abilities, Mu Nanchu successfully induced the growth of 2 purple pearls. She gathered them together, assessing the quantity, and determined it would suffice for the autumn hunt in their tribe. She placed the pearls into a bamboo tube and wearily leaned against Ji Yunting. Nanchuan, were you exhausted just now? Ji Yunting guessed that Mu Nanchu's energy reservoir was nearing depletion. Yes, after inducing the growth of 2 purple pearls, I feel quite drained, she admitted, a sense of discomfort washing over her. I have a method that can help replenish the energy in your reservoir immediately, Ji Yunting said, wrapping his arm around her shoulders with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanchu understood his intentions. Don't try to fool me. I'm hungry. Is the pearl chicken ready yet? She asked, craning her neck towards the sizzle of the chicken over the fire, although Ji Yunting's culinary skills were modest at best. Having merely seasoned the chicken with salt, it was a delectable feast for the fatigued Mu Nanchu. She leaned against Ji Yunting's shoulder, savoring the chicken legs and wings he handed her, relishing every oily bite with satisfaction. Once she had eaten her fill, the pair did not rush back to the Blue Flood tribe. Ji Yunting carried Mu Nanchu on his back. Following the stream further along, he was quite familiar with the forest and recalled that Mu Nanchu needed a fox fur skirt. He remembered that there had been sightings of fire foxes nearby, and since they had the time, they might as well take a chance. Mu Nanchu, sprawled lazily on Ji Yunting's back after a meal, was aware of his intent to hunt fire foxes. Yunting, aren't their softer furs in the forest, ones even more supple than those of the bear rabbit or fire fox? She casually inquired. Is the fire fox fur not soft enough? Ji Yunting asked in bemusement. Him. Fire fox fur was already quite soft. The beastmen warriors preferred not to wear it due to its susceptibility to wear and tear. Mu Nanchu nodded. Indeed, fire fox fur is still not soft enough. It can chafe the skin when worn closely. She refrained from sharing that she was unaccustomed to wearing only a single bee-skin skirt all day. Feeling rather exposed and lacking in security. Let me think that there's a small creature in the forest called the hairless rabbit, Ji Yunting mentioned. The hairless rabbit, despite its name, simply had short fur that made it feel almost hairless to the touch. It was remarkably swift, and even with his black bamboo spear, Ji Yunting doubted he could catch one. He had never managed to hunt an adult hairless rabbit, although he had occasionally encountered their young while hunting larger prey. He had caught a few tiny ones, about the size of his palm, whose fur was incredibly soft, yet they would vanish in an instant if he let his guard down. Mu Nanchu listened to Ji Yunting's detailed descriptions of the hairless rabbit. She contemplated ways to capture a few, hoping to craft undergarments. Ji Yunting, carrying her, moved swiftly, even faster than she could on her own, soon arriving at a slightly broader glade. Today, if luck is on our side, we might not only catch fire foxes, but perhaps even a couple of hairless rabbits, as fire foxes favor them, Ji Yunting suggested. He retrieved 3 black bamboo spears from Mu Nanchu's basket, determined not to return to the tribe without sufficient fire foxes for her. Stay close to me, Nanchuan. This glade sees frequent animal activity, so be wary of any that might ambush you, Ji Yunting cautioned. Understood, Mu Nanchu replied, grasping a black bamboo spear, her focus on the hairless rabbits rather than the fire foxes. Following Ji Yunting, she extended her plant abilities to sense the presence of the hairless rabbits. Before she could discern their colors, the rabbits, alerted by their footsteps, darted into their burrows. Mu Nanchu silently lamented their speed. Since she could not match their swiftness, she would rely on her predictive skills. Before long, Ji Yunting had captured 2 fire foxes. Noticing Mu Nanchu's keen interest in the hairless rabbits, he assisted her in hunting down an adult hairless rabbit. I told you, hairless rabbits are difficult to catch. This one alone could have accounted for several fire foxes. Ji Yunting puffed, lifting the hairless rabbit he had pierced with his spear. The rabbit's size was comparable to that of an ordinary domestic rabbit. Mu Nanchu, trailing closely behind, was equally exhausted, catching her breath before exclaiming, "Let me see. This little creature is astoundingly swift. We nearly couldn't keep up." As she took the hairless rabbit from Ji Yunting, she felt the smoothness of its fur. which was indeed incredibly soft. The fur is delightfully supple, Nanchu laughed. This hairless rabbit is truly elusive. Once I've secured enough firefoxes, may I assist you in capturing hairless rabbits? Ji Yunting inquired. Yes, that can wait, Nanchu replied, already planning her strategy after having successfully hunted a hairless rabbit. The black bamboo spear, a projectile weapon, required arm movement, which naturally slowed the throwing speed. However, if she were to use a bow instead, utilizing a strong bow to ambush hairless rabbits, coupled with her predictive skills, it should not pose much of a challenge. Yet Nanchu soon faced a predicament. The Blue Flood beastmen were not particularly fond of using bows and arrows. Beastmen warriors typically prefer to shift into their beast forms and engage in hand-to-hand combat. The sub-beastmen wielded bone knives, stone axes, and bone spears, with few opting for bows, and even those were often inferior in power and accuracy. This reluctance likely stemmed from the tribe's general lack of expertise in crafting intricate items. If Nanchu wished to create a bow and arrows, she would have to contend with the inquiries of Ji Yu, the tribe's leader, upon her return. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to begin crafting the bow and arrows. If Ji Yu was willing to trade meat for the bow-making techniques, she could share the knowledge with the tribe's warriors. Her first thought for crafting the bow was black bamboo. While it might not suffice for hunting large animals, it would be more than adequate for capturing hairless rabbits. Seizing the opportunity, while Ji Yunting was busy hunting firefoxes, Nanchu summoned a piece of black bamboo, using her limited energy. With her fong dagger, she sliced the bamboo into strips, fashioning a rudimentary bamboo bow along with 10 bamboo arrows, concerned that the bamboo bow might lack sufficient tension. She chose a resilient vine for the bowstring. Once completed, Nanchu tested her creation. Though somewhat rudimentary, it exhibited commendable tension and speed, allowing her arrows to pierce tree trunks from several dozen meters away. After practicing a few times, she set her sights on the hairless rabbits. When Ji Yunting returned, having successfully hunted 5 firefoxes, he was overjoyed to find Nanchu beside 3 plump hairless rabbits. Nanchuan, did you catch all of these? Ji Yunting asked incredulously. Just moments ago, they had needed to cooperate to capture a single hairless rabbit, and now, in a blink, Nanchu had successfully hunted 3. Let me show you something impressive, she said, presenting the bamboo bow she had crafted to Ji Yunting. Recognizing its potential, examined the bow closely, shooting a couple of arrows, but he quickly realized that this small bamboo bow would serve as an excellent weapon for hunting small game, even suitable for female beastmen. Nanchuan, how did you come up with such ingenious ideas? I never considered using black bamboo to create sharp bows and arrows. The elusive black bamboo proves to be a rare find. Were it not for my ability to summon flora, relying solely on our luck in the forest would render us hopeless in encountering even a single stalk of black bamboo. Murong Chusha,